This guy just got punched in the mouth, but instead of being scared, he grinned like he was high on drugs. This was 16 years ago. If so, that means... Damn it. What's wrong with this guy? He's crazy. Hayuke Su looked at Taehyun cautiously, then started running his mouth again. You bastard, do you want to punch that badly? As soon as Hayuke Su finished speaking, he immediately took a punch from Taehyun. Tears streamed, the game began. If it was 16 years ago, that means Taehyun, you could have awakened too. Kim Taehyun, a man who was 35 years old and still worked as a porter for awakened ones. During one expedition, they unfortunately encountered Asmodeus, an SSS-Rank monster, which wiped out the entire group, leaving only Taehyun alive. Just as Taehyun was about to be sent to join his ancestors by Asmodeus, a person claiming to be a king appeared. He stopped space and time, then bestowed power upon Taehyun and sent him back to the past. Not only that, but he returned just as he was being mercilessly beaten by Hayuke Su, a powerful awakened, and his gang. Hayuke Su's friends, seeing him being hit, became enraged and rushed to attack Taehyun. They thought they would easily defeat him as usual, but no. This time, Taehyun took them down with just a few basic moves. For 35 years, throughout his life as someone unable to awaken, Taehyun did everything he could, from daily physical training to researching all available information about the abyss and monsters, knowledge of various skills, even practical combat. So there was no way he would lose to these amateur thugs, who didn't even know anything basic of value. Speaking of the abyss, ever since it appeared, it had changed the entire world. This is where monsters, which only existed in novels, emerged. After the abyss was discovered, humans awakened extraordinary powers, and with those powers, they exterminated monsters and explored the abyss's potential. As a result, judging a person was no longer based on old methods or effort, but rather on rank and awakened power. If one's awakened rank was high, that person would have a good life. For ordinary people like Taehyun, who couldn't even unlock their character stats even at 35, they could only accept a life of poverty, contempt, and oppression, becoming servants to the awakened. But that was a story of his previous life. In this life, Taehyun had awakened at 19, and he would fully utilize this opportunity to rise. Back to the main events, while Taehyun was feeling smug about teaching the bullies a lesson, Hayuke Su had now recovered from Taehyun's surprise punch. What? Awakened? Kim Taehyun, you're dead for sure. With that, Hayuke Su activated his rock skin power, meaning he strengthened his body by forming rock on his skin, then continuously charged and attacked Taehyun. Taehyun, relying on his quick reflexes, successfully dodged, then took the opportunity to counterattack Hayuke Su. But he forgot one thing, his skin was very hard, so in the end, it resulted in a recoil that injured his arm. Before Taehyun could even regret it, Hayuke Su delivered another punch, sending Taehyun flying backward and collapsing the nearby wall. Haha, if you're going to play tricks, you should know your limits. You're awake, aren't you? You damn unawakened scumbag from the bottom of society. What are you going to do now, huh? Keep running like you just did? Or are you going to flail around with your useless skills? Hayuke Su said smugly, then slowly walked closer to Taehyun, looking at him like an insect. Taehyun didn't respond but began to ponder. All awakened possess a skill and a rank. Starting from F rank, at which point they are exactly like normal humans, up to the highest rank, S rank, consisting of individuals who fight in the territories of entities called monsters. The physical abilities and skills of awakened ones are amplified many times over compared to normal people. But the F-rank predation skill he possessed was a skill no one knew or had ever heard of before, and it was also the lowest rank. Theoretically, Taehyun didn't have even a single chance of defeating Hayuke Su, who was C rank. But for some reason, he had a feeling he wouldn't lose to him. From the rubble, Taehyun slowly sat up. A thick, dark aura emanated from his body, causing Hayuke Su to feel a bit confused. What the hell is this? No way, have you really awakened? But you're just Kim Taehyun from the bottom of society. Taehyun was also surprised by the power surging through his body. This is predation? I can feel magic entering my will. I don't know what's going on, but I just need to kill the caster and everything will end. Hyuk-soo said confidently, then lunged to ambush Taehyun, but with just a lift of Taehyun's hand, his attack was stopped. Then slowly, layer by layer, the rock on Hyuk-soo's skin peeled off and shattered. Even he couldn't withstand the power from that hand lift and was knocked back, unconscious. Taehyun's system immediately announced, predation has been completed. Thanks to hunting the prey, your rank has changed to E, and you have learned a new skill, rock skin. After the incident, Taehyun took the young bullies to the infirmary. Since only Taehyun was conscious, the teacher asked him during treatment why the group was injured, and Taehyun replied, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow, she didn't ask anything further and let Taehyun go home. Amazing, I've awakened, and I even got revenge on Hyuk-soo. The problem is predation. Thinking of this, Taehyun immediately fell into deep thought. Rank, something that takes a lifetime of training to change, increased after just one battle. It's only rank F, but it has power exceeding even rank C. I can steal the skills of those I defeat. Why did that person, the king, give me such power? Why did he regress me? There are countless questions, but in summary, there's only one thing I have to do, learn about predation. After organizing his thoughts, Taehyun arrived at his uncle's house. After his parents passed away, he came to live with him. So for Taehyun, his uncle's house was also his own home. It's been a long time since I came home. Uncle will be home late. Should I search for information on similar skills? Taehyun smiled happily and eagerly pushed the door open to enter the house, only to see Hwang Jejong, his uncle's son, kneeling in front of three strangers. Hwang Jejong, why aren't you at school? Taehyun unconsciously glanced at the overturned money box in front of him and immediately understood the problem, angrily cursing under his breath, "Hwang Jejong, you bastard." Before my regression, I remember he always wanted to join forces with other bullies. He stole all the money in the house and caused huge trouble. I didn't think it would be today. One of the three strangers saw Taehyun and questioned Jejong, "Who's this?" Jejong stood up and whispered into the ear of the blonde-haired guy, who seemed to be the leader. Wow, I was wondering who that was. Turns out it's Jejong's relative? If you don't want a beating, it's best to stay away and pretend you don't know anything. We'll take the money and leave immediately. The blonde-haired guy slowly approached Taehyun, threatening him, then mockingly rubbed his head and said, "You haven't awakened yet, big bro?" After a moment of silence, Taehyun smiled sinisterly and replied, "Perfect, I wanted to test it." What? The blonde-haired guy barely finished speaking when he received a loving punch from Taehyun. After knocking down the blonde, Taehyun began to activate his predation skill. The result, however, was a notification, predation function cannot be performed. What? Predation didn't activate. While Taehyun was still in shock, the blonde-haired guy retaliated, then he and his accomplices used their skills together to ambush Taehyun. Binding, Toxin, Hemorrhage, all three C-rank skills were directed straight at Taehyun. A loud explosion echoed, followed by a thick cloud of smoke and dust. While the blonde-haired guy and his crew thought Taehyun was gone, Taehyun's system voice rang out again. Skill usage has been detected. Binding, Toxin, Hemorrhage have been confirmed. Thanks to a mysterious power, resistance was successful. First it doesn't work, then it arbitrarily nullifies skills. I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it's powerful. Taehyun emerged from the dust and smoke like a god, then swiftly grabbed the blonde-haired guy by the collar and threw him to the ground. After finishing the job, Taehyun looked down at the three unconscious thugs on the floor and thought, by now, I've probably learned two things, right? The status window is only visible to awakened individuals. Status window. Name, Kim Taehyun, age, 19, rank, E, strength, A, stamina, 6, speed, 5, mana, 10, debilitation, 71%. Magic, 10 out of 10, skills, predation, E, hunts selected awakened targets, mana, 5, rock throw, E, enhances body, mana, 1. Detailed information about awakened individuals is recorded here. Though detailed, it's not everything. First of all, I've had enough mana to activate the predation skill all this time. Yet, it didn't turn on. Skill, predation, E, hunts selected awakened targets, mana, 5. In other words, the description mentions mana, but to activate predation, there must certainly be other factors at play besides mana. Besides that, the passive ability of the predation skill is also not mentioned in the description. That is, it resists and nullifies skills related to abnormal conditions such as poisoning or bleeding. Anyway, we'll find out what's right or wrong later. More importantly, Tae-Hyan let out a sigh, then glanced at Jejong, who was kneeling in front of him, and asked, "What are you doing?" Only then did Jejong dare to look up, crying and begging, "Brother, after witnessing that side of you, I was truly impressed. I, Huang Jejong, your cousin, will reflect on my own actions. Please forgive me just this once. Whether it's licking your shoes or barking like a dog, I'll do anything you tell me to." To add sincerity to his words, Jejong started barking, "Woof, woof." With a disgusted expression, Tae-Hyan silently cursed, "What a pathetic guy. I knew this guy was sly since way back when. But who knew it would come to this? Well, there's no point in arguing with him. Besides, there's still an urgent matter happening today." Remembering something, Tae-Hyan said, "All right, I'll let it go this time." Jejong, with an expectant look, asked again, "Really? Really?" Tae-Hyan stated a condition. "In return, you have to come with me to deal with this matter once and for all." Hearing that, Jejong curiously looked up at Tae-Hyan. As night fell, in a cordoned-off area, 3 people stood before an energy cage that enveloped a cracked gate continuously spewing out monsters. A cracked gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a rift suddenly opens, forming a path to the abyss. If not dealt with, it will lead to a dungeon catastrophe. The young man with glasses sighed softly, looking at the cracked gate. "It's been 10 years since I last saw a dungeon rift. The gate suddenly appeared, so monsters are swarming through here, harming humans." The long-haired girl spoke up, "Looking at these monsters, it's clear that if we do nothing, a dungeon catastrophe will happen soon." The red-haired girl worriedly asked, "Should we evaluate the surrounding areas?" The young man with glasses confidently replied, "No need, because I have my B-rank barrier skill. Besides, the level of this cracked gate is only C. That means the strongest monster coming through that gate will be a C-rank monster. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis occurs." Suddenly, the barrier cage behind them was breached by monsters. The 2 girls in the team saw this and quickly cried out, "Captain!" The captain turned his head, kicked off the heads of the monsters, and affirmed, "B-ranks like us can easily handle this." At the same time, Tae-Hyan and Jejong had also set off, running towards the cracked gate. Along the way, Jejong incessantly babbled. "So, isn't it all right there now, brother? You said there were control personnel there already, brother. So it's fine, brother." Tae-Hyun, with a headache, spoke up. "Be quiet, stop with the brother already. You're right, based on the preliminary mana estimation, it's a C-rank cracked gate. Moreover, the control personnel are B-rank, so they won't have any problem facing C-rank opponents." "Exactly. But I wish it really was a C-rank dungeon." Tae-Hyun's words made Jejong, who was about to continue babbling, suddenly fall silent, his eyes wide with fear. At the cracked gate, the captain sat down next to a monster corpse, lost in thought. "Strange, how could these low-level monsters tear through my B-rank barrier and get through? Could it be that the amount of mana overflowing from here is higher than my rank? Captain, there's something inside the gate that's..." Hearing the call, the captain quickly turned to look and saw a monster with a much larger physique than the previous ones emerging from the cracked gate. The captain's eyes widened, staring at the monster in disbelief. "What, that's..." The giant monster was none other than an A-rank stellar giant. As soon as it appeared, it let out a roar, shattering the B-rank barrier, releasing the group of monsters to pour out. The captain didn't take any action. He stood there, stunned, looking at the stellar giant. It's not S-Rank, it's... Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful wave of energy engulfed the captain and 2 squad members. A loud explosion rang out, and smoke and fire immediately covered the entire sealed-off area around the rift gate. Elsewhere, Ji-Jong ran after Tae-hyun, asking, "All right, let's say you're right. But this is ridiculous. How could you possibly know all of this? They didn't see any monsters, so they didn't even order an evacuation. Because I've been through this before." Tae-hyun thought to himself. Out loud, he replied, "My intuition. My intuition told me. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me." Before Ji-Jong could finish speaking, desperate screams suddenly echoed from afar. "It's the rift gate, ugh, help me." Ji-Jong turned his head to look back, and when he saw a large number of monsters chasing people there, he couldn't help but panic. Tae-hyun, however, calmly said, "Do you remember what I told you to do? If you remember, then do it." Ji-Jong anxiously asked, "What about you?" "I'll deal with those bastards and then follow you right away." As he spoke, Tae-hyun activated his stone skin skill and walked towards the monsters chasing the people. At the same time, in a high-rise building, a man anxiously looked down at the chaotic street and then turned around, saying, "The situation is deteriorating rapidly, just as you said." The rift gate, which was supposed to be S-Rank, turned out to be A-Rank. There's no ready support to reinforce us because everyone else is busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. Now, the only way to resolve this crisis is an A-Rank awakened. You are our only hope. Please help us. The Berserk Blade, on Hyusu. Hearing this, on Hyusu bit her lip, 2 streams of tears flowing down as she spoke, "Everyone. I, on Hyusu, am coming." On Hyusu, A-Rank awakened, the Berserk Blade. Special characteristic, Puberty Syndrome. Tae-hyun was simultaneously handling the monsters and constantly experimenting with his predation skill. A moment later, Tae-hyun smiled, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. Predation failed because of the debility level. If the debility level exceeds 70%, it will no longer activate. Most skills are activated based on mana usage. But that doesn't mean you only need to worry about mana, because the debility level increases when using a skill or activating the divine body. And the higher the debility level, the weaker the skill's power, and the heavier the body will feel when moving. Unfortunately, there's a lot to worry about. I've discovered that if I absorb the life force of a dead monster, I can recover mana, which makes using skills simpler." Thinking to himself, Tae-hyun used the predation skill again. The target's life is gone, so mana cannot be absorbed and recovered. "You have successfully prayed and recovered your mana," Tae-hyun happily murmured, "and the good news is, your rank has changed to D. Predation, from E-Rank to D. Stone Skin, from E-Rank to D." Tae-hyun excitedly grinned, thinking to himself, "The more I use predation, the more I level up. At this rate, I could reach S-Rank or even SS-Rank. No, I might even become the first SSS-Rank person." Very quickly, the monsters here were completely wiped out by Tae-hyun. "It's done. Should I go back to Hwangjae?" Before he could finish speaking, a loud sound suddenly echoed from behind Tae-hyun. He turned his head and saw the A-Rank giant star dust fall into a tall building behind him. Next, Tae-hyun saw Hyusu appear in the space above the giant star dust. He raised his sword, which emitted a golden light, preparing to strike down the monster. He also roared aloud, "You filthy monster! I'll make you pay for the lives you've taken. This warrior of justice, and Hyusu, will punish you." Hearing that, Tae-hyun looked at Hyusu with 3 parts judgment, 7 parts like 3. Of course, the giant star dust didn't just lie there waiting for death. It rose up and swung its fist towards Hyusu. But that was merely a futile struggle. Hyusu's full power strike was not something it could stop. A column of golden light shot upwards. The giant star dust had been defeated by Hyusu. Observing the entire process, Tae-hyun marveled. He can easily take down an A-rank monster. This must be the A-rank awakener who single-handedly handled the rift gate before my regression. The berserk sword and Hyusu. He's as strong as the rumors say. At this moment, Hyusu posed in what he thought was a cool way and said, "You foolish monster. It has just died by my sword of justice." Taehyun mentally added, "And he's as stupid as the rumors say, too. But why isn't Hyusu here?" Before my regression, I remember he had a bloody battle with a giant brain monster on the other side of the city. Hyusu stood on the giant stardust, clasped his hands together in prayer, "Suffering citizens, may you all rest in peace." Taehyun was about to say something when he suddenly froze. Skill sensation. The next second, Taehyun watched in horror as someone suddenly appeared behind Hyusu, stabbing a sword through his chest. Hyusu spat out a mouthful of blood, startled, turning back and crying out, "What?" The mysterious person grinned and said, "Got you, and Hyusu." At the same time, in a brightly lit room, Ji-jong stood frowning, looking at Nung still asleep on the sofa, wondering, is this really okay? Many people will die tonight. One of them is our school nurse, Choi Nung. She'll die while focusing on aiding citizens instead of evaluating. You can use your sleep skill to make everyone sleep, right? Then make Nung sleep and evaluate her to safety. I'll take care of the rest. Recalling Taehyun's words, Ji-jong wondered to himself, how could Taehyun know all of this? Or is there a logical reason for this? But there's no other explanation. A moment later, Ji-jong thought of something and exclaimed, "Right! Taehyun, no, Boss Taehyun, has awakened a skill that can see the future." No, seeing the future, that's amazing. That's insane, utterly insane. Back to Taehyun, who was now forcing a smile while muttering to himself, "Damn it, something's very wrong here." Hyusu clutched his chest, questioning loudly, "Who are you? Speak up." The mysterious person bared their teeth and laughed, saying, "You were stabbed right in your weak point and you're still alive. That's surprising. Rank A is really different, isn't it? Then the hunt will be even more exciting." Hyusu didn't know who the mysterious person was, but Taehyun did. This mysterious person was none other than the Rank B villain, Han Sando, skill, B-rank stealth. They call awakened individuals who commit crimes villains. And among them, Rank B villain Han Sando was a mad killer. When the gate broke and monsters poured out, he went around killing people out of excitement. Taehyun muttered to himself, confused, "But I definitely never met him before I regressed. Is the future changing because of me? You bastard, you're a villain, I'll punish you with my own hands." Hyusu yelled, grabbing his weapon and rushing towards Sando. But before he could take a few steps, tremors suddenly spread from beneath his feet. The giant Death Star he had just defeated rose up once more. Hyusu exclaimed in surprise, "What? A giant snail." Sando burst into a wild laugh, "Ha ha ha. Amazing regeneration, truly an A-rank monster." Hyusu had no choice but to ignore Sando and focus on fighting the giant snail. "It's no use, I'll leave that monster bastard to an Hyusu." With that, Sando flashed a bloodthirsty smile and turned to look at Taehyun, who wasn't far away. "Well, I didn't think I'd have an audience here." "Haha, excellent, the more prey, the better." As he spoke, Sando lunged towards Taehyun to attack. Sando's blade aimed directly at Taehyun's neck, slashing, but was blocked by a layer of stone skin. Taehyun smirked mockingly and simultaneously swung his leg, kicking Sando in the face, sending him flying backward a distance. He got punished for being careless. "You bastard, so you're unawakened." Taehyun cracked his shoulders, walking step by step towards Sando. Rank B villain, Han Sando, the madman who went around killing people, using the stealth skill. "Lucky me, I ran into you again." As he spoke, Taehyun used his stone skin skill on both hands and then waved his hands at Sando, provoking him. The two charged at each other, and thanks to his stone skin, Taehyun was able to block Sando's slashes. For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand, neither could do anything to the other. After a few moves, Sando suddenly stepped back and smirked darkly. You're quite strong, it's natural to be confident. Who knew this sword wouldn't work on you? I don't know how much you know about me, but I bet you think you can beat me because my attacks don't affect you, right? But kid, you should know that the world doesn't work the way you think. With that, Sando bared his teeth and laughed, then his figure vanished right before Taehyun's eyes. Taehyun muttered cautiously. Stealth, did he run away? But he must know that won't change the fact that your attacks are still useless against me. Yelling, Taehyun spun around and punched backward. Are you sure about that? Sando's voice rang in Taehyun's ear, his figure suddenly appearing behind him, swinging his sword down forcefully. Taehyun was startled and quickly raised an arm to block. However, this time, unlike previous blocks, a bleeding wound appeared on Taehyun's arm, which stunned him. Sando cackled madly, then moved at high speed around Taehyun, continuously swinging his sword. As for Taehyun, he could only stand there with his arms crossed, enduring the blows. Sando spoke, do you know how many awakened I've hunted? All of them deluded that their skills were invincible. Your weakness is exposed, now you're angry and just want to run away, aren't you? Before you die, you should know this, all skills have weaknesses. After a fierce barrage of attacks, Taehyun had many more wounds on his body. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, secretly lamenting, who knew that stone skin would have such a flaw? This skill doesn't completely block attacks. Strong attacks will shatter the stone, and the shattered part will be replaced by a stone with weaker resistance. He had targeted the weakness of this skill from the very beginning. But just as I thought, I can definitely still duel him even though he's a B-rank opponent, because my physical skill isn't just D-rank. Taehyun bared his teeth and smiled, suggesting, shall we end this test here? Sando spoke, confused, what? Then, he cackled loudly and charged towards Taehyun. Pushed to the limit, have you gone mad? Taehyun calmly asked, B-rank villain Han Sando, do you know why I wanted to meet you? Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? Because I want to steal your skill. In response, Taehyun unleashed his predation skill without any concealment. Immediately, a bad premonition arose in Sando's heart. He stopped and thought, what is this man aflow with such an ominous aura? This scoundrel, has he been hiding his true strength all this time? But still. Sando thought of his own skill, he regained his confidence, bared his teeth, and continued to rush towards Taehyun. Hee. Idiot, I don't know what kind of skill this is. But do you think you can hit me when you can't even see me? Taehyun used his predation skill to create a barrier enclosing both of them, then replied, didn't you just say that every skill has a weakness? I realized this after tearing apart monsters a few times. Among those monsters, countless ones escaped my sight, but in the end, predation devoured them all. Simply put, no matter where you hide, or where you run, predation will catch you. As if to prove Taehyun's words, several tentacles suddenly appeared within the barrier, accurately targeting the invisible Sando. What? With only a shout, Sando was restrained by these tentacles. At this moment, Taehyun raised a hand and made a squeezing motion. Immediately, Sando's body was torn to pieces by the tentacles. In another battlefield, where the giant brain and Hyasu fought, a large area had been destroyed into ruins. Currently, Hyasu lay gasping on the ground, muttering, damn it. If that villain hadn't ambushed me, Justice Hero, undefeated warrior. Even I, and Hyasu, cannot underestimate death. Across from him, the giant brain was slowly walking towards Hyasu. It continuously emitted growls from its mouth, raising its fist and slamming it down on the spot where he lay. However, when the dust cleared, the giant brain was surprised not to see Hyasu in the pit. While it was wondering what happened, not far away, Taehyun suddenly appeared, carrying the unconscious Hyasu in his arms. What the heck, why are you lying flat on the ground now? That monster is truly too strong. No wonder either way, this is more convenient. Having said that, Taehyun once again used his predation skill. He smiled, looking at the giant brain as if it were a juicy piece of prey. The sunrise heralded the arrival of a new day. At a house in the residential area, a middle-aged couple opened the door to find Tae-hyun and Zae-jong standing before them. Zae-jong, with his hands clasped behind his head, smiled and said. Tae-hyun politely greeted. Seeing that both were safe, the middle-aged couple burst into tears, exclaiming, "We were so worried you'd been taken by a monster." Zae-jong smiled and said. Zae-jong's parents recounted. Zae-jong awkwardly said. Tae-hyun chuckled in response. Media outlets had also begun reporting on the Rift Gate incident from last night. Breaking news, a large Rift Gate appeared after 10 years. Per government directives, the Rift Gate alert has now been completely lifted. Based on the possibility of a resurgence, the government has ordered the closure of nearby schools for 1 week, and news of the number of survivors is gradually being released. The public could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Images were broadcast of the first 3-person team to appear at the Rift Gate, fortunately alive, receiving treatment at the hospital. The team leader kept muttering. Next was Nung, confusedly answering the police. As for Hyusu, he stood before the interviewing reporters and shouted, "I wasn't the one who defeated the giant brain. The real hero is someone else." However, because the giant brain's body has not yet been found and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the citizens are still unknown, the public is very concerned that the safety precautions may not be effective. Next information. Turn off your phone. Tae-hyun smiled, looked up at the tunnel entrance in front of him, and softly said, "Good. It's a good thing no one mentioned me. All right. Then, shall we proceed with the next phase? Personal panel. Name: Kim Tae-hyun. Age: 19. Rank: E. Strength: 15. Stamina: 20. Mana: 40. Debuff: 5%. Magic: 40/40ths. Skills: Predation. D. Prey on selected target. Mana: 10. Stone Skin. D. Body Strengthening. Mana: 3. Stealth. D. Able to conceal oneself. Mana: 5. Now I have 3 skills. The stealth skill is quite an achievement. But at my current level, it's very difficult for me to use all 3 skills, because using skills carelessly can instantly drain my mana. And that would increase my debilitation, which could be a dangerous move. And the best preventive measure for this is a potion. Something that can restore mana and vitality when used. But potions are quite expensive. I'll have to hunt to earn money. And to hunt, I must have a legal permit. Actually, using skills without permission is already considered illegal. So I only have one choice: to explore undiscovered dungeons. With a plan in mind, Tae-hyun stepped into the tunnel. After squeezing through a secret narrow crack, a spacious area appeared before Tae-hyun. A series of bloodshot eyes immediately stared at Tae-hyun. It turned out that this was a monster nest, led by 3 B-class spider demon sisters. The 3 spider demon sisters exclaimed in surprise. "How dare a human come here? How did you find us? Haha, let's butcher him and have a feast." Tae-hyun looked at the 3 grumbling monsters. "B-class isn't high enough to change my rank. Do I have to absorb 100 like these?" The 3 monsters, enraged by Tae-hyun, roared. "How dare you, you arrogant lowly human! Do you even know what kind of situation you're in? We'll eat you alive." They puffed up their mouths and simultaneously unleashed paralyzing skills towards Tae-hyun, then laughed triumphantly. "Haha! How do you feel? Can't you feel your body becoming immobile and gradually paralyzed?" Tae-hyun showed no alarm and made no move to dodge. He just stood there, smirked, and activated his predation skill. System notification. Successfully resisted a debuff. Just as I thought, you have quite useful skills. As soon as Tae-hyun finished speaking, he fully unleashed his predation skill towards the monster horde. After that, tragic screams from the monsters continuously echoed through the tunnel. Not long after, the screams gradually faded and finally stopped completely. System notification. You have successfully hunted. Successfully absorbed a new paralysis skill. At the same time, at the building of the New Korean Awakened Player Association. In a room, there were 3 people, including the Deputy HR Director of the New Korean Awakened Player Association, Go Tae-guk, the Commander of the Nightborn and an S-Rank player, Ju Aeyeong, the President of the New Korean Player Association and an S-Rank player, Ji Jin-gue. Standing before the 2 S-Rank players, Tae-guk felt pressured, thinking to himself, the 2 best awakened of the New Korean Player Association. Players are awakened who are legally licensed to use their skills for things like exploring abysses, clearing dungeons, and so on. Currently, there are 5 strongest players in Korea, and they mostly hold the balance of power among awakened. The largest Korean player guilds include the 4 Great Guilds, the Monolithic Warriors, the Alchemist Artisans, the Sorcerer Mages, and the Impersonator Information Providers and Investigators. And the authorities that manage players, including the 4 Great Guilds, are the New Korean Player Association, and right in front of me is. Aeyeong smiled at Jin-gue. Long time no see, Mr. President. Jin-gue spoke. Thank you for coming. I know you're very busy. Did you find anything? Aeyeong's smile faded, her eyes serious as she asked, You mean the Devious Guild? The Devious Guild, a criminal organization founded by the most wicked criminals among villains. Its members all wear gold rings with 3 carved skulls. Aeyeong handed Jin-gue a folder and said, These are the Devious Guild's recent movements, and also a list of players they are targeting. But you surely didn't call me here just to personally collect documents, did you? What's the matter? Jin-gue took the folder and chuckled, Tisk, you're quick. I want to ask for your opinion on this matter. Aeyeong asked curiously, My opinion? Ms. Aeyeong, when did you take the player assessment? Aeyeong replied with suspicion, Of course, when I turned 19. Suddenly, Aeyeong seemed to realize something and said, President, don't tell me that. Jin-gue smiled and asked, Do you think a high school student can face monsters? Back with Tae-hyun, his backpack was now full of mana stones. He sat on a pile of monster corpses, making a phone call. Hello? Is this one of the 4 great alchemist guilds? I want to buy some potions. Due to the Riftgate incident, the school was closed for 7 days. Utilizing that time, Tae-hyun had practiced, clearing several dungeons. He used mana stones, the core of monsters, which are used to create potions or equipment, to trade with the Alchemist Guild. Furthermore, the biggest achievement in these 7 days was his successful promotion to a C-Rank Awakened. After the lockdown ended, Tae-hyun returned to school. Rumors of him defeating Bihayusu had now spread throughout the school. Most students were surprised, but quite a few also felt worried for Tae-hyun, because the situation had escalated to the point where S-Rank Awakened Lee Young-jae certainly couldn't ignore it. Indeed, on the very first morning the school reopened, Lee Young-jae and his 2 henchmen came to Tae-hyun's classroom to find him. A brief overview of Lee Young-jae. He is the 3rd generation of the Tezen Group, the conglomerate that sponsors Tezen High School, and the boss of the bullies at Tezen School. Additionally, Lee Young-jae was the one who ordered Bihayusu to bully Tae-hyun before he awakened. At this moment, Lee Young-jae sat arrogantly opposite Tae-hyun, greeting him, Long time no see, old friend. Hearing this, Tae-hyun cursed directly, Who's your friend? Shut your damn mouth. You bastard. Who do you think you're talking to? The minion standing behind Dong-dae yelled loudly and was about to rush forward to deal with Tae-hoo, but Dong-dae immediately punched him. Can't you see I'm talking? Dong-dae reminded his minion, then still smiled and said to Tae-hoo, Kim Tae-hoo, I'm sure you're feeling proud after defeating Bihayusu. However, Dong-dae unleashed his power, staring intently at Tae-hoo, threatening him, You should see who you're standing in front of, shouldn't you? You should listen while I'm still being lenient. This is the power of an old S-Rank awakened. That's truly impressive, but you know what? I'm curious what you'll be like when you meet a predator, Taehu thought to himself. His hand also began preparing to use a skill when a female voice suddenly spoke. Lai Dongda, that's enough, stop. Lim Ajang said and slowly approached Dongda and Taehu. She used a skill to restrain the arm of Dongda's minion who was trying to stop her, then glanced at Taehu and reminded him, Kim Taehu, you too, that's enough. Taehu remained silent, not responding, but in his heart, he had tacitly agreed. Lim Ajang, class president, heiress, younger sister of Dua Hyong. S-Rank awakened, model student, future number 1, noble family, future SS-Rank player. She has countless titles and is predicted to achieve many more. The problem is, she's very stubborn and doesn't give in easily. Just like now. When Lai Dongda acted friendly as if he truly just wanted to confide in Taehu as friends, she didn't hesitate to bluntly say, friends? What about punching him in the face then? Dongda's fake smile vanished, his eyes blazing as he replied, Lim Ajang, watch that foul mouth of yours, understand? Ajang didn't shy away from confrontation and said, I'll use force if you don't leave, shut up and get out. After both sides stared at each other for about 5 seconds, Lai Dongda sighed, waved his hand and said, all right, let's stop here. I have no intention of fighting in this classroom. However, Dongda created a fireball and yelled loudly, do you think that's what I'd say? Seeing this, Ajang immediately gathered energy, preparing for battle. Just as both sides were about to clash, the bell rang, and then the school's broadcast announcement from the media club, a special class organized by the Player Association will be held in the main hall, so all students are to gather immediately in the main hall. A special class, Player Association, Dongda mumbled, then smiled as he looked at Taehu and Ajang. Oh my, you guys are lucky. Saying that, he turned and left. Are you okay? No need to thank me. Ajang gradually withdrew her power and said to Taehu, but by then, he was no longer sitting there. While Ajang was still confused, Taehu, standing at the door, urged, what are you doing still standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement for everyone to gather in the main hall? I'm going ahead. Ajang looked suspiciously as Taehu left. He could move without her knowing? Has Taehu always been like this? Soon, all students had gathered in the main hall. While everyone was guessing about this special class, Tae-guk began to speak from the podium. My name is Go Tae-guk. On behalf of the Player Association's management, I am here for 2 reasons. 1. To apologize for the association's delay in dealing with the rift. And 2nd, to announce a change coming to the players among you, those who hold the future of the association in your hands. Below the stage, murmurs and chatter began to spread. Player trials? So what does that have to do with us? Aren't you only eligible when you turn 19? Then we can't participate this year either. Without letting the students wonder for long, Tae-guk immediately explained, perhaps you thought that, but of course, I'm here to announce it because from now on, it will concern you. Due to the recent surge of gates, the number of monsters and dungeons has suddenly increased. The Awakened Association has realized that we are severely short-staffed. Therefore, through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates, even high school students. High school candidates will be selected based on factors such as skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and even attitude. While other students were excited by this information, Taehu, with the memories of a 35-year-old uncle, just smirked, thinking to himself, lies. These selections are indeed open to all students, but the selection process has already begun through Go Tae-guk's skill, Omniscient Eye. Omniscient Eye can observe the overall abilities of the targets it sees. If he concentrates further, it can also observe the target status windows. Tae-guk stood on the podium, speaking and scanning the students with Omniscient Eye. He couldn't help but marvel internally, the number of successful candidates here is much better than elsewhere. They can become great players. But the most surprising among them is Tae-guk's eyes stopped at Yong-yi, with a stat of 1924, and on Jiang, with a stat of 2,335. Agent Nan really did send me a list of promising candidates, but who knew there were so many potential untrained awakened like this? I'll go write a recommendation for the association right away, Tae-guk happily thought to himself. Just then, Yong-yi raised his hand to speak. Sir Awakened One. You said you're announcing the player recruitment trials to us, but aren't there still people here who aren't suitable for this selection? I mean, this trial is only suitable for those who have the potential to become players among those who have already awakened, isn't that right? In other words, I don't think unawakened people should have to listen to these unpleasant words. Yong-yi glanced at Tae-hoo, then continued to speak with an open mouth. Strength isn't the only thing that makes a powerful player. It's also the awakening level, the ability to handle situations, or extensive knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one must achieve complex skills to a certain degree. But in the end, those stats can only be achieved by those who have already awakened. For those who haven't awakened, isn't it like rubbing salt in a wound? They have nothing to be evaluated on. So, you went that far just to see if I've awakened? Tae-hoo thought to himself. As if reading his thoughts, Yong-yi raised an eyebrow provocatively. Well, if you've awakened, then prove it. Some other students, hearing Yong-yi, laughed and all looked towards Tae-hoo. Only Ah-jiang, standing at the front of the line, angrily turned around to scold that guy Yong-yi, but then thought Tae-hoo would find him annoying, so he turned back and pretended not to notice. With no one refuting him, Yong-yi pressed on, saying to Tae-guk, so I hope you'll kick those unawakened bastards out of here as soon as possible. This isn't the place for them. Tae-guk responded amicably, I understand your point, but whether or not to participate is up to the students themselves. Kim Tae-hoo, aren't you ashamed yet? How can someone like you be a candidate here? Or perhaps you don't care about this awakened trial? Yong-yi continued to ramble. Tae-guk, standing on the podium, secretly disdained Yong-yi's arrogant attitude. An S-rank player bullying others, truly despicable. But it was also that attitude that made him curious about who. A rather unknown unawakened person. Why did that guy pay attention to him? Or was it simply resentment and jealousy? Let me check that kid's potential. Tae-guk used Omniscient Eye to assess Tae-hoo and received a data invalid result, which shocked him into freezing on the spot. As for Tae-hoo, despite Yong-yi's attacks, he remained very calm. It was true that if he couldn't prove he was unawakened, he couldn't even dream of entering this association's selection. But to be nominated, there was no need to reveal his true strength. Thinking to himself, Tae-hoo immediately played along and replied to Yong-yi, You're right, I really was too carefree. How can an unawakened person like me participate in this selection? My being here would only get in your way. So, I'll leave by myself. You guys can lock yourselves in here and attend your wonderful lecture. Tae-hoo lovingly raised his middle finger as a farewell, then turned and left. Tae-guk was still utterly bewildered because Omniscient Eye had no effect on Tae-hoo. This had never happened before, even for the chairman or Yu Ah-yang, there had never been an exception. So why doesn't it work on this kid Tae-hoo? As if reading Tae-guk's thoughts, before stepping through the door to leave the main hall, Tae-hoo stopped, looked at him, and flashed a devilish smile. Immediately, Tae-guk's Omniscient Eye displayed Tae-hoo's stats, an unbelievable number, 5096. After leaving the hall, Tae-hoo went to the library to find more necessary information. But it wasn't long before Dungda's underlings showed up. Dungda's looking for you, come with us. Or else what? Tae-hoo sneered in response. Your aunt runs a restaurant, doesn't she? This question put Tae-hoo on guard. Seeing that, the guy ran his mouth off. Dungda sent you a message. You pathetic bastard, do you want to suffer even more? Hasn't she suffered enough already? But don't worry too much. Either way, we're dragging you to Dungda. Bang bang bang. The once peaceful library instantly became a battlefield, with furniture strewn about and broken. Tae-hoo grabbed one of Dungda's underlings lying on the floor, lifted him up, and said, Don't make me ask twice, where is that guy? Just a moment later, Tae-hoo arrived at the gym, the location Dungda had arranged to meet. As soon as he saw Tae-hoo, Son Hondo, an A-rank player and Lee Dong-da's defender, immediately used his skill. Then he reported to Dong-da, "This is quite surprising. What do you think? After that kid arrived, I cast some debuff skills, but they didn't work. With this level of effect resistance, he must be at least A-rank." Receiving the answer, Dong-da chuckled with satisfaction and said to Tae-hoo, "As expected, you've also awakened. If so, shouldn't we talk a bit? My words might seem a bit crude, but I don't intend to fight you. Actually, I want to recruit you to work under me. I intend to form a guild after graduation under the name of the Tae-san Group Heir. But even if I'm a genius, I can't do everything alone, you know what I mean, right? I need talented people, not like that idiot Bi-hyu-soo, but genuinely talented people, like you right now, Kim Tae-hoo. So, Kim Tae-hoo, forget your grudges and come work for me. You'll have both wealth and fame, I'll make your family rich." Tae-hoo interrupted Dong-da's cold speech, "You're talking too much nonsense. Recruitment, wealth, and fame? Lie Dong-da, you've crossed the line." With that, Tae-hoo used his kick skill as a declaration of war against Dong-da. Dong-da sighed with a look of regret, "Oh, that's right." Immediately after, he also unleashed his power and declared, "Just as I thought, stray dogs need to be taught a lesson." Seeing this, Son Hondo immediately created a barrier covering the entire court. This is a skill that engulfs space with magic. Those outside cannot sense the magic within it. Once done, he said, "with this, no one will be able to interfere with young master's battle." Immediately after, Dong-da furiously rushed to attack Tae-hoo like a storm. But it seemed the kick skill had little effect on Dong-da, just a few of his punches made Tae-hoo cough up blood. "Ha, have you realized the difference between us yet?" Dong-da triumphantly yelled and continued to passionately beat Tae-hoo. Hondo observed from the side, secretly feeling sorry for Tae-hoo. Kim Tae-hoo, he has a high-level body enhancement skill and is an A-rank awakened, with combat skills and willpower far exceeding other students. Few students in this school could be his opponent. But today his opponent is a genius. So he can't win this fight. You'd best give up and surrender. Just then, Hondo couldn't hide his astonishment, his eyes wide open at what was unfolding before him. The tide of battle turned. Tae-hoo, who was at a disadvantage, gradually switched to counterattacking and gained the upper hand, finally repaying Dong-da with a direct punch to his face after enduring many blows. "No way, is the young master losing in a duel?" Hanno exclaimed in unconcealed astonishment. Dong-da was now sprawled in a heap on the floor, ceaselessly screaming, "You bastard, Kim Tae-hin, what did you do? Why can't my body move?" Hearing that, Hanno was even more astonished. He can't move. Isn't body enhancement Kim Tae-hin's only skill? What kind of monster is he? It finally worked, Tae-hin said smugly. Tae-hin had acquired a total of 3 skills from hunting: stone punch, stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. He hadn't used all his skills from the start. C-rank paralysis wouldn't easily overcome S-rank resistance, and stealth couldn't be used when attacked from a distance. Predation was a last resort and shouldn't be used so overtly, so Tae-hin's goal was to wait for the right moment to use paralysis in close combat. Effect-inducing skills are more effective when in direct contact with the target than from a distance, so with the amount of damage combined with the continuous paralysis effect from each punch, even S-rank resistance couldn't be immune. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. Dong-da's system kept repeating these notifications until it changed to "You failed to resist paralysis." It was also when Dong-da couldn't move, allowing Tae-hin to pummel him until he collapsed on the floor. Kim Tae-hin is also a genius. In a one-on-one battle, he even surpassed the young master. But the battle. Dong-da suddenly burst out laughing and said, "I admit your strength, Kim Tae-hin. I guess I underestimated you. If not for that, there's no way I'd lose to a failure like you. So from now on, let's fight seriously." With that, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it. Immediately, a giant skeleton engulfed in hellfire appeared behind Dong-da and gradually merged with him. As soon as the enhancement process finished, Deng De launched an attack on Tian. Tian quickly jumped high to dodge, then used his stone punch skill to counterattack, but the result of this blow against Deng De was like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. As soon as he touched the entity, the stone layer on his hand shattered, and then he was pushed back a long distance by a huge force. That is the true form of the young master's skill, Blazing Heart. Normally, it's very difficult to use the full extent of the young master's power. With S-rank power and high-level skills, assistance is needed. Just now, the young master used an amplification magic stone created from refined magic stones. Originally monster magic cores, it will temporarily amplify the mana in the user's body. With that auxiliary stone, the young master can now fully utilize his S-rank power. The problem is, Hanno thought anxiously, then quickly shouted, "Young master, you should stop. Are you trying to kill him? Besides, this much magic in your body is too much. Your blood vessels will explode from the uncontrollable magic and fury." A fireball flew directly towards Hanno. "Shut up! How dare a guard like you give me orders? This loser has insulted me. Do you want me to let him off?" Deng De turned to Tian, unleashing a full-force blow, screaming maniacally, "Die, die, you bastard Kim Tian! This isn't good. As I thought, the young master is losing control, his mind is in chaos. How can he escape this furious state?" Hanno hurriedly ran to the crater created by Deng De's punch, anxiously extending his hand and urging, "Kim Tian, are you still alive? Give up and run now. I'll stop the young master, so hurry." Immediately after, he was rewarded with a punch from Tian. "Run away? What nonsense are you spouting? After you guys started this fight, you say that? No surprise, I admit that S-rank is truly strong. So from now on, I'll be serious." With that, Tian guzzled a few potions. Immediately, his stamina and mana were restored, and at the same time, he activated his predation skill, preparing to show Ricky Deng De what's what. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the New Korean Player Association, after hearing Go Tae-guk's report, Ji Jing-wai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, 1900, 2300. Yes, Lee Deng-de is 1900, Lim A-jong is 2300. There's no doubt both are S-rank awakeners. Other staff members were equally shocked, starting to discuss. Even for an S-rank, someone untrained has a power level of 1900? That's clearly the level of an A-rank player. So he's on par with Japan's Saintis? Ji Jing-wai happily laughed aloud. Finally, we have a player on par with Japan's Saintis. The Saintis? Tae-guk thought to himself. The Saintis, the leader of Japan's players, a monster with stats exceeding 2500. Appearing for the first time at age 19, she surprised all the Awakeners worldwide. That's right, even if she's a monster, she only just surpassed 2500. How can that compare to his stats, who's only just begun to awaken? Recalling Tian and the 5096 stat above his head, Tae-guk involuntarily shivered, beginning to doubt himself. Is it an illusion, or were the stats measured incorrectly? Anyway, I have to check it myself. Back to our protagonist. At this moment, Deng De was gradually being devoured by Tian's hunting skill. Struggling, he furiously screamed in disbelief, "How? How could this happen? How could I lose to a loser like you, Kim Tian? I'm the heir of Tezen Group, I'm an S-rank. Damn it, you must die. I'm Lee Deng De. Whether you're an heir or whatever rank, it's not an issue for me. Because this is the power of a king," Tian said, then increased the power of his hunting skill. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, and in an instant, the entire field was engulfed in flames. "That's quite surprising," Tian said, looking at Son Hanno with interest. Just now, he risked his life to rush in and save Deng De while he was being pulled in by the hunting skill, otherwise Deng De would probably have booked a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors by now. "It's a good thing young master was saved," Hanno let out a sigh of relief, then cautiously asked Tian, "What are you going to do? The young master is the heir of Tezen Group, how do you plan to resolve this?" Hey, who started this? Talk some sense. Besides, am I someone who should be afraid of those threats? Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him. Then instead, you all should pay the price for this forgiveness. Hanno heard this and was a bit confused. Pay the price? Let's see, he is the heir of Tezen Group after all. Tien rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful, then made a suggestion. Shouldn't I receive 1 billion in compensation? Outside, the loud noise and aftershocks of the explosion drew everyone's attention, and they immediately rushed to the field to assess the situation. Seeing the burning gymnasium and scattered debris made the students start to panic. What's going on? Is it a monster attack? No, Lim Jiang secretly denied it. This terrifying magic power and fire must be Lai Dongdi's strength. But who is he with? What then? In Jiang's mind, she imagined Tian being tormented by Dongdi. Everyone, step back. Anyway, just stay here obediently, don't go in there, it's dangerous. While Choi Nung was instructing the students, Lim Jiang swept past her like a gust of wind and dashed straight into the gymnasium. I thought wrong, I shouldn't have let those two meet alone in the gymnasium. It's all my responsibility, Kim Tian, please, you must survive. Lim Jiang, her heart ablaze, rushed into the fire, but the result of what she witnessed was completely contrary to what she had imagined. Tian was standing very proudly, while Lai Dongdi lay motionless on the floor, covered in numerous wounds. While Jiang was still stunned, Tian spoke up with a request. Just in time, I need a witness. No, I need someone to help carry him. Please carry him to the infirmary, no, to the hospital. Jiang finally reacted, rushing to help Dongdi up, then turned to question Tian. How did things turn out like this? Tian shrugged and said, how would I know? When I came in, I saw him collapsed here, looks like he fell down the stairs or something. Fell down the stairs? Jiang looked suspiciously at Dongdi, who seemed on the verge of death. Tian pretended not to notice, and continued to ask for a favor. Anyway, I don't know what happened, okay? Don't tell anyone you saw me here, wherever you go. All right, I'm leaving now. With that, Tian slyly slipped away, leaving Jiang with Dongdi. After reaching a spot quite far from the school, Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. Lim Jiang is there to handle Lai Dongdi. Now I just have to wait and see how Tezen Group reacts. If nothing happens, then consider the matter resolved. Then, Tian opened his status window to check. Thanks to defeating Lai Dongdi, he gained a new skill, but this skill wasn't in his data. Charm, 5. Monarch's Heart, rank C. Increases members' strength stats, mana, 10. Charm, a captivating aura like a celebrity, huh? Why would defeating Lai Dongdi give me this? It's really confusing. Moreover, instead of the Flame Heart Absorption skill, it's the Monarch's Heart skill. Increases members' strength stats. Did that Lai Dongdi guy also have this skill? But, this is good too. A skill that affects all members is a rare skill, regardless of its rank. It can be used with various other skills and combined with any skill I want. So, the Monarch's Heart skill is much better. It's truly more amazing than I thought. After checking the spoils of war, Tian was about to go home to rest when a convoy of cars blocked his way. Found him, student Kim Tian. Let's start with this. What were you just doing in the gymnasium? Tian's mind started racing. Why is Go Tae-guk here? The gymnasium, is he talking about what happened just now? Or the auditorium? Which one is he talking about? Go Tae-guk, a member of the Awakeners Association. The chance to speak directly with this guy is very rare. But what if he knows I'm the one causing trouble and starts acting? I have to try. Thinking to himself, Tian tried to probe him. If it's the gym, are you talking about the explosion, sir? The explosion. That's fine, other agencies will handle that. It seems I haven't gotten your answer yet, have I? What were you doing at the sports hall? He doesn't know about the explosion? In that case, you guys came to find me because you want me to join the recruitment, right? Caught off guard, Tae-guk forced a smile and replied. What? Is this still not enough? However, this time, not only Tae-guk but even the people accompanying him felt that immense power. Moreover, the stats recorded by Tae-guk's insight were no longer 5096 but had risen to 5214, which truly terrified him. Unbelievable, even stronger than last time. Indeed, the previous number wasn't a coincidence or an error somewhere. Kim Tae-hoo, who exactly are you? Meanwhile, Lee Dong-soo, an S-rank player and CEO of Tezen Group, after hearing Hano's full report, asked. So, to summarize, the only son of the family was injured, and 1 billion in compensation is considered the price to pay. You want me to handle this matter as quietly as possible. Hano knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied. Lee Dong-soo cut him off. Haha, a crafty kid, very interesting. But, we'll have to compensate him at the same price as what he's done, right? With that, Lee Dong-soo snapped his fingers, and two mysterious shadowy figures appeared. Seeing them, Hano frantically tried to intervene. Shut up, I can't stand the sound of a barking dog. Back to our protagonist, as soon as Tae-hoo got home, he plunged into gym training with the aim of physical conditioning, preparing for the recruitment drive. Hearing the news, Jae-jang pushed the door open and burst in, yelling with extreme surprise. Yeah, in a month. After a moment for his brain to catch up, Jae-jang reverently knelt and bowed to Tae-hoo. Tae-hoo didn't even bother to react, his mind still busy thinking, Tezen Group definitely won't let this go easily. Now that Go Tae-guk is less suspicious of me, and there's only a month left, I just need to focus on training during this time, and everything will be resolved. Just then, he received a call from that person. Outside, the Black and White brothers, two B-rank assassins known for their stealth skills, dispatched by Lee Dong-soo, had also tracked Tae-hoo to his home. Why is an awakener from the association guarding this house? How annoying. That guy must be one of the recruits this time. They're very interested in promising individuals. Dae-hyuk replied while scouting the surroundings. Xiaobai laughed when he heard his brother say that. A promising individual, even so, that kid is just someone lacking practical experience, right? Haha, that's right. If you're good but don't accumulate experience, you're just useless. Let's show everyone what a true awakener is like. Dae-hyuk said gleefully, then turned to look at Xiaobai and saw that he was being punched relentlessly by an unfamiliar young man, who then grabbed him by the neck and dragged him out onto the balcony. You bastard, who are you? Dae-hyuk angrily shouted, then rushed in to save his brother. Me? Tae-hoo let Xiaobai fall freely, and conveniently punched Dae-hyuk as he approached. I'm just a rookie, new to the job, with no experience. A few hours earlier, Tae-hoo knew that demanding an incredibly huge amount of compensation from the Tezen Corporation wouldn't be easy, and it wasn't something Son Hano could handle alone. So he didn't make it difficult for him, only asked him to do his best to negotiate, and also asked him to do two things. After making the Awakener's promise, a contract created by Awakeners using magic. In case of contract violation, a random permanent penalty would be imposed. Only then did Tae-hoo confidently state his conditions to Hano. First, try to resolve the aftermath of the gymnasium along with the 1 billion in compensation mentioned earlier. Second, any acts of revenge must be reported beforehand. Regarding the matter at the gymnasium, it was almost immediately taken care of. The media simultaneously reported that the fire at Tezen High School's gymnasium was found to be caused by a gas explosion, and there were no casualties. As for the second condition in the agreement, as soon as he learned that old Dong-soo sent people to eliminate Tae-hoo, Hano secretly called Tae-hoo to inform him of the situation and provide information about the two assassins. Back to the present, Dae-hyuk, having been caught off guard and beaten, furiously used a hot weapon to attack Tae-hoo at lightning speed, but no matter what he did, his weapon couldn't even touch a single hair on Tae-hoo. After a while of dodging, Tae-hoo also began to counterattack. He swung his arm, intending to grab Dae-hyuk, but failed. Dae-hyuk used his stealth skill to disappear right before Tae-hoo's eyes, then circled behind him and struck with full force at where Tae-hoo had been standing. He thought Taehu had been eliminated after that blow, but suddenly Taehu's voice rang out, "Black and White brothers, I heard your special ability is stealth." Just as I thought, it's nothing special. After all, besides that stealth, what else can you do? With that, Taehu, behind Dae-hyuk, kicked him, sending him to the floor. Elsewhere, Zhu Aion called Chairman Ji Jing-wai to inquire about the recruitment process. This time, it will surely attract awakeners nationwide. Who do you hope will win first place, sir? Busan's S-Rank, Sinayan Bak? Haha, no way. That young man is excellent, but as for the most anticipated person, it's your sister, of course. Zhu Aion humbly replied, "What? It's not that much." Haha, you're still as strict as ever, aren't you? So who do you anticipate the most, Sinayan Bak? Yes, Aion answered honestly, until I heard a very interesting story. Jing, why couldn't help but be curious? An interesting story. Excluding S-ranks, there's one person that Manager Tae-guk personally went to speak with. Manager Tae-guk? Aren't you curious? Who exactly is that person that made Tae-guk go speak to them? Back to Taehu, after attempting to use his hunting skill on the Black and White brothers but failing, he looked at them, then stared at his hunting hand, feeling confused. Why is this happening? It wasn't until he checked the system that Taehu realized the reason was his lack of stamina. Due to overload, the hunting skill was temporarily inactive. He yelled, "Oh my God," thinking of ways to increase his stamina, but every method required gluttony. Damn it, this really left Taehu with no way out. The next day, Taehu ignored his younger brother Jae-jeon's advice and was determined to go to the Breakhead Training Center to practice. The female manager, Yura, who used counterattack defense, was momentarily flustered when she saw the scrawny Taehu brothers arrive. But that flustered look quickly vanished like wind when he pulled out the Super VIP Pro Black card of the Alchemist Guild. Why does a kid have a high-level Awakener's card? Or is it him? Approve him, and there will definitely be some problems. What should I do? Seeing Yura so flustered, the strongest member, Kang-chun, with his six-pack, appeared to help her out. He is the powerful Kang-chun, a member of Breakhead and an assassin with muscle amplification skills. Taehu has lived through a lot, but this is the first time he's heard such a lame name. A few people around, witnessing Kang-chun showing off in front of the newcomers like that, quietly whispered among themselves, feeling that he was about to dominate the new recruits again. Haha, have you started trembling every time you hear my name? If you guys leave now, I'll let it slide. What are you saying, you weakling? Cool as a cucumber, Taehu coldly challenged Kang-chun, making him furious. He fearlessly proposed a bet. The loser would have to pay 1 year of membership fees. Challenged by Taehu, Kang-chun's blood immediately boiled, and he agreed. With a whoosh, both had already entered the virtual system, preparing to fight each other before countless eyes eager for drama. This system is the Virtual Potter Virtual Training System. It's a virtual reality similar to Abyss, a training course that requires players to destroy B-class monsters and reach the destination in the shortest time while carrying a maximum weight. Everyone felt Taehu would surely be at a disadvantage facing Kang-chun. That bulky Kang-chun was now as if injected with chicken blood, furiously swinging his arms, killing monsters in the system. He yelled Taehu's name as he fought, hitting everything in his path. The weight he could lift was also extremely impressive. He was laughing boisterously, waiting for Taehu, when Taehu zoomed past from afar, leaving countless monster corpses scattered along the way, slightly stunning Kang-chun. Using his unique skill, with just a few basic moves, he had smashed those monsters into tiny fragments. Kang-chun witnessed Taehu's display, his mouth agape, sweating profusely. The ground was shattered, leaving only Kang-chun, eyes wide, staring at Taehu carrying a mountain of piled-up items on his back. He smiled victoriously, telling Kang-chun to pay up and get lost. Soon after, the day everyone had been waiting for arrived, the test for awakened individuals. The stadium was packed with people coming and going. The Awakened Association had changed this test, allowing minors to participate as well. Besides the audience, there were also indispensable figures in this battle. The Steel Fist, unrivaled in close combat, Grade A Hong Dung Guk. A monk with excellent combat ability, Grade S, not easy to defeat, Grade A Lai Ji San. The Heavenly Thunder, unrivaled in Busan, Grade S Sin Jun Bak. The Promising Star, Saintus level, Grade S Lim A Jang. Many talented individuals had registered to participate in the competition. Everyone was pushing and shoving so much that the Grade E reporter Kim couldn't get through to gather news, sitting on the ground, crying bitterly. Just then, Tae-hoo appeared, looking cool and chuckling at the crowded scene ahead. There was 1 minute until the test began, and Tae-hoo felt he should build his image first. Pushing through the mob, a Jang recognized Tae-hoo also present there and was extremely surprised. I heard he'd awakened, but could he change this much in just 1 month? She wondered in confusion, with many unanswered questions. The announcement for the official opening of the competition rang out. After the introduction, the rules of the competition were also presented. Look at the number on your chest. That is your test registration number. The requirement for this round is to collect 5 registration numbers, including your own. Losing your registration number also means you've been eliminated. This is a battle for registration numbers. This round only has 1 hour. Everyone is allowed to use any skills except killing. The MC hadn't even finished speaking when the ground beneath the contestants' feet shook violently and split apart. The first round officially began in such chaos. Seeing a Jang standing alone, those people immediately targeted her, rushing to snatch her tag. But how naive, little one, she swung her arm and punched, and those guys were instantly knocked out like falling figs. The judges observed through the glass, feeling she had excellent skills, truly worthy of the goddess title. The other contestants are also formidable, the strength of this batch surpasses previous ones. Among them, the most anticipated is Busan's Grade C Sin Ian Bak. The judge observed the situation while offering his remarks. Round 1 had been underway for 20 minutes, but no one had been able to approach Sin Ian Bak. In general, he and Jang are currently the 2 most prominent figures in the eyes of the judges. Only Tae-guk paid attention to Tae-hoo. He was certain that someone like him would easily pass this test. But less than a second later, Tae-guk was dismayed to discover that the boy was blocked by an awakened, yet just stood there taking the blows without retaliating, which was extremely disappointing. He secretly blamed himself, wondering if he had overestimated him. In fact, he was using the stone skin skill to deal with the iron skin from A-rank awakened Hong Dung Guk. Stone skin is a low compatibility skill of iron skin. Tae-hoo intentionally distracted his opponent, then suddenly ambushed them, truly putting the opponent through the ringer. After a month of Tae-hoo's training, the traces of gluttony still remained. Although his abilities still had many shortcomings, he had improved them through training, maximizing his body's endurance. In a battle pushed to its limits, he unleashed his full power, leaving the A-rank opponent before him miserably cracked and defeated. Kim Tae-hein, a C-rank, successfully obtained bib number 02, and Tae-guk on this side was also quite pleased for him. Such training methods in this large-scale survival battle. Kim Tae-hein, this audacity is great, but now comes the problem. His power stats were heavily depleted after the last battle. Now it's best to conserve stamina and collect bib numbers from weaker individuals. Tae-guk calculated in his head for Tae-hein. Unexpectedly, contrary to predictions, he went to seek out C-rank awakened Sin Yun Bak himself, looking even more arrogant than before. Yun Bak's lightning strike flashed with a sky-piercing explosion that shocked the onlookers. Tae-hein agilely dodged, then suddenly intended to rush in and kick his opponent, but unexpectedly, he wasn't a pushover either. Both of them were as fast as squirrels, neither willing to yield to the other. Busan's S-rank, the thunder god Sin Yun Bak. I never thought it would be this troublesome. His entire body was enveloped by lightning bolts. Not only did it help him block all attacks, but it also possessed destructive power and a discharge range whether at close or long distances. How can I pierce through it in this situation, when I still can't use gluttony? Tae-hein hesitated briefly before his opponent's relentless flurry of attacks. Yun Bak proudly charged forward, sending lightning into him, his face excited as he watched Tae Hein turn around and run in a clumsy panic. He chased him closely, gleefully channeling his power to shoot continuous lightning bolts at him. Watching Tae Hein scream in pain made him very satisfied. It hurts too much, I can't stand it, he fought back furiously, but it was useless. Yun Bak danced around for a while, taking the initiative. The power he unleashed was so fierce and explosive that Tae Hein essentially had no strength left to resist. Up to this point, almost everyone has run away from me. I thought only a John would make me feel excited in this awakened test. But unexpectedly, there's still an interesting toy right here. Yun Bak thought as he put all his strength into it, gleefully aiming and shooting at Tae Hein. Suddenly, a rock flew at rocket speed, slamming straight into his face, causing blood to splatter. He stopped, bewildered, doubting in his heart that Tae Hein's attack could make him falter like this. Tae Hein, gritting his teeth, swung his arm, throwing huge rocks that made Yun Bak collapse. Indeed, the rock skin skill cannot overcome the wrath of the Thunder God. Let alone overcoming it, even if its efficiency is increased to the limit, it would be crushed and disappear upon contact. But here, in the awakened arena, everything becomes different. This arena was built from the start with some kind of sturdy material to ensure it could withstand the power of the awakened. Unlike rock skin, it doesn't lose its shape even when broken. So when Tae Hein used this as a weapon, it could even overcome the wrath of the Thunder God. Sin Yun Bak is pretty much doomed at Tae Hein's hands this time. Sin Yun Bak gushed blood, falling heavily to the ground in the horrified eyes of the witnesses. An S-Rank awakened losing to a C-Rank, how unbelievable. He's quite good after all, he can make everyone nervous, Tae Guk chuckled to himself. Tae Hein has now collected enough bib numbers, all that's left is to wait for the competition to end. Suddenly, from nowhere, a shard of ice flew swiftly, aiming straight for his leg. Following that, countless swirling ice energies enveloped his entire body. Approaching step by step from afar was a John with an arrogant, cold face, which greatly surprised Tae Hein. How could, a John is now going to, and when did she start watching the match? He asked himself, bewildered. I believe ability should come with responsibility. Having ability but lacking responsibility, that is violence. Tae Hein, you are truly strong, you defeated Sin Yun Bak in a way no one expected. Lai Dong-jae was also defeated in a similar way, wasn't he? She suddenly burst out, her eyes full of hatred, striking directly at him. Torrential icy currents surged, wreaking devastating havoc, so much so that he couldn't even dodge in time. Now, even using his invisibility would be useless. Ajahn relentlessly attacked him with punches and kicks, all the while cursing. When we were in the arena, I trusted you, yet. You once said you were different from people like Lai Dong-jae. You also said you wouldn't act stubbornly for personal gain, didn't you? But when I saw how you fought, I understood. After all, Lai Dong-jae, or even Baek Hyo-soo, you were responsible for everything that happened to them. Pointed ice shards shot out from her hands, piercing him until blood splattered, and the ground seemed to collapse under Ajahng's terrifying force. Seeing him lying prostrate, she demanded that he withdraw from this awakener competition, or she would expose his skills. What are you even? You couldn't even stop Lai Dong-jae's tyranny. Power, responsibility, qualifications? All you ultimately want to do is make me lose, isn't it? Then it would be better to use this survival test as an excuse, it'd be more acceptable. Stop acting so low. Tae Hein trembled as he stood up, a painful smirk on his lips as he spoke. If you've said that, then Ajahn has nothing left to say. With the fury of a woman, she brandished her hand, creating a scepter, swearing to end him with it. Because Tae Hein's stone skin had been broken hundreds of times, it had lost its original function. Even if he were to use invisibility now, it would quickly be nullified by wide-area attacks. The Emperor's heart had boosted his stats and was active, but it still wasn't enough to turn the tide. Gluttony was still sealed, and Tae Hein didn't have enough stamina to induce paralysis like in the fight against Lai Dong-jae. There was no other way for him to act now. Thinking quickly, Tae Hein rushed to confront Ajahn directly. An earthquake followed by a thick fog enveloped them, making it impossible for anyone to know the outcome. When the fog cleared, everyone's eyes widened as they witnessed Tae-Hein pinning Ajang down on a pile of rocks. She, too, was panicked and helpless, not understanding what he was doing to her. In that desperate moment, what Tae-Hein was aiming for was a kiss. No, it should be the paralysis technique. The success rate of using a skill at a closer range is much higher than when used from a farther distance. That's why he mixed paralysis into his blood to force Ajang to swallow it. And of course, considering an S-Rank Awakener's resistance, this was also like a gamble. Fortunately, she was indeed paralyzed. Tae-Hein finally succeeded. He joyfully wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. The first examination period just happened to end at this moment. After the first examination ended, all injured contestants were immediately attended to by the medical team. Although Ajang was paralyzed, she still completed the first round because her entry number wasn't stolen, and she didn't lose her combat ability. As for Tae-Hein, he only managed to steal 7 entry numbers, but defeating Sim Yun-bak and Ajang attracted the attention of many other contestants. Everyone behind him whispered, admiring him in awe. He was standing alone in thought when Yun-bak suddenly rushed towards him, shouting from somewhere. He was still wearing medical clothes, swearing to get revenge for the previous blow. Seeing a fight, everyone cheered excitedly, clamoring for Yun-bak to kill Tae-Hein. Distracted by the noise, Yun-bak furiously turned and fired an attack at the crowd to quiet them down. "Come on, Tae-Hein, let's fight a fair match. I'll teach you that I'm above you." While he was heatedly shouting, a wave of murderous aura suddenly enveloped them, and the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Yun-bak was hit by rocks and dirt, falling unconscious on the spot. Only Tae-Hein remained conscious. He discovered that the owner of that murderous aura was the S-Rank Awakener Park Sung-jin. He is one of the top awakeners of the Korean Awakener Association and will become an S-Rank Awakener in the future. Seeing that Tae-Hein was completely unfazed when facing him, Sung-jin spun his hand again, causing the ground beneath Tae-Hein's feet to collapse. He strained, sweating as he tried to resist, silently assessing his opponent's strength. This kid can still endure that much. Even veteran awakeners couldn't handle it, so. That guy was quite amused by Tae-Hein's resilience, and the force he unleashed kept increasing. Suddenly, nurses and doctors rushed in to intervene, forcing him to temporarily stop. Seeing everyone else passed out except for Tae-Hein, Sung-jin, amused, approached him and asked for his name. "Kim Tae-Hein, S-Rank, the one who just defeated Sim Yun-bak and Ajang? It's been a long time since such an interesting kid appeared." He smirked, thinking, then approached the boy again, promising they'd meet again soon. Tae-Hein stared blankly after his retreating back, with a slightly confused look in his eyes. A moment later, everyone was present, ready for the second round. Sung-jin requested everyone to go through the gate in front of them to classify the rank of where the monsters would appear. Everyone was terrified, sweating profusely out of fear. Every 5 people who pass through the gate will form a team. They will explore the dimensional space with a pre-designated supervisor. Your every action during the exploration will be evaluated. Essential items such as weapons and supplies will be fully provided by the association. And now, each person will step through the gate in order. Sung-jin announced that this second exam is for classification. Even amateur awakeners without experience won't have any trouble entering a D-rank dungeon. Unless this classification isn't a revelation. The first revelation world discovered was inside a D-rank dungeon, the second exam location for awakeners. Many people were killed, including the awakeners who discovered it, leading to the dungeon break not being contained. If I could prevent it beforehand, that would be great. No one believes my baseless words, and even if the truth is revealed, I'll still be the only one suspected. It's a shame, but I'll just focus on my own business. As long as I'm not in the first exploration team, I have plenty of ways to survive, he confidently thought. Who would have thought that in the end, Tae-Hein would be assigned to the team with Supervisor Ma Jo-hak, also known as the first person to discover the revelation in the double dungeon. Tae-Hein's pretty much screwed this life. Inside, there were countless fierce monsters, but the group quickly dealt with them, which earned Ma Joe-Hack's praise. Tae-Hein was still bitter about being assigned to the team that first discovered the dungeon. It seems everything is due to that thing Ma Joe-Hack is wearing, the item worn by the first person to discover the double dungeon, the Sage's Ring. There's only one, and it increases strength, stamina, speed, and magic by 10 times. The revelation in the double dungeon is definitely S-Rank. I won't survive if I get caught up in it. No matter what, I have to do everything to avoid discovering the revelation. Tae-Hein secretly calculated. In front of everyone, there were many branching paths. Just as Ma Joe-Hack was about to vote to choose a path, Tae-Hein, too fast and dangerous, rushed in one direction, leaving the others behind. No matter what, he would choose a different path when he regressed. Why would he let that guy choose and discover the revelation? He continued to trek through the forest and streams without stopping. But man proposes, God disposes. A shining revelation had long been waiting for Tae-Hein right in front of him. And now, the first person to discover the revelation was him. How ironic. I'm going crazy. I've been running around like that, so why did I end up back here? He thought in horror. Seeing the others curiously approaching the revelation, Tae-Hein shouted for everyone to step back. He wanted Ma Joe-Hack to report this outside, but the man's reckless blood made him want to try going inside instead. I know what you want to say, Tae-Hein, but I can feel that the magic power inside this gate isn't too dangerous. After all, this is only a D-rank dungeon, and I'm an A-rank awakener. The association prepared this gate as a special case. Exploring it also means our scores can be much better. Listening to him, Tae-Hein almost went crazy. Everything was deviating from his principles. Ma Joe-Hack then turned to criticize him for not following the team and only doing what he wanted, and the rest of the group also started to target him, leaving him stunned. Despite his earnest pleas, the man snapped his fingers, sending everyone into that revelation. Opening their eyes, they confusedly discovered that this place was a long, dilapidated D-rank double dungeon with old architecture. The others were nervously chattering in fear, but Ma Joe-Hack ordered everyone to be silent and look ahead. Only Tae-Hein understood what was happening. The A-rank magic beast and the death swordsman appeared simultaneously, leaving Ma Joe-Hack stunned. He turned around and urged everyone to quickly prepare for battle. It's too late, guys. They're relentlessly advancing, their countless deadly auras scattering everywhere. Ma Joe-Hack's attack power basically couldn't even sever a single hair from them. Intense firepower engulfed everywhere. Everyone tried to split up and coordinate their attacks, and fortunately, they managed to defeat them. They wore expressions of disbelief, panting heavily as they boldly challenged them to come again if they dared. They were just shouting playfully, but to their surprise, less than a minute later, another death swordsman actually appeared. Its aura looked far more dangerous and violent than before. They were all frozen speechless. Tae-Hein felt that something was very strange. Damn it, every time they killed a monster, more layers of monsters would swarm in. Plus, everyone was completely exhausted. If this continues, they'll all be killed, Ma Joe-Hack thought in fear and confusion. Tae-Hein, on the other hand, calmly walked forward, saying this place was too strange. Ma Joe-Hack was a bit surprised to see his calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. He had fought so much but showed no sign of fatigue. While this double dungeon was clearly extremely dangerous. If Tae-Hein's energy hadn't been boosted by the heart of the monarch's skill, he wouldn't have been able to hold out until now. Is he really just a C-rank awakened player? He silently evaluated him in his head. Although it's just my guess, those aren't ordinary death knights. I'll go check it now to make sure what kind of monsters we're up against. Having said that, Tae-Hein immediately turned and charged straight towards them with his blade, and the two sides clashed loudly. He powerfully dodged their fierce attacks, then plunged his blade straight into the leader who had been standing still like a statue until now. The illusion gradually vanished. This place was a trap that displayed illusory space and enemies, a strategy to wear down the strength of intruders. The others were terrified when they heard Tae-Hein say that, if mere illusions made them struggle so much, how much worse would reality be? To Ma Duhak's insistent questions about how he knew this place was an illusion, Tae Hein said he wasn't sure either. But one thing's for sure, the monsters here aren't really easy to defeat. Let's go quickly before we're all killed. He turned and walked away, ignoring Ma Duhak's dazed gaze. The illusion had vanished, but the situation wasn't any better. After the appearance of the double dungeon, the dungeon space had completely changed. The wounds from the battle with the illusionary monsters were becoming increasingly severe. They couldn't just sit and wait for a rescue team. Their last remaining hope was to find the dungeon's exit portal. After much effort, they found a closed door that looked somewhat dangerous, but what could be more dangerous than dying here? They might as well risk it all. The door opened, and before them were piles of Death Knights waiting, along with countless skulls scattered around. It was truly despair-inducing. Fire flared up, illuminating the entire room, which was the lair of all of them. Above, the Death Knight Lord, master of the Apocalypse Dungeon, was cackling, threatening to deal with all of Tae Hein's group. The knights, without needing to be told, raised their swords and menacingly pointed their blades towards them. It seemed they wanted to fight them one-on-one. A few people started screaming because they were exhausted and had no strength left. How could they solo these things? Everyone calm down. Our goal is to escape from here, so one-on-one combat is unnecessary. Tae Hein shouted. A few members of the group, out of sheer fear, tried to turn back towards the exit, but in an instant, the knights swung their swords and knocked them back, blood splattering through the air. Tae Hein's eyes widened in horror. He immediately told Supervisor Ma Du-hak to find a way to escape this place while he bought them time. Unexpectedly, not only did he not listen, but he pushed Tae Hein behind him and advanced forward with his own power, according to his own will. I've always wanted to become an S-Rank awakened, but no matter how much I wanted or trained, I could never reach that goal. That goal felt increasingly distant and unattainable for me. This is my chance. If I can just defeat this double dungeon boss, then I'll officially be recognized as an S-Rank awakened. The outcome, whatever it may be, must be decided here today. Having said that, Ma Du-hak charged straight ahead, sweating as he directly fought the boss. As he fought, he told Tae Hein to hurry and run before it was too late, saying he would hold things up here. Don't worry, I won't die easily here. This is the role of a supervisor like me. Ma Du-hak used all his might, his eyes bulging as he poured all his strength outwards. Tae Hein looked around in fear and bewilderment, feeling that everyone's injuries were too severe. While in a daze, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, forcing him to turn around. Before Tae Hein's eyes was the sight of Ma Du-hak lying flattened beneath their blades, looking utterly pathetic. His entire body was covered in blood, his back burning intensely from their killing intent, making Tae Hein unable to look for long. Everyone here had been dealt with by them, except for him. The boss pulled the bloodstained sword out of Ma Du-hak's body, then pointed it directly at him and said, "I challenge you." In this frighteningly silent atmosphere, Tae Hein broke out in a sweat, not daring to breathe heavily. Suddenly, he noticed Supervisor Ma Du-hak's ring on the ground. Just as the tip of the enemy's sword was about to strike down, Tae Hein managed to swing his arm and run. I need to wear it to increase my power, hoping to meet the conditions to reawaken my hunting skill. There's no other way right now, this isn't the time to think. Please activate Sage's ring, he pleaded with it while putting the ring on his hand. With a whoosh, a surge of energy erupted from within the ring, causing the knights to stumble. Its power caused them to fall dead from their injuries, and an explosive firepower erupted. Sage's ring has been activated. All stats have been increased by 10. Tae Hein's hunting skill was also activated. That power was immensely strong, erupting fiercely as if nothing could restrain it. Tae Hein dodged and controlled, as blood from the soldiers sprayed everywhere. The time to fully activate the hunting skill is approximately 10 seconds. I can trust that with the skills I've had until now, I can completely defeat them. With the experience I've accumulated from previous battles, I will be able to survive this head-on battle. Tae Hein, while praying, unleashed his full combat power to solo them. After a devastating battle, a sword energy flew down from above, narrowly missing him. Te Hein had dealt with all the minor soldiers, now it was time for him to confront the extremely dangerous final boss. While bewildered, countless blades rained down on Te Hein from above. He startled and desperately ran and dodged, blood covering his face, but the boss still wouldn't let go. It cast a spell to pull him closer, its killing intent flaring as if to strangle him on the spot. With a crash, after a cloud of thick black smoke billowed, Te Hein, covered in blood, lay at its feet. I want to ask you one last thing before I finish you. Where did your power come from? He asked while stepping on Te Hein's head, making him scream in pain. System, because Te Hein resisted some of the boss's pressure with a mysterious power, the oppressive force on him was slightly reduced. You truly are different from other ordinary awakened ones. But do you really think you can stop my oppressive power bearing down on you? I ask again, where did that power of yours come from? He pressed relentlessly, and the brain-piercing pain that surged through Te Hein made him dizzy. In his daze, the scene of those who had fallen for him suddenly appeared. Everything I have still isn't enough to defeat him. What should I do? Who is the true owner of the power that granted me the king's hunting skill? Why, when I gained this power, could I understand the monster's language? Is the power I gained a coincidence, or is there some arrangement that I'm still unaware of? Everything is still in the dark. Why? While in a state of confusion, a warm, deep voice echoed in his ear. Before Te Hein, a brilliant light appeared along with the voice of a man saying that it was all because of his will and perseverance. Those things make up the power within you. You don't need to think or change anything. You only need to hold on to the king's power that I have bestowed upon you. As soon as these words ended, Te Hein returned to the present world. That arrogant boss, seeing him not reply for a long time, assumed he was scared and immediately swung his hand, intending to finish him off. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, an indescribably powerful energy radiated from Te Hein's entire body, making even the boss gape in astonishment. The magic power within Te Hein grew stronger by the moment. The boss furiously charged forward, but unfortunately for him, Te Hein was now back and more formidable than ever. He blocked with one hand, and with the other, channeled power, flinging him tens of meters away. The boss couldn't believe a human like Te Hein could be this strong, and shrieked deafeningly. He didn't want to talk much and just gently rotated his hand once, and that infinite power instantly disintegrated the boss into dust and ashes. This power of Te Hein's was clearly no ordinary power, it was the power of the king. The battle ended along with Te Hein's new skill, Knight's Fighting Spirit. Outside, a large crowd of reporters and journalists were gathered at the dungeon's entrance, buzzing with discussions about the terrifying source of its power. Damn it, an S-rank magic source suddenly appeared in a D-rank dungeon. If this continues, everyone will die. Perhaps I'll have to go in and check it out myself. Sung Jin thought, sweating. At this moment, the dungeon suddenly opened. Te Hein, covered in blood, emerged from inside like a god before terrified eyes. I almost didn't make it back, he said with a wry smile. Thanks to Te Hein's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved, and all the trainees escaped danger safely. The results of the second selection test will be determined based on scores before evacuation. The bodies of the victims have been found and returned to their families. The higher-ups also decided not to disclose the identity of the person who cleared the double dungeon, fearing that Te Hein would become a target for the media and other hunters. Sung Jin and Tae Guk understood that the chairman did so with good intentions. What do you two think? What level has Te Hein reached? The chairman asked with a light smile. Sung Jin felt that if he could clear an S-rank dungeon by himself, his skills and power must be at least that of an S-rank player. But Tae Guk felt that Te Hein's true rank was much lower, making it very difficult to assess his power. So that means it's highly likely he'll reach the national power level, the chairman said. Te Hein was currently having a very strange dream. He saw himself lost in a place filled with monsters, a dark abyss. In the distance, the king's shadow was extending his hand to eradicate the beasts, making the world beautiful again. After leaving the phrase, I will wait at the very bottom of the abyss, he gradually disappeared in a stream of light, leaving Te Hein bewildered. Startled awake from the dream, his entire body was drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid and heavy. Was it a dream? No, it felt more real than a dream. What exactly did he mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters are wary of. And understanding what the monsters were saying, too many questions are appearing in my head. I guess there's no other way but to become stronger and enter the abyss. Tae-hein mused to himself. He had now reached B rank, and with these stats, he was almost comparable to an S-rank player. Monarch's authority, that was definitely the powerful skill that had suppressed me back then. At this rate of growth, I'll soon reach the national power level. He confidently thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door, and the familiar tone of voice made Tae-hein slightly sweat. The door opened, and it was none other than Aeong. She quickly pulled him into the car and drove to the required destination. Although she claimed she wanted to visit him, in reality, she came to tell him about the third awakened selection test. The third test is a survival test like the first, but unlike the first test, everyone outside can watch from the stands. At that time, his skills would be discovered, and all the guilds would become desperate for the low-level awakened who could even defeat an S rank. Therefore, I will make you an offer you can't refuse beforehand. Money or fame, I'll give you everything you want. Join the Night Walkers. The atmosphere at this moment was tense as a bowstring, but it was quickly broken by Tae-hoo's two words, I don't want to. Faced with Aeong's bewildered expression, Tae-hoo got out of the car and walked straight away, despite her persistent promises to give him everything he wanted. Don't misunderstand me. There's no special reason at all. Other associations or conditions, is the Night Walkers any different? I just don't like it, so I won't agree. I'm done, so I'm leaving. Tae-hoo smirked, then turned his back and continued walking. Unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, he was grabbed from behind by Aeong, who covered his mouth, her eyes glaring fiercely as she asked, Who exactly are you? Now a young awakened one is refusing the 4 guilds? Is there really no reason? It's truly unbelievable. But I'll forgive you. On the contrary, I'm very satisfied with you. While taunting Tae-hoo, Aeong, who was seething with fury, suddenly froze when she heard him mention the girl Aejong, her younger sister. I know very well, even the name that was stolen. Tae-hoo gave a half-smile as he threatened, making Aeong tremble, and a surge of dark energy immediately flared up and moved towards him. Although Aeong's real name was Lim Aejong, Lim Trang-jong, representing the Dubdung group, initially raised her to be the family heir. But after that daughter was born, the name Lim Aejong was stolen, and from then on, Aeong became an outsider, later changing her name and becoming an awakened one. Very few people know this truth. Aeong, now furious at Tae-hoo for hitting a nerve, squeezed his neck with eyes full of hatred and rage. But he quickly resisted with his mysterious power, the overwhelming pressure forcing Aeong to take shaky steps back, unable to bear it. Tae-hoo used a cabinet pose to lean close to Aeong and said, Don't cross the line, Sister Aejong. The third test for awakened ones took place in a place resembling an ancient Roman arena. It was conducted publicly, unlike the previous 2 tests. So, a large crowd had gathered early to watch the match live. Aeong also disguised herself as an ordinary person, blending into the crowd to watch the fight. Tae-hoo's aunt and uncle, also Jong's parents, were a little worried about him. As for Jong, who was both his cousin and the president of Tae-hoo's fan club, she was confident that he would sweep away everyone in a single blow. Reporter Kim was also present, telling herself that she absolutely had to write a proper article. Her previous interview was ultimately cancelled because Tae-hoo was only a low-ranking awakened one. If she couldn't find someone to interview this time, she'd be fired. While sniffling, reporter Kim suddenly felt that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. From high-level awakened ones, veterans, or promising awakened ones in this test, all were staring intently at one person, Tae-hoo. Could it be that they all aimed to defeat him? How strong must the opponent be? She briefly wondered. The official test began, and all the contestants directed hateful gazes at Tae-hoo, who now carried an unprecedentedly calm and cool demeanor. The battle was incredibly fierce, with each powerful blow being visually striking. Everyone aimed at Tae-hoo, wanting to eliminate him first. But unexpectedly, Tae-hoo, single-handedly, fought against all of them, overwhelming the entire crowd with his fierce aura in an instant. They were thrown around like rags, sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, clusters of tree roots emerged from the ground, wrapping around his entire body. This move came from the squinty-eyed, green-skinned guy, who was now laughing mockingly and challenging him. "Oh, you want a challenge? Your daddy Tae-hoo will take care of all of you." He quickly broke free from the roots, kicking the guy squarely in the face, making him fall flat. With a calm and collected demeanor, Tae-hoo continued to face each opponent as they rushed him, sweeping them all away with the fighting spirit of a knight. His blazing, fiery aura made the audience below feel nauseous. Aeong felt he was incredibly insane, beyond words. After the intensely smoky battle, Tae-hoo breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, among them, one girl still remained undefeated, and that was Lim A-jong. Hearing Tae-hoo mention their previous kiss, she blushed profusely in embarrassment, and her anger, bringing with it an ice prison, loudly erupted. A-jong pointed her staff towards Tae-hoo, angrily stating that this time, she wouldn't let that happen again. A moment later, the result was exactly as Tae-hoo had predicted. She was defeated at his feet again. The result was still the same, but she truly is a tough opponent, Lim A-jong. The third round of the exam ended perfectly like that, and the victory, of course, belonged to him. The chairman personally called him to the reward room, congratulating Tae-hoo on becoming an S-Rank Awakener. "Honestly, I never thought the third round of the exam would end so simply. It's true that it's not by chance that you were able to conquer the Apocalypse Double Dungeon before." He had words of praise for Tae-hoo. "Tae-hoo, after this exam, do you plan to join the Korean Awakener Association? What do you think about joining our Awakener organization?" These words from him astonished Tae-hoo greatly. Too many things had changed. "Even though I've had many achievements in this Awakener Association's exam, truthfully, I'm not strong enough to become a high-level player yet. But they've invited me to join the association as an official member. To be honest, if I join the organization, I'll have many opportunities for development and receive a lot of help from the association. However, there's also the fact that joining the association would impose many restrictions on my activities." So, in the end, Tae-hoo declined the chairman's invitation. He slammed the table in surprise, not expecting to be rejected so directly by him. Actually, the reason is quite simple. Instead of joining an association or organization, even with help from backing organizations, my actions would be greatly restricted. Therefore, I think I should operate as a solo player instead, Tae-hoo replied while sipping his tea. Suddenly, after hearing him speak, the chairman burst out laughing as if enlightened, feeling that he was very confident. "Then I have a proposal. Instead of joining the association, could you be a participant in the Top Asian Awakener Tournament?" he said. At the Asian-friendly tournament, Tae-hoo once again dominated the virtual world. Each country has 5 representatives chosen from associations or guilds in Asia, competing by hunting demons and monsters. But to be chosen as a national representative, as a player, one must hunt a certain number of monsters and contribute to the country, requiring what is called merit value. That's easy to say. I've only just become a player. If I want to catch up to the merit value accumulated by others over many years, I'd have to hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, dungeons will be announced in Korea within another month. Even if I clear all of them, it still won't be enough merit value. I also can't level up quickly. Indeed, even if it's dangerous, there's no other way but to go into that place." Tae-hoo strode straight into the dungeon before him. At a certain castle, the chairman of Tezen Group was venting his anger on his servants because his Tezen successor was in the hospital. And the person who caused it was running around freely. Just then, a guest from the malicious association arrived to see him. Already furious and now having to receive guests, he cursed angrily. Suddenly, a faint demonic aura permeated the entire room. Sa-do, the vice leader of the malicious association, entered, his eyes full of malice, telling him to calm down. Tae-hoo, stepping out of the dungeon at this moment, saw someone waiting for him at the door. I will guide player Tae-hoo to the auction house, Alchemist's A-rank player. I'm Park Gong-wong, it's an honor to meet you. He stammered, trembling like a scratched record, and even said he was Tae-hoo's fan, leaving Tae-hoo speechless. This is iPoint, Asia's largest auction house. It boasts the largest scale in Asia and the most valuable auction items, and it even offers on-site translation. iPoint has many advantages, but its best feature is undoubtedly its security. When association members participate in auctions, it is our responsibility, like mine, to escort them to the auction house. Because a point frequently changes, you can't come here without permission. Perhaps that's why there haven't been any security issues for many decades. Gong-wang chatted endlessly to Tae-hoo, saying that this place is indeed considered the most secure. However, today this place will suffer an attack from an S-rank demon, he thought to himself. At this moment, at the auction, the MC was introducing the item Phoenix Potion. Tae-hoo was still waiting for the S-rank demon's attack to gain merit. The only problem was there was too little information. The news reported before the regression only mentioned the severe damage to iPoint. The culprit of the attack was an S-rank demon, Narendra Nehru. Who finally suppressed it? Tae-hoo pondered, then called Gong-wang and asked him who was responsible for overall security today. Before he could even speak, the S-rank player from Japan, Ryohei Isaka, suddenly rushed towards Tae-hoo with his forces. He was also the one in charge of overall security here. But you must be careful. He can kill his own teammates for personal gain. Among players, he is known as the demon. Gong-wang whispered into Tae-hoo's ear. Isaka extended his hand to greet him, but as soon as Tae-hoo gripped his left hand, an electric shock ran through his body. Seeing this, he burst into a triumphant laugh, infuriating Tae-hoo. Everyone around them also struggled to breathe and felt exhausted from the electric current. Damn it, if I confront him here, it will involve ordinary people, Tae-hoo thought, sweating. Isaka suddenly released his hand, then embraced him, whispering in his ear, you know, not all S-ranks are on the same level. I don't know what you're doing here, but stop doing meaningless things and obediently scram, punk. After speaking, Isaka turned and walked away, satisfied, leaving Tae-hoo with a lump of anger stuck in his throat. Two groups of awakened individuals accidentally confronted each other at the intersection gate between the teleportation gate management office. The bald man's group looked quite battle-hungry, brandishing knives and drawing swords, eager to deal with the opposing group. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, the S-rank awakened Narendra Nehru, whose identity was unknown, was using his necromancy to control his fierce monster. Corpses lay strewn at his feet, and the foul stench of death filled the air. Sir, the current situation is a bit complicated. An unexpected individual has appeared at the auction house. The newly emergent S-rank Korean player Tae-hoo is present at the auction house, which we did not anticipate. So what will be our next move? His henchman ran up from afar, asking frantically. Nehru remained extremely confident, feeling that Tae-hoo was nothing but a fly. If Tae-hoo met him, he'd have to call him on a landline. No one can escape the punishment of the gods, Nehru threatened. At a high-rise building by the sea, a terrifying explosion occurred, causing severe casualties to everyone at the conference. Gong-wang screamed in fear, saying the situation was extremely complicated and they needed to quickly move away from the auction house to a safe place. I truly didn't expect the attack to happen so quickly. All the explosions occurred everywhere in the auction house, but this seems to be just a terrorist attack. As for the S-class demon, the main culprit and my target, it still hasn't appeared, but right now, the most important thing is what I need. Tae witnessed the fierce explosion in front of him, feeling bewildered and worried. Around him were countless shouts, creating a chaotic scene. Gunshots from the terrorists mixed with the dense smoke and dust. They loudly commanded, everyone stand still, drop all your valuables on the ground right now. Any bastard who resists will only die. But before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his neck, drenched in blood from a slash coming from T's position. Young Master Park Gong-wong, the situation here is quite dangerous. Please quickly report to the Awakened Association so they can send aid immediately. As for me, I will personally handle this here, he said proudly, the killing intent from the blood slaughter blade in his hand surged violently. On this side, the violent awakened ones were using force to suppress and seize the auctioned items for themselves. A fierce, bloody battle ensued again. After eliminating all the security guards, they successfully reached the unique Blood Phoenix treasure. This is the item Mr. Nero wanted to acquire at this auction house. Its effects are truly terrifying. For high-level awakened ones, whose strength is almost impossible to increase, now just by using this, they can raise their power to a new level. Now I just need to return and hand over this item. The leaders secretly rejoiced. But their calculations were no match for fate. A sudden deafening explosion erupted, sending all of them flying dozens of meters away. Some mysterious person ambushed them, and also possessed stealth skills, leaving them no time to react. They were all struck down by that violent source of killing intent, falling like ripe plums. The cunning leader used an optical chain to restrain Tay, secretly rejoicing, thinking he had dealt with him. But you're too naive, little one. With a swing of his hand, he shattered the chains, his eyes filled with malevolence as he chuckled, looking at them. At the management office, by the auction house's teleportation gate, everyone was currently being controlled by monsters, their hands and feet tightly bound. The mastermind Nero was very satisfied because everything went more smoothly than he expected. The summoning of that entity would proceed without a hitch. Now I just need to get the Blood Phoenix, and then I'll be. Before he could finish speaking, a subordinate rushed in, stating that Daiki's group had found the Blood Phoenix but was currently facing some issues. From the buzzing line on the other end, T's powerful voice spoke, introducing himself as the one who had taken the Blood Phoenix from Daiki's group. If you want it back, come and meet me now. I'll be waiting for you here, you stinking S-class bastard. Nero was furious upon hearing that. His eyes filled with demonic intent, vowing to deal with Tay. At the auction house, dead bodies lay scattered. Kim Tay gulped down the Blood Phoenix potion. Looking at the Blood Phoenix potion in his hand, Kim Tay felt invigorated. All right, physical strength has increased by a certain amount, magic has increased by a certain amount. Looking at the finished product emitting light, the Blood Phoenix truly is different. Its effects are truly unparalleled. Before, in the dungeon, after I wore the Sage's ring, the stats didn't increase this much. Kim Tay smiled with a satisfied expression. Now that I've drunk all of this Blood Phoenix potion, that bastard won't have anything to steal here. Someone's footsteps are approaching. Rio, with an expressionless face, and his subordinates arrived. Seeing the scene full of scattered corpses, one person stepped forward to check. No one survived? Another, sweating, said, there was a call to the security team's hotline here earlier. Now that we're down here, why is everything like this? The culprit has escaped. A cunning laugh echoed. What are you talking about? Aren't you paying attention at all? All the subordinates exclaimed, what? A cunning and sinister expression appeared on his face, along with an evil smile. He softly said, the culprit responsible for all of this is right in front of us. His voice echoed in the dark basement, hey, I know you're here. Show yourself, Kim Tay. A pair of legs with a purple light appeared. Nice. Kim Tay appeared, enveloped in purple light. I clearly used my stealth skill, so how did you still find me? The two stood facing each other. Rio said arrogantly, stop beating around the bush. What's a newly promoted S-rank like you doing lurking around here? You're the one who caused all this, aren't you? Tay replied with an attitude, what are you talking about? You're the head of security at this Dawn auction house. Why are you asking me? Terrorists attacked this place and assaulted the auction participants, killing them. Where were you during all that? Rio smirked slyly. Of course, I have my reasons. You don't need to understand them. T's eyes stared at him. I see, no wonder I found it quite strange. With so many high-level security personnel here, Tay put his hand into his pocket and took something out. Every corner was guarded, and even before the terrorists attacked, many bombs had exploded all over this auction house. My deduction is that, of course, someone had to be here to place all those bombs in their positions. That's exactly right. Just as the terrorists attacked, the bombs exploded. A glowing sword hilt slowly appeared from T's pocket. What a perfect coincidence, you're quite capable. Worthy of being a veteran S-Rank. A spy helping them, and the head of security at that, truly no one would have suspected. Rio lowered his head, a sinister laugh escaping him. He opened his mouth, his whole body emitting a golden light. You seem smart, but you also have your dumb moments. Didn't I tell you before to be smart and not bother me? With that, he vanished, leaving only streaks of golden light. Kim Tae held his sword, his face defensive. He suddenly appeared, sword in hand, but Tae was prepared and parried his attack. Give me the item you took right now. His face turned malicious. Tae smirked, parrying the blow. Interesting. If you're so good, defeat me and take it back. The two fought fiercely, with dazzling golden lights. Then, only two white figures were seen, along with even more intense red sparks. Small stones fell. The box was split in half. The subordinates shouted, "Not good, let's retreat quickly. Two S-Ranks are fighting, there's no way we can interfere." Furthermore, everyone knows of Sir Rio's notorious reputation. If we stay here, we might lose our lives just like that. Even comrades who fought alongside him were killed by him. Tae used his skills to attack. Tae felt a little doubtful in his heart. This guy's fighting style is a bit different from what I know. His attack and counterattack methods seem quite unique. I rely on instinct in the situation to make my moves. But he relies on predictions and the sound of movement to adapt. This guy is no pushover. He can detect my movements and deduce the appropriate move. A yellow flash streaked past. Tae was caught off guard, unable to defend. Rio unexpectedly unleashed a blow that sent Tae flying. He was injured in the arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought, even though we're both S-Ranks with similar movement skills and actual combat, there are indeed many differences in our skill levels. But no matter what, Tae suddenly jumped up. The subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, up there." Tae's hand reached out like a demon from hell, no need to use hunting at this moment. The subordinates were pulled up with miserable screams. The hand like a demon from hell. The hands controlling the subordinates. And killed them amid their miserable cries. With unexpected power. Tae asked, "Demon Sword Isaka Rio, where is he?" A sinister laugh appeared again. "You're a kid with good combat skills. Though you hide quite well, in a large area with so many obstacles like this, I can still recognize you by sound. Rio is on the ceiling above. Now you've revealed yourself before me. To return the favor for what you did earlier. Then try to block this heart-piercing demon sword strike from above, aimed straight at your head." Rio, with blood-red eyes and a sword in hand. Tae defended with difficulty. Two masked figures were guarding on the floor below. They immediately fled when they saw Rio punch Tae through the floor they were guarding. A beam of light pierced through several basement levels. Debris scattered everywhere. Rio stepped on his chest, pointing the sword at Tae's chest. Suddenly, he panicked. "What? What? How can you lock my demon sword?" The man with a smirk, light chains appeared in his hands to lock Rio's sword. He smirked. "Indeed, even if you're S-Rank, there's a difference in skill level between us, you fool." Rio, with an incredulous look, "You bastard." Earlier, downstairs, after attacking those outside and revealing himself, he didn't do it to escape, but deliberately revealed himself. To bait me into attacking him. At that time, he had already prepared this light chain skill. After I attacked, he locked all my movements, so I couldn't escape. Tae swung a punch with the light chains on his hand. "Now, where will you run?" The light chains attacked straight towards Rio. "You bastard, how could you do that to me?" He shrieked in disbelief. The light chain punch flew forward, hitting Rio directly in the face, distorting his face, blood spewing from his mouth. The floors were pierced, forming a large, dark hole that looked truly terrifying. In the ruined auction house, Isaka Ryo and his subordinates, bound by light chains, knelt shamefully before Kim-tae, heads bowed. The subordinates were tightly bound by glowing light chains, their faces devoid of strength. They were angry, disbelieving, unwilling to give up, struggling to break free from the tight chains, but to no avail. Isaka Ryo knelt there, bound by light chains. He was not submissive, and on his face rose a fierce, resentful expression. Ryo let out a cold grunt, teeth clenched in hatred. Standing before them was Kim-tae, smiling triumphantly. Ryo, kneeling on the ground, roared with hatred, "You bastard!" Kim-tae stood there, looking straight at him, with a contemptuous smile. "I didn't think you, an S-rank player with a ranking in Japan, would become an accomplice to those thieves." Ryo, humiliated in such a way, couldn't bear it, his face became fierce. He lunged up, roaring, "You bastard! It's because of you that my plan failed." A foot landed directly on Ryo's face. The kick to the face made him scream in pain, mouth agape. After the powerful kick, Ryo flew far away, in agony. Kim-tae's voice rang out, "You're talking too much. Accept your defeat." Kim-tae was stunned, looking at his loyal subordinates who were worried about Isaka Ryo. His subordinates looked in the direction he had flown, full of panic and fear. They looked towards Isaka Ryo, shouting anxiously, "Sir Isaka Ryo, are you all right?" Tae glared at them, questioning, "If you know what's good for you, tell me where that bastard Narendra Nehru, the leader, is." Isaka Ryo took a painful blow and lay slumped on the shattered tiles, his eyes closed. Kim-tae's voice echoed in his ears. "If you speak, your crime will be mitigated, otherwise, it's fine too. The guilds have already been alerted, and they'll arrive at this auction house soon. Of course, when the major awakened guilds get here, you, just like that bastard leader Narendra Nehru, will also die." Lying in the rubble, Isaka Ryo opened his mouth and smirked mockingly. "You said they'd come to help? You're too naive, truly a rookie." Kim-tae's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Isaka Ryo. "What did you say?" Footsteps hurried down the corridor. The base's door opened. Everyone working stopped and looked towards the recently opened door with astonished expressions. The plump man, with round glasses and long, graying beard and hair, rushed into the office where an electronic screen was flashing. His face was covered in sweat, and he shouted in a breathless, panicked voice from running so fast, "Support teams, why haven't we seen any support teams arrive at the Dawn Auction House yet?" This man was the guild master of the S-rank Fake Gold Guild, Co Sang-X, fourth in the guild hierarchy. Co Sang-X looked at the two men in front of him, one young, one old, analyzing the current situation. "Do you know that there are many rare auction items at the auction house? And many VIP customers from Korea and other countries are also attending. If the awakened guilds don't come to support quickly, the auction house won't be able to withstand these robbers." The older man, with an eye patch over one eye, a goatee, and neatly gelled hair, calmly reassured him, "Please calm down for a moment. We already know those things. When the terrorist attack happened, the alert spread to all the guilds, and they've prepared reinforcement forces. The leader of the responding guilds is player Park Sung-jin, accompanied by powerful S-rank awakened individuals." In his mind, he envisioned the powerful reinforcement forces and their leader, Park Sung-jin. Co Sang-X was startled, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead in surprise. "Then why haven't they departed yet to reinforce the auction house? If there are any problems, contact us and we'll support them with all our might." "That's not the problem. Whatever else may be, the most important problem that has been encountered still cannot be resolved. That is, there's no way to get to the auction house." His hand slammed onto the table, his eyes filled with anger. Co Sang-X became even more frantic, and the sweat on his forehead increased. "What did you say?" The man with his long hair neatly tied up answered him. "Those bastards, they prepared for this situation. When they attacked the auction house, they immediately headed to the portal management room. Now they've taken control of all the portals, so all those portals have been locked down. This time, CO Sang X couldn't believe it. The portals have been locked down? That's right, but you don't need to worry too much. He replied calmly, as if it were obvious. Luckily, there are two S-rank players at the auction house, Isaka Ryohei and Kim Tae-hyun. The image of Isaka Ryohei appeared in his mind, full of malice, with his sword emitting a dazzling light, and the newly promoted S-rank player Kim Tae-hyun, who already possessed high power. As for the robbers, there's only one boss, Narendra Nehru, also S-rank. Kim Tae-hyun appeared with amber eyes, a smirk, and surrounded by a red glow. He was extremely confident, certain that the rest is for us to wait until they create a new portal connected to the auction house. But I think by then, the two S-rank players there will be able to hold the situation and buy us time. What needs to be done now is to wait for the technical fix for the portals. However, the opponent of those two players, that bastard Narendra Nehru, he's not ordinary. Along with that voice, a pair of black high heels slowly stepped into the room. Everyone looked in a panic towards the speaker who appeared at the door. Player IUAI Young, why are you here? The girl with short, stylish hair, a cold face, and wearing a black suit appeared before everyone. Scene shifts to the Dawn auction house, where Isaka Ryohei and his subordinates are tightly bound by chains of light, with Isaka Ryohei kneeling before Kim Tae-hyun. Isaka Ryohei looked up, a mocking smirk on his lips. There's something you haven't considered. Narendra Nehru isn't simple. With his demon contract skill, you'll die quickly. Kim Tae-hyun asked back in confusion, demon contract skill? Isaka Ryohei still had a mocking expression. He replied smugly, exactly as the name implies, he can connect with and summon demons from the demon realm here. Depending on the number of sacrificed items, he can summon demons of different levels. So you think you can defeat him? With such a high-level support skill, Isaka Ryohei envisioned terrifying and powerful demons appearing in his mind. Kim Tae-hyun was a bit surprised and incredulous, asking again, you mean he'll sacrifice items to the demon realm? Isaka Ryohei smiled sinisterly with a dark expression, that's right. What the demon realm desires most is, of course, souls, and the sacrifice you're wondering about is humans. Scene shifts to the guild's office. IUAI Young was the one who said that. Everyone seemed frozen upon hearing what IUAI Young had just said, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even the man with the goatee, what? What did you say? The other two also quickly asked again, so the number of hostages and low-level players at the auction house is too high. These are the souls he can sacrifice to the demon realm to summon a high-level demon. Furthermore, he's also an S-rank player, and his subordinates include many powerful high-level awakened mercenaries. CO Sang X was no longer calm at this moment. He yelled in panic. This is bad. This time he'll capture all the hostages there and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. We never thought of this. IUAI Young's emerald eyes grew darker as she said, that's right. It seems there will be a catastrophe of annihilation at the Dawn auction house. The scene shifts to the auction house. Tae-hyun grabbed Isaka Ryohei from the ground, raising his fist towards Isaka Ryohei. Tae-hyun's face clearly showed anger and indignation. You scoundrel! How could you do such a thing? You treat humans as sacrifices? Isaka Ryohei laughed louder, his smile becoming sinister. Even though you've defeated me, Kim Tae-hyun. But you won't be able to stop Narendra Nehru's plan. The outcome is already decided, just surrender. Now, if you were to tie me up and beg for mercy, I might even take you as a subordinate under my command. Kim Tae-hyun's face became even more displeased at this. Isaka Ryohei laughed louder, otherwise, if you choose to fight against Narendra Nehru, you'll only bring about your soul's destruction, being sacrificed to the demon realm. His laughter echoed. Kim Tae-hyun slammed him against the wall, raising his fist high. The blazing red sun surrounded the Dawn auction house, and waves crashed against the shore, turning white. Thousands of hostages knelt below, while above, terrifying demonic creatures stared at them. From high above, a figure looked down at the hostages. A subordinate reported to the man with dark, bloodshot eyes and a long beard standing there, Sir Narendra Nehru, it seems Isaka Ryohei has failed. The masked subordinate continued to report, we sent people to search but haven't found any trace of him, and the Blood Phoenix also went missing with him. What should we do now, sir? Narendra smiled nonchalantly, let him be. It seems there's a capable S-rank player here, but that rat can't do anything to us. They'll still have to wait for reinforcements from the guilds. But the gates are already closed. His hand reached out, and black streams of light appeared. The hostages kneeling below were controlled by the black light streams, lifted high into the air. The remaining people, seeing this, screamed in desperate panic. Under control, the girl's neck seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand. Narendra Nehru manipulated the black light streams to torment the hostages. The controlled hostages could only wail in pain. As for that rat, if he doesn't show up, we'll just proceed with the plan, Narendra Nehru said while controlling the hostages. More and more black light streams enveloped them. Now then. The demon realm will acquire some high-grade souls. Narendra Nehru now looked like a true demon. Dark eyes with a reddish glint, a sinister, devilish smile, radiating dark black light streams. Looking down at him from above, his dark killing intent grew more intense. Huh? The power's out. The hostages in the darkness became even more frightened, panicked, and uneasy. The demon-masked guards grew vigilant. What the hell? Why did the power go out now? We already planted bombs to destroy the power plant, didn't we? It's so dark, how can we see anything? And we need power for the machines to operate. Narendra Nehru's gloomy face, with dark, eerie demonic eyes, appeared. And where did the sacrifices go? What's going on? Narendra Nehru was dismayed to see only black light streams before him, the hostages having vanished. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun appeared behind him, striking Narendra Nehru with the light chains in his hand, catching him by surprise. The punch with the light chains went straight towards Narendra Nehru. Narendra Nehru, with his demonic eyes, watched the approaching light chains. Kim Tae-hyun's hand powerfully controlled the light chains to attack Narendra Nehru directly. Narendra Nehru was no ordinary foe, he managed to dodge Kim Tae-hyun's attacks. Kim Tae-hyun moved closer to Narendra Nehru, launching a powerful attack with a punch and light chains, preparing to bind Narendra Nehru tightly. He retreated backward to avoid Kim Tae-hyun's attacks. Narendra Nehru growled in anger, his face becoming more ferocious from being attacked like that. Kim Tae-hyun smiled with satisfaction, seeing Narendra Nehru's expression. Kim Tae-hyun's entire body emitted more light. Got you now. Suddenly, a sound came from behind Narendra Nehru, something was growing out from behind him. A tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and incredibly sharp teeth appeared. Its mouth could also spew fire, a fiercely burning orange flame. Seeing this sight, Kim Tae-hyun's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, utterly astonished and confused about what was happening. Unbelievable, it wasn't just one, but many tentacles growing out from behind Narendra Nehru, their sharp eyes wide open, revealing fangs. To create giant fireballs, destroying Kim Tae-hyun's light chains that were encircling Narendra Nehru. A loud explosion rang out, and only an explosion of swirling black smoke and blazing fire could be seen, with debris scattering everywhere. Kim Tae-hyun had dodged the explosion and knelt, looking towards the spot where the explosion had just occurred. In the fiercely burning flames, he saw a dark, indistinct figure with tentacles moving behind it, staring back at him. Is there another monster behind him? How can he be so strong? He still stood there motionless amidst such fierce flames, but he was completely unaffected, as if he and the fire had become one. Are you Kim Tae-hyun, the S-Rank Awakener? Have you come here to save us? Voices echoed from behind. Only then did Kim Tae-hyun turn around. They, the hostages captured by Narendra Nehru, were there, looking at Kim Tae-hyun like a savior. Just waiting for this, they rushed frantically towards Kim Tae-hyun, hoping to be saved, shouting, "Untie us! Hurry, or those bandits will be back in here. If you save us, the money we have." Before they could finish their sentence, Kim Tae-hyun waved his hand, sending them flying with his light chains into a luminous circle, saying, "Too much talk is distracting." Suddenly airborne, they screamed in terror. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly felt something moving towards him. He glanced upwards. Demonic creatures, eerie with sharp claws and glowing red eyes, were rapidly descending from above towards Kim Tae-hyun, who stood below. When those terrifying demonic creatures landed, the spot where Kim Tae-hyun had just stood, which they surrounded, erupted in a fierce, soaring beam of light, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. The demonic creatures still didn't understand what was happening. They stared into the void where debris still flew, searching for Kim Tae-hyun, wondering where he was hiding, their red eyes glowing. While they were searching, before they could see clearly, interwoven streaks of light flashed before their eyes. Those interwoven streaks of light were the slashes from the sharp blade Kim Tae-hyun held in his hand, attacking the demonic creatures. Kim Tae-hyun soared into the air, his sharp blade in hand and powerful light chains. The monsters below were sliced into many scattered pieces by Kim Tae-hyun's sharp blade. That hand, that veiny hand, reappeared. In the air, Kim Tae-hyun was like a fiend, with a horrifying skull-like face above, looking at the bodies of the demonic creatures that had been reduced to fragments. Seeing another demonic creature on the upper floor go berserk, bearing its sharp fangs, its glowing red eyes becoming even more terrifying, they growled angry sounds. A hairy demonic creature with 2 pairs of glowing eyes shrieked a sound from hell. The sound it emitted grew louder and more ominous, just like its eyes. To their surprise, the demonic creatures that Kim Tae-hyun had just sliced into fragments suddenly revived, becoming even more aggressive, and lunged at Kim Tae-hyun once more. Kim Tae-hyun, at this moment, had not expected the situation to change like this. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" With a bang, an explosion occurred. Kim Tae-hyun was nowhere to be seen, and only a thick cloud of black smoke rose from where he had stood. Narendra Neru's group standing above and the demonic creatures that had just attacked Kim Tae-hyun standing below, all stared at the thick black smoke in front of them. At this moment, Narendra Neru, from above, finally spoke, "What's wrong? Don't be complacent and think you've defeated me, right? You must know about my demon contract skill, don't you? This skill summons based on a sacrifice. Of course, I can't summon weak demonic monsters." Narendra Neru was smug about his demon contract skill. He thought it was the strongest skill, one that no one could resist. This was evident in his satisfied face and smile. "All those monsters are equivalent to S-class, and with my skill's assistance, These monsters, empowered by Narendra Neru, became even more aggressive, lunging rapidly at Kim Tae-hyun, who was struggling to fend them off. With my magic power divided among them, they've evolved to a much higher level of strength." The monsters attacked Kim Tae-hyun even more frantically. He was quite exhausted resisting them, these evolved monsters. Narendra Neru continuously empowered the monsters to quickly attack Kim Tae-hyun, making them stronger and faster. Kim Tae-hyun could no longer resist and was struck hard against the tiled floor, cracking a large section. "You defeated that scoundrel Ryo-hei, so I'll give you credit for that," Narendra Neru said as he watched Kim Tae-hyun, after being hit, slowly fall, spitting out fresh blood. "But meeting me, you're still bound to fail." Narendra Neru wore a triumphant expression, having seemingly defeated Kim Tae-hyun, an S-class awakener. Another loud explosion echoed, accompanied by black smoke and debris flying everywhere. The hostages, looking towards the sound of the explosion, only saw monsters charging into the rising black smoke. "This isn't good, he's been defeated." The tied hostages cried out in unison, panicked, believing Kim Tae-hyun had been beaten. One of them yelled, unwilling to give up, "I told him to save us first, but he wouldn't listen. Now we're facing the consequences. If he had saved us, at least there would be someone to help fight those monsters." "You're wrong about that." The voice of a middle-aged man, also tied up, rang out, surprising everyone who looked up at him. He said to the tied group, "Look. Thanks to him, those monsters haven't done anything to us. He's drawn all their attention." It was then that everyone realized. All the monsters and masked figures were no longer interested in them, but solely focused on attacking Kim Tae-hyun. He's at a disadvantage, but he's not running away. Perhaps he's doing this to buy time for other guilds to come and rescue us. Kim Tae-hyun, with the knife in his hand, fought persistently against the monsters surrounding him with his remaining strength. The tied hostages, after hearing the man's analysis, looked at him with disbelief at Kim Tae-hyun's actions. The middle-aged man continued in a resolute voice, "The hostages captured by that old man for sacrifice. He's already freed all of them." He recalled the image of the hostages hanging high on chains, about to be sacrificed. At this moment, he couldn't control himself anymore. His entire body trembled, and hot tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He choked out, so his initial intention was to proactively attack and attract the monsters. The images of the hostages hanging precariously, about to be sacrificed, reappeared. So that we could be safe? Kim Tae-hyun's body was now crisscrossed with wounds, drenched in blood, but he still struggled to hold the knife in his hand and fight. The tied hostages felt truly ashamed of their selfishness, their narrow-mindedness, only thinking of themselves. They cried out, "I didn't understand that. Hang in there, Kim Tae-hyun. We believe in you, you can win." To give Kim Tae-hyun more strength, they could only shout encouragement to him like that. Light chains reappeared powerfully. All that could be seen were the light chains tightly wrapped around the monsters' necks. They tried to escape the light chains attacking them. Kim Tae-hoo counterattacked. He flew up, using the light chains tightly binding the monsters, and finished them off with a powerful blow. Kim Tae-hoo's eyes widened completely. He shouted loudly, "All right, don't scream like that. The monsters will turn their attention over there now." The hostages realized something was wrong. It seemed they had just done something crazy, and they uttered in bewilderment, "Ah!" Narendra Nehru stood leisurely, looking at the terrifying fire-breathing tentacles, watching the battle unfold, and also wondered, A horde of giant monsters was ready to advance towards Kim Tae-hoo, who was covered in wounds, stepping on the corpses of the monsters he had just fought, but still struggling to fight. Kim Tae-hoo did not flinch. He yelled at them, "You damned monsters, no matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you. Come at me, all of you." The tied hostages witnessed that scene and could only worry, panicking as they shouted, "Be careful, Kim Tae-hoo." Narendra Nehru laughed loudly with satisfaction, his evil laugh echoing as he mocked, "What a truly heroic camaraderie, isn't it?" Kim Tae-hoo's face was drenched in blood, but his eyes remained resolute as he shouted, "Come on, Park Wong, this battle will end soon, you can do it." Narendra Nehru's dark eyes suddenly froze when he heard what Kim Tae-hoo had just said. Narendra Nehru looked towards the door, where a figure had just appeared. "Who is that?" He froze, seeing someone standing there. That scoundrel, when did he show up? Without making Kim Tae-hoo wait long, Park Wong demonstrated his skill. Bright light rays emanated from Park Wong's palm. Park Wong focused all his strength into his special move, yelling to Kim Tae-hoo, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, I'll do it now." The scene shifted to Isaka Ryohei, tied with light chains around him. He lay on a pile of shattered rocks, covered in wounds, his mouth wide open. Park Wong was astonished to see Isaka Ryohei in such a miserable state. Park Wong couldn't believe his eyes at Ryohei lying there defeated. He looked at Kim Tae-hoo and asked in confusion, "Kim Tae-hoo, about this?" "They are that scoundrel Nehru's men. They infiltrated the security team." "I just took them down," Kim Tae-hoo calmly replied to Park Wong's question. Their footsteps were hurried and urgent as they advanced. As they walked, they discussed the current situation. "I didn't think it would turn out like this after just a short while." "All right, this isn't the time to talk about that. We've already captured the gate control room. That scoundrel is just using a few hostages to summon monsters from inside." Kim Tae-hoo analyzed the situation in detail for Park Wong to understand clearly. "The situation now requires us to confront both the monsters and the robbers." "The robbers are simpler," Kim Tae-hoo glanced at Park Wong and said. "But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. The hostages are tied up and kneeling, watched by glaring red eyes. At worst, they'll all die." Park Wong analyzed in astonishment, panicked, not knowing what to do, and hastily asked, "So what do we do now?" Kim Tae-hoo calmly replied, "Now we need your skill." Park Wong was even more surprised when his skill was mentioned. He stammered, "The gate control skill is it me? I know how to control gates, but the hard part is I need to know the exact location of the gates to control them." "Do you mean connecting the gates to summon other guilds?" Park Wong asked Kim Tae-hoo suspiciously about using his skill to control the gates. Kim Tae-hoo's face became serious. "Not exactly what I want." Park Wong was eagerly waiting for Kim Tae-hoo's answer. "Is to eliminate the monsters. 1, 2, 3, and many gates were controlled to open, emitting dazzling light. These gates became even brighter. The monsters were strongly pulled into the gates, unable to resist, only able to growl. The power of the gates grew, and more monsters were pulled in." Narendra Nehru, looking down from above, couldn't believe the terrifying power of the gates. "What? How can it appear?" He burst out in anger, roaring, "What's happening?" The gate grew larger, forming a huge, dark void, and with its terrifying power, it sucked many demons into the gate. Park Gong-won walked out of the circular door, his eyes wide, lost in thought. "He said earlier he would open the gate to suck away the monsters, and I was a bit skeptical if it would succeed." Then, Park Gong-won's face was covered in sweat, his eyes wide as he thought, "But now, I completely believe." Park Gong-won stood behind Kim Tae-hoo, who was stunned before the gate he had opened. Park Gong-won still had many thoughts in his head. Now that the monsters are gone, only that scoundrel Nehru remains. He can surely defeat him and free everyone. Then, Kim Tae-hoo turned his head slightly and said loudly, "Hey, Park Gyeong-won." He flinched when he heard Kim Tae-hoo's words. "Now you've completed the mission of opening the gate here. It's quite dangerous for you here now, so you should take everyone and escape quickly." He hastily replied, "What?" His face was no longer calm. He also raised his voice and said, "What do you mean by that? I can fight too." But Kim Tae-hoo remained very calm, smiled, and turned his face to say, "Your job here is done. That scoundrel is also an S-rank, so he's a bit too much for you. So, go quickly." After that, Kim Tae-hoo stomped his foot hard, causing the floor to shatter. Suddenly, the atmosphere became more fiery with the appearance of the opponents. Kim Tae-hoo, with 2 iron wires in hand, looked at them and said to Park Gyeong-won, "To focus on fighting and defeating him, I won't have time to protect you and everyone else." Narendra Nehru stood before him and shouted loudly, "Kim Tae-hoo." He clasped his hands together and smiled, looking at him. "Nehru, all right, I heard you. Come on, then." Park Gyeong-won, standing behind, couldn't help but worry. Then he quickly evaluated everyone, saying, "Everyone, follow my directions and run this way." Kim Tae-hoo turned his head back, looking a bit worried, and said, "It's all right, it seems everyone has started evaluating." Then he looked up at him and said, "Now it's just me and that bastard left." He immediately rushed forward with all his might. He swept past, looking at him, then stopped in front of Narendra Nehru. He looked battle-hungry and rushed forward, saying, "You're something else. Do you think just because we're both S-rank, our power will be the same?" Then Narendra Nehru extended his hand, flames erupted around him, and he said loudly, "Let's see how you can fight against this." A torrent of fire followed the direction Narendra Nehru pointed. He immediately pointed his hand directly at Kim Tae-hoo to control the fire towards him and said, "A brat like you is definitely going to die here today." Then the fire reached him, forcing him to shield his head with his hands, and that fire exploded on the ground. He waved both hands down towards him, summoning 2 evil demons with sharp, venomous teeth, and said, "Even if you could save those hostages, even if you could suck all my monsters into the gate." Kim Tae-hoo had collapsed by now. His opponent's power had wounded his body, and a lot of blood spurted from his mouth. He continued to say, "But none of this will help you defeat me." He raised both hands, summoning creatures with terrifying power, and said in front of where he lay defeated, "This battle will still end in my victory." Kim Tae-hoo sat silently amidst the rubble he had caused, listening to his curses. You dared to test my patience and blaspheme the gods, so your end. Then Narendra Neru's eyes turned red, and he said harshly, will be to become a sacrifice for me. The monsters behind him were glowing red, looking at Kim Tae-hoo. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoo slowly stood up, smiled, and said, you damned old man, you're talking a bit too much. Narendra Neru. Kim Tae-hyun's blood-stained face, but he still smiled and said, do you think I'll simply die like this? Think again. Upon hearing that, Narendra Neru's eyes also widened. Then, Kim Tae-hyun immediately reached out his hand, and a red aura of power surrounded it. This mysterious red power flew straight towards him, causing everything on his side to disintegrate into pieces. They were slowly drawn into Kim Tae-hyun's ferocious power. Narendra Neru stood there, not understanding what was happening, looking up and roaring. He looked at Kim Tae-hyun, who was just holding out one hand to wield power, and thought, is that kid's power only now fully revealing itself? So he was hiding his true power? Suddenly, Narendra Neru laughed, making him, who was wielding power, look up, wondering what he was doing. Narendra Neru spread his arms wide, burst into laughter, and no power dared to approach him. Narendra Neru refused to be defeated here, so he clasped his hands together, summoned power, and said, Kim Tae-hyun, even if you hide your power, you'll still become a sacrifice for me. I'll make good use of that body of yours, understood? He continued, in this battle, you think you're the only one hiding your power, don't you? This statement made Kim Tae-hyun suddenly look surprised and say, ah. Suddenly, he cast his eyes towards the corner, sweating in surprise as if seeing something very terrifying. Oh! His hand was still extended, creating power, but his head turned to the right to see the appearance of some hostages he had helped rescue. They were surprised to appear here and said, why? Then they screamed. More terrifyingly, the body of one of them was burning to ashes, and agonizing screams began to emerge. Kim Tae-hyun still didn't understand what was happening and looked on in surprise, saying, what's going on? At this moment, their blood on Narendra Neru's back formed a shape resembling a red wine glass, and he was chanting, now all sacrifices will be offered to the gods. The glass of blood grew larger with his worship, oh, divine being. The atmosphere here was now only enveloped by Narendra Neru's terrifying prayer, help your disciple, punish those who disrespect your faith. Kim Tae-hyun looked up, seemingly confused and frightened. Narendra Neru's hands were still clasped, and he bowed his head in prayer, and gradually, a green power appeared, covering and obscuring Kim Tae-hyun's red power. A beast created from his power revealed its treacherous claws, threatening, and this was an S-class bone dragon. This happened in one of the tallest buildings here, causing a huge plume of smoke to emerge from that building into the sky. The building, elegantly constructed with all glass windows, had a corner of its glass shattered after this battle. Park Gun-woo was at the head of the rescued hostages, and in front of them were the robbers. Both Park Gun-woo and everyone else were scared and sweating, but he still reassured everyone, these bastards, the robbers, aren't all dead yet, are they waiting out here? The robbers held weapons slung over their shoulders, wearing masks that only exposed their eyes, and the leader spoke. How did these people escape from the capital? Something bad must have happened over there. Those guys then continued, all right, they're just civilians anyway, we'll easily deal with them smoothly. No sooner had they finished speaking than the robbers suddenly clutched their faces in pain, even coughing up blood and screaming. Park Gun-woo stood there with the others, surprised and confused as they watched the robbers gradually turn into dust. Before dying, those guys managed to say a few words, what? Our bodies, why are they, then screamed loudly. Park Gun-woo squinted, looking up in confusion and fear. Suddenly, rocks from the ceiling crumbled down onto where they stood, making them dizzy and panicked, wondering. What is it? He looked out the glass window and saw many rocks falling below, and he loudly said, what the hell is going on here? Such a powerful tremor. Park Gun-woo was probably screaming in despair, what's happening? Back with the two still fighting, Kim Tae-hyun was now at a disadvantage as the S-class bone dragon charged at him, sending him falling suspended in midair. He fell deeper and deeper, and the monster came closer and closer. Kim Tae-hyun plunged down with rocks, feeling immense pain. Narendra Nair stood above, emitting a blue flame that spread across the entire floor, then laughed loudly. Then he yelled, "After all, it's true, when it comes to the power of a god losing, a dragon is always something different, isn't it?" Kim Tae-hyun was still plunging downwards, gritting his teeth and thinking, this isn't good. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around his arm. Then the chain smashed violently against the building's glass wall, shattering it completely. The chain was now pulled taut. A large hole was punched where the chain impacted, creating a massive opening straight to the deep river sky, and he seemed to be getting pulled out through that hole. Kim Tae-hyun's feet struggled to hold onto the ground. His entire body immediately fell, facing the floor, just a few handspans away, his hands propping him against the surface. He struggled to look up, panting, what exactly is this monster's power? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he squinted, as if realizing something. Right in front of him at this moment was a monster wielding a terrifying blue power. It lunged straight towards his face, but at this moment, his mind suddenly froze for a beat. Narendra Nair, standing on that beast, charged at Kim Tae-hyun, successfully ramming him far away. The building's wall, violently struck, broke away, leaving a hole. Then Kim Tae-hyun was flung outside, screaming loudly, along with the cracked wall fragments. Kim Tae-hyun was flung out, but the beast and Narendra Nair showed no intention of sparing him, saying, "Now die, you foolish bastard." Kim Tae-hyun's power returned, making him seem to go berserk as he lunged forward, yelling, "You!" Kim Tae-hyun stretched his hand straight towards Narendra Nair and the monster, emitting a burst of power that seemed to strike down the monster. Then he said, "You think you can defeat me just because you have that dragon?" The monster didn't give up either, quickly opening its mouth to unleash a massive power back at Kim Tae-hyun. That immense power rushed towards him once more. At this moment, he seemed frozen by its terror. Immediately, that power shattered and exploded, shaking the heavens, the earth, and the vast ocean. It reduced everything to tiny particles flying amidst this chaos. Narendra Nair and that beast continued flying straight forward, with green energy enveloping everything around them. He stood there and said, "It's truly unexpected." Narendra Nair looked at Kim Tae-hyun, who was chained to the wall, and said, "You were attacked like that, yet you're still alive." The chains from earlier were now wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to that wall. Despite the fierce battle, he wasn't dead, just utterly exhausted, looking up and panting. Kim Tae-hyun now hung his head, chained by his arms and legs to this wall. He grumbled uncomfortably, filled with resentment towards that man, thinking, "This bastard." At this moment, he was like a small accessory attached to a large building, with an S-rank skeleton dragon and Narendra Nair observing him. His mind was still filled with deep resentment towards that man. He's too strong, especially with those devils and the skeleton dragon he summoned. My S-rank power should be equal to his. Kim Tae-hyun opened one eye, slightly lifting his head to think, but it seems the two sides are too mismatched. These thoughts continued to run through his mind, but here, if he can sacrifice to gain a skeleton dragon like that, he must surely be subject to some kind of limitation in his power. A black hole was clearly visible on his back, and his hands were covered in bulging veins. Kim Tae-hyun paid closer attention to Narendra Nair's prominent veins, thinking to himself, otherwise, he would already be invincible among S-ranks. Kim Tae-hyun looked directly at Narendra Nair, thinking, I need to find a weakness in his power now, then find a way to counterattack quickly. Suddenly, he laughed. Narendra Nair stood there, looking down, and said, You bastard who dares to despise the gods, I've already figured out your intentions, understand? This statement left Kim Tae-hyun utterly confused. Then Narendra Nair smiled and continued, You're feeling powerless right now because you can't defeat me, so you're waiting for the right moment to find my weakness and counterattack, aren't you? Hearing that, Kim Tae-hyun furrowed his brows in worry and began to sweat. Then Narendra Nair continued, I understand that, you have a quick mind, but... Suddenly, Narendra Nair let out a terrifying scream, his power creating a shockwave that reverberated through the surrounding sky. Do you think your intentions can become reality when I've already anticipated them? That horrifying wave of power once again completely enveloped the space. Narendra Nehru and that S-rank skeleton dragon flew in, unleashing that power to devastate the building where Kim Tae-hyun was suspended. Kim Tae-hyun was utterly terrified and shouted loudly, "What?" Everyone in Park Gun-won, who were inside the building, heard it and looked out with worried expressions. Upon closer inspection, everyone inside squinted, showing extreme fear. It turned out that the S-rank skeleton dragon had discovered the hostages' location and was heading straight for their hiding spot. Narendra Nehru and that beast continued to unleash the same power into the building, causing bricks and stones to fly everywhere again. At this moment, the main headquarters was illuminated by lights from all four sides. The coordinators burst into chaos, shouting and urging everyone, hurry up. The emergency connection gate to the Dawn auction house is complete. All the senators stood in a neat, straight line in front of the gate with a large round luminous opening before them at the coordinator's signal. Quickly, gather. We need to get there. The priority mission is to save the hostages first. The chief female coordinator, sweating anxiously, hastily spoke into the mic with one hand and pressed the screen with the other. She exclaimed in a panic, but right now, only South Korea has managed to connect to the gate first. The one leading this rescue mission was Captain Park Ji-sung, an experienced S-rank player, but even so, once there would still be many unpredictable dangers. Park Sung-jin, leading the team, hands in his pockets, calmly said, "It's fine." Then he continued, "We've already obtained some information about the robbers there. I need to head there quickly to rescue everyone." This statement made the female coordinator widen her eyes, a bit surprised and worried, speechless. Park Sung-jin then loudly commanded his entire team, "Everyone, advance to Dawn quickly." He turned his face halfway, sternly and loudly saying, "These damned devils today." Those behind him were very ready to follow his command. "They'll pay for the actions you've taken." All the hostages inside had fallen down amidst the piles of shattered bricks and stones around them. At this moment, Park Gun-won, bleeding all over his head and with other injuries around him, suddenly awoke, his body aching. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening before him. In front of Park Gun-won was an enormous explosion with a dazzling, eye-blinding light. Kim Tae-hyun, who had arrived at some point, spread his arms to block the approaching power from reaching everyone, making Park Gun-won jump up. Worried for Kim Tae-hyun's life, he rushed forward, shouting, "Mr. Kim Tae-hyun." Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun, all alone, was fighting against that power, yelling loudly. Thanks to his strength, he managed to push that power far away from Narendra Nehru and the beast. But Narendra Nehru didn't give up, continuing to laugh loudly, saying, "This is your choice." The S-rank skeleton dragon also opened its mouth now, unleashing a kind of power. Then Narendra Nehru opened his mouth and laughed proudly, looking down and saying, "If you want to save everyone, then sacrifice yourself to the underworld flames of the skeleton dragon." Park Gun-won, sitting behind him, saw him once again having to resist that immense power alone and shouted his name. It seemed Park Gun-won no longer had the strength to stand up and could only shout loudly, advising Kim Tae-hyun, "Please run quickly. Everything you've done so far has already been too much. Anyway, there's no need for you to try any harder. If you fall, we won't be able to escape either, so please escape yourself." Before he could finish, Kim Tae-hyun seemed to be in trouble, hit by their power, screaming in pain, but in his mind, the thought still lingered, "I need to keep trying." Standing before the ferocious beast that was still radiating its power, he remained undaunted with his thoughts. To confront that bastard Nehru, who was controlling the bone dragon, was impossible. As said before, I need to wait until his weakness is exposed to turn this game around. Narendra Nehru stood up there, still arrogantly laughing loudly. Kim Tae-hyun stood there, exerting great effort to resist the power and protect everyone, thinking, "Right now, I'm at a disadvantage," but the power was growing stronger and stronger. A powerful thought surged in his mind, "I can't give up because everyone here still needs me to protect them." His face was filled with determination and strength to withstand this immense power. His eyes glowed red as he thought, though I can resist a bit longer, it's not the best way. Find a quick solution. The strongest thought in his head right now was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice next to him spoke up, seeming to hint that people needed a little help. At this moment, his body seemed to freeze when he heard that. Then Kim Tae-hyun, curious, quickly turned his head to look. He saw Park Gun-wong struggling to crawl towards him. Park Gun-wong looked up at him, full of questions. Kim Tae-hyun looked behind him and thought, what is this voice? Suddenly, a notification appeared, Predator's power is being adjusted. A surge of power suddenly flared in his hands, completely baffling him. His hands gained more strength at this moment with the notification, Predator rank has increased to A. The notification continued, as you cannot yet control this new power, your body is in an overloaded state. Around him, a new wave of power suddenly merged, making him grit his teeth in discomfort and say, what is this? The rank immediately appeared, Predator S, upgrading. Predator SS, his eyes couldn't widen any further. Ugh! Narendra Nehru stood on that beast, frowning as he looked down. Narendra Nehru was also looking down in confusion, saying, what's happening? His red power spread throughout the surrounding space, overwhelming even the power of that skeleton dragon. The rank was once again raised, Hunter SSS. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoo was surrounded by a blazing red power, and notifications still appeared, Hunter is at its highest state, your body is being overloaded. Then his body powerfully bulked up with muscles, and he screamed loudly in pain. He still had thoughts in his head, so, Hunter has reached its highest level. The image of a perfect body appeared along with the thought, so, Hunter has reached its highest level. So, the Emperor temporarily bestowed this power upon me just now? That body suddenly smiled. Many thoughts emerged in him, but currently, his body couldn't control this immense power. His arm was like a large rock slowly cracking into pieces, with the thought, I'm breaking apart, will I die like this? His legs also began to crack in the same way. Many thoughts still arose in him, I've tried my best this time. Many thoughts still lingered in Kim Tae-hoo, but everything had finally reached its limit. However, he was unwilling to fall like this. His body was also doing the same, slowly shattering, making him scream out in pain, At this moment, his body had surely cracked apart completely, leaving only his torso. Because the pain was too great, he slowly collapsed. Kim Tae-hoo lay collapsed, face down on the ground. Narendra Nehru stood up there, looking down with the thought, has he surrendered? Kim Tae-hoo's power was so immense that Narendra Nehru, standing above, had to cover his eyes, thinking. But before he fell, what the hell was that terrifying power? Kim Tae-hoo had now fallen to the ground, and Narendra Nehru thought to himself, but no matter what, this is a victory for me. Kim Tae-hoo's body bled profusely. He stood there, still thinking about his opponent's condition. Perhaps he pushed a potential power in his body to its limit, but ultimately couldn't withstand that power, causing his body to explode and collapse. Narendra Nehru's thoughts continued, he surely won't be able to stand up again. Narendra Nehru, with a clearly annoyed expression, said, finally, a blasphemer of the gods. Narendra Nehru still stood there, shouting, the result of facing me, no matter how hard you try, you will still meet your death. Then Narendra Nehru and the beast approached him. Suddenly, the beast's claws appeared. Suddenly, the beast's limbs fell apart, and the claws from earlier dropped down. This left Narendra Nehru utterly confused, unable to understand what was happening. The rocky fragments on Narendra Nehru seemed to fall, making him look down and see Kim Tae-hoo steadily standing up. Narendra Nehru's eyes suddenly shifted, filled with worry. Another beast appeared, radiating an intensely red power, several times larger than his skeleton dragon. That red beast was equally fierce, opening its mouth with a menacing power, advancing towards Narendra Nehru, roaring. Narendra Nehru, standing on his skeleton dragon, looked up, full of worry and confusion. What is this? Kim Tae-hoo's voice, somewhat altered, suddenly spoke up. Ha, gods, you say? Narendra Nehru stood there, utterly confused. Kim Tae-hoo stood there, bowing his head, and said, "What do gods mean to me?" Narendra Nehru stood there, full of fear, looking at that direction, a bit stunned. Narendra Nehru was now drenched in sweat, looking and saying, "You bastard, you're not that bastard Kim Tae-hoo." He yelled, "Who are you?" Looking at him, who possessed that terrifying power, he loudly said, "How can you possess that ultimate power? This is impossible." Then Kim Tae-hoo extended his hand, brimming with power, and said, "Go ask the gods you worship in hell about that." Ugh! Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a massive, terrifying power and said, "You'll die right now." Narendra Nehru's face tensed up, sweating, saying, "What?" Narendra Nehru was immediately struck by waves of his power, severing his body, each part falling to a different spot. Kim Tae-hoo stood there, raising his hand towards Narendra Nehru, who was collapsing on the beast. An immense wave of power immediately filled the space, sweeping away everything, including him and his beast. A notification appeared once more: "You have learned a new skill, Pact with the Demon has been remembered." In the dark, silent space, where darkness covered everything, a beam of light suddenly shone on Kim Tae-hoo like a halo. Kim Tae-hoo stood silently amidst the bleak and terrifying scene. He muttered incomprehensibly, saying, "This is where I and that bastard Nehru were fighting, wasn't it?" Suddenly, fiery red chains, as if they had just been heated to a very high temperature, shot towards him from nowhere. Those chains rushed towards him, wrapping tightly around him, restraining Kim Tae-hoo and not giving him a chance to resist. In that situation, Kim Tae-hoo was truly bewildered. Kim Tae-hoo didn't know what was happening. Before he could understand what was happening, a colossal rock came hurtling from nowhere, striking him directly with terrifying force. He fell backward onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, in extreme pain. At that moment, in his subconscious, he bewilderedly thought, "My skill, Stone Skin, is it deactivated? What's happening to me?" From somewhere, a pair of hands was doing something. Before Tae-hoo, a colossal, mysterious, and majestic statue appeared. On top of the statue were skulls arranged like a crown, surrounded by radiating streams of fiery red light that emitted threatening energy. Tae-hoo writhed at the foot of the statue, clearly feeling a terrifying power invading his body, making him scream in despair. Tae-hoo muttered in panic, "How could my skill?" Amidst the delirium, a cold and cunning voice echoed, "Your stone skin skill?" Upon hearing the mysterious voice, Kim Tae-hoo was bewildered. He continued, "How can those skills be called yours, huh?" He replied, confused, "Huh? If I absorb you?" Immediately after, a colossal, dragon-like mouth emerged from a fiery red circle. An awakened potential would surely be incredibly delicious, wouldn't it? The monster roared, lunging towards Kim Tae-hoo at terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth, frowned in tension, his heart filled with fear. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Tae-hoo woke up with a start, his legs flailing wildly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged. But upon seeing his surroundings, he sighed in relief and said, "Was it a dream? The injuries haven't appeared at all, and my hand, which was injured before the fight, is still intact. What exactly is going on?" Suddenly, Park Se-ong-jin walked in from outside, holding a bag of pastries, and approached Kim Tae-hoo to check on him. "Ah, you're awake, aren't you?" Tae-hoo was surprised. He realized the person standing before him was the awakener, Park Se-ong-jin. Se-ong-jin asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Se-ong-jin and Tae-hoo ate in disgust. "This is the apartment that the association and the auction house prepared for you, generally as compensation and a reward for helping them in the recent terrorist incident. Thanks to you, in that incident, we were able to rescue all the hostages they captured, and that S-Rank awakener, he's already faced justice. That was quite a large terrorist attack. Fortunately, thanks to you, many people were able to survive. You fainted after that battle. Many friends and relatives came to visit you, but they've already left. Your family members, along with your little brother, cried their eyes out. As for the association director, he was extremely worried." Se-ong-jin recounted their expressions that day, unable to help but laugh, saying, seeing his expressions, I couldn't help but find it funny. Anyway, after the recent battle, we had people check your health. Don't worry, you're fine. We haven't found any after effects on your entire body. Before, I was worried you'd be affected by the demonic energy from fighting Neru, but everything's fine. Kim Tae-hoo stammered, sweating profusely, but I don't know why I've forgotten everything that happened at the auction house, my actions then, and even the bloody battle with Neru. What happened then? What about my battle there? Park Seong-jin replied, indeed, this is beyond my expectation. Kim Tae-hoo replied, yes. Park Seong-jin further asked, now that you mention it, I'm curious. What happened to you then? Kim Tae-hoo recalled the scene that day, Park Gon-won lying on the ground with a terrified look in his eyes. Before him was a tall, muscular man with red hair. Tae-hoo continued, when I was losing to Neru, something happened. Seong-jin immediately wondered, so who defeated him then? Tae-hoo replied, I couldn't explain it. When I passed out, only the awakener Park Gon-won was at the scene. At that time, Park Gon-won said, Brother Tae-hoo, what's wrong? Say something. Then, Gon-won's eyes widened because of something. It turned out to be Kim Tae-hoo, but for some reason, at that moment, he turned to attack Gon-won. With just one blow, he made Park Gon-won cough up blood and fall down right then. At that time, he even seemed surprised. Oh, was he defeated by just one move? But that's enough. Kim Tae-hoo smirked, now give this body back. After saying that, Kim Tae-hoo collapsed, and his hair also returned to its usual brown color. While he was lying there, Seong-jin found him, ran over to support him, and tried to wake him up. Wake up, Tae-hoo! Someone outside said, everyone move quickly, search for hostages in this area. The hostages were only slightly panicked, it seems they weren't severely injured. But the monsters Neru summoned were nowhere to be seen, and that bastard had also mysteriously disappeared. Seeing this, Park Seong-jin sighed, honestly, Kim Tae-hoo. So what happened to you here? Back to reality. Park Seong-jin said, when the hostages there calmed down, we asked them about the situation. They couldn't know everything, but they said you defeated Neru and then passed out. Tae-hoo replied dejectedly, of course, they're not awakeners, so there's a lot they wouldn't know. Elder Seong-jin continued, as for player Park Gon-won, he doesn't remember anything either, just like you, as if some force took away both your memories. I guess this might be a sequela of confronting Neru's demonic energy. But anyway, everything turned out well, so congratulations and thank you very much. We are still investigating and analyzing the battle scene, so if we discover anything else, I'll let you know later. After Seong-jin left, Tae-hyun thought to himself, so, could it be that I was affected by Neru's demonic energy and lost my memory at that time? That sounds a bit illogical. But I remember that my arm was shattered when I tried to hunt, right? Maybe at that time, I pushed hunt too hard while fighting Neru. While deep in thought, something appeared, memory of Demon B, can summon demons by connecting to the demonic realm. Mana 201/1. Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed in surprise, what? So this is Neru's skill that I absorbed after defeating him with hunt? Here, it only takes 200 mana to activate, it's a bit different. Back then, he needed a sacrifice, but currently I only have 180, so. While deep in thought, Park Seong-jin called him, hey, Kim Tae-hyun. He turned to Seong-jin. Someone's here to visit you. Tae-hyun was surprised, huh? A Yan walked in through the door with a fruit basket. Seeing this, Park Seong-jin said, someone's here, so I'll be going now. Kim Tae-hyun looked at her, complex emotions stirring in his heart. A Yang spoke first, I came to visit you. Lim A-yang, S-Rank Awakener, A-Class player. The city scene unfolded, bustling, familiar yet suffocating, with dazzling sun rays shining down. Snacks and drinks were on the table, still the same old boring items. Kim Tae-hyun didn't really want to eat. Suddenly, a strong force placed the fruit basket down, crushing the snacks, making an unpleasant sound. Kim Tae-hyun watched the scene, startled, and his face darkened. Lim A-young, across from him, seemed oblivious to the change. With a cold face, she said, "I heard you were injured fighting the bandits before. But now that I'm here, you look fine, don't you?" Looking at the messy, irritating sight on the table. Despite being a bit annoyed, Kim Tae-hyun sat down opposite her and replied, "I only sustained minor injuries. Overall, my health is normal, it hasn't affected anything." Lim A-young reached out and took a plump red apple, as if wanting to vent some anger on it, and continued. "In this recent terrorist incident, I heard you saved a lot of hostages and eliminated a pretty strong boss, right?" Kim Tae-hyun seemed hesitant. This was somewhat true. Her anger transformed into the strength to crush the apple. Lim A-young said, a mix of anger and tension. "You also faced two S-rank awakened individuals there, didn't you?" The sunlight on her face further highlighted the annoyance in her eyes, and the poor apple was squeezed even tighter. Kim Tae-hyun still didn't understand her meaning and asked again, "Huh?" The apple was completely crushed, showing how irritated Lim A-young was. She raised her voice. "I know you're good, but don't get too ahead of yourself. I'll train hard and catch up to your strength soon enough." Her grip was so strong that apple pieces splattered all over Kim Tae-hyun's face opposite her. He finally understood where her discomfort came from, but still didn't quite get it. Why was she angry? Was this jealousy or worry after all? So he asked, "What are you even doing here, anyway?" Lim A-young turned away to avoid his gaze, giving a reason he found completely unbelievable. "I came to visit you." Of course, Kim Tae-hyun didn't believe her. He was tired of dealing with this girl, absolutely exhausted by her. Should I call security? He wondered. At the same time, across from him, seeing his lukewarm attitude, Lim A-young became even more irritated, gritting her teeth. Kim Tae-hyun. Who knew how worried she had been for this guy? "I was so worried he might have sustained serious injuries. I heard that terrorist incident was quite large-scale with many awakened individuals participating. That's why I came to visit him, but looking at him now, he's completely fine." She also sensed that he seemed much stronger, and the formidable aura emanating from him was far more powerful than before. "I still don't understand what changed in him during that recent terrorist incident." Witnessing Lim A-young's anger becoming clearer and clearer on her face, Kim Tae-hyun was still completely bewildered. Across from him, Lim A-young again recalled the incident during their previous test, the time they accidentally kissed, and secretly blushed. But she couldn't stop worrying. If you think about it, compared to when we faced each other in the last test, he's improved a lot now. The gap between him and me is growing wider and wider now. She couldn't help but ask him, "Hey Kim Tae-hyun, how can you?" Suddenly, footsteps approached, interrupting their conversation. Both she and he stopped without warning, turning towards the sound of the footsteps. A bit startled and worried, they both turned to the door. Who could be coming to this guy's house? The footsteps grew closer, their hearts skipped a beat, a little worried about who might be coming. Kim Tae-hyun reacted first, puzzled. Why is that person? Lim A-young recognized the newcomer, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh?" The intruder was none other than her sister, Zoo A-young. She, too, was startled, not expecting to find her sister here, surprised why her sister was here with this guy. "Huh, Lim A-young?" Lim A-young didn't wait for her sister to react, stepping forward and asking repeatedly, "Why are you here? How did you get into Kim's house?" Then, as if hitting on a crucial point, she continued to demand, "How did you know the password for his front door?" Zhu A-young regained her composure, grimacing as she reminded Lim A-young, "Can you stop calling me sister, please?" Zhu A-young also casually explained, "As for that, this house was given to him by the Awakened Association. They just gave me the password." Zhu A-young suddenly paused, looking at the two who were still surprised and showing their vulnerability. "Idiots, you should never let your guard down like that." She smiled slightly, dangerously, then softly approached abruptly, circled behind, and locked Kim Tae-hyun in a precarious hold. Lim A-young couldn't react in time. The scene unfolded too quickly. She only managed to exclaim, "Huh, what?" Tae-hyun was completely subdued at this moment. Seeing such a scene, she rushed forward in a panic, wanting to intervene. "What are you trying to do, sister?" Zhu Ai-yong, from her advantageous position, smirked and replied, "What am I trying to do?" The smile on Zhu Ai-yong's lips deepened as she watched her worried younger sister with amusement. Her curiosity piqued. "I wonder why I find two S-rank individuals chatting happily in the same house when I come here. What's your relationship, I wonder?" With that, she quietly touched Kim Tae-hyun's lips, provocatively. Kim Tae-hyun slowly reacted. "What?" Lim A-yong, angry out of embarrassment, yelled, "What are you talking about? That's impossible, that's a crime." But her visibly reddened face betrayed her. Regaining some composure, she retorted, "He's still a minor." Seizing the moment while Zhu Ai-yong wasn't paying attention, Kim Tae-hyun yanked his arm free, escaping her control, and spoke, "Stop it, you." Zhu Ai-yong was startled by his powerful grip. Kim Tae-hyun continued, "That's enough of this joke, player Zhu Ai-yong." He looked uncomfortably at the girl who had just entered and tried to attack him. He asked displeased, "What brings you here? If you wanted me to join your guild, I already refused." Ai-yong retorted, rubbing her sore wrist, "His attitude is still as annoying as ever," she said. "Just like the first time we met, huh? You're still as rude as ever. I just came to visit you, that's all, I don't have any other intentions." Then her voice suddenly softened, "I even brought you fruit." Kim Tae-hyun looked taken aback. "Fruit?" Zhu Ai-yong continued, "That's right. I heard from the guild master that you're undergoing intensive training to participate in the Asian Awakener Championship, aren't you?" She didn't wait for Kim Tae-hyun's reply and continued, her tone more confident, "It's true that rescuing and defeating two Awakeners at the Dawn Auction House was very good. But looking at the rankings, you're still only in 30th place. Saying that, she moved closer to Kim Tae-hyun. "If you want to move into the top 5 positions to become a representative in the competition, then of course you'll need to work very hard to get many more points." "Therefore," Zhu Ai-yong said, placing her hand firmly on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder, "I've brought you a gift, which is..." She paused, letting her voice linger, observing the other person's curiosity and surprise, her hand slowly gliding down his injury, and continued, "The right to conquer the dual dungeon." She elaborated, her tone excited, "The Temple of Hephaestus, you know?" The gloomy scene at the auction house reappeared. In the darkness, a speedboat was approaching the distant island. The island was covered in mist, but even from afar, the broken and desolate landscape was visible. The night demon's voice echoed, "So that's the Dawn Auction House, is it?" A voice replied, "Yes." As they got closer, the devastation became clearer, ruined and shattered, with suffocating dust and smoke rising. The night demon assessed, his emotions unreadable. At a glance, one could see the complete transformation after the Awakener's attack. With a few more bomb explosions, it could now be said that it was almost completely ruined and collapsed. He continued, observing and asking his subordinate, "So, after that attack, Neru, do you know if he's alive or dead?" The other person replied, "We haven't been able to confirm any further information about him." The subordinates hesitated, asking each other, "This is certainly important, but do we need to report it to the boss?" The night demon answered, his voice somewhat assured, "No need. We can control the situation ourselves." He said confidently, "The objective of attacking the auction house has been achieved. It doesn't matter if Neru is dead or gone, after all, we only hired him for the operation." He continued, however. A loudspeaker blared in the dark, from a large patrol boat, radiating an overwhelming presence. The captain spoke into the loudspeaker, "Stand still. All of you are surrounded." The speedboat seemed tiny compared to the enormous ship. The captain on the boat continued to speak through the loudspeaker to the illegal intruders, "This area is strictly forbidden to everyone. Only the Awakener patrol team is allowed here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender quickly." But then there was a loud sound. In an instant, the large ship was immediately engulfed by the vast sea, completely covering the entire vessel. The Awakener patrol team had no time to react. As the ship slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, a sudden death that gave them no time to react, this would be a major, sensational, mysterious disappearance. The culprit behind the incident, the Night Demon, having protected his speedboat and his accomplices, his voice rang out, full of danger mixed with deadly curiosity. After this time, I've become quite interested in that awakener, Kim Tae-hyun. As he spoke, he manifested his awakening, leaving the patrol team no chance of survival. Back at the headquarters of the Pretender Guild, the space was filled with cheers and excitement. Kim Tae-hyun continued his path to the top 5. Standing beside him, Zhu Ai-yong loudly declared, "Player Kim Tae-hyun will be joining us for this dual dungeon attack." The more she spoke, the louder and prouder her tone became. As you all know, in the Dawn Auction House terrorist attack, he played the biggest role in rescuing the hostages. He can now be considered the most promising young awakener in Korea. The cheers grew even more enthusiastic. They all chanted his name in unison, Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun. Zhu Ai-yong spoke up, stopping the excitement below. However, Zhu Ai-yong always focused on the key points when he participates in this dungeon attack with us. I have also considered how to distribute the acquired items between our guild and him, so that both sides can reach the most agreeable consensus. Kim Tae-hyun sighed in relief beside her. That's what I wanted to talk about, of course. When it comes to dividing the spoils of war, who would willingly take a loss? Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, this attack on the Temple of Hephaestus is truly a good opportunity for me. The scene of the Temple of Hephaestus appeared. True to its name, it was a dungeon with an entrance like a blazing fire. Kim Tae-hyun secretly marveled, this is the second dual dungeon I've entered after the one in the last competition. The train of thought continued. Previously, before returning, the Nightcrawler Guild did successfully attack and conquer this Fire God Temple dungeon. But in return, they suffered too many losses. Almost all the awakened ones who participated that time perished. Indeed, danger must come with a reward. If I successfully conquer the Fire God Temple, then of course, my contribution points to the guild will skyrocket, he secretly calculated. However, there was still some worry. Last time, whether it was real or not, his hand was almost shattered. Now, his strength and stamina haven't fully recovered to their previous state after being hospitalized, so attacking this dungeon will be much harder. Thinking this, he looked at the person next to him. But if they attacked it with player Due, then he looked down. Together with these Nightcrawler Guild members, he suddenly felt confident about this Fire God Temple raid. Amidst the cheers was Kim Tae-hyun's thought, it will definitely succeed. The day to conquer the Fire God Temple arrived, along with the overly enthusiastic fans from the Nightcrawler Guild, holding a dazzling banner adorned with flowers and leaves, entirely unfitting for the upcoming battle. Along with the proudly waving flag and the unwavering faith of the Nightcrawler Guild. Yet this raid was only undertaken by 2 people, Kim Tae-hyun and Due. Kim Tae-hyun appeared a bit helpless and surprised. Meanwhile, Due was extremely excited. The crowd outside loudly encouraged them, we'll be waiting for you too. Good luck to both of you. Be careful, Captain. The captain's safety is all thanks to you, Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun, confused, asked, hey, Miss Due. On the other side, she innocently replied, huh? Kim Tae-hyun, his voice full of helplessness, exclaimed, what the hell? Why are there only 2 of us raiding this dungeon? Due casually said, you could consider this our date, you know. Her tone was teasing, yet she smiled charmingly. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't help but curse silently, we're almost dead, and you're still joking? Without arguing for too long, Kim Tae-hyun and Due directly entered the Fire God Temple. A breathtaking sight appeared before them. In the chaotic space of the dungeon, streams of blue fire enveloped everything, as if burning. Due looked at the scene inside, smiled, and uttered a curious "oh." Before their eyes, the dungeon was submerged in the blue light of fire, endlessly vast, with scattered withered trees due to lack of water. She exclaimed, it looks terrifying. Looking at the curled-up dry bushes and the strange blue fire veins, she continued, this dungeon is truly different from others. I never thought it would be like this before. Standing at the mouth of the dungeon, Kim Tae-hoo looked in and assessed. The Apocalypse dungeon I encountered last time was completely different from this one. Due agreed, the Apocalypse dungeon that appeared during the Awakened trial competition. Due sat down before the dungeon's mouth leading deep inside, suddenly feeling her mind go blank. It seemed she couldn't think of a way to enter this dangerous dungeon mouth. She asked Kim Tae-hoo, "How can we get down there? There are likely many magical beasts below." While still pondering how to descend into the dungeon's mouth, a long tentacle shot up and wrapped around her neck as fast as lightning, causing her to only manage an ah. Very quickly, the tentacle embraced her entire body, pulling her down, leaving Kim Tae-hoo above unable to react, watching her being restrained. He could only shout, "Hey, Miss Due!" It was then that Kim Tae-hoo finally realized and exclaimed in confusion, "This is bad. How could this happen?" He pulled out his knife, using it as a foothold to stab into the rock face, and immediately jumped into the pit without thinking, hoping to rescue Due in time. As he plunged down, he immediately saw Due had now turned the tables, defeating the giant squid-like monster, the owner of that disobedient tentacle. She turned around, activating her awakened powers, causing a shimmering green light to emanate around her body, standing out sharply against the all-blue fiery space of the Fire God Temple. Having defeated the troublesome monster that had just pulled her down, Due shouted to signal Kim Tae-hoo, "Just jump down like this." Her tone was full of confident composure. Kim Tae-hoo couldn't believe his ears. Just jump down like that? He looked down at Due, who was falling, and below, there were countless grotesque monsters waiting to tear her apart, turning her into a delicious meal. Due showed no hesitation and continued to twist her body, using the force of the fall to unleash power, striking the obstructing creatures who didn't know their place. Immense and overwhelming power radiated, and the hideous monsters were quickly defeated. Wherever she fell, monsters bled. Kim Tae-hoo watched, his heart filled with excitement, joy, and also fear, secretly thinking, she defeated an A-class monster with just one punch. As he cautiously moved down after Due, he continued to ponder, "The last time I met her, she must have hidden her true strength." He secretly held Due in high regard. She's truly a guild master. Although not the strongest S-class, her power is no joke. Then he suddenly realized, perhaps that's why she only needed 2 people to conquer this dungeon. While thinking, Kim Tae-hoo activated his awakened powers, unwilling to be outdone by the girl in front. Of course, if that's the case, I also need to try harder. I can't fall behind. Kim Tae-hoo quickly caught up with Due. The warm-up battle began. They defeated monster after monster, fighting all the way to the deep bottom of the dungeon, where a mesmerizing yet dangerous blue light emanated. Due spoke first, laughing with amusement. "Finally, we've reached the bottom of the abyss," she said, rotating her shoulders, as if the bloody slaughter they'd just been through wasn't enough of a warm-up for her. Kim Tae-hoo followed right behind, stepping on the corpses of monsters as he moved forward. Due complained, "I didn't think this abyss would be so deep." Kim Tae-hoo brushed off some blood clinging to his hand, struggling a bit more than Due, then casually replied, He thought to himself, "The monsters here seem strong, but they're not at all like her. That's why I have a question. Why, in his previous life, with such immense power, did her entire guild almost die in this dungeon?" While Kim Tae-hoo was lost in thought, Due approached him and handed him an item, saying, "Take this, Kim Tae-hoo." A black ring was offered to him, with a very simple, almost crude, design and a faint black color. Its only prominent feature was a shield-shaped ornament. He recognized it. Is this a knight's ring? A unique grade knight's ring. The wearer's strength and endurance would greatly increase. He mused, it seems she prepared this for me, knowing my hand injury hasn't healed. With this ring, I can compensate for some of my lost strength. Meanwhile, Due was still talking nonstop. "I told you before I had a gift for you. This is that ring. Activating the dungeon was just a challenge for you." Kim Tae-hoo was flustered. Although he knew she was truly a guild master, giving him a unique grade item like this. Due didn't notice his confusion. She excitedly asked, "What do you think?" With that, you'll surely consider joining our guild, won't you? Kim Tae-hoo now saw her in a different light. He silently reminded himself, I really need to reevaluate her. Outwardly, he still seemed displeased as he asked, you had such a good item, why didn't you use it? Why are you only giving it to me now? Due didn't expect such a reaction from him and was momentarily flustered. Well, Kim Tae-hoo cut her off, if you'd given it to me earlier, dealing with these monsters would have been simpler. Due knew she was out of arguments, so she quickly changed the subject. All right, I've given it to you. Now, let's move on. Kim Tae-hoo wasn't an unreasonable person. Anyway, thank you very much. After saying that, he didn't forget to add, but those were just small fries. This dungeon isn't that simple. So, we need to be more careful. Due agreed. Kim Tae-hoo seemed to discover something, his voice rising in excitement. It looks like we've almost reached the center of the dungeon. Following Kim Tae-hoo's gaze, they saw an altar. This seemed to be the source of the blue flames they'd seen from the dungeon entrance. At the center of the altar was an object. It appeared to be a central egg, emitting a blue light identical to the flames they'd just seen. Heat and smoke emanated from around it, and externally, there were mechanisms and protective formations that seemed sturdy. While Kim Tae-hoo was curious and excited, Due was cautious. She observed the egg, unable to determine its grade. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoo stared intently at the egg, secretly assessing it. What kind of magical creature is this? It just looks like an egg. As he spoke, he drew his knife, intending to test it. This could be something belonging to the dungeon's boss. He turned to Due and said, we need to observe before we act. Before he could finish his sentence, Due was nowhere to be seen. It turned out she had already rushed ahead. A scream echoed through the confined dungeon, reverberating, amplifying, and making it somewhat eerie. Kim Tae-hoo froze, stunned by this reckless player. He only managed to call out, you, before shouting again, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Due had excitedly jumped forward, approaching the distant egg. With curiosity and a desire to win, she lunged straight for that greenish-blue egg. Kim Tae-hoo couldn't stop her. He yelled after her, why are you acting without asking me first? Then he rushed to follow behind. As he was about to catch up to Due, only a short distance from the floor that had crumbled from her impact, Kim Tae-hoo managed to ask, are you all right? Due turned back, startling him with a menacing look, and asked a puzzling question, you mean, am I okay? But then, she immediately replied playfully, the egg is completely broken. It was as if the terrifying blow hadn't been delivered by her. Behind her, the egg was indeed shattered, shards flying everywhere, with faint blue flames rising from within. She continued to playfully assess it. I'd estimate its shell was as tough as an S-class monster's defense, much to Kim Tae-hoo's astonishment. She continued, but it's a stationary object, so attacking it was relatively simpler. Then she triumphantly asked Kim Tae-hoo, well? Kim Tae-hoo was horrified. She shattered it? How could it be that simple? Another flash of blue light emanated from within the broken egg. Due only had time to ask, what? A massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire dungeon. Due was caught off guard, exclaiming in confusion, what is this? Kim Tae-hoo could only sigh, oh, man. A voice rang out, indeed, I didn't expect humans to reach my sanctuary. Both Kim Tae-hoo and Due were startled, reminding each other to be careful as they looked towards the source of the sound. It was a blue phoenix. It continued, I'm very pleased you've come here. Its eyes glowed a stark, eerie crimson against its deep blue body, instilling a sense of fear in both of them. It continued, to return that joy, I shall have the two of you melt in my blue flames. So, its identity was clear, it was the master of the fire god temple, the S-Rank blue phoenix. With that, it emitted an intimidating blue aura. Kim Tae-hoo and Due recognized it, exclaiming in surprise, a phoenix? Phoenixes, legendary creatures with powerful magic and strong regenerative abilities, are almost considered immortal beings. Kim Tae-hoo thought to himself, so, it's the master of the fire god temple, then? Are those blue flames its power? The light grew stronger, enveloping both Kim Tae-hoo and Do-ae. Kim Tae-hoo felt something was wrong. He turned to check on his companion player. "Hey, Miss Do-ae, you're almost collapsing," he shouted. "Be careful, it's blue flames and mind control spell." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly jumped to dodge Do-ae's attack. "You're being controlled." He tried to evade, finding it hard to fight back, as she was, after all, his companion. Meanwhile, Do-ae, under control, her eyes filled with murderous intent, advanced with an extremely fierce attack. The control panel appeared. S-Rank player Do-ae is currently under the control of the Blue Phoenix. Kim Tae-hoo still hadn't noticed the unusual murderous aura in Do-ae's eyes. He continuously dodged her attacks, asking in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Do-ae, controlled, put all her strength into dangerous punches. Kim Tae-hoo barely managed to dodge, still disbelieving. "Why are you attacking me?" Punches and kicks rained down continuously. Kim Tae-hoo couldn't dodge them all, but he also couldn't strike back. "Aren't you helping me? What are you doing?" Having no other choice, he resorted to a desperate measure, using his awakened power to knock out Zhu Ai-yang. He tried to restrain her, shouting, hoping to bring her back to her senses. "Hey, Miss Zhu Ai-yang, wake up." He tried to reason with Zhu Ai-yang, hoping she'd break free from the control. He also didn't want to fight her too aggressively, fearing she'd get hurt if they fought like this. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Ai-yang lost control. She struggled, still awakened, and unleashed a powerful blow at Kim Tae-hyun with seemingly all her strength, leaving him no time to react. The force was so strong it caused a massive explosion in the dungeon, scattering dust and broken rocks. Just when it seemed Kim Tae-hyun had been knocked out and buried under a thick layer of rocks, an awakened chain from Kim Tae-hyun pierced through, binding Zhu Ai-yang. Zhu Ai-yang, under control, suddenly showed signs of reacting. Kim Tae-hyun broke free and loudly challenged, "Before the regression, who was it that shattered the attacks of your Nightwalker Guild?" Zhu Ai-yang was restrained by Kim Tae-hyun's chains and paralysis spell, unable to move. Kim Tae-hyun now reacted, using force to knock out his controlled companion, Miss Zhu Ai-yang. As he applied force, he comforted her, "This might hurt a bit, but..." As the rock was lifted high, Kim Tae-hyun's tone also rose, "Try to endure it." He truly knocked Zhu Ai-yang unconscious. She was hit so hard she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Kim Tae-hyun muttered, "The chains and the paralysis they cause won't last long, so she'll wake up soon." As he spoke, Kim Tae-hyun wiped away some dust from his face. He suddenly noticed eyes watching him. What now? The Blue Phoenix, which had been leisurely watching the human-on-human battle, spoke with a mocking tone, "Would it be okay if I killed her before she wakes up?" The fierce battle just now seemed to have no effect on it whatsoever. It continued to laugh gleefully, "Do you want to try out all the fun toys I possess?" Its crimson eyes emanated deadly murderous intent and a desire for amusement. Kim Tae-hyun witnessed this scene without a hint of fear, confidently replying, "You surprise me, Blue Phoenix." With that, he, still awakened, emitted a dazzling red light and declared with certainty, "I will kill you and escape from here." Kim Tae-hyun used his chain to secure the unconscious Zhu Ai-yang to himself, then used his dagger to stab into the rock face for leverage to climb up to the dungeon's opening they had just blasted down from. Of course, the Blue Phoenix wouldn't let them off easily. After climbing only a short distance, Kim Tae-hyun keenly sensed an attack aimed at both of them. The Blue Phoenix, relying on its power, shot several blue flames at the rocks and dirt beneath their feet, creating small explosions that sent debris flying upwards. It laughed, provoking Kim Tae-hyun, "What did you say, human?" It was quite surprised by his confident attitude, and asked curiously, "Show me your strength, then." It blocked Kim Tae-hyun from continuing his climb, still with that same laughing voice. Then, it was startled to realize that the dagger Kim Tae-hyun had just embedded in the rock face was now flying towards it. Huh? Kim Tae-hyun couldn't help but retaliate. He wrapped a chain around the dagger and hurled it towards the Blue Phoenix, attacking. The dagger passed through its body, but it remained completely unharmed. Of course, that attack was like scratching an itch for the Blue Phoenix. It still laughed heartily. That attack felt quite pleasant. Its tone immediately turned serious again. But, my body, it's like fire. Kim Tae-hyun continued to use all his strength to control the dagger, slashing at the Blue Phoenix. It watched him pour all his effort into attacking it with glee. Even if you attack, even if you try to cut through my flesh with your blade, only brilliant flames will spread out. Having said that, as if to flaunt its power, the Blue Phoenix unleashed a force that shattered Kim Tae-hyun's chain. Kim Tae-hyun stared in shock at what just happened. The Blue Phoenix said proudly, "No way, a mere human like you could ever defeat me." In a flash, it was right next to Kim Tae-hyun, its eyes gleaming with amusement, as if toying with a small prey before the blade. Kim Tae-hyun and Zhu Aiyang were in a dangerous situation. The Blue Phoenix seemed to have gotten bored of playing. It gathered a powerful blow, intending to end this battle, and spat it towards Kim Tae-hyun and Zhu Aiyang. A huge explosion, even bigger than before, made the ground tremble. Both of them were in a precarious situation because even the rock fragments blasted off by the aftershock were incinerated by the Blue Phoenix's dazzling blue flames. It seemed there was no chance of survival for either of them, as the blue flames seemed to drain all life from their surroundings. Kim Tae-hyun quickly dodged that deadly scene once again. He hung onto the nearby cliff face, watching the Blue Phoenix pour its strength into attacking Kim Tae-hyun, and he silently sighed. He felt a silent confusion. Even if it was a phoenix, why did it possess such a strange regeneration ability? He lost a lot of strength to narrowly escape death and regained his breath. The Blue Phoenix, still unaware, struck terrifying blue flame attacks at the spot where Kim Tae-hyun had just been standing. Kim Tae-hyun looked at its destructive power and pondered, and that massive flame, no matter how you look at it, it's not a normal Blue Phoenix. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be a Grand Phoenix? The two words Grand and Grand Phoenix. A terrifying image flashed through his mind. Unlike other monsters, it possessed special power. It was a mutated individual. To distinguish it from other monsters, it was called Grand by adding a plus or minus sign to its current level. His train of thought continued. If it really is a Grand Phoenix, then with my current skills, there is no way to destroy its regeneration ability. The only way to defeat it is if the hunting skill is used to its fullest potential. Kim Tae-hyun silently recalled the battle at the Dawn auction house not long ago. However, this move could explode like it did before at the auction house. That hunting move couldn't be used carelessly, unless it was the final blow. But, he really had no chance of defeating the Blue Phoenix now if he didn't use that move. He suddenly hesitated, unsure what to do. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Zhu Aiyang had woken up and cursed, "Damn it." She was startled, not understanding where she was or why things had turned out this way. She looked down and suddenly realized she was tied up, hanging precariously from the cliff face, and she shrieked in shock. Kim Tae-hyun was startled. "Huh?" Zhu Aiyang suddenly asked, "What? Why am I tied up?" Then she cried out, "It hurts." Her curiosity shifted to the Blue Phoenix. And why is that monster so huge? Is that not a normal phoenix? At this moment, the Blue Phoenix seemed to have noticed that the two had avoided its deadly attacks. It turned to continue attacking the surroundings. Everything was chaotic for Kim Tae-hyun. The explosions around them forced him to raise his voice for Zhu Aiyang to hear. He quickly explained, more or less, "Just stay still, don't move." As if things weren't complicated enough, Zhu Aiyang questioned, "Kim Tae-hyun, did you do this? Untie me quickly." Kim Tae-hyun ignored her, leaving Zhu Aiyang tied up, and replied, "Someone as easily manipulated as you should just stay quiet and help me." Zhu Aiyang protested, "I just let my guard down." "Wait, am I being controlled by someone?" Kim Tae-hyun was annoyed. "Look, you don't even remember anything." Zhu Aiyang didn't want to be tied up at all and continued to demand, "Anyway, untie me quickly." Suddenly, an explosion hit near them, startling both. One blow, then another. The cliff face where they were hiding was also blasted apart. The Blue Phoenix now noticed where the two were standing. Through the cloud of dust, it spoke in a threatening voice. "How dare you touch my body? Let me teach you a lesson, you ignorant humans." It suddenly flinched as the familiar dagger flew towards it again. The humans it despised were still alive. At the same time, Zhu Aiyang was freed as she wished, excitedly joining the fight. The two coordinated well, charging towards the Blue Phoenix and attacking. Kim Tae-hyun, still uneasy, reminded her, "This time, you absolutely must not fall for its hypnosis." Zhu Aiyang confidently replied, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen again." The Blue Phoenix's eyes flashed with malice. It was completely enraged. "How dare you, wretched humans!" With that, the Blue Phoenix concentrated even greater force than before, its power radiating intimidation. It boasted proudly, "This attack, do you still not understand that it's useless against me?" The Blue Phoenix approached the two of them again. Kim Tae-hyun, still feigning his awakened state, yelled a signal, "I'll go first." A system notification appeared, "The Monarch's heart has been activated, your abilities have been boosted." But Zhu Aiyang was one step faster. "No, not this time," she said, still feigning her awakened state, creating a shining spear and slashing towards the Blue Phoenix. It was startled. What was that? Kim Tae-hyun was also astonished. That single slash had clearly affected the Blue Phoenix. Zhu Aiyang unleashed tremendous power, her eyes gleaming with boundless belligerence and confidence. "Let Big Sis handle this." She had activated the S-Rank warrior's aura, Berserk mode, where all skills activated by mana revival also have a concept called explosion. Immediately after activating it, Zhu Aiyang instantly leaped, charging directly towards the Blue Phoenix above. This was a dangerous move as it could cause permanent damage to the body, so most people were hesitant to use it. If one could control that power for an instant, the might it brought was truly. The moment Zhu Aiyang faced the Blue Phoenix, she swung a powerful slash. That slash was so powerful it cut the Blue Phoenix in two. This was a transcendent power. At this moment, all that could be heard were the Blue Phoenix's frantic screams. She didn't stop but rushed right behind it. Thud! Zhu Aiyang didn't hesitate, delivering another punch right to its face. Following up with another kick, hoping to finish off the Blue Phoenix. She then quickly left that spot, because she was sure. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing away all surrounding matter. The remnants of the recent battle seemed to merge into the mana flow between her and the Blue Phoenix. Zhu Aiyang struggled to stand not far away, staring at the explosion. She was exhausted, her breathing became ragged, and sweat dripped down her cheeks, but she wasn't sure if the Blue Phoenix was dead or not. Zhu Aiyang's hazy eyes closed. Then she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit. Yet, the Blue Phoenix, was still alive. It approached her with an enraged roar. "You dare? A mere human like you dares? You think you can defeat me in that state?" With all the frustration in its body, it charged towards Zhu Aiyang at top speed, yelling, "I will kill you." Suddenly, chains appeared from nowhere and lunged straight at the Blue Phoenix. The chains completely restrained the Blue Phoenix. It looked down in astonishment. "You?" Kim Tae-hyun appeared with an enigmatic smile. "How to destroy regeneration? You need a destructive power that far exceeds it. Because I am a careful person, I can't let my guard down against a monster like you." He held Zhu Aiyang in his arms, radiating murderous intent, and said, "You've hurt my pride. You should accept this final, destructive blow." Outside, a group of people nervously waited for Kim Tae-hyun and Zhu Aiyang. They whispered, their faces showing a hint of worry and undeniable curiosity as they discussed, "It's a bit late, are they okay?" A person standing in front spoke up, breaking their chatter, "Nothing's wrong, both of them are S-Rank warriors." After hearing this, a few people echoed, "But our guild leader, once she's in battle, she won't lose." Upon hearing this, Zhu Aiyang's three assistants, without prior agreement, all imagined her effortlessly smashing all the monsters while Kim Tae-hyun just stood by. They wondered, is that really okay? Just then, Kim Tae-hyun emerged, carrying Zhu Ai-yang in his arms, astonishing everyone. They rushed towards him and her, showering them with questions. They're out. Is everything all right, Captain? It looks like someone's injured. Suddenly, one of her three assistants slowly realized something and paused. Kim Tae-hyun, not understanding what was happening outside, instinctively asked back, "Huh?" But he quickly composed himself and affirmed to the group in front of him, "The fire temple has been cleared." After this incident, news quickly exploded. The screen showed Ju Ai-yang and Kim Tae-hyun, romantic rumors erupt. It stated, a secret dungeon date just for the two of them. Some comments were also attached. Commenter 1 said, "I heard they even visited a private hospital." Commenter 2 quickly typed, "Isn't this the first romantic rumor between two S-rank warriors?" Commenter 3 seemed quite amused. "It's obvious since only 2 people went into that dungeon." After reading, the fingers on the screen unconsciously trembled. Her entire hand holding the phone was also shaking. Ju Ai-yang's face was now as red as a tomato. She stammered, This is... She immediately turned her head to her 3 assistants, asking, "What exactly is this?" They avoided her gaze, pretending they knew nothing. Ju Ai-yang continued, "The double dungeon attack was carried out publicly. Why are these rumors spreading outside now? And what kind of bizarre content is this? It's truly shameful. You guys did this, didn't you?" The tallest assistant stammered, replying, "The conquest of a double dungeon is an important matter. It's very difficult to keep it a secret." The red-haired assistant dodged, saying, "I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they all promised to keep it a secret." The other assistant could only say, "I'm so wronged. I only did it for the guild master. I didn't mean anything by it. My loyalty is unquestionable." Ju Ai-yang just gave a cold laugh and replied, "Let's die together today." Suddenly, the president unexpectedly opened the door and burst in, sternly saying, "Player Ju Ai-yang, I heard your skills exploded in that double dungeon." His face froze when he saw the situation before him. "Are you all right?" "Huh?" In front of him was a pile of broken furniture, with blue mana rays engulfing Ju Ai-yang. He helplessly asked, "What's going on?" The president took Ju Ai-yang for a walk around the library to chat more easily. She asked him, "How do you think I am?" She took a sip of coffee and said, "I've practiced for so long to control my skill explosion condition. I managed it for 1 minute in the dungeon, and it didn't affect my body at all." The president chuckled, saying to her, "Is that so?" He continued, "So, how about that? Tae-hyun's strength, the thing you wanted to check." Ju Ai-yang's expression gradually grew serious as she looked at him and said, "What do you mean?" She recounted, "In the end, when I lost my mind after a battle with the Azure Phoenix, Tae-hyun handled everything." As she spoke, she gradually recalled the situation back then. Ju Ai-yang looked sullen as she remembered Tae-hyun's face and continued, "Moreover, the Fire Temple raid only ended 2 days ago, and this time he said he's heading towards the deep levels of the abyss. Just how strong has he become?" Her words astonished the president so much that he had to emphasize, "the deep levels of the abyss?" He looked at his own clenched fist and mused, "Good heavens, that's an explosive growth in his power, but isn't that a good thing for a new career?" Ju Ai-yang looked at him, lost in thought for a moment. She said, "That's why I don't understand." He looked at her, wanting her to elaborate. "Huh?" Ju Ai-yang remembered the journey she and Kim Tae-hyun had experienced. She expressed, "Everyone wants to become strong, but after reaching a certain point, people feel satisfied and rest, right? But Tae-hyun doesn't seem to show any signs of wanting to stop." His image appeared in her mind, telling her, "Instead of stopping, I choose to keep going. I'm trying to take advantage of every condition I can." Ju Ai-yang turned and asked the president seriously, "Why is Tae-hyun trying so hard to become strong?" The rustling wind carried leaves past them. He hesitated, replying, Perhaps I know the reason." She was utterly surprised by his words. She asked again to confirm she hadn't misheard, "You do?" She listened intently, awaiting his answer. Perhaps it's because, he declared boldly, patriotism. It must be. Zhu Yang was speechless at his thoughts. She replied, what? He still didn't realize and continued to imagine Kim Tae-hyun as a hero battling the evil surrounding him. He mused about an era filled with monsters and evil awakened ones running rampant, so the country could safely and prosperously overcome that period. He has a strong desire to rise and help the country. That's why Tae-hyun pushes himself so hard, not stopping even when it's difficult. Ju-ai threw a bucket of cold water in his face, saying, no, that's not it. Whatever it is, that's not the reason. Made the chairman freeze. What? The scene shifts to the deep level of the abyss, home to the Vampire Lord's castle, a place shrouded in the crimson color of blood. Inside, amidst countless scattered corpses, a figure sat regally on a throne in the midst of the chaos. The human corpses were treated like animal carcasses, their bodies pierced by arrows, swords, or knives, dying dismembered. Most of them were female corpses. As if a plot was unfolding, a man appeared and respectfully placed his lips on the back of the other's hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed, report this. The other immediately stopped his action and listened to the command. The red-haired man, exuding an overwhelming aura, sat cross-legged on his throne and commanded, let's bind our powers together with blood. He was the Prince of the Abyss and Vampire Lord, IG Moon, level unknown. The man in the black cloak bowed reverently, thank you, my lord. He, IG Moon, glanced down with an expressionless face and said, thank you. How do you feel about receiving the power of the vampire race? The man slowly smiled, removing his black cloak, and calmly replied, there were quite a few people with skills and powers similar to mine. He completely lowered his hood. He laughed maniacally, his blood-red eyes revealing his malevolent nature, and continued, but after receiving power from you, I will now be the strongest among them. He was the Chinese national power player, Jiang Lin Pi. 2 bodyguards were standing guard at the gate to Abyss Area 22. Inside, a desolate scene appeared, with a blood-red moon in the sky, making one wary of entering. At this time, Kim Tae-hyun was also there. Tents were set up with the number 22 next to them, along with guards, resembling a miniature military zone. He said contentedly, this abyss, after regression, this is the first time I've set foot here, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice caught his attention, welcome, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun, to the abyss. He solemnly bowed and greeted him, I am Paul Baker, an A-rank player, affiliated with the World Player Association and manager of Area 22 at the deep level of the abyss. It's a pleasure to welcome you. He raised his head and introduced himself to Kim Tae-hyun again, my name is Paul Baker. He was the manager of Abyss Area 22, affiliated with the World Player Association, A-rank player Paul Baker. Paul Baker led Kim Tae-hyun around and introduced their area. According to records, this is your first time setting foot in the deep level of the abyss, isn't it? Kim Tae-hyun calmly followed behind and replied, something like that. Paul Baker suggested to him, in that case, you'll need to hire players who can act as guides or mercenaries. He further explained, the World Player Association has established player zones, which are safe bases and rallying points to support explorers in each discovered area of the abyss. However, the deep level of the abyss is so dangerous that even within a player zone, you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any time. Paul Baker saw that he didn't seem to pay attention to this issue, so he tried to add more to persuade him. Therefore, even if you are an S-rank player, hiring accompanying players is still essential. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't enough to make Kim Tae-hyun consider it. He bluntly replied, no, I don't need them. This left Paul Baker utterly confused. Huh? Kim Tae-hyun was about to continue, anyway. Before he could finish, a crack appeared on the ground. A giant centipede emerged from the crack right behind him. Paul Baker exclaimed in surprise, oh, this is... He shouted loudly to warn him, player Kim Tae-hyun, be careful, monster. But what surprised him even more was that Kim Tae-hyun had defeated the monster in an instant, effortlessly. Kim Tae-hyun stood atop the monster, confidently looking down and replying, "I was just taking a stroll, and a few monsters had to bother me." A moment later, the area around him was piled with monster corpses, and he let out a sigh. Paul Baker must have already left. I've come this far, so there's probably no one following me anymore. Kim Tae-hyun recalled the scenes he had experienced at each event, then thought, thanks to absorbing the Great Phoenix's power at the Fire Temple. He met the conditions to activate the Demon Pact at the auction house and also received the necessary 200 magic points. He stared contemplatively at the 2 purple stones in his hand. But even so, suddenly, on his skill panel, appeared Demon Pact, Grade B, Open Gate to the Abyss. He couldn't help but wonder why this skill had changed. Instead of simply summoning monsters like that bastard officer Ouroboros, it had become gate creation. What caught his attention next was the symbol at the very end, 1 out of 1. Surely that was the number of uses. It might have become a one-time use skill. Thinking that, Kim Tae-hyun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Could this be some kind of special effect? The 2 stones in his hand glowed a brilliant purple, making him exclaim, "There are tons of monsters here. Luckily, I brought these stones. This should be enough." Kim Tae-hyun immediately crushed the 2 stones. The player's screen displayed a notification, Magic Amplification Stone used. Magic power temporarily amplified. Those 2 stones were Magic Amplification Stones, items created and used by consuming magic stones when needed, with the effect of temporarily amplifying the user's magic power. After being activated, a very barbaric skull gate gradually appeared. It stretched out its arms and legs, forming a complete gate covered in purple flames, giving off a dangerous aura that made one not want to step inside. At the same time, another notification appeared, Demon Pact activated. Gate created. Kim Tae-hyun slowly stepped inside, filled with anticipation. Let's see what kind of species it is, and what it looks like. He entered the gate. Kim Tae-hyun was overwhelmed by what appeared before his eyes. It was a magnificent castle, enveloped in a somber and mysterious atmosphere. Every nook and cranny of it was utterly perfect. It astonished him, making him doubt the castle's nature. He cautiously ascended the steps leading to the castle, marveling internally, "I've never heard of a place like this in the abyss. Even though I used magic amplification stones to push the skill's effect to the maximum, it's truly unexpected. Where exactly have I ended up?" Indeed, he could only find out for himself. Before Kim Tae-hyun could finish speaking, a few voluptuous succubi appeared behind him. Kim Tae-hyun immediately sensed their presence and turned around. A huge tremor occurred. He stood firm, knife in hand, ready to fight. A girl's voice rang out, catching his attention. "Oh my, what a novel scent!" A green-haired succubus smirked at him. "Don't point that ridiculous thing at me." The green-haired one pondered, "What flavor should I let you taste?" The pink-haired one added, "It seems." The blonde-haired one continued excitedly, "A human, a human." They were S-rank succubi. Kim Tae-hyun was surprised by what he saw. Succubi. Succubi are monsters that drain men's essence through mental attacks like illusions or hypnotically induced hallucinations. Kim Tae-hyun carefully reorganized his thoughts. But a normal succubus is only B rank. These are S rank. Could she be a mutated monster, the target I need to defeat to establish a summoning pact? The pink-haired one didn't stop, adding, "Poor human. It seems you've chosen the wrong path." The blonde-haired one delighted, "You look absolutely delicious." Kim Tae-hyun paid no attention to their words and decided directly, if it's a pact target that needs to be defeated. He sprang forward, charging straight towards where they stood. "Then I'll knock you down." The green-haired one remained calm, letting out a simple "oh." All of his sharp attacks were dodged by them. They laughed, treating him like a new toy, filled with excitement. The green-haired one looked at him with great interest and said, "But your enthusiasm isn't bad. The more you struggle, the more interesting it becomes." Kim Tae-hyun said nothing and rushed straight towards them at the fastest speed. As he got close to them, a heart-shaped light ring exploded. Thinking they had him under control, they excitedly laughed, "Taste my sweet nectar." Human, Kim Tae-hyun, after taking the full brunt of their attack, remained still, not moving. Furthermore, a man could never resist our hypnosis. The blue-haired one hadn't even finished speaking when Kim Tae-hyun lunged at her. He punched her straight down to the ground. At this moment, only her piercing scream remained. The two sisters of the blue-haired one didn't understand what had just happened before their eyes. "What, sister?" Without letting them counterattack, Kim Tae-hyun activated his knight's fighting will skill. He ordered them to kneel. The two of them were pressed to the ground by his aura. The two of them groaned in pain. "It hurts so much." How can a mere human like you resist our enchanting hypnosis?" Kim Tae-hyun slowly walked towards them. "Resist what?" The screen constantly displayed notifications. "Skill used detected, temptation confirmed." He looked down with a triumphant expression. "Only the incompetent are seduced by monsters like you." The screen displayed another notification. "Temptation resisted successfully thanks to a mysterious power." Kim Tae-hyun moved closer and said, "Now, let's form a contract." The women now only had the strength to let out faint whispers. To form a monster summoning contract, one of two conditions must be met. One is to satisfy the monster's desire, and the other condition is to conquer the monster by force. The red-haired one resisted in fear but could do nothing. As Kim Tae-hyun activated his skill, he thought to himself, "This should be enough, right? With this, I can command an S-rank monster." Suddenly, a notification appeared, making him stop. "Not a contract target." Kim Tae-hyun was surprised and didn't understand. "What? Not a contract target? What does that mean?" His mind was filled with questions, when immediately behind him, a voice rang out, "It seems you are no ordinary human." The voice brought him back to reality. Kim Tae-hyun spun around and saw a group of succubi approaching him. The leading succubus spoke, "You will be a wonderful offering for the queen." She was an S+ elite succubus. The scene shifts inside the castle, where the dome is covered in purple roses. Below, men are tightly bound by thorny vines, hanging upside down everywhere. Yet, on their faces, everyone wore a look of immense pleasure. At this moment, a succubus maid appeared and formally announced, "Queen, a human has infiltrated the castle." Behind the red curtain, a powerful, ethereal woman appeared. She was curious. "Oh, a human." Then she burst out laughing. "This will be an interesting diversion." The magnificent castle, with its long, winding stairs built on a solitary rock, emitted rays of light along with rising black smoke. Along with the rising light and black smoke came louder sounds. The chase of red-eyed demons guarding the castle, with bat-like wings, tails, and horns on their heads, raced to catch Kim Tae-hyun, who was running ahead. They angrily roared with fury and commanded, "Coward! Bastard, always using dirty tricks!" Another demon angrily added, "Prize to be offered to the queen. Capture him alive." Kim Tae-hyun looked back at the three demons chasing him and cursed, "Damn it." While looking back, in front of Kim Tae-hyun, from nowhere, two more succubi appeared, shattering the glass into flying fragments and blocking his path, staring intently at Kim Tae-hyun. He panicked. "What the hell? Why are there so many succubi?" They rushed forward even faster. Seeing such a sight, Kim Tae-hyun lost his composure. "They're unreasonably numerous." Kim Tae-hyun was surrounded by countless succubi, striking with lightning-fast attacks. Kim Tae-hyun used his skill to break through the encirclement. His entire body, clutching the intensely glowing blade, showed the face of a hellish demon appearing behind him. Seeing this kind of light, the succubi were startled and fell backward, unprepared. Inside the castle, a shocking red light erupted, and the succubi were blasted out by that light. A large section of the ceiling was ripped open, leaving only Kim Tae-hyun standing below. After dealing with the succubi, Kim Tae-hyun wiped the corner of his mouth and sighed. He thought to himself, "Usually, succubi don't concentrate so much manpower to attack one person like this, so there's only one possibility. The demon capable of commanding even the succubus captains, the one they call the queen, is here." Just as he thought that, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly looked at the succubus in a maid outfit, bowing respectfully before him, with suspicion. She remained respectfully bowed and said to Kim Tae-hyun, "Yes, it seems you are the first human to arrive here. Please, feel free to enter. The queen is waiting for you." Kim Tae-hyun stopped his movement, looking at her with an expectant smirk. Scene change. Now, Kim Tae-hyun stood alone before a closed gate with winding vines crawling all over the ground, and many white roses planted above it. These flowers were blooming, white rose petals drifting down from above, blending with the red of the brick floor Kim Tae-hyun was standing on. The scene was truly eerie. Those ugly, winding vines snaked everywhere, weaving through every crack in the wall. Looking closely, they were humans, tied tightly by the thorny vines of the roses. These thorns wrapped around them, hanging them upside down, and white liquid flowed down from their bodies. Kim Tae-hyun stood with his hands in his pockets, looking towards a sedan chair covered by a thin white veil, with winding vines crawling out from its base and spreading everywhere. But he could see a woman's figure sitting inside. From within the thin veil, the voice of a woman, similar to the succubi Kim Tae-hyun had fought, echoed. She leisurely introduced herself, "Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desires, the queen of this place. Call me Rosalia." The corners of her mouth curved into a wicked smile, revealing her fangs. After she finished introducing herself, Kim Tae-hyun understood his mission. The summoning contract was activated. The target for the contract was right before his eyes. Kim Tae-hyun seemed to understand, thinking, as expected, "This is truly the target I need to aim for, isn't it?" Kim Tae-hyun opened his mouth and asked her again, "You are Rosalia?" She didn't hesitate to answer, with the arrogant demeanor of a queen, "Yes, Rosalia." She pronounced each syllable of her name clearly. Kim Tae-hyun's eyebrows furrowed tightly, unable to believe it. He silently thought, a demon, speaking human language? Rosalia smiled mystically and slowly said, "There's nothing strange about it. You're not a monster, yet you understand our language, don't you? Don't you agree?" Kim Tae-hyun stood still and thought, "She's right, I can understand what they're saying. So, what is your purpose here, human?" Rosalia, still in her queenly pose, directly asked. Then she listed the possible answers herself. Is it out of curiosity, fame, or simply interest in this place? Or, do you wish to satisfy your desires? Her tentacles rubbed against each other, exuding a dark red liquid, accompanied by Rosalia's incomparably wicked and provocative smile. As white rose petals fell, Kim Tae-hyun opened his mouth to reply, "No." Kim Tae-hyun, still in that posture, looked into the sedan chair filled with wriggling tentacles, and stated his desire for coming here. "I came to make a summoning contract." After a long moment of thought, Rosalia slowly repeated what Kim Tae-hyun had just said, "A summoning contract." She chuckled as if she'd heard something she couldn't hold back, then burst into louder laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder. "You're quite bold, human." She continued to laugh heartily while looking at Kim Tae-hyun standing there. The tentacles, covered in red liquid, slowly drew back the covering veil, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight ahead. But don't be so naive. The last veil finally fully opened, revealing Rosalia sitting with her legs crossed and surrounded by her tentacles. She was still pointing at Kim Tae-hyun, and she spoke with a mocking tone, "Since when does a toy demand to make a contract with its owner?" She, Rosalia, Lord of the Abyss and Queen of Succubi, ranked as a mystery. Rosalia changed her demeanor, no longer as wicked as before. She swiftly directed her tentacles straight towards Kim Tae-hyun. But Kim Tae-hyun remained still, hands in his pockets, and said, "Indeed, you are not wrong." Then Kim Tae-hyun subtly moved his hand behind him. He saw the image of the demon appearing with him. On one side was Kim Tae-hyun commanding his demon, and on the other were the rapidly approaching tentacles. Kim Tae-hyun's face turned cold. "I'll use force to subdue you then." The tentacles also powerfully attacked forward. These enormous tentacles, with no small force, instantly shattered a massive pillar upon impact. But Kim Tae-hyun wasn't easy to deal with. He moved swiftly, dodging those attacks. Looking at the tentacles, Kim Tae-hyun smirked again. His familiar blade appeared, along with a light chain now equipped to his hand. Kim Tae-hyun controlled them, and with a few swift motions, he created high-damage slashes. His eyes widened and sharpened with a dark streak. Kim Tae-hyun aimed at Rosalia, who was sitting, and charged swiftly towards her with the blade in his hand, attacking. Kim Tae-hyun forcefully raised the knife high in his hand, along with the glowing red light chain. His arm and the knife turned into stone. A direct stone strike to the face. Kim Tae-hyun's hand and blade had transformed into a large, sharp triangular stone mass, hurtling rapidly towards Rosalia, who was sitting with her legs crossed. A short distance from Rosalia, the stone masses Kim Tae-hyun had just created suddenly shattered, and the light chain fell, but Rosalia remained still, not showing any signs of using a skill. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't believe what was happening. Huh? Rosalia sat there, looking at Kim Tae-hyun, her fingers pointing at him, and laughed scornfully. "You're so weak, aren't you?" She snapped her fingers, and Kim Tae-hyun remained suspended in the air, a distance away from her. At this moment, Rosalia's sedan chair was seen overturned. Kim Tae-hyun panicked, not understanding what was happening to him. Now, Rosalia was seen sitting on her sedan chair, looking down at Kim Tae-hyun, who was falling from towering buildings. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't control his body. What the hell is this? My skills aren't working. Looking at the void he was falling through, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, furthermore, here, has space been altered? No, this is. Kim Tae-hyun was rapidly falling towards the high-rise buildings. Now Kim Tae-hyun fell into the water, sinking deep. He struggled desperately. A hallucination. This is a hallucinatory space Rosalia created to drown Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun struggled in the water, water filling his mouth, surrounding him. At this moment, he realized the situation, his mind clearing, a hallucination. But since when have I been caught in their hallucination? Rosalia sat on her sedan chair with her writhing tentacles, looking down at the churning sea where waves crashed against each other, covered in white foam. She sat, covering her mouth, laughing gleefully at her victory. Her mouth uttered each word. "Since when did you fall into a hallucination, you ask?" "From the very moment you stepped in here, you fool." The scene shifted to Rosalia pressing down on Kim Tae-hyun, controlling her tentacles to bind his entire body, as she displayed an evil smile. At this moment, Kim Tae-hyun's eyes were tightly shut, unconscious, his body wrapped in tentacles. Inside the sedan chair, with sunlight shining in, Rosalia was pressing down on Kim Tae-hyun, who lay unconscious. Kim Tae-hyun lay there, eyes tightly shut, with Rosalia's tentacles wrapped around his neck and waist. She smiled slyly, baring her fangs. "Since when, you ask?" Rosalia used her tentacles to wrap around Kim Tae-hyun's entire body. She smiled contentedly, looking at him. "From the very beginning, when you stepped in here, you were already caught in the hallucination." Kim Tae-hyun sank into the water, and large bubbles rose to the surface. Kim Tae-hyun gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, I have to escape this hallucination." Suddenly, a light flashed before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, and he opened them wide in astonishment. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. The man in the driver's seat was his father. The gentlewoman with long hair in the passenger seat was his mother, and the child was Kim Tae-hyun himself. He couldn't believe his eyes as he saw what was before him. The innocent little boy sitting properly. "Was that me when I was little?" Little Kim Tae-hyun excitedly told his parents. "TV says high-level awakened earn a lot of money." The boy was still very excited about his story. "So I have to be the highest level awakened to buy mom and dad the best, most beautiful things, everything in the world." His father smiled widely, and his mother smiled gently upon hearing what he said. "My good boy." Little Kim Tae-hyun's mother gently told him, "But I don't need those things, my son. As long as you're healthy and happy, I'm content." Little Kim Tae-hyun looked momentarily unhappy when his mother said that. "Why do you say that, Mom? You're so boring." Kim Tae-hyun then thought about his parents. That's right, Mom and Dad were always like that. More than wanting him to be a high-level awakened, more than wanting him to escape poverty. The family of three chatted happily in that small car, filled with the laughter of happiness. What his parents always wished for was his happiness. Kim Tae-hyun's eyes were filled with happiness, and he smiled amidst his family's joy. Fire! In Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, a burning red flame appeared, and he panicked. The scene of the accident reappeared, the car completely shattered, engulfed in flames as if wanting to swallow the entire vehicle. His unconscious parents sat motionless as the fire consumed them. The shattered windshield, his father's face covered in bleeding wounds. His mother sat still in the passenger seat, slowly being devoured by the flames. Even the spot where Kim Tae-hyun was sitting was on fire, surrounded by flames. He frantically gasped, "Ah!" Before his eyes, through the broken car window, he saw a man standing next to a woman who was holding a young man, crying out in anguish, "God is unfair." The man's face was distraught, tears already streaming from his eyes, as he said, "Oh no." The woman, still holding the young man, couldn't believe it, crying out in bitter resentment, "How could you do this to my family?" Kim Tae-hyun stared blankly, only able to utter, "What, uncle?" A cruel smile and a mocking sound that made Kim Tae-hyun's eyes widen, "That useless brat." Before his eyes again was the image of two young men vigorously kicking a weaker person who couldn't resist the blows. The two kept kicking him hard, "Don't pretend. Get up." Our little Tae-hyun must have awakened with extraordinary endurance. Kim Tae-hyun stood before the fiercely burning car, looking at his past self trembling, and thought, "That's right, this is." Recalling the scene where he carried luggage on his shoulder, setting off with his teammates, Kim Tae-hyun was certain, "This is my memory." Carrying heavy luggage on his shoulders, Kim Tae-hyun walked, panting, beads of sweat on his forehead. "An incompetent like you dares to go to the abyss? Know your place." Looking at those who were laughing mockingly and despising him, Kim Tae-hyun recalled. Because he was not an awakened, because he had no power, he had to endure misfortune day after day, without a word of protest. But what hurt me even more was my aunt yelling at him, "Tae-hyun, what are you saying? Did auntie do something wrong? Where else do you want to go, looking like that?" On the road where snowflakes were falling, covering everything in white, Kim Tae-hyun, carrying his luggage, stood with his head bowed, listening to auntie's words, not daring to look directly at auntie and uncle standing opposite him. Auntie still worriedly advised him, "Money is not an issue, let's not worry about that anymore." Kim Tae-hyun finally replied, "No, auntie, uncle, it's not that. Just the fact that you two have helped me until today, I am already incredibly grateful." Auntie and uncle were stunned to hear Kim Tae-hyun say that. He sank back into thought, "Not only can I not help anyone, but my very existence brings misfortune to those who help me." Indeed, the present Kim Tae-hyun looked at his past self. His parents wanted him to be happy, but to achieve that happiness, they almost stood against each other. The past Kim Tae-hyun walked past the present Kim Tae-hyun, heading towards the light. Kim Tae-hyun realized that he needed power. Discovery, Queen's hypnosis skill activated. Rosalia is using her hypnosis skill to control Kim Tae-hyun. Using mysterious power to resist that skill. Resistance failed. All stats are reduced. Chains of binding cannot be used. Night's Will cannot be used. Heart of the Monarch cannot be used. Paralysis cannot be used. Stealth cannot be used. Iron Skin cannot be used. Usable skills, 1 out of 8. Kim Tae-hyun shouted loudly, "Recover." Kim Tae-hyun used his skill to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered on the tiled floor, their bodies stained with blood, strewn everywhere. Rosalia smiled, one arm crossed in front of her chest, the other propping her chin, saying, "You surprise me. And yet, you survived after encountering the Iron Steed. However, there are a few interesting points in your memories." Rosalia looked at the past Kim Tae-hyun. Firstly, for some reason, there are memories of a boy who looks older than your current self. Secondly, although seemingly from the same time period, there are memories with contradictory outcomes. Kim Tae-hyun was bullied and powerless to resist. Kim Tae-hyun, with extraordinary strength, defeated the bully from before. He lay defeated at his feet. Then, to be sure, Rosalia's crimson tentacle stretched out. What secret are you hiding? She used her tentacle to smash the iron steed in front of her. Watching the fragments fly everywhere, she covered her mouth and chuckled mockingly. Her red eyes widened, unbelievable. She stood frozen as she saw vast spaces before her, and most astonishingly, she saw the king. His entire body glowed white, and his long white hair fluttered. Rosalia stepped back, disbelieving her eyes. She stammered, This person is. The king, radiating white light, smiled. She was still in shock, unable to speak. This. Behind her, crimson lightning bolts appeared. More electric currents discharged from her body. She collapsed, looking up at the crimson lightning bolts merging with the shattered fragments, reflecting her image within them. Her face was drenched in sweat. Looking at the tentacles lying on the ground, her mind was blank. How dare you peek into someone else's memories? She turned her head towards the sound, a knife already pressed against her neck. What a bizarre hobby for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground, with Kim Tae-hyun holding a knife to her neck. Kim Tae-hyun said, I'll repeat it one more time, Rosalia, accept the summoning contract. She could still laugh. You think those cheap flashback films can defeat me? Foolish. You think that toy can kill me? Kim Tae-hyun said defiantly, we'll only know if we try. Rosalia glanced, sneered, and snorted coldly, how arrogant. But suddenly, a tentacle appeared, striking like lightning. Rosalia wrapped her tentacle around Kim Tae-hyun, her finger tracing his face, saying, I'll accept the contract. With that, she bit fiercely into Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder, blood splattering. Kim Tae-hyun shouted in disbelief. Contract conditions met. Summoning contract established. Rosalia still bit tightly into Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder. The contract with the demon's skill has been converted to Queen's Monarch. Skill level adjusted. New skill perfect hypnosis added. Skill level adjusted. She released Kim Tae-hyun and retracted her tentacle. Charm stat increased. Rubbing her tentacle against Kim Tae-hyun's face, she said, Hey, sleep tight. The one I chose. Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. Hearing his name called, Kim Tae-hyun slowly opened his eyes. Kim Tae-hyun woke up and sat up, seeing a man with neatly combed hair. Wearing glasses, behind him was the magic circle that had called him. He said, Are you all right, sir? Kim Tae-hyun still didn't understand anything. I'm glad you survived safely, said the radiant handsome man, the 22nd Abyssal Manager, from the World Player Association, A-Rank player Pao Baker. In a space that only contained missing word and bases, Kim Tae-hyun asked, Where is this place? Pao Baker said, This is the player area. I was passing by and saw you lying here. Kim Tae-hyun rubbed his eyes, aching from a headache, and said, What happened? He thought to himself, Did Rosalia bring me here? Updated information appeared in Kim Tae-hyun's mind. Queen Man Summon B-Rank Skill, can summon Rosalia, Queen of Demons. Magic Power, 200. Hypnosis B-Rank Skill, can hypnotize opponents. Magic Power, 40. Charm, 130. Not only that, this wasn't a dream. A powerful force was surging through Kim Tae-hyun. The Devil's contract has been changed to the Queen Man Summon skill. I even gained a new skill, Hypnosis. With the Rosalia Summon skill, I can meet her in the Asian-friendly match and face players from other countries. Rosalia's image appeared in Kim Tae-hyun's mind. The Hypnosis skill Rosalia gave me even has an infinite range of use. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Kim Tae-hyun was surprised as he thought about this. What she said at the last minute, Rosalia, with one hand clasped in front of her stomach, the other covering her mouth, and her tentacles wiggling, said, Hey, sleep tight. The one chosen by the king, Rosalia's gentle words made Kim Tae-hyun turn pale and stammer, She knows the king? Pao Baker suddenly called out, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun, which startled Kim Tae-hyun, making him look at Pao Baker. Pao Baker continued, what will you do now? Do you need to hire a guide? Kim Tae-hyun politely smiled and replied to Pao Baker, thank you, I'm fine. Everything is done. So, I'm going home. The clear blue sky and early morning sunlight shone on the city with its tall buildings reaching towards the rising sun. A tall building with a spacious rooftop. Below, people were bustling about with their work. Zhu Aiong was stepping out of the building, walking down the stairs in her high heels. Congratulations on being discharged from the hospital, chairperson. Hearing the congratulations, Zhu Aiong's steps halted in surprise. A man with a large scar on his face, accompanied by two subordinates behind him, clapped his hands and urged, are you feeling all right? The man with the scarred face, clapping, was the vice chairman of the Night Stalker Guild, A-rank player Han Soo-jang. Zhu Aiong adjusted her vest and said, I've sparred with a few people and feel fine now. Han Soo-jang chuckled. As expected of the chairperson. I have some interesting news for you. Hearing him say that, Zhu Aiong glanced at him and asked, what news? He recalled an image of Kim Tae-hyun and said, I heard that player Kim Tae-hyun has returned after entering the abyss. Zhu Aiong was surprised to hear that and said, he's back? She was still in disbelief, he really came back? Well, no matter what, Kim Tae-hyun couldn't have explored deep inside alone. Han Soo-jang crossed his arms smugly and replied, that's a place called an S-rank tomb. Returning isn't the issue. The important thing is the person who went to meet player Kim Tae-hyun. Zhu Aiong was even more surprised and hastily asked, what? Who met him? Han Soo-jang smiled triumphantly and said, it's the guild leader of the Onsamiro Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. I am Kuan Kang-hyuk, a player. A tall man stood before Kim Tae-hyun. Kim Tae-hyun sweated and uttered, ah. The man had a scar across his nose. He bared his teeth and smiled, asking, are you Kim Tae-hyun? He arrogantly challenged, let's have a fight. Kuan Kang-hyuk, guild leader of Osamiro Guild, S-rank player. Kuan Kang-hyuk charged straight towards Kim Tae-hyun. Kuan Kang-hyuk, he's the leader of Osamiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He's fought monsters for dozens of hours straight. There are many rumors about him, among them that he's annihilated hundreds of monsters. Their guild is most famous for. He gathered power in his hand, then. Let's start, the power from Kuan Kang-hyuk surged, recruiting members through duels, come on. Suddenly a voice interrupted, stop it. Kim Hye-zeon rushed over, intending to slap him. He was surprised, huh? Kuan Kang-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, Secretary Kim? You spoke up. Do you want the Human Rights Committee to call us in again? Guild leader, don't you know that if you do that, you'll be banned from the abyss? What excuse will I have to make so you don't get penalized again? Kim Tae-hyun looked bewildered. She spoke up, hello, I'm Kim Hye-zeon, secretary to the guild leader of Osamiro. You're still in a ready-to-fight stance. Kim Hye-zeon explained again, it's true that our guild leader's method of recruiting members is quite inhumane. But, I'm here to handle the recruitment of player Kim Tae-hyun into the guild. Behind him, Kuan Kang-hyuk was extremely annoyed. Secretary Kim, what are you saying? Inhumane? What's inhumane about it? If player Kim Tae-hyun wants to join the guild, he doesn't need to duel. Kim Tae-hyun was skeptical. If there's no way to select candidates, then it's no different from forcing others to join. Secretary Kim agreed, that's true, but I have a suggestion for you, Kim Tae-hyun. As far as I know, player Kim Tae-hyun, you intend to participate in the Asian friendship match. She continued, imagining the scenario, among the 4 major guilds, we, Osamiro, are the guild most specialized in abyss exploration. With countless dungeon raid schedules, we will ensure your success in exploring the abyss. If you join our guild, we will certainly compensate for anything you, Kim Tae-hyun, are lacking. Kim Tae-hyun listened without saying anything. Kwon Kan-hyuk walked up from behind, smiling happily and patting Secretary Kim's shoulder, making her jump and turn to look. Kwon Kan-hyuk said, "That's enough, Secretary Kim." Osamiro glanced dismissively and laughed. If he wanted those things, he would have come here a long time ago. No. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly said no, interrupting Osamiro, "I've changed my mind." Secretary Kim and Kwon Kan-hyuk were astonished to hear him say that. Kwon Kan-hyuk asked in surprise, "What?" Secretary Kim, however, cheered enthusiastically, "That's the spirit." Kwon Kan-hyuk hesitated, "So, you mean you want to join Osamiro?" Kim Tae-hyun laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kwon Kan-hyuk's eyes widened, not understanding what Kim Tae-hyun meant. Kim Tae-hyun stood opposite Kwon Kan-hyuk and confidently said, "Let's do it your way." Kim Tae-hyun continued with a cold expression, "The winner gets what they want." "How about it?" Kwon Kan-hyuk said irritably, "This brat." At the Osamiro Guild headquarters stadium, bright lights shone, and thousands of people gathered to watch. Many cameras and reporters surrounded Kim Tae-hyun for interviews. "We heard you're being pressured to join Osamiro? Are you involved with the Nightwalkers Guild, the guild with player UAI on? Why did you agree to duel Kwon Kan-hyuk? An opponent nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea, do you think you have a chance of winning?" Questions, flashing bright screens surrounded Kim Tae-hyun. In Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, anger flared, and killing intent arose. The people behind him, pushing and shoving, seemed to ignite with excitement, screaming, "So annoying! Just move it, gosh! I just need one picture." Someone asked the furious Kim Tae-hyun, "Why aren't you saying anything?" In the crowd, someone exclaimed, That's..." A hand in a green outfit reached out and shouted. Kim Tae-hyun heard that grunted, and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The girl in the green outfit, wearing glasses, with her hair half tied up and a camera, rushed through the crowd, trying to get to the front, shouting, "I want an interview too. Get out of the way. I need to interview." She is Reporter Kim, occupation, new reporter for C Economic. Trait, tries her best to avoid dismissal. Reporter Kim's hand trembled as she tried to push forward. A strong man's hand firmly grabbed Reporter Kim's outstretched hand. That man was Kim Tae-hoo, holding Reporter Kim's hand. She looked at Kim Tae-hoo in a panic. Kim Tae-hoo looked down at Reporter Kim and greeted her, "Long time no see, Reporter Kim. We met during the selection exam, didn't we?" Reporter Kim was embarrassed, her face turning red as she awkwardly replied, That's right. It's been a long time, player Kim Tae-hoo." Reporter Kim, "Do you two know each other? Or are you just pretending to be close with Kim Tae-hoo?" The crowd nearby murmured about Reporter Kim. Standing there, Reporter Kim began to daydream. He even remembers someone who just briefly passed by, like me. Famous people really are different, after all. Kim Tae-hoo casually gestured towards Reporter Kim and said, "Right now, I can't answer anyone's questions. If you have anything, just ask her. As you all know, I have an appointment with Kwon Kan-hyuk, so I don't have enough time for an interview." Having this difficult bomb thrown at her, Reporter Kim stiffened up, only managing to blurt out, "What?" Reporter Kim was surrounded by a crowd of reporters asking questions like, "Reporter Kim, what is your relationship with Kim Tae-hoo?" Suddenly surrounded by everyone, Secretary Kim was scared and didn't know what to do, only managing, Having successfully thrown this trouble onto Reporter Kim, Kim Tae-hoo waved his hand gently, smiled, and left, saying, "That's it." Kim Tae-hoo strode towards the brightly lit staircase with an open gate. Kim Tae-hoo, hands in his pockets, walked up the steps. He stopped and furrowed his brows tightly. Green lights shone on the stands, where thousands of people were waiting. Kim Tae-hoo and Kwon Kan-hyuk stood facing each other. Kwon Kan-hyuk smiled defiantly, his eyes burning. "So you came, huh? I was worried you'd get scared and run off." Kim Tae-hoo, not to be outdone, had also changed his appearance, ready for battle, and confidently said, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, let's get to it." Kim Tae-hoo's body was covered in rock, flames erupted, he too was ready for this fight. Below the stands, thousands of people sat neatly, watching the match. The voice of commentator, level 8 player Choi Ha-sun, boomed, all right, the battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There's only one way to win, make your opponent surrender. How will this forced recruitment go? Kwon Kan Hyuk got into position. All right then, let's see what this kid's real strength is like. The recruitment of members through battle, let the match begin. The opening announcement of the battle rang out. Both were excited for this fierce battle. Kim Tae-hoo was ready, let's go. He lightly swung his hand, summoning a giant monster, I'll show you my power. He thought about his strategy. Right now, when I summon a monster with an oppressive, regal aura, it's enough to subdue S-rank monsters in just one move. Even player Kwon Kan Hyuk couldn't easily evade this move. He thought this powerful monster could intimidate him, but he was surprised to see no reaction from his opponent. Those moves have some intimidation, I'll give you that. But that's not enough. Kim Tae-hoo was stunned by his opponent's reaction. Suddenly, he felt something flash past his back. It was a leopard. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Kwon Kan Hyuk put all his strength into his fist, concentrating power into one spot. Blurry images appeared on that fist. One punch. His punch had the force of a giant brown bear. Kim Tae-hoo was sent flying a considerable distance. Cracks on the ground beneath his feet showed how terrifying the punch's power was. He had managed to cover his hand with golden chains in time, so the punch didn't affect him much. He rushed at Kim Tae-hoo like a gust of wind, long, large horns growing on his head. Though your combat skills are quite good, with that level of strength. You're mistaken if you think you can defeat me. He charged at Kim Tae-hoo, the image of a giant bull appearing, similar to the previous bear punch. You're certainly strong, Kim Tae-hoo calmly replied, a smile still gracing his handsome face. He jumped up. Still that same aura, the image of a giant elephant ready to stomp on a tiny prey beneath its feet. He was surprised by this strange move. A devastating stomp, the giant elephant stomped on Kim Tae-hoo's small body. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, obscuring visibility. He stepped onto a rock, smirking triumphantly at his move. The dust slowly cleared. He still stood firmly on the platform. Your escape skill is quite good, you know. But just dodging won't get you a win. He mocked him, a smile appearing on his injured face. He laughed loudly, Chairman, if there are no more beasts, then this fight is mine. Kwon Kan Hyuk advanced, as if provoked. He started channeling his power. Interesting, you're at a disadvantage, yet you can still talk like that? If that's what you want, then I'll end this battle with this move. The image of a giant dinosaur appeared. The audience below cheered excitedly, it's here. Chairman Kwon Kan Hyuk's final transformation. The crowd roared in support. The stage where the two stood was shattered anew by his 3 attacks. He looked tiny next to that giant dinosaur. With this combat form, the battle will surely end soon. Even if he's a promising new player, there's no way he can defeat the chairman. Han Soo-jang and Ju Ah-young sat on the stage, watching the match. Ju Ah-young was excited, it's true, only by witnessing this match can you see their true strength. What kind of situation is this, and you're still saying such things? Soo-jang chided. If he loses, player Kim Tae-hoo will have to join the OSA Miro Guild. But there's nothing we can do about that. Then we need to stop this match from continuing. Soo-jang analyzed Kwon Kan Hyuk's abilities. Chairman Kwon Kan Hyuk's skill, Beast's Fury. This is a power that simulates a beast's rage. It allows him to gain the strength and intimidation of a beast in battle. Once he unleashes this technique to its final form, no matter how strong player Kim Tae-hoo is, it'll be hard to defend against. Ju Ah-young reassured, no need to worry like that now. The player Kim Tae-hoo I know, he won't simply give up. He always has a trump card to deal with situations like this. He channeled his power and lunged at him. He stood there, waiting for him. A smug smile appeared on his face again. The audience in the stands anxiously watched the match. Huh? What? What's going on? Everyone gasped in astonishment. The chairman, he's on his knees. What? What? He still didn't understand what had happened, filled with worry and shock. If you're on your knees, then I win, right? On the other hand, I said that Chairman Kwon Kang-hyuk requested a duel, and player Kim Tae-hoo gladly accepted. Secretary Kim explained to the Player Association. An atmosphere of surprise enveloped the entire stands. Unable to believe what they saw, the audience exclaimed at the result before them, the chairman, he's on his knees? The man who has experienced countless battles and cleared so many dungeons is on his knees? No way, there must be some cheating here. Fight again. I don't believe this match, there's cheating here. Invalidate this match, fight again. He stood below the stage, the dissatisfied shouts about the result continued to ring out. He looked at him, who was still on his knees. I had somewhat predicted it, but I didn't think the battle would unfold this way. Truly, a powerful player from Korea. When he closed in for close combat, the hypnosis took effect. Kneel. He gritted his teeth, anger and resentment appearing on his face. Did I lose? No way. I remember when I charged to attack him, there was a mind control skill used on me. I lost consciousness for a bit during that time. Damn it, he gritted his teeth angrily. Everyone, quiet. His roar echoed throughout the stadium. All the spectators froze. Oh, guild leader. I don't know what skill that kid used, but I've lost. If I've lost, I must accept it. Therefore, all members of the Omasero Guild, please accept this result. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come directly up here and talk to me. The guild leader has fully conceded. Looking down at the stands. Duion looked at both of them. He must be really furious, but truly. I didn't think that in such a short moment, player Kim Tae-hyun could turn the situation around. He really always has surprising skills. You're truly a very mysterious player. Guild leader Duion laughed, while shamelessly shoveling popcorn into his mouth. After the announcement, Kwon Kang-hyuk angrily strode towards him. Kim Tae-hyun turned, paying attention to him. And Kwon Kang-hyuk stood towering right in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun extended his hand, wanting to reconcile, you played well. Kwon Kang-hyuk didn't shake his hand right away but asked, I want to ask you something. Did you intend to win this way from the start? Kim Tae-hyun smiled and replied, well, just a little bit. He chuckled with amusement at his answer, ha, what an arrogant kid. Then Kwon Kang-hyuk also extended his hand, returning the goodwill handshake. He generously asked him, a promise is a promise. What do you want, money or a special item? Kim Tae-hyun also answered him frankly, those things are good, of course, but I don't want any of them. Kwon Kang-hyuk looked at him, puzzled. So what do you want? Kim Tae-hyun replied without hesitation, the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Kwon Kang-hyuk was extremely surprised to hear that. He continued relentlessly, I want to participate in raiding that labyrinth. This made Kwon Kang-hyuk break out in a cold sweat. Scene shifts to the headquarters of the Awakened Association. In the president's office, the president and Tae-guk were discussing. Tae-guk asked, the Minotaur's Labyrinth? He explained, yes, it's a dungeon located at the end of the abyss. That labyrinth is quite a complex space with countless traps. Many awakened have lost their lives there. The president's face gradually became more serious. Although it's at the end of the abyss, this is a place many S-rank awakened have aimed to conquer, but all have failed. Currently, the Onsamiro Guild has the right to conquer that labyrinth, but nothing has been announced yet. Tae-guk worriedly asked, so how did player Kim Tae-hyun know about that? Is something wrong with this situation? He understood what he was thinking and replied, of course, everything there is extremely precarious and unpredictable, as we don't know what will happen in the abyss, so we need to be cautious. He leaned on the table and continued, but there's no other way. All we can do right now is trust the awakened preparing to attack that dungeon. To be honest, if I were still young, I would have participated in raiding that dungeon. Tae-guk looked at the president with admiration and said, "President." He thoughtfully looked at the president. "It's just that, if you're too worried about that, then instead of worrying about the difficulties in raiding the dungeon, you should focus on finding more new, powerful awakened. I hope what I'm worried about won't happen." Suddenly, an urgent call notification on the screen caught his attention. A girl from the Awakened Association hastily said, "President, I apologize for calling so urgently, but there's something urgent." He calmly asked, "Urgent?" She immediately explained the situation. "The Japanese Awakened Association contacted us." The president was a bit confused now. "What did you say?" "If it's about the Dawn auction house, that's already concluded." Tae-guk next to him also couldn't understand. The girl then continued to explain, "About that, the Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-yeon." After hearing Saintess, the president immediately thought of a very proud yet terrifying woman, which startled him. Meanwhile, Kuan Kang-hyuk stood before a gate. Behind him, a fully equipped army lined up neatly. "This is the association's teleportation gate management center." Kuan Kang-hyuk's secretary next to him began to count, 1. Her fingers quickly darted across each person, counting continuously, 2, 3, 4. 50, 60, 70, in a flash, it reached 98. Kim Tae-yeon was the last one. She clearly declared, 100. After taking attendance, she decisively turned and reported, "All 100 people are here for the labyrinth raid." "Is everything prepared?" Kuan Kang-hyuk was still facing the gate. He gave a terrifying smile and said, "If everything's prepared, then let's enter the labyrinth and see how strong these monsters are." With that, he led the group slowly through the gate. As soon as they entered the outer part of the labyrinth, a chaotic battle erupted. Streams of magic and explosions, big and small, were happening all over the labyrinth. Minotaurs and Kuan Kang-hyuk's army were taking turns surrounding and attacking each other. The space was now filled with shouts from one person to another. "Quick, attack over there first, heal this side, again? Move forward quickly." Inside the Minotaur labyrinth, Kim Tae-yeon, with his weapon in hand, was facing 2 Minotaurs alone. He was cold and made no unnecessary movements. He quickly finished them off. Now, only their pathetic screams remained. Their bodies immediately disintegrated into pieces. Kuan Kang-hyuk praised, "You're good." He held the Minotaur's head in his hand and approached him. Kuan Kang-hyuk, with a gentle expression, asked, "What do you think of the weapon I gave you?" Kim Tae-yeon politely replied, "It's all right. I'm used to using these kinds of weapons anyway. My old weapon broke, so I didn't have many options." He beamed, "It's good as long as you use it well. That was the gift I intended to give you when you joined the guild." The sharp dagger in his hand was a rare grade Azura. Kuan Kang-hyuk continued to praise him, "This dungeon raid really needs people with strength like yours." As he walked, he threw the Minotaur's head he was holding to the ground. He honestly replied without hesitation, "Thank you for accepting my participation. This labyrinth raid has failed many times, so it's not simple at all." Therefore, she also told everyone to be careful. The secretary immediately replied, "Don't think about that." He asked back, a little confused, "Huh?" The secretary then explained, "Everyone raiding the labyrinth this time is powerful. All awakened individuals are B rank or higher." She pointed out the evidence one by one. "We just entered and have already repelled the monsters, and everyone is very safe. All the traps inside this dungeon have been removed, so we don't need to worry about them." Kuan Kang-hyuk also added, "Our vice guild master took care of it, so there's nothing to worry about." Kim Hyan confidently continued, "Last month, we also figured out how to break through this labyrinth." This surprised Kim Tae-yeon, and he asked curiously, "Clues to conquer it?" Kuan Kang-hyuk didn't hide it. He bluntly stated, "We found many clues about the monster corpses in this labyrinth and how to defeat them." He recalled images of previous labyrinth conquests. Those were monsters of enormous size, with strange, peculiar patterns, things no one had ever seen before. The image of a giant horn with many cracks appeared in his mind. Kuan Kan Hyuk continued, when we touched the monster's corpse, it all turned to fine powder, only the horn remained intact. Hearing this, Kim Tae-yeon suddenly realized, if that's the case. He laughed loudly and analyzed, exactly. Based on the horn left behind, we used it to find the characteristics of the monsters in this labyrinth. Combined with the locations of similar monsters, with the tracking skill, we won't get lost. They gradually delved deeper into the labyrinth, guided by the Vice Guild Master's tracking skill. They navigated every corner of the labyrinth, overcoming all sorts of challenges. Finally, they reached a gate, flanked by strange, spiral, fiery red symbols that looked eerie. They slowly entered. The Vice Guild Master, holding a lantern, suddenly spoke, "We've arrived." The scene now was a pile of rubble, in the center of which stood a giant minotaur statue missing its right horn. The Vice Guild Master announced, "This is the final point." They focused on the female minotaur standing majestically before them. Kim Tae-yeon was skeptical, a stone statue? But Kuan Kan Hyuk replied that it was a monster. The Vice Guild Master quickly reminded them, "Anyway, we just need to bring the horn to that stone statue, right?" Kuan Kan Hyuk said excitedly, "If that's the case." He ordered, "Secretary Kim, bring it over here." Kim Hyen scurried to push the cart bringing the horn. He urged her, "Hurry up." She replied, "Wait a moment, please." Kim Tae-yeon was a bit contemplative. Up to this point, I knew before my regression, use the Minotaur's horn and find a way to the end of the labyrinth. His expression had now become quite serious, but what happened next was. Kuan Kan Hyuk directly lifted the horn, exclaiming excitedly, "All right." He lunged with all his might towards the broken horn of the female Minotaur. He forcefully inserted it into the missing part of the horn. Then, a dazzling light burst forth as the two pieces connected. Everyone below cheered upon witnessing that moment. "Great! We'll conquer this labyrinth after 30 years of no one being able to." Kuan Kan Hyuk excitedly challenged, "Appear now, master of the labyrinth." Suddenly, he realized something was very strange. All the cracks on the Minotaur's body healed. The Minotaur gradually vanished, and a wave of white light spread out. His team below still didn't know what was happening. Then, that deadly light gradually engulfed the entire room. Suddenly, Kuan Kan Hyuk seemed to be pulled by some force. He was startled. "What?" The people below were agitated by this. "Huh? What? How can this be?" Only the Vice Guild Master stood there nonchalantly, as if he had known everything beforehand. Suddenly, a group of people was teleported to a cold, snowy hill. The only sounds were screams, "This place, why is it like this? Snow?" Another group of people was teleported right into a flash flood. All around them were cries and curses. "Damn it, what's going on?" Still another group was teleported directly beneath the mouth of an erupting volcano. And on the male lead side was the jungle. He seemed quite amused by the situation. Indeed, it's been activated. Before him, a group of 4 people had also been teleported here. This is a spatial displacement trap. The group of 4 was also incredibly astonished by his appearance. They said in unison, "Huh?" At this moment, in another place, rough hands were resting on a book that appeared in a dim room, lit only by the faint glow of a reading lamp. He calmly turned the page, saying, "So that's how it is. So Kim Tae-yeon has joined that labyrinth raid team?" The demon, legs crossed and exuding powerful authority, made his subordinate tremble with fear. "I apologize, sir, this happened rather suddenly, so I didn't account for it." His subordinate timidly and cautiously asked for guidance. "What should we do now?" "If you command it, I will halt the operation immediately." The demon stretched out his hand, revealing a bizarre skull tattoo on its back, and replied, "No, it's better to leave it as is." He analyzed systematically. 6 S-rank villains have infiltrated that raid team. If we include the A-rankers, that's 20 people in total. No matter how strong Kim Tae-yeon and Kuan Kan Hyuk are, they have their limits. They can't possibly defeat us like this. The demon closed the book and continued, "They are focused on dealing with the labyrinth monsters, so how can they deal with an unexpected insider attack? His expression gradually revealed cunning and malicious intent, saying, "Therefore, let them proceed as planned. Even with Kim Tae-hyun's appearance, nothing will change." In the forest, the group of four began to approach him. The situation seemed overly dangerous. The blonde girl kindly volunteered to start a conversation. "I'll introduce myself first so we can get to know each other and then cooperate well. First, I'm Murata, B-Rank." Kim Tae-hyun suddenly jumped into a stance, saying, "Demon." Without another word, he unleashed a kick directly at her face. "Don't try to fool me." Murata took such a heavy blow that she spat out blood. Ugh. Her true identity is the S-class demon, Milena, the threefold demon sorceress. Suddenly, a young man's thoughts about him appeared. He was the youngest S-class player, Kim Tae-hyun. "I've always been curious about your strength. I wonder if you can be as strong as the guild leader, who always leads the charge on the front lines, and become a solid shield for everyone. Or if you're like the rumors say, someone who sacrificed himself to save everyone at the Dawn auction house." He sincerely thought that no matter what, he hoped you could unleash your power. "You can help our guild conquer this difficult dungeon." Those thoughts belonged to OSA Miro Guild member, B-Rank player Park Sung-ho. However, after witnessing Kim's domineering display, he couldn't help but gape. Looking at the unconscious Milena, he couldn't control his anger and asked, "What the hell?" Park Sung-ho yelled, "You crazy bastard, what have you done?" Kim Tae-hyun confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, "Oh, that's just a demon that infiltrated our ranks." Overwhelmed by emotion, he desperately pointed his gun at him and attacked. "What demon?" "You're lying." Sung-ho cursed as he shot, "You bastard." He had no choice but to dodge his bullets. Seriously. Unable to hit him, he furiously cursed, "Damn it. Kim Tae-hyun could act like this in such a situation?" Everything he did was absurd. Park Sung-ho cursed silently. He recalled memories of being teammates with Miranda, his former comrade who had fought alongside him to clear so many dungeons. And now she's taken down like this, he thought to himself. "Miranda, I'll avenge you. I believe you're not a demon." Park Sung-ho gritted his teeth, full of doubt. This can't be happening. He painfully supported Milena, continuously calling her name, "Milena, wake up. We need to get away from that bastard right now. I'll protect you, don't worry." That touching moment didn't last long, as he received a powerful punch from Milena. "Ah!" In the forest, only his shrieks remained. "Ah! Ah! Ugh!" Milena got up and disdainfully looked at Park Sung-ho. "Who are you to dare touch me? You bastard!" He stood there calmly, sneering, "I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me." But behind him were two other demons approaching to attack him. Kim Tae-hyun spun around, glanced at them. "So, now it's just you two and me, huh?" They teamed up and simultaneously attacked him, causing quite a tremor. But after the smoke gradually cleared, both the gray-haired demon and the blonde-haired demon were incredibly startled. Amidst the ruins, he had vanished right before their eyes. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun casually emerged from behind them and calmly said, "I didn't think there'd be 3 demons in this tiny place." He provoked them, "Are you trying to gather here and harm the people around?" Milena also laughed and shed her disguise. She tied up her long hair, returning to her true self. A sinister smile spread across her face. How strange. They took their stances, ready for battle. "We've been hiding in the OSA Miro Guild for years, no one ever discovered us. But you just arrived and found us out. How did you do it?" he said, rubbing his neck and revealing the demon's grotesque tattoos. Kim Tae-hyun patiently answered them, "Well, I did have some intel on you. It's not because you were too careless. Of course, I knew all this from the future." Milena scorned his explanation. "Ha, well said, the future, huh?" She didn't believe a word he said. Milena began to analyze based on her own knowledge. "You seem to have a pretty close relationship with I. It seems like she's already hinted something about us to you, hasn't she? Or is there a traitor among us?" As she spoke, her fingernails gradually lengthened. Milena activated her attack skill and confidently said, "Well, whatever. I just need to kill you here." She lunged at him like a beast, with the help of the other two B-rank demons. Milena quickly scratched one side of his face. Her two assistants, despite their fear, quickly approached and unleashed their finishing moves. He lightly jumped into the air, dodging all of their attacks. Kim Tae-hyun summoned chains. They wrapped around the blond man's neck first, catching him completely off guard. Huh? The black-haired man was also immediately ensnared by his chains. He only managed to utter "Oh." Kim Tae-hyun didn't hesitate and immediately finished off the two. Now, only their pathetic screams echoed. Suddenly a deadly aura rapidly approached. It was Milena's claws. He seemed excited by the relentless attacks. Kim Tae-hyun immediately confronted her attack head-on. Milena's resolve wavered. She had realized the difference in skill between herself and him. She muttered to herself, "How can this be? He's too strong, even though I knew he wasn't a normal person. But my witch's claw skill, just a graze would instantly poison an opponent. A poisoned enemy should surely die, but that bastard is completely unaffected." She attacked and pondered. He clearly got hit in the face by a grazing attack. Her ultimate techniques, drenched in poison, relentlessly assailed Kim Tae-hyun, yet he showed no signs of weakening. Thinking of this, Milena suddenly realized, why? Is he resistant to poison? She struggled in despair, no way. As if reading her thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I'm sorry, but..." At the same time, he activated his Knight's Fighting Will skill, summoning a giant undead that obeyed his commands. Kim Tae-hyun seemed to declare her death sentence, "Poison has no effect on me." His system continuously displayed a series of notifications, Witch's Claw skill identified. Successfully resisted mysterious power. Milena, horrified, turned and ran, but it was too late. She cursed helplessly, "Damn it." His skill had such destructive power that it sent all the surrounding rocks, earth, and trees flying far away. A thunderous explosion echoed, and all the surrounding trees, rocks, and earth were blown away. After the smoke cleared, Park Sam-ho slowly approached the source of the explosion. He was startled, seemingly having discovered something. In front of Park Sam-ho was the sight of Milena, bound by Kim Tae-hyun, cowering on the ground. Milena yelled angrily, "Let me go, you bastard. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun brutally grabbed Milena's hair and pulled her up. She let out a shriek of pain as she was pulled up. After seeing Milena's current pitiful state, Kim Tae-hyun replied, "You can still say such things now, huh?" Right behind Kim Tae-hyun was the image of Rosalia. She asked Milena, "Just tell me the truth immediately, whatever it is." With that, she used her mental control power on Milena. After gaining control of Milena's mind, Rosalia asked, "How many infiltrators are there here? What was your purpose for infiltrating this dungeon raid?" Milena, bewildered, responded, "Ah." Then Milena's eyes changed color. Milena began to answer Rosalia's questions. "Yes, there are 20 people in total, with 5 S-Rank and 15 A-Rank. The purpose is to make your raid a failure." Milena saw the scene again, surrounded by white flowers stained with fresh blood. A knife shot towards someone, none other than Guild Master Kang Hyuk, and that was also the ultimate goal, to kill Guild Master Kang Hyuk. Back in reality, Kim Tae-hyun and Park Sam-ho stood before Milena, who was now sprawled on the ground. Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, "There are 5 S-rank demons. Before regression, I only knew of 3, now it's different. The dungeons I raided before also had many variables. Clearly, the future has changed a lot. Did I cause all of this?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun turned back to Park Sam-ho. "All right, now that we know their numbers and objectives, go report to the Guild Master quickly." Park Sam-ho replied, Yes." As Park Sam-ho and Kim Tae-hyun were on their way, Park Sam-ho was filled with questions. "So, me was really a demon disguised among us? Did player Kim Tae-hyun know about this from the start?" But if that's the case... While he was deep in his tangled thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted him. I need to eliminate these infiltrators for this dungeon raid to succeed. This place is almost an independent space, but in reality, it's still just a part of the labyrinth. As they spoke, a door appeared before them. Kim Tae-hyun continued, there must be a path connecting to another space in here. It might not connect directly to the center of the labyrinth, but it will definitely help us find others. I just need to go through each door and pay attention in each space to find Guildmaster Kang-hyuk. As he spoke, Park Sam-ho suddenly said loudly, there's something I'm quite curious about. Kim Tae-hyun replied, huh? Park Sam-ho continued, why didn't you explain clearly when we entered the dungeon? I apologize for doubting you, but if you had told Guildmaster Kang-hyuk from the start, situations like this wouldn't have happened, right? But why didn't you say anything? After hearing Park Sam-ho, Kim Tae-hyun was silent for a moment. Then he replied to Park Sam-ho, I already said it. Hearing the answer, Park Sam-ho was bewildered. He replied to Kim Tae-hyun, what? Kim Tae-hyun casually replied, you don't have to believe me. But Guildmaster Kang-hyuk already knows many things. Shifting to Guildmaster Kang-hyuk's side, a knife came flying from somewhere. It stabbed Guildmaster Kang-hyuk in the stomach, surrounded by those holding knives, swords, and maces. They were closing in on Kang-hyuk. Seeing this, Kang-hyuk gave a faint smile and said, what do you think you're doing? You're going too far with your jokes. Isn't that right, Vice Guildmaster? The man in the black hat heard this and replied to Kang-hyuk. Joking? Am I joking? Just then, Kim Hyen ran over, anxiously shouting, Guildmaster. While she was still scolding them, how dare you do that to? Before she could finish her sentence, an enemy rushed from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Seeing this, Kang-hyuk swiftly moved to shield her, taking the enemy's slash head-on. Kim Hyen shrieked in horror, Guildmaster. Kang-hyuk angrily said, damn it. Kim Hyen supported Kang-hyuk and asked, are you okay? At that moment, all the others began to rush forward, unleashing their powerful skills onto Guildmaster Kang-hyuk. Seeing the dire situation, Kang-hyuk pushed Kim Hyen away. Step back, let me deal with them. After saying that, he began to channel his power. After channeling his power, Kang-hyuk summoned a dragon that blew away all those intending to attack. Kim Hyen stared blankly at Kang-hyuk. She had to sit on the ground due to the power of Kang-hyuk's dragon. When Kim Hyen saw Kang-hyuk fighting alone, she said, Guildmaster, you don't have to do this. Wait for me, I can fight too. Kang-hyuk said sternly, stay there. These guys aren't as simple as you think. Kim Hyen, worried for Kang-hyuk, replied, but if you continue like this, you might die, so I want to. She's right. Kang-hyuk, you won't stand a chance against us alone. All this time I was under your command, it was only to hide my true strength. Then the man in the hat pulled out a lamp. Inside, there was a burning skull. Suddenly, that skull enlarged into a gigantic skull. He said, now this place has all my A-rank subordinates and 4 S-rank subordinates too. He raised his voice and continued, all of them have strong combat experience, so you'll just die here. Kam-who got into a fighting stance and said, all right, you guys put in a lot of effort, didn't you? I've underestimated you guys a bit too much. All right, don't blame yourself like that. To corner you to your death like this today, we've been preparing for many years. How could a mere martial artist like you figure it out? Kam-who chuckled and said, damn it, Kim Tae-hyun was right. The other guy, after hearing that, exclaimed in surprise, what? Kam-who said, he said that all of you are demons infiltrating to kill me. I didn't believe those words, but now it's reality. The squad leader, upon hearing that Kim Tae-hyun knew they were all demons, was very surprised and said, Kim Tae-hyun, did he guess this plan? No, that can't be. He yelled, how could you know about our plan that we've been preparing for so long? When you knew, why didn't you act? Kam-who casually replied, oh, well, that. I always trusted you and gave you a chance, but now. There's definitely no chance left, you demon bastard, that's what I want to say. He asked blankly, what? Even though I knew you were betraying me, we've fought together for so many years, so I couldn't just act against you without proof. One of them immediately spoke up. You're a stupid bastard. Kamhu said calmly, oh really? Behind him, Kim Hee-jan angrily scolded Kamhu. Why didn't you verify that information? Now this situation has happened? Now everything's a mess, will I even survive? Kamhu heard it and foolishly asked again, huh? What? Suddenly, something was rushing towards the two of them. Seeing this, Kim Hee-jan and Kamhu widened their eyes in surprise. Fortunately, Kamhu reacted in time and saved Kim Hee-jan. The other guy said triumphantly, all right, thank you very much. Because of you, our plan will succeed. Now die, you idiot. Kamhu then said seriously, all right, you and all your subordinates. We'll die here. Kamhu glared, and a huge power emanated from him. A huge dragon rushed out and struck the other guy away. Kamhu clearly stated, today, I will show you my power. After taking a blow from Kamhu's dragon, the other guy lost several teeth, coughed up blood, and his eyes rolled back terrifyingly. Kamhu said smugly, are you dead yet, you fool? After Kamhu activated his power, purple auras revolved around him, and two purple horns appeared on his head. And that form of Kamhu is called Ancient Dragon Guardian. Elsewhere, Park Sung-ho was asking Kim Tae-hoon. Why did he know but not act? Kim Tae-hoon annoyedly answered him, all right, go ask him later. Recalling the conversation with guild leader Kamhu in the private depths of the dungeon, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly called out his name loudly. Hey, guild leader Kamhu. He angrily scolded him, so, even knowing what I said was true, you won't do anything? Kamhu still didn't take any action. He just gently said, you don't actually think you know all of my power, do you? Hearing these words, Kim Tae-hoon started to feel worried. He just chuckled and said, everything will be under my control, when necessary, I won't tolerate them. Returning to the present, having arrived at Kwon Kan-hyu's location, before him lay a scattered mess of the guild leader's traitors on the ground, the most pitiful being the vice-guild leader. Witnessing this scene, Park Sung-ho was surprised and could only say, oh, still. Kim Tae-hoon, relieved, said, that's right. As both stepped through the gate, they saw that Kwon Kan-hyu was still alive, while all around him, the traitorous members lay strewn on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, just as I expected. Seeing Kim Tae-hoon's appearance, Kim Hye-jan and Kwon Kan-hyu were both surprised and joyful, saying, Kim Tae-hoon, haha, so you've arrived? After reuniting with Kwon Kan-hyu's group, both spent time discussing what had happened. Kwon Kan-hyu asked him, didn't you encounter any other guild members? Kim Tae-hoon replied to him, yes, I did meet some people while passing through different spaces, however, they were in a rather strange situation. Recalling running through a certain space, Kim Tae-hoon saw a few people writhing and crying for help in a small puddle. They desperately cried, help, help. But Kim Tae-hoon chose to ignore them and ran straight to Kwon Kan-hyu's location. Even when Park Sung-ho said, save them, he still chose to ignore it and said, they'll be fine. Seeing him so heartless, Kwon Kan-hyu asked in bewilderment, you could actually do that? After observing the situation for a while, Kim Tae-hoon asked him, so, what are you going to do now? Facing his question, Kwon Kan-hyu pondered for a moment before looking directly at him. Just like before, he chuckled softly and said, all right, the work here is done, but we need to go to the center of the dungeon. Despite his injuries, Kwon Kan-hyu was still very clear-headed in making decisions as a guild leader. He said to Kim Tae-hoon, I don't know if we'll encounter more demons, we need to quickly move to another space to find the boss. He expressed regret, saying, I was also a bit careless when I disregarded your advice, however, I can still endure this injury. Kwon Kan-hyu sincerely said, I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hoon, if only I had listened to your advice, this situation wouldn't have happened. Hearing him apologize like that, Kim Tae-hoon casually replied, all right, knowing that puts my mind at ease. Be more careful next time. Hearing this, he angrily asked, "What did you say?" Quan Kan Hu angrily shouted, "My repentance is genuine, don't make fun of me like that." Kim Hai-jan saw the guild leader struggling and moving forcefully, so she hugged him and reminded, "Calm down, guild leader, your wound will open up." Seeing this, Kim Tae-hoon just smiled faintly, relieved, and turned away. Though he appeared calm, he was secretly thinking, so the guild leader is safe, which means the demon's plot has completely failed. He secretly thought, in this labyrinth breakthrough, information about the demons was known beforehand, but due to the guild leader's stubbornness, he still suffered unnecessary injuries. The information I knew about this labyrinth in my previous life was scarce, and now many things have changed compared to before, so I must be more careful. While he was deep in thought, Kim Hai-jan awkwardly said, "Now we need to move to other dimensions to gather everyone." He thought again, if it's too difficult, then this dungeon raid might as well be given up. Suddenly he heard Kim Tae-hoon ask, "Did you encounter any monsters in other spaces?" Hearing this question, he suddenly paused, realizing something. When he heard Park Sung-ho reply, "That's right, we've gone through several different spaces but haven't seen any monsters. Perhaps this is a special case in this labyrinth space." That made Kim Tae-hoon think, how so? Looking at the three people, safe and sound except for injuries from fighting the traitors, there was no sign of anything caused by monsters. This unusual situation made Kim Tae-hoon worryingly think, that's right, I've moved through many different spaces but haven't seen any monsters at all. Thinking about the basic dungeon experiences he had been through, Kim Tae-hoon thought, if this is a dungeon trial space, then at least each small space should have monsters or traps, right? There are no buried traps, no strange monsters of all shapes and sizes. However, the different spaces didn't have anything unusual at all. So how could this be considered a difficult dungeon to conquer, since there are no challenges for the awakened ones? The more Kim Tae-hoon connected the chain of events, the more he realized, something's not right here. He began to worry and think to himself, this is quite strange, with no monsters, how did the guild leader encounter and defeat the boss before the regression? Suddenly, he heard a sound. Kim Hai-jan and Park Sung-ho were awestruck and speechless when they witnessed the cause of the sound. When guild leader Kwon Kang-hyu saw that thing, even a strong man like him froze in bewilderment for a few seconds. Unable to believe his eyes, he asked, "What is that?" Before everyone's eyes was a multi-armed beast, each arm bearing a different weapon, along with a bull's head with many eyes. It was trying to squeeze through from another space, creating cracks in the space where it emerged. The S+-ranked labyrinth boss Minotaur officially enters the battle. Seeing the boss, Kim Hai-jan panicked and said, "Why are we encountering it here?" Park Sung-ho was surprised by the boss's appearance. He said, "Is this really the labyrinth boss?" Without giving them a chance to react, the boss proactively launched its first attack, its spear and axe rapidly flying towards where everyone stood. Fortunately, everyone successfully dodged the first attack. Park Sung-ho shouted loudly, "Run!" With the boss's power, just one attack destroyed the ground, sending debris flying everywhere, and unfortunately damaged the portal to the other dimension. Kwon Kang-hyu looked at Kim Tae-hwan and gestured, "Hey, Kim Tae-hwan." Understanding his intention, Kim Tae-hwan replied, "I understand." The very next second, both of them enhanced their bodies. Both of them left their two teammates behind and rushed forward to confront the boss. The very next second, both of them had fully enhanced their bodies to the maximum and charged towards the boss. The boss also began to extend its arms to engage the two charging opponents. Both sides began to fiercely exchange moves, heavily damaging the surrounding ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Kim Tae-hwan and Kwon Kang-hyu perfectly dodged and counterattacked the boss's assaults, getting closer to it. Finally, both of them successfully reached a position above the boss's head. Just as they thought they had a chance to strike the giant monster in front of them, it quickly brought its glowing mace in front of them. Suddenly, the mace began to glow intensely. A powerful beam of light, followed by bolts of lightning, erupted from the mace, and lightning spread throughout the room. Suddenly, a pair of mysterious red eyes emerged from the ground. Unexpectedly, a giant skeleton emerged from beneath the ground, roaring ferociously, surprising the two of them into speechless astonishment. One surprise after another, its muscle fibers began to regenerate rapidly, completely covering its body in the blink of an eye. The frenzied king, resurrected by the S-Rank labyrinth boss Minotaur. Quan Kan Hu exclaimed in surprise, the frenzied king? An S-Rank support monster appeared again. Not only was there one in front of them, but two more appeared behind their two teammates from earlier. After a short while, many frenzied kings were resurrected near Kim Hai-jan and Park Sum-ho. She shrieked in fright, there are even more now. Suddenly, the boss spoke, saying, you hunters are in my labyrinth, do you wish to defeat us and conquer the labyrinth? I will wait here with you, so come forward and face me, all your hatred and rage will fall upon your heads. Overcome with fear, both of them couldn't move, simultaneously saying, we're dead. Kim Tae-hwan and Quan Kan Hu, who were on the front lines, had to quickly return to help them. Quan Kan Hu said worriedly, this isn't good. The boss ordered its subordinates, all of you, advance and capture them. As soon as it finished speaking, the frenzied king monsters charged to attack everyone they saw in their sights. Fierce bull-like creatures from all directions charged straight towards where Kim Hai-jan and Park Sum-ho were standing. Their faces clearly showed fear. Park Sum-ho clutched the gun in his hand tightly and nervously said, Guild Master. An arm wielding a powerful purple light rushed forward. That glowing arm struck straight down into the attacking bull creatures and the eyes of the two of them. The figure of a man appeared in midair. Park Sum-ho's eyes widened and he shouted, Quan Kan Hu. The newcomer extended his hand, unleashing a thick chain that flew towards and tightly bound the ferocious bull creatures. They painfully raised their heads and growled. The metallic chain glowed and tightened even more around their necks. How's that, you bullheads? Kim Tae-hwan held a knife in one hand, gripping the end of the chain, and roared. At this moment, Kang puffed out his cheeks, shouting loudly at the raging cows, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and a dazzling stream of fire surged forward, engulfing the frenzied cows in front. The flames grew intense, and the cows, caught off guard by the heat, began to writhe, trying to escape the fire. Witnessing the scene, Kim Tae slowly retracted the chain, and Kang grinned, laughing loudly, are they dead yet? He excitedly stared at the burning light. Suddenly, both of them froze for a moment, their eyes wide in disbelief. By then, the cows, as if reborn from the red flames, lifted their heads, completely unharmed. Their eyes were bloodshot, and drool dripped from the corners of their mouths as they ravenously eyed their prey. One of them flicked its eyes and let out a sound of praise, impressive. Kim Tae and Kang looked up with astonished faces, muttering, what do you mean? The surrounding space began to turn chaotic, with Kang standing at the center, tightly surrounded by monsters. He tensed his muscles, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and attacked the huge cow in front of him with all his might. Completely unaffected by the attack, it stood nonchalantly, watching the small human trying to destroy it. Still not strong enough to take it down, its recovery power is too strong. So, we can't defeat all these cows if we can't defeat the boss, is that it? In this situation, what should we do now? I can unleash all my strength to fight it, but then I won't be able to fight and protect Secretary Kim at the same time. And Kim Tae's fighting has its limits. What should we do now? Kang gritted his teeth, pondering, this situation is too difficult. Now, make your choice, player Kang. Even if you have the power, if you fight against opponents in dungeons like that, the association will have no choice but to take appropriate measures to restrain you. If you intend to have someone as your colleague to raid that dungeon, shouldn't you consider whether your situation is suitable for anyone? Kang leaned back in his chair calmly. I am a free person, not like anyone else's personality at all. I'm not suspicious or picky about anything, so whoever is compatible can be my teammate. The chairman held the paper in his hand, looked up, and continued, that seems true, but sometimes you need to have a little suspicion. The reply was still that unwavering voice, of course it is. I've been a player for a long time, and I've seen many strong hunters nationwide. But in battle, even a small mistake can make those people lose everything. Sometimes, I might say it's necessary for me to make my own choices to protect important people. Seemingly not too satisfied with the answer, the chairman growled, strength alone cannot solve everything. If someone recognizes their own limits and knows how to choose what's most important to them, that person will win. That is also the quality a player needs to have. As soon as he finished speaking, Khan rested his chin on his hand and scoffed disdainfully. Is that the necessary choice for a person, to sometimes know what to do in a dangerous situation? Snapping out of his recollection, Khan was covered in wounds, fresh red blood splattered everywhere. He looked at the scene of the rampaging cows and Kim Tae fighting desperately, sighing softly. It's truly exhausting. Now I have to choose between fighting with all my might or saving someone from this dangerous situation. If I try to fight, my teammate could die. In that situation, I'm not even sure I could defeat the boss. Now I need to choose. He gritted his teeth. No matter which choice I make, I won't let my teammate die. Then Khan yelled loudly, his eyes full of determination, how can I stand by and watch everyone get hurt? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful purple energy burst forth around him. He then charged straight towards Kim Tae, who was vigorously slashing at the monsters over there. President, can you still fight? Glancing at his teammate, Khan replied, of course, what about you? I'm fine too. Anyway, you and I still have to fight with all our might to stop these monsters and kill them. Now, tell me your choice. Kim Tae looked at him, tugging at the corner of his mouth. I understand. The situation is dangerous now. But if I want to defeat Queen Minotaurus, I still have a way. Hearing that, Khan was stunned. What? Suddenly, the cows became even more ferocious. Khan charged forward, shouting to the person behind him, are you sure about that? Kim Tae reassured him, don't worry, President. Perhaps knowing their intention to destroy it, the boss of the cows opened its mouth. Impressive. That's a good decision, you bastards. No matter what choice you make, in the end, you'll all die. All right. Piercing screams echoed, and the cows charged forward to attack their target. Khan clenched his fist, gathering his strength. Once again, the fire flared up, engulfing the ferocious and arrogant monsters below. The object in the boss's hand suddenly glowed, and it spoke scornfully, however many of you there are, I'll kill every single one. Come quickly. Saying that, it looked up, then suddenly froze. Kim Tae had appeared before it at some point, standing there, looking down like a superior looking at inferiors. Then, gradually, a massive figure had coalesced behind him at some unknown time. Let's attack together. Khan growled loudly. Kim Tae gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Screams echoed in the air. Tae began to act. The figure behind him raised a fist and brought it down hard on one side of the boss's face. That hand gripped the boss's neck tightly, slowly tightening its hold. In the distance, Khan also charged forward simultaneously. Streams of light emitted and collided with each other. The scene suddenly became incredibly chaotic. Kim Tae and Khan simultaneously launched attacks on the monster. Streams of light continued to collide, glowing from all sides. Khan glanced over and asked again, the method? Clutching the weapon in his hand, Kim Tae calmly explained, though it's just a guess, it's like these spaces are connected by doors. Then the rift where the Minotaur Queen resides is also connected to another space. And those bulls are only revived and regenerated by the Queen when she comes to this space. Quickly leaping up to dodge an attack, then defending before countering, he continued as he fought, if the Queen isn't here, they'll automatically disappear. Coughing a few times, Khan acted as if nothing was wrong. If the guess is wrong, we'll all die. The reply was a matter-of-fact tone, aren't we already in that situation? Meanwhile, Kim Hyan and Park Ho, standing below, were wide-eyed, watching the chaotic battle in the distance. Around the two of them, a white mist swirled, perforated bulls stood everywhere, some seemingly dead, sprawled on the ground. On the other side, the boss's roars echoed, and the chaotic scene was enveloped in a dazzling red, creating a deadly atmosphere. The massive figure Kim Tae conjured was gripping its neck with one hand. Immediately, it counterattacked, sounds of continuous impact ringing out without end. Seemingly hit, Tay cried out in pain. Khan gritted his teeth, his sharp eyes darting forward. A pillar of light, like lightning, struck directly into the center of the chaotic battle. Everything in that area became hazy and uncertain. The bull slammed the two sharp weapons in its hands onto the ground, immediately causing a wave to surge around. Another sound rang out, and dust flew into the air as if a heavy object had fallen forcefully from above. Kim Tae groaned softly, his face contorted in pain amidst a pile of skulls, whether human or animal, while dust swirled in the air around him. His face was now streaked with blood, and he struggled to sit up, looking forward. Facing Kim Tae now was a severely injured Kang, kneeling before him. One of his arms had been severed at some point, and drops of dark red blood dripped onto the cold ground. He cried out in horror to the guild master, "It's dangerous, that arm! Kim Tae, focus!" Khan yelled sternly, ignoring the warm blood slowly draining from his body. He uttered a warning, with a shocked look in Kim Tae's eyes, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, both men hastily stood up, gazing intently into the gloomy black mist, unsure what might appear before them at any moment. Suddenly, the bull, many times larger than them, once again emerged from the mist, wielding its scepter and striking straight towards both of them. Khan gritted his teeth, tensed his body, and raised his fist. Not to be outdone, Kim Tae also tightened his grip on his blade and yelled, ready for battle. The bull's arm slowly descended, kicking up dust, and the silent skulls on the ground also spun into the air and flew everywhere. The two men, exhausted, were flung far away. Without stopping, the boss roared, "You youngsters are really interesting. You dare use the space I created to do this, but the more power I restore to those bulls through the intermediary rift, the more combat energy I have, understand?" As soon as it finished speaking, it lifted its leg, intending to stomp Kim Tae to death. He looked up and got into a defensive stance. He widened his eyes and screamed with all his remaining strength. Following the bull's attack, a burst of white light illuminated the entire space, and debris flew everywhere as a result. Kim Tae, utterly exhausted, collapsed, silently calculating in his head, "Damn it, is the power gap between us really this great? If I don't use Manhua, I'll die, but even if I use Manhua, can I defeat that monster in one blow? If I can't finish it off immediately, Manhua will definitely lose control. What will happen then, no one can predict. But besides this method, the only way is to apply it." "Application?" he asked again. "I don't know why you're asking about how to use the skill, but the skill description in the information panel is truly very rudimentary." The person on the bed slowly sat up. In reality, it's not like what's written in the information panel. The skill's form can vary greatly depending on how it's used, and the amount of magic power consumed also changes with the skill's strength. She raised her hand, and a flash of light immediately appeared. "I'm only using Warrior's Will. At that time, it can enhance the body or create powerful energy spheres. In fact, you've also combined skills before. And normally, you only use stealth on your ring, right? So, if there's a skill that's difficult to control, try encasing it in a weapon or another skill, like putting a new coat on the skill." Saying that, she looked at him. "I'm sure you'll figure it out and find the answers to your questions." Snapping out of his thoughts and returning to the chaotic battle, Kim Tae swung his blade, and a crimson light immediately shot towards the bull monster. It was surprised. "What?" Flowing lights continued to move with each of Kim Tae's attacks. They surrounded and coiled around his body. His eyes, which had turned red at some point, gleamed with a sharp glint. Seeing the resistance before it, the bull angrily raised the axe in its hand and roared, "This guy!" Not backing down, Kim Tae gripped the blade tightly in his hand, and a fiery red flowing light immediately rushed forward. Stream after stream of light shot directly into the bull monster's flesh. "Die, die, die." With each word he uttered, power-formed strands slowly wrapped around its arm. Then, an iron chain enveloped in powerful energy charged straight forward. A single strike pierced straight through the boss's chest. It roared, "Damn it," mixed with pain. Only then did a delighted smile appear on Kim T's face. Indeed, she was right. The gigantic figure reappeared, swinging its fist straight to knock away the bull monster that had been so arrogant earlier. He vaguely recalled, "I'd vaguely sensed that Manhua could change its form according to my will. That means I can apply it like other skills. I know nothing about this mysterious power. Damn it. But no matter what Manhua is." He lunged, slashing horizontally across the bull monster, his eyes carrying. "I'll make the most of it until the very end." At this moment, his eyes became resolute, carrying a barely discernible excitement, as if he had discovered a completely new territory. At this moment, the bull monster swayed slightly in midair, and the red energy flecks, as if conscious, clung to it relentlessly. Then another surge of energy continued to rush forward, slamming directly into the monster's face. Small cracks suddenly appeared in the dark and gloomy sky. Finally, the cracks continued to spread as if a piece of mirror, some sort of door, was gradually collapsing. Meanwhile, the bull monster struggled desperately to escape the power biting deep into its flesh. On another side, the struggling players also looked up in astonishment at the sky. The girl gently touched her chest with her hand, looking up at the slowly falling fragments. Everyone around stopped, buzzing with questions and discussions. "What is this? How can this be?" Park Sung-ho and Secretary Kim Hyan also stared blankly at everything unfolding in the vast, dark sky. From a distance, two figures slowly emerged, walking towards the stunned crowd. Kim Tae-hyun supported Kan Hyuk, smiling in relief at their teammates. "It's all over. Guild Master. Mr. Kim Tae-hyun." Everyone began to cheer and shout excitedly, running forward with open arms, wanting to embrace the two heroes who had saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer silent, everything soared like a musical note into the air. After defeating the Minotaur Queen, the expedition team discovered many treasures inside its labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable item, which instantly increased magic power and strength upon consumption, was the unique elixir, the Spring of Power. However, there wasn't enough of the elixir. It was only given to the two who contributed the most, Kim Tae-hyun and Guild Master Kan Hyuk. Nevertheless, to obtain this source of power, all the guilds had to risk their lives, something Guild Master Kan Hyuk had not wanted. He grumbled, "All right, let's leave it at that." As for the demons who infiltrated the labyrinth, they were all captured. Those who were seriously injured were meticulously cared for. After the battle, Kim Tae-hyun took a moment to slow down and stroll, joking around with everyone. And so, he, Guild Master Kan Hyuk, and everyone in the guild all wore smiles on their faces. That labyrinth raid was a success. Oh. Click, the sound of the camera echoed. Reporter Kim, bewildered, held the camera in his hand and looked up towards the stands. The hall around them was noisy, with questions constantly being asked. "Is what you said true? Player Kan Hyuk, please repeat. Are you really ending your hunter career here?" Kan Hyuk half closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly as he replied to the reporter, "Not exactly." Then, he opened his eyes wide and shouted into the mic he held, "I'm just taking a temporary break to recover for a while. I didn't say I was quitting, did I?" Secretary Kim's voice gently countered, "Guild Master, wouldn't it be less confusing if you said it like that?" Below, the group of reporters bombarded Kan Hyuk with questions. Is it due to a hand injury from the labyrinth raid? What about the upcoming Asia tournament? Facing these questions, Kan Hyuk clearly replied, "It's true that I'm taking a break due to a hand injury. As for the Asia tournament, there's no need to worry, because another player will replace me. All right, you come out and say something." To the astonishment of reporter Kim's group below, he strongly called out a name, Kim Tae-hyun. From outside, Kim Tae-hyun slowly walked onto the stage. He carried a relaxed, calm demeanor, his lips subtly curving into a slight smile at the murmurs. "So, rookie Kim Tae-hyun will participate in the Asia tournament?" Kim Tae-hyun's appearance caused waves throughout the hall, with many opinions and comments being voiced. Can he really do it? But with his achievement in this labyrinth raid, he's gained a lot more trust. I think he's qualified enough. Suddenly, a middle-aged man remembered something and said to everyone, "It seems he drank from the spring of power." At that time, his power advanced significantly. The girl next to him also looked incredulous. How can that be? Does that mean he's reached national level power already? So, that's power superior to S rank. You could say it's exceptional power. He's talented, but isn't he too young right now? On stage, a hand reached out, offering the mic. Ignoring the discussions about himself below, Kim Tae-hyun calmly took the mic and began to speak, under the proud smile of Guild Master Kang Hyuk. I, Kim Tae-hyun, will participate in the All-Asia Friendly Tournament. I know you feel a bit uneasy, but rest assured, I'll do it. I'll win this tournament. I understand why you're not confident in my abilities yet, but after this labyrinth raid, I've become much stronger. Therefore, I'm very confident in my power. I hope everyone supports me. The screen was showing Kim Tae-hyun's speech. A man casually observed, then mumbled, "A national level rookie, huh?" A woman, holding her phone, also watched him. Everyone has heard about the spring of power. It's true that I drank it during the labyrinth raid, so I'm quite confident in myself. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. That's good, but it doesn't seem very humble. Not only that, his image was also broadcast in restaurants. Diners looked up and also engaged in lively discussions. Does he mean he's become stronger and is confident he'll win the Asia tournament? Indeed, anyone who reaches national level power is like that. He's no exception. Back in the hall, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly raised his voice. However, hearing the change in tone, the reporters below tensed, waiting for him to continue. To repay everyone's trust, I will need to work even harder. That victory will be proof of my current level of strength. And at this very moment, inside a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the ground, clasping her hands and begging the man standing before her, "Forgive me, please. Forgive me, Lord Sa. I've done my best." Tears streamed down her beautiful face. "I tried to follow your orders. It was truly a miracle to escape from there. I didn't think Kim Tae-hyun was that strong. Just then, the masked man slowly spoke. "All right, stand up, Milena. If he's stronger than you, there's nothing that can be done. Even if you tried your best, you'd be powerless. It's not your fault." Milena looked up in shock. "Lord." However, the man gently raised her chin with his hand. Then he suddenly snarled. A beam of light sliced through Milena's body, blood splattering all over the room. "I don't need a useless person anyway." Calmly, he swept his deep-set eyes over the person falling before him. "Only with power can you have everything. A weak, failed person who avoids responsibility deserves to die." Sa Dao then turned his back and walked away, softly giving an order, "Clean it up thoroughly. The association will be looking for her." "Yes." As he walked away, he pondered to himself, "It's truly strange. This time there were more personnel compared to the attack on the Dawn Auction House, yet it still failed. How did they do it? How did that bastard Kim Tae-hyun get so strong?" "Just you wait," Sa Dao sneered. Behind the three departing figures, the distant villa was ablaze, quickly burning away all traces inside within a short time. "You will die at the Asia Friendship Tournament." Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the silent space. "Kim Tae-hyun, over here." A person stood by the door, waiting to greet him. "Everyone's waiting for you. Those are Korea's strongest players, the ones who will be participating in this tournament with you." Kim Tae-hyun walked in, a faint smile quietly playing on his lips. They were Korea's strongest members. Facing him were 6 people silently observing and evaluating the newcomer, Kim Tae-hyun. A voice broke the silence. "I've heard about him, but I didn't think he'd be so young." Jang Jin-soo, ranked 7th, spoke. "All right, as long as he has the strength," Seo Han-ju, ranked 8th, gently added. Oh, come on, it's fine. Younger means stronger. The woman ranked fourth, mage and head of the Magic Guild, Wan Si-yang, spoke up in his defense. A soft laugh from the man ranked third, Park Seon-jin, resounded. I really didn't think you'd come here one day. The man sitting in the center chair cut off the members' evaluations and comments. Although it was a bit chaotic earlier, everyone has gathered here now. With that, the chairman smiled and said, Please sit, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. We will discuss this tournament. Inside the room, a screen suddenly lit up, displaying complex measuring charts. The Asia Friendship Tournament is an important event. In the early days, when monsters appeared and humanity awakened their abilities, it was a chaotic period. At that time, all of Asia, and indeed the entire world, united to fight against the global threats posed by these monsters. The current tournament can be defined as everyone participating in eliminating monsters over a 7-day period. The screen showed an image of an S-grade Kraken monster. The number of monsters eliminated will be converted into points for each country. That is the fairest method of competitive combat. The screen immediately changed to a picture of an F-grade low-level demon, as Tae-guk spoke. He pointed to the light in front of him and continued, due to the current situation where people are too afraid of monsters and dungeon invasions. Therefore, this tournament can be seen as a widely anticipated festival. It's also a tournament to showcase each nation's strength. And also a competition between countries regarding the strength of their awakeners. Thus, the country that achieves victory and good results can be considered to have encouraged its people to have more fighting spirit against monsters. Along with that, the winning country will receive a significant reward and many unique items, as well as the right to raid international-level dungeons that are rarely opened. Tae-hyun looked directly at the people seated below, presenting the information about this season's tournament. Kim Tae-hyun listened to the detailed explanations, a slight smile playing on his lips as he mused to himself, It's truly fortunate that I get to participate in this Asian tournament this time. Conquering the Queen of the Abyss was also part of the preparation. Now that I have her power, things will be simpler later on. However, to master that power, it will take time and practice, unlike the imperial power I gained previously. Now it's necessary for me to train a bit more to gain an advantage in this competition and to have a say in the international arena for the Korean team. And facing awakeners from all over Asia, it's truly a good learning opportunity. The big prizes are also part of why I'm striving to secure a spot in this tournament. Meanwhile, Tae-guk continued to express his views. However, our Korean team currently has a problem. The current command position is vacant because Guild Master Kang Hyuk broke his arm after the recent dungeon raid. Furthermore, player Yuayong also has personal reasons and cannot participate in this tournament. Currently, Korea is missing 2 key players, and thus the Korean team's strength has been significantly reduced. With that, Tae-guk raised his hand, so, the current proposed solution is... Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Park Seon-jin raised his hand and spoke, but someone has already filled Kang Hyuk's position, haven't they? That's player Kim Tae-hyun. He's already achieved the strength of a national-level player, hasn't he? As soon as he finished speaking, the members present were stunned. Questions came flooding in, national-level strength? So young and already reached such a high level? Kim Tae-hyun was a bit flustered by everyone's sudden excitement. It was just a rumor, so everyone shouldn't pay too much attention. There was immediate agreement in the room. That's right, his actual strength hasn't been proven yet. The statement was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the excitement from moments ago. Seo Han-ju also sighed softly in disappointment, saying, That's true. Less hope from everyone means less pressure on me, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself. The discussions once again echoed in the meeting room. Then we need to prepare a countermeasure. Only then can we save the current situation for Korea. Then a pair of hands slammed down on the table, encouraging in a low voice, It's nothing, everyone, don't worry. The chairman, who had been silently listening since the beginning, finally looked up and spoke, Currently, our strength is not yet comparable to China or Japan. However, this tournament is also an opportunity for everyone to learn. This competition is just for hunting monsters, so there's no need to get flustered. Just stay calm and observant, and there's a chance to win. He then made his decision. The experienced players, Park Seung-jin, Won Si-young, and Han Jio, will be responsible for attacking the dungeon and fighting monsters. The three named players immediately replied, "Understood." The chairman continued, "The player with solo combat experience, Kim Tae-hyun, and Jin Soo will be responsible for the terrain and watching out for demons." The two men looked serious and replied, "Yes, understood." Having finished assigning tasks, he gently clasped his hands and smiled, "All right, that's the temporary assignment. For this Asian tournament, I hope everyone will do a good job." The venue for the opening of this Asian tournament: the Asian Player Association Stadium. Countries like Indonesia and Thailand have also gathered. The most prominent presence here belongs to the players from China and Japan. The man with a long scar near his eye, looking extremely fierce, is the Japanese team commander, Ghost Sword Shinji Nakata. China is no less formidable with many experienced players. Their complete lineup of top players is considered a championship contender for this tournament. China's combat lineup gradually appeared: national-level player, Blood Sword Lin Feng. National-level player, Wind Marquis Zhang Ming, and leading them is national-level player and commander Cheng Jin. Meanwhile, the Korean team is missing its main force, Kam Hyuk, along with several capable players due to personal commitments. A couple watching the events on a TV screen softly commented, "It seems our lineup is quite weak. I hope our country achieves good results." Suddenly, a shrill shout, "What?" The young man standing behind the couple quickly erupted, "What are you two saying?" startling both of them. Without waiting for a response, the young man continued his tirade, "It's our job to cheer for everyone. How can you be so discouraged before the match even begins? Ah, well. Everything we have now, like this house, was earned by Tae-hyun Appa. And this money too. He's given us so much from his dungeon raids. That's right, so we need to cheer for him with all our might. The more successful he is, the more comfortable lives we'll have," he said, his face becoming eager. The parents, feeling weak, meekly replied, "Indeed, our son's thoughts are quite considerate, aren't they? All right, old man, don't praise him anymore." The young man's excited shout once again seemed to shake the tall building. "Mom and Dad, trust me, he will show his true strength in this tournament." "All right, we trust you." Rhythmic footsteps echoed as a pair of feet slowly advanced. The woman suddenly struck up a conversation with Kim Tae-hyun. "You're Kim Tae-hyun, Korea's youngest S-Rank player, right? I owe you a favor from the Dawn auction house incident." Tae-hyun tilted his head slightly to look at her and hesitated, asking, "And you are?" Facing him now was a beautiful pink-haired woman. "I was assigned to go there and rescue everyone, but by the time I arrived, everything was already taken care of." It turned out she was also a national-level player from Japan, Saintess Sarada. Kim Tae-hyun seemed a little surprised. "Saintess Sarada? So that incident last time was your responsibility?" It's true that the International Association will intervene immediately when an incident greatly affects humans as well as awakened ones. The girl continued, "I had an invitation for you before. But why did you refuse it?" Kim Tae-hoo silently looked at her, then reminisced. In the meeting room the other day, everyone slowly walked away, whispering among themselves, "All right, the meeting's over, how about we go have a few drinks?" All right, Tae-hoo also intended to stand up and leave. Suddenly, the chairman spoke up to keep him. "Stay and talk with me for a bit." An invitation? He felt a slight tension. The other person explained, "It's the Japanese saintess who invited you. I don't know what her purpose is for doing that, but the saintess is indeed a very important person in the Awakened Association. She has divine power, so she can help you recover from your arm injury faster. It'd be good if you meet her before the tournament. Consider it a way to know yourself and your opponent." Regaining his composure, Kim Tae-hoo didn't hesitate. "I refuse." As soon as he finished, Tae-guk, standing behind him, also became anxious. "What's wrong?" "That's a goodwill invitation, and it's beneficial for you." Raising his hand to stop him, the chairman calmly said, "All right, leave him be, Deputy Director Tae-guk." He propped his chin. "Tell me your reason. Why did you do that?" "I can't explain it right now, but I'll put it briefly. My past and present are intertwined." Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly. She turned her head to look at his retreating back. "What's wrong with him?" From a distance, the demon blade Shinji Nakata approached and asked. Her gaze was still fixed in the direction he left. He's truly not a simple player. He knows me well." That statement startled Nakata, making him turn. "In that case, I will." Interrupting him, she reassured him, "All right, no rush. He certainly has strength, but that arrogance will cost him. Investigate more thoroughly into his information. We need to know more about him soon so we can deal with what he might do in the future, and it would be even better if we could find his weaknesses to control him." Then she licked the corner of her lips with a sinister expression. "I can do anything to control him." Everything everyone is waiting for will begin. The Asian tournament is about to kick off. The man hosting the show is holding a mic, introducing to everyone. Thousands of candidates and fans are cheering wildly. On stage, the host continued, "Let's count down to the competition." The speaker was Alex Go, the host and A-rank player from Singapore. Everyone was excitedly counting together. 10, 9, 8, Sarada said to Shinji Nakata, "The tournament has begun." 7. Trin Tan also said to Windfoot Truong Min, "Finally, I can fight freely." 6. Windfoot Truong Min cautiously said, "Hey, be careful, the tournament has just begun." Park Seon-jin stood proudly before everyone and said, "Everyone remembers what we need to do, right?" They were still discussing amidst the countdown. 5, 4. "I am KVKAC Yang, and I, along with Seihan Jio, will fight the monsters." 3. "And Jang Jin-soo will assist player Kim Tae-hoo." "Huh," the last excited exclamations rang out. 3, 2. Won Si-yeon looked towards Jang Jin-soo, both worried. "Where's Kim Tae-hoo?" They both exclaimed in unison, "Huh, 1." The final count rang out, 1. The host excitedly announced, "The greatest Asian tournament festival is about to begin." A flash of light streaked across the host's neck. He remained in an excited posture with a smile on his face, uttering the last word, "Head." Kim Tae-hoo controlled his knife, severing the host's head, and a deep red bloodstain remained on his blade. Splashing blood sprayed in front of Kim Tae-hoo. He looked at it and smiled. The host's head was severed from his neck, flying high as blood splattered. Everyone in the stands, seeing such a scene, was utterly terrified. Park Seon-jin, in disbelief, opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide open. Chang Jin bared his teeth and smiled. A sharp blade appeared. Everyone started to move, rushing to attack each other with their skills, and the arena became chaotic. Chang Jin, with bloodshot eyes, unleashed his ultimate punching move. Shinji Nakata, with the glowing sharp blade in his hand, was also unleashing his ultimate move. Next was Seihan Jio, with an ultimate move unleashed from his hands. Jang Jin-soo with his thunderous punch. Won Si-yeon used his ultimate move with orbs. Park Seon-jin, with wide, glaring eyes, stepped forward to face the battle. The arena erupted with a fierce sound, and smoke and fire splattered everywhere, obscuring visibility. Everyone in the stands looked at the thick smoke, seeing indistinct figures standing and discussing fiercely. What the hell, did he just decapitate the host? As the smoke cleared, the players gradually appeared. Kim Tae-hoo stood among the players who had formed a circle around him, in a defensive stance, ready to fight. Won Si-yeon held his star in his mouth, his eyes also showing star shapes, his face beaded with sweat. Won Si-yeon turned back to look at Kim Tae-hoo, angrily shouting, "Hey, Kim Tae-hoo, what's wrong with you? You're crazy." A laugh echoed, making Won Si-yeon look back in alarm. It was Chang Jin. He was speeding towards Won Si-yeon, saying, "That's truly brutal, killing the host like that, huh? That was truly amazing, that was exactly what I wanted." Chang Jin was eager for battle. Now everyone, focus on taking him down. Park Seon-jin confronted Shinji Nakata, who was holding a blade, and Sarada. Sarada smiled wickedly, saying to Shinji Nakata, "Hey, sword demon, it doesn't matter how many names you know, but remember to leave that prey for me." Her eyes became deep. "Everyone stop right there," a woman said, quickly approaching them with her subordinates. Shinji Nakata and Sarada glanced at her, saying, "Huh?" The woman also angrily yelled at the president who was trailing behind her, "Don't say anything else. It is unacceptable for player Kim Tae-hoo to have killed our country's host. I will get to the bottom of this." This woman was Helly Tan, president of the Singapore Player Association. The president worriedly explained to a fuming Helly Tan, "It's all just a misunderstanding. He didn't mean to do it, Singapore." Helly Tan was dissatisfied with the president's explanation and grew even angrier, shouting loudly, "Things have come to this point, and you're still defending him? We all saw it, didn't we? He will have to answer to us. He is the devil Wan Che." The one who just spoke was Kim Tae-hoo. Everyone stood silently, listening to him recount the story. Several years ago, on an immigrant ship to Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He is a demon. The World Association has placed a bounty of 3 billion on his head, but of course, he will find a way to escape, and no one can know. Simply by changing his form, Kim Tae-hoo recalled his original appearance. Helly Tan didn't believe what Kim Tae-hoo had just said and shouted, "But how could you possibly know that?" Suddenly, Helly Tan stopped, as if realizing something, a drop of sweat on her face, saying, "Could it be?" Kim Tae-hoo threw down the head, saying, "The reason he could evade capture is that he can change his appearance freely." "Everyone look," Kim Tae-hoo said, hands in his pockets, his foot on the head with the strange face of the demon Wan Che. Everyone standing there was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Helly Tan gasped, "Huh? His face?" Kim Tae-hoo calmly said, "This is what everyone saw." "How can that be? How could he recognize that demon?" Everyone buzzed with discussion about what had just happened. A man standing behind, with bloodshot eyes also emitting a red light, smirked and said, "This Kim Tae-hoo, he's interesting." The information screen displayed the tournament roster: Asia Tournament, Rank 1, South Korea 1000B. Rank 2, China, Rank 3, Japan, Rank 4, Thailand, Rank 5, Indo. Sunlight is shining into the building, surrounded by trees, so the true identity of the host is the demon Wan Che. So, although the tournament was slightly interrupted, it will be restored right away. All players are ready to rejoin the tournament and their matches. Everyone is working extremely hard to resolve the recent incident. Player Kim Tae-hoo has won the first point for South Korea, and now he's discovered and eliminated another demon, who is a wanted criminal. Hands are holding phones, watching yesterday's live match, with supporters truly shouting, "Kim Tae-hoo, Kim Tae-hoo." Han Soo-jang watched the match, pointing at the phone and telling Ju Ae-yong, who was approaching, he knows Wan Che's whereabouts. It's true, no one knows how he found out it was him. He really has a lot of secrets. I thought Kim Tae-hoo was lying at first. Ju Ae-yong replied annoyed, "I don't know either. It's truly a hassle." Thanks to him, all of us have been getting continuous calls and questions from players all over the world. Now the support system is completely paralyzed. Ju Ae-yong unhappily looked down at the busy staff in front of their screens and continued, "I didn't think the tournament would be such a nuisance right from the start." Hansa chimed in, "Who would have thought? But no matter what you say, he truly is a talented Korean player." No matter who he tells about this, their expression changes to one of pride. Hearing that, Hansa chimed in, "That's understandable." Raindrops were falling onto tall buildings with sparkling lights across the city. Rain poured down into a house where the ceiling had a large hole. The corrugated iron had fallen, drenching the two men. One stood casually with his hands in his pockets, looking at the other, whose haggard face showed signs of a beating, lying motionless on a pile of rubble. His eyes darkened, and he spoke with difficulty, "What's wrong with my body?" As he spoke, blood gushed from his mouth. "Huff, huff, he's an A-rank demon, Taejiu." Kim Tae-hyung took out his phone to answer a call, then casually replied to him, "Because you're a demon, I'll destroy you, what else?" Kim Tae-hein answered the person on the other end. Hello. How are you, darling? A voice from the other end made Kim Tae-hein's skin crawl, so he held the phone away and replied, Huh? You called me a bit late. We're having a terrible time here because of you. Rain continued to fall steadily under the gloomy sky. Kim Tae-hein calmly replied, Are you talking about the association support? Du Aeong, wearing headphones, said, That's right. Were you waiting for my call? Kim Tae-hein, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the phone, walked slowly and said, Indeed, it's hard for me to connect to the association channel, so I waited for your call. The other end replied, So tell me, what do you need from me? I have 2 things to ask of you. Tell me. The first is to investigate those demons. Du Aeong scrolled on her phone and said, Investigate information about demons? Du Aeong asked, puzzled, Shouldn't you ask the association about that? Kim Tae-hein walked out the door. It was still raining, and he said, There will be many demons in this friendly tournament, so I want to find all of them. You mean? Kim Tae-hein's eyes were firm as he replied, That's right. I want to investigate the demon association. A person wearing a cloak that covered their head, only their bright purple eyes visible, stood in front of Kim Tae-hein. The two stood opposite each other amidst the rapidly falling raindrops. Raindrops continuously fell on that person's hood and cloak. He had a beard around his mouth and a long sword at his hip. He introduced himself, I am Kimura-san. Kim Tae-hein, still on the phone, exclaimed in surprise, Huh, what? Du Aeong heard and, not understanding, asked, What did you say? Kim Tae-hein replied, Hey, wait. I have come to punish the one who slandered the saintess. He shouted loudly, his purple eyes glowing brightly. S-Rank player, Kimura-san. Kim Tae-hein recalled the image of the saintess he mentioned and thought, I didn't do anything to her, did I? The hero Kimura-san. He drew his sword, got into a stance, ready to attack. Mysterious purple energy flowed around him, along with the image of a wolf appearing behind him. He is the Japanese representative hunter participating in the Asian Friendly Tournament, an S-Rank player. And also one of the fanatics pursuing the saintess. Behind him, Sutara stood staring at him with a sinister smile. If the sword art of National Treasure Nakata Shinji was fluid, refined, and without excess, with a sharp blade carrying pure white energy, then Kimura-san's sword art was truly that of a hero, with the blade emitting fierce purple power, focused on tearing, crushing, and destroying opponents. But no matter how powerful the sword art, he concentrated his power into the sword and let out a loud shout, preparing to attack. The sword's tip, carrying powerful energy, continuously attacked Kim Tae-hein, but he skillfully dodged them all. It's indeed useless if it can't hit the opponent. While dodging attacks, Kim Tae-hein answered his phone, anxiously asking loudly to the person on the other end, Huh? It's not okay? Why? Kimura-san immediately stopped his attack and retreated. He couldn't help but curse, damn it. His heart was now terrified. Why? Why can't I touch him? His face contorted with anger. This brat, how is this possible? Kim Tae-hein's caller was scolding loudly, Of course not. Do you want to attack the Devil's Association? The person on the phone was Yu Aeong. She continued to question loudly, Don't you know why the association abandoned Demon King Katio? She anxiously glanced at Hansa-John walking beside her, then continued on the phone, If we even touch them a little, they'll immediately cut loose and disappear. Even if we have information, we must wait until we've captured them before we're allowed to pursue. If we act rashly, things will only get more complicated. Her words echoed in Kim Tae-hein's ears. He continued to dodge Kimura-san's sword strikes, calmly replying, That's the theory. But then, as he spoke, his hand began to get into position, preparing for a counterattack. Kimura-san looked at his move in horror. His body was still in an attacking posture and couldn't dodge in time. Taking a direct palm strike from him, he was sent flying into the air, and his sword fell as well. Watching Kimura-san's bleeding body fall uncontrollably, he proudly replied to the person on the other end, I can do it. A question immediately echoed from the other end. What? Then came the loud, crashing sound of Kimura-san falling to the ground. Kim Tae-hein smiled and turned away. Even if I can't explain the method, I can definitely round them up. He emphasized into the phone, trust me. Haven't I always proven myself with results? Hearing Kim Tae-hein's firm affirmation, Uaeon pondered, oh, all right. But information about the Devil's Association is scarce, so I'll provide information about another location. It suddenly started raining. Kim Tae-hein walked and asked again, another location? Hearing Uaeon's reply, information about the three-headed snails, surprised him greatly. The three-headed snails are influential figures who manipulate the political world and are the three leaders of Demon King Kadio, the underground force dominating Asia. Uaeon's steady voice echoed in Kim Tae-hein's ears. I've found a lead on someone who's in contact with Mizuzaki Kenji, one of their high-ranking cadres. Of course, even if we catch him, we might not get any information. And if we're careless, we'll face even more enemies in the friendly tournament. After explaining everything, Uaeon asked, what do you think? Kim Tae-hein's lips curved into a slight smile. The three-headed snails, huh? While not as good as the Devil's Association, the points aren't bad. Thinking so, he quickly replied to her, all right, then I'll handle them first. Uaeon, receiving his affirmative answer, was a bit helpless. All right, as for your additional request, I'll consider it. Kim Tae-hein thanked her, and she took the opportunity to ask for more. If you're thankful, treat me to a meal, won't you? He readily agreed, after the friendly tournament ends. Because he was talking with his back turned, he didn't notice Kimura-san trembling as he struggled to get up. He managed to steady his body and stand up, his other hand gripping his sword tightly. He yelled loudly, you! Hearing this, Kim Tae-hein tilted his head and glanced at him. Despite his injuries and bleeding head, Kimura-san still gathered his strength, angrily saying, are you going to ignore me until the very end? Kim Tae-hein innocently replied, I'm not ignoring you. Kimura-san's entire body emitted an oppressive surge of power. He agitatedly said, if you're not serious, I'll blow up this entire area. Kim Tae-hein turned to face him, repeating his explanation, I told you I'm not ignoring you. Kimura-san ignored his explanation and continued, first, I'll make you experience your five senses being inverted. With that, he raised his sword and shouted, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Circles of power, each inscribed with a sense, appeared around him. Overpowering senses, he cried out, then charged straight at Kim Tae-hein with a terrifying surge of power. Kim Tae-hein stood still, hands in his pockets, calmly saying, I really tried to avoid fighting, you know. He looked up directly at him, his eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Don't you know fighting between contestants is forbidden? Then he sighed, no other choice. Before he finished speaking, Kimura-san felt an immense energy that terrified him. Kim Tae-hein smiled and said, I'll play with you seriously then. His pupils turned red, and behind him appeared a terrifying skull warrior. Kimura-san was frozen by the aura in front of him, unable to move his body, his throat could only emit whimpers. He suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Then came a quiet darkness. On the other side, there were two people, a man and a woman, Shinji Nakata and Sutara, walking down a deserted corridor. The man informed the woman that Kimura-san had lost. He continued, to avoid any potential trouble, we informed the media that he was attacked by a demon. But after being defeated by Kim Tae-hein, he kept repeating the phrase, I'll play with you seriously, so it seems he was affected by a mental attack skill. In his current state, it will probably take him at least a month to move normally, let alone participate in the friendly match. Sutara smiled nonchalantly and replied, it seems he still has a secret skill that hasn't been revealed yet. Shinji Nakata said seriously, at this point, if I were to step in. His words were cut off by Sutara's loud laughter. She lightly tapped him, just kidding. If even the sword demon loses, what will happen to the scores of the friendly match? Her touch made him blush, and he replied shyly, yes. Sutara said softly, don't worry, Kimura-san's loss to him was within our calculations. She pointed to the closed iron door ahead. We've already prepared a new bait. The door was tightly locked, and inside it was utterly gloomy and cold, the walls cracked and covered in moss. With a click, the door creaked open, letting in a little light to illuminate the room. Sutara pushed the door open, smiled, and entered, with Nakata following closely behind her. They looked at the man chained to the wall, covered in wounds, wearing only torn pants, his head bowed, with a few strands of hair falling to cover part of his face, making it impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. Perhaps hearing the sound, the man looked up, revealing his emaciated face, and with difficulty confirmed, Yoshikawa Sutara. She didn't answer him, only called his name, Isaka Ryohei. It's time for you to work for me. In some unknown part of the abyss, multiple explosions suddenly occurred on the barren, rocky land. A wave of power ran across the ground, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to shatter. At this moment, a girl with frizzy hair, holding two staffs, was being pushed back, shielding her teammates. This frizzy-haired girl is Livia, an S-rank player from the Philippines. She gasped for breath and questioned, "Why?" She yelled, "Why do you want to kill us?" Ahead, a figure leisurely emerged from the dust cloud. It was Cheng Jin. Liva urgently said, "With your strength, you could still achieve the #1 position without doing such despicable things." Chow-sin-san, he showed no regard for Liva, picked at his ear, and arrogantly stepped forward. He is known as the Berserker of prodigious strength, Chow-sin-san, a national treasure-level player from China. Cheng Jin laughed smugly. "Do you think I want to play with cowards like you? It's just that our old association president has a small request." Liva and her teammates couldn't help but wonder, what? Both of them secretly thought, did the president of the Chinese Player Association order the assassination of contestants from other countries? Liva stared at him anxiously. "No way. Do they want to start a war?" Thinking this, she immediately told her teammate, "Run." Her teammate was surprised by this decision, hesitating a little, but Liva took a defensive stance in front of her teammate, quickly urging, "Run and report the news to everyone." Her eyes full of determination, she looked ahead. "I'll stop this monster." "Hurry!" She yelled loudly at her teammate, and at the same time, Cheng Jin charged towards her with full force. She also quickly swung her hands, preparing to fight. Smoke and dust obscured everything. On the ground, a deep cut was now clearly visible, so deep it couldn't be seen to the bottom. Liva lay motionless on the rubble. Her glasses were shattered, her body covered in injuries, her eyes wide open in shock. She must be dead. Beside her was Cheng Jin's cursing. "Damn it, I should have let the Singaporean kids be handled by Trey Min Min." He looked at the body of her teammate, who should have gone to report the news but was also lying there, eyes unclosed. He said nonchalantly, "Whose turn is next, I wonder?" "Oh, right, Korea, it's Kim Tae-hein's turn now." The screen is currently displaying the friendly matches information board. The MC announced that in the one-week Asia friendly match, the first day's overall scores have been announced. Korea, the first country to score points, is still dominating in the lead. And right after that is a fierce chase by China and Japan. The representative teams will directly broadcast their process of searching for and eliminating demons, or broadcast an edited version. The images are still being shown on a tall building's big screen, and everyone below, hearing the information, buzzed with discussion. Korea? Unbelievable. What are Japan and China, countries with national treasure-level players, doing? I heard Kimura-san from Japan was injured by a demon and forced to withdraw. Singaporean players were found in a deformed state, and the Philippine team completely disappeared after entering the abyss to eliminate demon creatures. Everyone couldn't help but be confused. What's happening? One thing is certain, this Asia-friendly match is far from normal. At a high-rise hotel, the announcer's voice steadily broadcasted. The organizers of the Asia-friendly match have established an investigation team for the Singaporean player murder case and the disappearance of the Philippine players. Kim Tae-hein sat on the hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen was showing the announcer giving updates and requesting assistance from relevant authorities for the investigation. He pondered. In the previous regression, things didn't start until the third day, but this time it's already begun. If it's an event similar to the previous regression, then the culprit must be the National Treasure level players from China. Images of the Chinese players appeared in his mind. The reason could be to show individual strength or eliminate opponents, but the biggest reason is definitely that guy's ambition. The leader of the Chinese National Treasure level players. Kim Tae-hein sneered, neither the Saints nor those bastards will let me live in peace. There's no other way. If that's the case, I have to act faster. Before he could finish speaking, a sound came from the door. He was startled and on guard. Who could it be at this hour? As he thought, his body transformed, and he asked, "Who is it?" A voice from outside answered, "It's me, Kim Tae-hein." His gaze was sharp as if wanting to pierce through the door. Jang Jin-soo, he was outside knocking on the door and said. The answer surprised Kim Tae-hein. Jin-soo slowly explained, "The association told me you're here. Come out, I have something to tell you." His face was extremely tense. He wondered, Jang Jin-soo. In the sky, birds soared, a heavy silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, Jang Jin-soo loudly questioned him, "What are you doing?" Everything was peaceful, and then you rashly acted on your own at the opening ceremony. You unexpectedly did things no one foresaw, disregarding all the initial strategies. Why did you do that? Then he pointed directly at him and yelled, "Do you think that's acting for your teammates?" Kim Tae-hein's face darkened as he suddenly remembered someone from the past. Someone had said the same thing to him before. Without waiting for his reply, Jang Jin-soo continued to criticize, "Anyway, you've disappointed me so much. I'm also responsible for eliminating demons, so why did you act alone?" At this moment, Kim Tae-hein finally spoke. "Earlier, I was attacked by Kimura Zen, a Japanese player." "What?" He was stunned. Jang Jin-soo's face showed confusion. "So the player Kimura, who had to withdraw, was because of you?" Kim Tae-hein smiled slightly and replied, "It's true that I was lucky enough to successfully subdue him. However, I didn't think he would know my movements and actions." Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming grim. "It's possible there's an informant within the association." Each word fell like heavy stones on Jang Jin-soo. He paled and asked again, "What? Are you saying you think I'm the informant?" Facing Jang Jin-soo's loud questioning, Kim Tae-hein calmly analyzed, "This isn't simple at all. Anyone who knows information about me could be a suspect. That's what I want to say." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Ever since I knew that Demon, One Trey, was impersonating a player, I've planned to act alone. Furthermore, many players have gone missing. They didn't die from monsters, so it's clear that other players harmed them, and those who did it are all national-level players." Before Jang Jin-soo's increasingly tense face, Kim Tae-hein calmly continued, "In this situation, there are already too many national-level players as opponents. If we act together, it'll only expose everything and won't be very effective." Amidst Jang Jin-soo's dissatisfied grunt, he raised his hand and asserted, "Therefore, I will temporarily act alone. I think that strategy is still fine and doesn't need to be changed at all." Jang Jin-soo cried out in alarm, "How can you do that?" Ignoring his questioning, Kim Tae-hein said, "Goodbye. All right, I've already said what I needed to say. I'm leaving now." "Hey, wait, I haven't finished talking yet." Ignoring his calls, he raised his hand, waved, and said, "Later." Looking at Kim Tae-hein's retreating back, Jang Jin-soo called out loudly after him, "Wait, hey!" The sound of the door closing with a click echoed. Jang Jin-soo's mouth hung open, his face gradually wrinkled up, gritting his teeth as if wanting to devour that retreating back. Then he roared, "That scoundrel!" Jang Jin-soo clenched his fists, his face furious, and red lights flashed around him. Consumed by anger, he cursed loudly, "He's only just become a player, and he already dares to disrespect people like this. Just you wait, I'll make you pay." Standing high above, witnessing everything, purple lights gently flickered around him. Kim Tae-hein calmly thought, "So, is Jang Jin-soo a spy in the association?" In my previous life, I didn't know who the spy was, but after Kimura-zen attacked me again, I knew there was a spy here. Amidst Jang Jin-su's anger and curses, he thought, therefore, I can't trust anyone. He picked up his phone, checked it, and continued his thoughts. It's best to take them all down first in this situation. Striking first is what needs to be done. Holding his phone, a notification suddenly appeared. Joa Iong proposed 4 courses of action. Kim Tae-hein sighed, oh God, what now? At Magdoria, the server's voice rang out, here's your order. Taking it, Kim Tae-hein said, thanks. As he walked, looking for a seat, the noisy sounds of orders being called out continuously entered his ears. Give me more fries. Give me another cup of fish. Kim Tae-hein frowned slightly, watching 2 people nearby urging loudly, hey, hurry up. A thought flashed through his mind. These 2 are both Kenji's subordinates. So, this is what Joa Iong was talking about. I didn't think they were just students. That bag probably contains something illegal. All I need to do is follow them to find Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought, interesting. You're still quite careful, just like before. Kim Tae-hein turned his head to look at the person next to him with a confused expression. Without waiting for him to ask, the voice continued. It's been a long time, Kim Tae-hein. He was startled, huh? Biting a fry, a crunching sound echoed. The man asked, do you still remember me? A name suddenly flashed in Kim Tae-hein's memory, Isaka Ryohei. I thought he was in prison after the auction house incident, right? Why is he here now? As if sensing his question, Isaka Ryohei explained, don't worry, I'm not here to fight at all. All right, then tell me immediately what you want. He let out a pleased laugh, slow down, don't be so impatient. In this situation, you're no better off than I am. Isn't that right? As he spoke, he punched the glass window, much to Kim Tae-hein's astonishment. Huh? Immediately, the surroundings became noisy with chatter. What happened? A fight? Isn't that Isaka Ryohei? Has he been released? Another person exclaimed in surprise, and that's Kim Tae-hein, the Korean player. Is he here to confront us? Everyone became chaotic, and Kim Tae-hein's face grew tense. Plotting in his mind, damn it, they're running away. There's no other way, I'll have to take them all down. Then, a loud laugh rang out, even though I'm not here to fight you. He paused here. Golden lights enveloped Isaka Ryo, and his eyes became ferocious. Beams of light immediately shot out, attacking those who were fleeing. With each painful groan, one by one, they collapsed onto the floor, much to Kim Tae-hein's astonishment. He took them all down with just one move. He's much stronger than he was back at the auction house. He put his hat back on, and Isaka Ryohei subtly smirked. You're probably looking for the leader Miyazaki, aren't you? All right then, let me have some time to act. You won't regret following me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a chain shot out, tightly binding Isaka Ryohei. The other end of the chain was in Kim Tae-hein's hand. Only then did he speak, all right, if you're confident you can do it, that's fine, but I'll give you a little help. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. You said you could do it, and that's good, but if you just mess with me, you're dead. Isaka Ryohei laughed loudly. You and I really don't have anything nice to say to each other, but you're mistaken if you think you can control me like before. The golden lights once again flashed but were immediately extinguished. He became terrified. Deep red streams of light began to envelop him. What? I can't escape. That damn Kim Tae-hein, he's gotten much stronger. In contrast to Isaka Ryohei's panic, Kim Tae-hu calmly raised 5 fingers and counted, 50 seconds. At this moment, Isaka Ryohei became even more anxious. He quickly shouted, I'm telling you right now, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to that bastard Kenji, understand? He continued in a low voice, those who ran ahead right now are just bait. If you blindly chase after them, you'll only run into a trap and won't accomplish anything else. Faced with Isaka Ryohei's rudeness, Kim Tae-hu remained unfazed. He coldly uttered 3 words, 30 seconds left. At this moment, Isaka Ryohei was truly panicked. He hastily yelled, "I'm different. I've already made a deal with the demons. I know how to deal with them. Please trust me, okay? How about it? With this deal, I won't let you down." Calmly raising one finger, 10. Now, he seemed to completely collapse, beads of anxious sweat dripping down his face. Isaka Ryohei screamed, "Your target is them. I'll eliminate all those bastards along with Kenji. Are you satisfied with that? Tell me. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me time, all you need to do is trust me." Kim Tae-hoo's raised hand completely folded down, and Isaka Ryohei's pained scream immediately echoed through the space. His face contorted, his whole body recoiled, the red streams of light tightly enveloped him. He frantically screamed, "Help! Help!" Witnessing that pain, Kim Tae-hoo remained indifferent. "Do you think you can accomplish anything by yourself? I think your proposal is absolutely brilliant, but why would someone who opposes me want to help me?" Lying on the ground, looking up at that arrogant person, Isaka Ryohei gritted his teeth, that is. Without waiting for him to finish, Kim Tae-hoo calmly interrupted his sophistry. "Tell me, what do you really want?" Then he lowered his voice, "Who is behind you, commanding you?" Scene change, at an abandoned house. Inside, everyone with tense faces was scattering and fleeing, shouts echoing from all sides, "Help! Save us!" Suddenly, a stream of light swept in, knocking all of them away. The man looked at the fallen group, coldly retracting to 100. Suddenly, a woman slowly walked in from outside, clapping her hands, making sounds, clap, 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 clap. Ha! All demons in one go, truly the power of the demon blade, Sarada, the woman who entered praised. "Are you sure?" Shinji Nakata asked. "What? Isaka Ryo?" He continued, "He was defeated by Kim Tae-hoo once before, and compared to him, rumors say Kim Tae-hoo has recently reached a national level. Even if Ryo became stronger thanks to the Saintess's divine revelation skill, he couldn't beat Kim Tae-hoo. Instead, he would face the risk of the Awakener's Oath. The condition for him to receive power was to bring Kim Tae-hoo before the Saintess. So from now on, I'll take care of it myself." Without waiting for Shinji Nakata to finish, Sarada laughed, "No need to worry so much. Winning or losing doesn't matter." Her words surprised Shinji Nakata, who let out a sound of. Without stopping, Sarada explained, "According to my sources, Kim Tae-hoo's current target is chickenpox, Tam Tui Dao," he exclaimed. "I've also leaked this information to the Tam Tui Dao side. And Isaka Ryo has had a close connection with demons. He also has a relationship with Mizaki Kenji, one of the leaders of Tam Tui Dao." Sarada clasped her hands and continued, "Certainly, when he realizes he can't defeat Kim Tae-hoo alone, he will lure Kim Tae-hoo here and join forces with Mizaki to deal with him. Of course, even doing that might not be easy. As I said before, he's very suspicious." Shinji Nakata still hesitated, "But that's precisely why we need information." He widened his eyes at Sarada's words, from his fighting style, ideology, to his combat ability, personality, and even his latent power. "Therefore, no matter what fate befalls Isaka Ryo," she said, slowly raising her hand to touch Shinji Nakata's face, "we just need to extract information from his corpse, right? After all, he has no other choice." At an old apartment building, a group of men and women were gathered inside, with a fierce-looking man seated in the center. "Damn it, you're too late," the leader of Tam Tui Dao, Mizaki Kenji, loudly told the newcomer, Isaka Ryo. He paused for a moment, then spoke, "But where's that Korean kid? You said you'd lure Kim Tae-hoo here." Isaka Ryo, who had been standing in the dark corner, finally spoke in a low voice, "This world is a place where the strong devour the weak." His single sentence stunned everyone present. "What?" He continued, "The strong crush the weak, and the weak are ground into dust. That's how this world works." Under Mizaki's gaze, Isaka Ryo bluntly declared, "Mizaki Kenji, let me warn you about this." His face was a mix of sweat and tears. "If you want to live, you must do as I say." As if guessing something, Mizaki Kenji shouted in surprise, "No, don't tell me." Bomb! A loud noise rang out. Pieces of concrete began to break apart and fall straight down, and a young man's figure appeared from the hole in the air. Mizaki Kenji and his subordinates widened their eyes in surprise, looking up. He raised his hand, and a massive hand materialized. The monster created by Kim Tae-hoo struck down at those below, sending them sprawling to the ground. Screams of pain began to echo throughout the four corners of the room. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoo spoke softly, "That's right, if you want to survive, you have to listen to the strongest, right?" He clicked his tongue, "Tisk, if that's the case. Who is Mizaki Kenji?" He looked down from above and asked. No one knew when Mizaki had drawn his blade. Holding it tightly in his hand, he glared at Kim Tae-hoo and yelled. "Just based on a surprise attack, this kid dares to be so arrogant?" It's that guy." As Kim Tae-hoo questioned, Mizaki Kenji's eyes turned fierce. His hands clenched, he gnashed his teeth, "I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, streams of dazzling red light flashed in his eyes and gradually enveloped him. Boom! A space suddenly exploded violently, with debris scattering from the area. Isaka Ryo sat on the ground, staring blankly at the explosion over there. His face contorted as he thought, Kim Tae-hoo. TSK, looking at the struggling man tied tightly on the ground, Kim Tae-hoo calmly complimented, "Your plan is quite interesting." Isaka Ryo trembled and whispered, "The covenant with the Saintess and the Awakened One. Now I understand why you appeared before me." He thought, hypnotized? Is it a neurological skill? When did he get this power? All right, I'll play with you. Suddenly, the agreement echoed, surprising Isaka Ryo. What are you plotting? Kim Tae-hoo calmly exposed his opponent's scheme. You plan to team up with Mizaki Kenji to deal with me, don't you? So you have to lure me to Mizaki Kenji, right? But instead of siding with Mizaki Kenji and the Saintess, you must side with me. Shut up! Isaka Ryo yelled angrily. Even if you defeat me, do you think I'll help you? Then he said in fear, if I do that, I'll be eliminated by Tam Tui Dao, the Saintess, and the Demon Blade together. In complete contrast to that panic, Kim Tae-hoo calmly munched on a box of fries he held in his hand. True, but if you don't help me, I'll destroy you, but don't worry. I won't care about your life or death, but I'll give you a chance. Isaka Ryo inquired suspiciously, a chance? Standing up and throwing the box of fries in front of him, Kim Tae-hoo explained, during the friendly match, you must do your best to help me. After everything ends, remember to live and apologize for the rest of your life to those you've hurt. Then I'll help you escape from Tam Tui Dao and the Saintess. But hearing a humorous story, Isaka Ryo burst into laughter and questioned him, do you know what you're saying? The opponent is a national level and Tam Tui Dao, a demonic organization. Do you think you can defeat those monsters? Done. Kim Tae-hoo curved the corner of his lips, displaying a confident smile. With Isaka Ryo's eyes wide with fear, two words were uttered, that's right. It was as if a feather lightly brushed his heart. Back to reality, before Isaka Ryo's eyes now were the scattered members of Tam Tui Dao lying on the ground, along with Kim Tae-hoo, who was raising one hand and lifting Mizaki Kenji into the air. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at what was happening. More than anyone, he understood how strong one had to be to wipe out a group of high-level players with one hand. Drop by drop, sweat rolled down his face. Isaka Ryo laughed in fear, thinking to himself, monster. Meanwhile, on the other side, a red light was entwined around one of Kim Tae-hoo's arms. With one large hand, he completely covered Mizaki's face, lifting him up amidst intermittent, difficult-to-utter sounds, you. His eyes were wide, and groans echoed in his throat. Kim Tae-hoo's left eye had turned red at some point, and he opened his mouth to ask the person in his hand, open the gate leading to Tam Tui Dao, won't you? Somewhere in the abyss, in Tessu's lair, a part of Tam Tui Dao. A carefully carved door, just by looking at it, one could tell how meticulously this place was built. Look, inside, corpses lay sprawled on the floor, fresh red blood splattered everywhere. So, what's the reason for calling me to this gloomy place? A man, propping his chin, asked from above to the kneeling figure below. At this moment, Trin Tan continued to growl curses. If you say anything meaningless, I'll smash your head just like I did with your subordinates. Tesu, as soon as the other person finished speaking, he trembled and replied, No, I wouldn't dare. He looked up with a grim face. I just want to offer Lord Season a legendary grade item from the S-Rank Demon Tam Tui Dao. Tesu explained to the person above. Seemingly surprised, Trin Tan asked again, What? Currently, for security reasons, that item is stored abroad. But recently, Tam Tui Dao received a legendary grade item and wants to offer it to Lord Season. He made a request, however, before that, please deal with someone who is targeting my head. We've set a trap, but it's highly likely to fail, so it's only a matter of time before he finds his way here. Sounds very interesting. Trin Tan sat up straight and smiled, unsure if he was amused or threatening the subordinate before him. Oh, so a member of Tam Tui Dao like you is afraid of someone? I'm more interested in this than that item. Yet, the old man still asked, Who is it? His name? Boom! A loud noise echoed, causing those kneeling below to straighten up in alarm and look around. The sound didn't stop, continuing to grow closer, making Tesu wary. Outside, the guards cried out in pain. Suddenly, the door shattered, wooden splinters flying everywhere. A foot and an arm simultaneously lunged forward. Amidst the chaos, Kim Tae-hoo and Isaka Ryo rushed forward together to confront Tesu and Trin Tan, as streams of blue, red, and golden light flashed throughout the room with each attack. Isaka Ryo, a loud shout combined with Tesu's surprised face, he struggled to parry the sword. A fist was raised, Isaka Ryo yelled loudly, Damn it, you have to win no matter what, understand? On this side, Trin Tan, with a fierce expression, also raised his fist. Humph! A sound, and streaks of purple light appeared, swirling around him. Remember to do well as we discussed, partner. A smile appeared on Kim Tae-hoo's face, his resolute gaze and self-confidence that he would win, he said to his temporarily recruited ally. The intense confrontation, both sides went all out with their attacks, a huge explosion was inevitable, and Kim Tae-hoo's side was pushed back by the immense force under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside. Kim Tae-hoo regained his balance, looking at the newly joined combatant with a bit of surprise. He thought to himself, indeed, everything is beyond my predictions. I didn't think a player with national-level strength from China, Trin Tan, would be here. At the same time, the opponent on the other side revealed himself, exuding an oppressive and dangerous aura. Trin Tan approached with a triumphant and confident smile, assessing Kim Tae-hoo and then speaking, So the one Tesu fears is you, kid? Anyway, you're lucky today, kid. Trin Tan continued arrogantly, I'll gently guide you to a painless death, Kim Tae-hoo. Isaka Ryo asked anxiously. A question he didn't expect an answer to, why is Trin Tan here? Kim Tae-hoo replied, he's on the side of Tam Tui Dao, but... Kim Tae-hoo's voice was questioning yet full of certainty, as if he already knew the answer, it's you, isn't it? Trin Tan was momentarily startled, huh? Kim Tae-hoo continued to accuse him, so you're the culprit who assassinated the other players? Trin Tan's face darkened. Oh, he's been figured out. Meanwhile, those around him were utterly stunned when they heard Kim Tae-hoo's accusation. Trin Tan was quite curious, how could you say that? But then he had to admit, but to be fair, you're quite sharp. Kim Tae-hoo was full of confidence, just as I expected. So now you're planning to assassinate the Korean players next, aren't you? Saying that, he drew his knife, taking a ready-to-fight stance. Kim Tae-hoo continued, unfazed even though the opponent was a national-level power, that's fine by me. The other side was quite surprised by his fearless attitude. Kim Tae-hoo continued to declare boldly, today I will kill you here. The awakened ability was activated again, he confidently said, don't even think you can easily defeat me. Trin Tan was also ready, he immediately activated his awakened ability and charged into battle, not forgetting to taunt, truly a kid who doesn't know his place. The battle between Kim Tae-hoo and Trin Tan erupted, evenly matched, stirring up the entire space. At the same time, Tessa witnessed the two of them clashing. He planned to use this opportunity to escape. His subordinate also shared that thought and reminded him, "Now is your chance to retreat, Sir Tessu." Tessu didn't hesitate and immediately spoke. "All right, hurry up, they're rushing to escape." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Isaka Ryohei has arrived, clear away all those hindering stragglers." He haughtily looked at Tetsu, who was about to slip away, and said, "How can you be in such a hurry to flee?" The other two were clearly surprised, shouting, "Isaka Ryohei, you're so confident, do you think your forces will lose? That's why you're running away, right?" With a haughty voice, Isaka Ryohei continued, "Perhaps what you're worried about is true, because his opponent is Kim Tae-hyun, and I will face you all." Before he could be cool for 30 seconds, a force from Kim Tae-hyun shot towards the people about to flee, and it didn't miss. Isaka Ryohei also took the hit, losing his balance. Kim Tae-hyun didn't get careless just because he was fighting Trin Tan. He yelled at those cowardly people. "Those demonic bastards, just you wait." Isaka Ryohei's voice rang out full of lament, I was speaking." Kim Tae-hyun stole his spotlight. Trin Tan also didn't let Kim Tae-hyun get distracted for too long. He challenged, "Are you going to defy me, kid?" Kim Tae-hyun responded, The battle between the two resumed. Trin Tan didn't forget to remind his opponent, "Then don't be careless." Along with that was a warning strike, kicking up dirt and rocks. Kim Tae-hyun quickly jumped up, avoiding it. He looked at the other person showing off his power and exclaimed, "Mad strength god, Trin Tan." Trin Tan threw a large rock towards Kim Tae-hyun. He got into a defensive stance and continued to recall, he's a player focused on physical strength, often defeating other players and monsters with his bare hands. A strike from Kim Tae-hyun cut the large rock into hundreds of pieces. He continued to analyze his opponent, but he doesn't just have pure strength. Kim Tae-hyun rushed forward from the debris. He also has an extremely powerful, hard-to-avoid damage skill. It's a dark skill. Kim Tae-hyun suddenly realized something. He was startled and shocked. That's the Scythe of Death. Along with his thought, Trin Tan had indeed executed a Scythe of Death directly at Kim Tae-hyun. He gave him the smile of a predator toying with its prey on the blade. "To let you witness this skill of mine, it's worth dying for." The Scythe of Death was lightning fast, rushing towards Kim Tae-hyun. It's a powerful area of effect skill, which can cause detrimental effects to opponents when cast. However, to cast this skill, the user needs a large amount of magic power, meaning Trin Tan poured almost all his magic power into this Scythe of Death. Kim Tae-hyun secretly thought, he's unleashed this skill, he wants to go all in against me. The attack from the Scythe of Death was truly terrifying. A massive explosion occurred at the top of the tower, shaking the entire space. The tower exploded, sending rocks and debris flying, mixed with thick dust. Kim Tae-hyun and Trin Tan both flew out of the tower. Each of Trin Tan's slashes was delivered with considerable power. But Kim Tae-hyun also fought back fiercely, not showing any weakness. Wherever Trin Tan slashed, Kim Tae-hyun parried. Kim Tae-hyun, still in his fake awakening, channeled it into his two knives, slashing back at Trin Tan. A clank sound was heard along with a crack on the knife's tip. Kim Tae-hyun also noticed it. He thought to himself, my weapon, when colliding with the Scythe of Death, has. Trin Tan, relying on his strength, laughed provocatively and asked, "What's wrong? You said you wanted to kill me." Another slash from the Scythe of Death came flying. This time, Kim Tae-hyun had to use both blades to block it. This isn't good. If this continues, the blade will break. The blade cracked even deeper when struck by Trin Tan's Scythe of Death. Kim Tae-hyun was forced to take a risk. A chain was launched, engulfing Trin Tan. If so, Trin Tan couldn't react in time, Meanwhile, the chain gradually tightened around him. Kim Tae-hyun secretly decided on a last resort, I'll stun him first. Awakened power flowed through the chain, affecting Trin Tan. Just as it seemed Kim Tae-hyun had successfully stunned him, a familiar laugh rang out, haha, how naive. Causing Kim Tae-hyun to react in a panic. Trin Tan, completely unharmed, said arrogantly. Do you think that trick could hit me? Trin Tan shattered the chain, unleashing a vicious side strike. He said, I'm a national-level player with plenty of battle experience. With that, the side strike cut through Kim Tae-hyun. Everything happened too fast, he couldn't react in time. A strike that seemed to cut Kim Tae-hyun in half, with immense power. With that, Trin Tan arrogantly left the battle. The battle seemed to be over, the atmosphere calmed. In the rubble, Tetsu stood on the now ruined tower, witnessing the entire fierce battle. He wondered, so the battle's over? But then he concluded, Kim Tae-hyun, a promising Korean player, facing Trin Tan, truly had no chance of winning. At the same time, the subordinate shouted a report. Sir, we've captured Isaka Ryohei. What do we do next? Tetsu turned, ordering them. All right, just imprison him for now. Isaka Ryohei was defeated, pinned down and forced to his knees by the subordinates. Tetsu continued, we'll use him as a hostage, he has exploitable value. Isaka Ryohei couldn't help but rage, you bastards. Tetsu still had many unanswered questions, something he didn't understand. Why did Isaka Ryohei side with Kim Tae-hyun? Tetsu watched Isaka Ryohei being led away, continuing to ponder, if he did that, wouldn't the Japanese scientists leave him be? He must understand that. Kim Tae-hyun must have seen something different in that guy to listen to the kid. Then Tetsu looked at the aftermath of the battle, sighing in relief. But he put his trust in the wrong person. In this battle, Kim Tae-hyun lost against Trin Tan's formidable strength. Then Tetsu seemed to notice something unusual, he exclaimed. Filled with alarm. On the ground, Trin Tan's seemingly fatal strike ultimately couldn't kill Kim Tae-hyun. Instead, it was an opportunity for him to claim Trin Tan's life. When he had poured all his magic into his attacks, Trin Tan collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Kim Tae-hyun still stood firm. Tetsu was surprised, his head full of questions. The backer you saw couldn't do anything against that kid Kim Tae-hyun, and was even defeated by Kim Tae-hyun. He could only scream, Mr. Trin Tan. Trin Tan was counterattacked, unable to understand, but too weak to utter a word. He wondered, why did I fall? Another mouthful of blood gushed out. Clearly, he had been dealt a critical blow by Kim Tae-hyun. He recalled the moment just now. After striking Kim Tae-hyun, magic power from Kim Tae-hyun's sword had exploded. But that was all it was. He was still completely dominant. Proof was Kim Tae-hyun's broken and chipped sword. But now, Trin Tan raged, shouting, this little brat. He gathered all his strength again, preparing to unleash another powerful strike, saying to Kim Tae-hyun, you were hiding your strength, weren't you? If so, then die. Kim Tae-hyun, on the other side, stood motionless before Trin Tan's furious lunge. He turned back and smiled confidently at the one consumed by rage, thinking, my weapon is a rare-grade sword. However, it was fine fighting the Minotaur Queen for a short while. Memories flashed through his mind of the Minotaur Queen he had defeated in the past. He continued to think, but now, fighting the Scythe of Death. A weapon that's also not ordinary. When both sides clashed too much, along with my voracious power imbued into the sword, it couldn't withstand the impact. As he thought, he launched his ultimate move, and a battle erupted again. Will this truly be a fight to the death this time? He continued to analyze his weapon. However, there's also an advantage I've considered. When using a lot of voracious power to fight, though the weapon will shatter, in return. With that thought, Trin Tan's scythe clashed with the two blades once more. This impact truly made the two blades unable to withstand, and they shattered directly. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't contain his excitement and said aloud, I can take your life now. He quickly flew closer to Trin Tan, who was still stunned and off guard. The shattered blade didn't affect his astonishing power. A compressed strike was unleashed, piercing straight into Trin Tan. He was stunned, accepting his humiliating defeat, so sudden and abrupt he couldn't react in time. Kim Tae-hyun poured a large amount of magic power into this decisive slash, a strike that pierced through Trin Tan's body. Tetsu stood on the tower, trembling as he witnessed everything, his face changing color. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Isaka Ryohei, tied in the corner, also felt the aftershock of Kim Tae-hyun's slash and flinched. Below, blood splattered everywhere. Trin Tan's necklace broke and scattered on the ground, mixing with the foul blood, signaling ill omens for their owner. Trin Tan completely fell before Kim Tae-hyun's final slash. So the battle had truly come to an end, and the winner was Kim Tae-hyun. In a distant place, where no battle was happening, Bitch Nak and Tai Nam were in a hotel room with a city view, enjoying the rain together with wine, and discussing the battle. Bitch Nak spoke up, "So Trin Tan has appeared? What a bother." She lay in Tai Man's arms and sighed. "I heard Tetsu asked him for help by offering a rare-grade weapon in return. What do you plan to do now, Mr. Tai Man?" Tai Man was quite confident about Trin Tan. All right, if Trin Tan has made his move, his opponent will have a hard time surviving. He is a China national level player with the nickname Swift God. He continued to hold the beauty in his arms and said, "Anyway, Trin Tan has a lot of combat experience. How could that kid stand a chance against him?" Bitch Nak, an S-rank demon, echoed him, "Yeah." Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The two of them sat up simultaneously. By the second ring, Tai Man had moved to answer the call. The person on the other end asked, "Tai Man, are you with that woman again?" Tai Man was quite surprised that the other party knew his whereabouts. On the other end of the line, Tram Long calmly identified the person Tai Man was angry at. He was leisurely sitting in a laboratory filled with large, eerie tubes containing only people. He was the chairman of the Chinese Players Association, Tram Long. In a calm and unhurried voice, he delivered shocking news to Tai Man. Trin Tan is dead. Unsurprisingly, on the other end, Tai Man showed an expression of disbelief. Tran Long continued, his voice commanding and dangerous, his eyes flashing with a deadly gleam, "Go bring me Kim Tae-hyun's head." The fierce battle ended. Kim Tae-hyun looked at Trin Tan lying silently at his feet, wanting to use his devouring power on him to enhance his own strength. But it failed, he thought to himself. It's just as I predicted. Yes, power enveloped Trin Tan's body but yielded nothing. Even when using Devour on dead creatures, one cannot obtain skills from them. Only from living creatures can I absorb skills. Kim Tae-hyun thought of the creatures from which he had used his devouring power to obtain skills. He continued, however, not every skill is suitable for him. Therefore, Kim Tae-hyun needs to choose whom he devours. With criminals like these, he doesn't need to pay attention to morality when defeating them. What Kim Tae-hyun needed to be concerned about was the voice he heard when using his devouring skills. Phrases like "I can't take it anymore" constantly echoed faintly in his head. He decided he'll need to pay attention and find out the truth later. After the strongest enemy, Trin Tan, died, everything went according to Kim Tae-hyun's plan. Tetsu and his cowardly subordinates knelt down and flattered him. He smiled a bland, ingratiating smile, trying to curry favor. Tetsu, I wanted to be on your side from the very beginning." Kim Tae-hyun didn't have time to entertain that scoundrel any further. He immediately erased all memories of the demons and Tetsu regarding his use of the devouring skill, and handed them over to the Player Association. As for Ryohei, he also considered his task done and returned to the Sanctus. He grimaced and cried out, "Hey, don't joke around, returning to the Sanctus could mean death." Ryohei also anticipated the danger of returning. He desperately tried to hold on to Kim Tae-hyun, wanting to continue following him, or at the very least, not return to the Sanctus. She can read memories, so if she finds out I betrayed her, I'm done for. Kim Tae-hyun, on the other hand, replied without any worry. "It's fine." He further explained, "After all, the Saintess only wants to meet me, she doesn't care much about other matters." Kim Tae-hyun analyzed. "The condition of the Awakener's covenant between you and the Saintess is to bring me before her. Therefore, I'll go there with you to meet her, and she won't care about what you've done." After saying that, he cast a contemptuous look at the injured Ryohei and continued to utter words as sharp as daggers. Because she doesn't expect anything from you anyway, does she? Ryo-hei panicked and retorted. What do you mean? Kim Tae-hyun didn't bother to reply and began to ponder. The only remaining problem is the two guys from the three Varicella group. He had used hypnosis to extract their base's location from Tetsu's memory, but the position wasn't accurate. Thinking that, he told Ryo-hei that they should rest first and figure things out later. Kim Tae-hyun returned to the house provided by the Awakeners Association. A few days later, the news updated on Trin Tan. It reported that after 3 days participating in the Asia International Tournament, player Trin Tan had disappeared, and the Chinese government called on everyone to help search for him. Kim Tae-hyun placed his phone on the bed, while the news continued. Regarding scores, South Korea was still in the lead thanks to player Kim Tae-hyun successfully capturing Tetsu, one of the three Varicella. He mused, no matter what, Zhang Long probably already knew about Trin Tan's death, but he just wants to investigate who caused it. After all, I've hidden it pretty well, and I've also caused damage to the three Varicella. As his thoughts wandered, his phone suddenly vibrated, pulling him back to reality. The call showed the caller was Kang Jin-soo. Kim Tae-hyun was curious why he was calling him at this hour. The scene shifted to another area surrounded by small rocky mountains, a place that seemed remote at first glance. Kang Jin-soo was quite surprised by Kim Tae-hyun's presence and said, "I thought you wouldn't come." "Thank you for picking up." Kim Tae-hyun walked over with curious and eager eyes, saying, "There's certainly a lot of information I couldn't ignore." Then he asked suspiciously, "But is that definite? Is she one of the members of the three Varicella? Is Jade here?" Kang Jin-soo replied confidently, "That's right. I can't be absolutely certain, but my source is quite reliable. Jade was in that building yesterday. She'll definitely be there to observe everything in this tournament." They both looked towards the towering building in the distance, which at first glance appeared grand and distinct from the desolate landscape. Kim Tae-hyun secretly assessed, "Looks like it's true. According to my previous memory, she was also in one of the buildings nearby." He gestured that he understood. "All right." But then, he became curious, "But there's something I don't understand. Why are you giving me this information? As far as I know, you don't even like me." Kang Jin-soo scoffed, "You idiot." He suddenly raised his voice, "That's to prove I'm absolutely not a spy." Kim Tae-hyun looked confused. Kang Jin-soo showed determination and sincerity. "I completely understood what you said last time. If you're attacked by players from another country, of course you'd suspect everyone around you." He raised his voice again, "But I want to prove I haven't done anything wrong at all. Therefore, I gave you this information to prove that I am completely your teammate. You must understand what I did now, right?" He put on a righteous facade again. "I want to stand by your side to fight against those demons." Kim Tae-hyun also cooperated by acting surprised, player Kang Jin-soo. An idea flashed in his head, "This way, I can vaguely guess who the spy is." Before meeting Kang Jin-soo, Kim Tae-hyun received another call from Yu I-young. She said over the phone, "Hey, about what I mentioned last time, just as you guessed, there's a spy among us." Kim Tae-hyun told her his guess, "Is it player Kang Jin-soo?" Yu I-young was surprised, "So you've already guessed it?" Kim Tae-hyun was honest, "I've suspected it for a long time." "So this time he's a spy for the Japanese side, right?" Looking at his relationship with Kimura Zen, I could tell. On the other side, Yu I-young, sitting in front of a screen displaying an investigation into Kang Jin-soo, delivered shocking news. The strange thing is that he doesn't work for China, which surprised Kim Tae-hyun on the other end. She continued, "No, he had dealings with China a few years ago. But no matter what you say, he's still a gambling addict. Perhaps he owed a lot of money from gambling there." Kim Tae-hyun asked again, "So he works for China too? And how did Kimura Zen know my exact location?" Yu I-young immediately replied, "As I said, besides him, there must be another spy." Kim Tae-hyun fell into contemplation. "So there are two spies? What kind of association is this that can't even manage its people properly?" Yu Young realized the person on the other end was worried, so she comforted him, but you don't need to worry too much. The guild master will have their own ways of dealing with this situation. Kim Tae-hyun replied. All right, I have a plan for what to do next. He reminded Yu Young, if anything happens, report back to me later. Yu Young suddenly realized what he intended to do and asked suspiciously. You mean? The conversation ended. Kim Tae-hyun pondered, there are two reasons to note. If Kang Jin-soo is caught for espionage, the second person will definitely not reveal themselves. Furthermore, now that he knew Kang Jin-soo was a spy, returning to reality, he planned to use Kang Jin-soo to trap the other spy. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-soo was still putting on an act. He approached and said to him, although I know there's jade inside, there must be many traps in there. Saying that, he patted his chest confidently, but don't worry, I've planned everything, I'll show you the most convenient entrance in there. Meanwhile, he was cunningly laughing to himself, believing that Kim Tae-hyun had fallen into the clumsy trap he had set. If he goes in that way, he'll be finished. I'm only doing this for money, so don't blame me, Kim Tae-hyun, you're just unlucky. Inside, there's not only jade, but also Taemin Man, China's top player. But all his calculations fell apart when Kim Tae-hyun casually unleashed a blow at the building in front of them. A powerful force shot towards the building, bombarding it. The building instantly turned into a pile of rubble. Kim Tae-hyun proudly boasted, it seems my power has greatly increased after a period of training. Kang Jin-soo's eyes widened and jaw dropped in shock at Kim Tae-hyun's astonishing power. He finally reacted and shouted, what was that? He turned to blame him, why? Oh, why did you do that? Kim Tae-hyun nonchalantly replied, no need to sneak in there, there are definitely traps inside. He was confident and excited, let's just go in there and fight. Kang Jin-soo demurred, this could cause public opposition. From the wreckage, Kim Tae-hyun saw someone trapped. He immediately asked, isn't that bitch Nak? Kang Jin-soo immediately stopped him, hey. Bitch Nak was buried in the rubble, broken and covered in blood, but that didn't stop her from dragging Kang Jin-soo down with her. That bastard! How dare you betray us, Kang Jin-soo? You're dead, I'm taking you down with me. Kim Tae-hyun looked at the scene before him, just as he had expected. He glanced with amusement at Kang Jin-soo, who was startled and trembling beside him. Not afraid to add fuel to the fire, what betrayal is she talking about? Kang Jin-soo quickly denied any connection, shouting, you bitch, what nonsense are you spewing? Bitch Nak paid no attention to Kang Jin-soo's words, she turned to attack Kim Tae-hyun. And you, Kim Tae-hyun, don't be so arrogant. Someone will deal with you. Kim Tae-hyun confidently asked a question he already knew the answer to, she must be talking about Taemin Man, right? This surprised both of them. Both of them, without prior arrangement, asked, how do you know that person is here? Kim Tae-hyun lazily replied to the two, getting straight to the point, tell me, where is that person? If you know he's here, then speak quickly. Kang Jin-soo tensed up, shivering without cold, you knew I was a spy from the start? Then he angrily raised his fist, intending to punch Kim Tae-hyun, though it posed no threat at all. A surge of energy rushed forth, blood gushed from Kang Jin-soo's eyes, ears, mouth, and even nostrils. Taemin had arrived. Kim Tae-hyun also reacted immediately, he seemed unaffected for a moment. Suddenly, a notification appeared in his mind, you have entered a state of isolation. Thanks to a mysterious power, you have partially resisted its effects. But your senses and strength have been reduced. Your actions will be temporarily slowed due to decreased vision, hearing, and weakened sensations. Along with the system notification, blood also began to gush from Kim Tae-hyun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his hands and feet. He quietly realized, is that Taemin Man's control skill? So many things had been diminished. He had blocked a part of it, but all his senses had been affected. Taemin Man appeared behind him, his eyes glinting maliciously, and his aura, as he turned, was filled with oppressive danger. He spoke in an annoyed tone, I didn't think you'd destroy the entire building like this. Kim Tae-hoon instantly recognized his presence and turned to face him. Tai Man continued, "It's true, I'm very curious about the one who took down Cheng Tan. It looks like your strength isn't weak at all, is it?" Kim Tae-hoon wasn't to be outdone and challenged. "You are indeed a bit more interesting than the others, but to defeat you and get what I want, your skill, I'll need to try my best." He didn't bother to hide his ambition, starting to activate his Awakener abilities. On another front, Isaka Ryohei had indeed returned to the side of the Japanese saintess, Sarada. He was obsequiously kneeling before her. Sarada channeled her energy, reading his memories. She said with amusement, "Haha, your memories are quite interesting. That boy not only grew stronger but also managed to defeat Cheng Tan. You betrayed me and didn't follow the agreement. Should I kill you then?" Ryohei trembled at Sarada's threatening words, awkwardly replying, "Well, that." The saintess curled her lips into a smile. She stroked his head, leaning down and saying, "Are you scared? As I said, I don't really care about your life. Just bring Kim Tae-hoon here, that's all. But if things go according to his calculations, that won't be good." With that, her grip tightened a little. Ryohei's face was filled with fear as he stammered, She continued, "It seems he's aiming for Sansuadu, right?" Ryohei could only respond in fear, "Huh?" Sarada's eyes glinted with a hint of deadly amusement. "In that case, I'll personally go meet him and see." The setting shifts to the past. Long Duong gathered the Chinese national-level players. He smiled dangerously and laid out 3 objectives, raising 3 fingers to represent them. 1. To win the Asian Championship. 2. To weaken other associations by defeating their key members. And 3. Achieving those 2 goals will prove our Chinese Players Association is the strongest in all of Asia. His eyes glinted with malice, and he would use that to monopolize all dungeon and demon stone trades. So feel free to kill, torture, or use any necessary means. I'll handle the aftermath. He did not hesitate to lay out cunning and immoral schemes to achieve his ambition. On the opposite side, the 3 Chinese national-level players silently listened to him explain his plan. Cheng Tan didn't seem at all surprised by the association head's methods. He looked eager, as long as I get to fight strong opponents, I don't care. Lam Fong also didn't object, as long as it succeeds, I think it's fine. Meanwhile, Tai Man was quite displeased. He thought to himself, they've all lost their minds, but that didn't concern him. He had also dealt with anyone who stood in his way to maintain his secret relationship with Bitchnock of Tam Tui Dao. That was what he cared about at the moment, so in that sense, he was just as crazy as them. And this time, when Long Duong called him last time, ordering him to bring Kim Tae-hwan's head, the implicit threat was understood. But with that, Bitchnock also enticed him, that troublesome kid Kim Tae-hwan is tracking us, if Mr. Tai Man could take action. That's why Tai Man was here to eliminate Kim Tae-hwan. He rushed forward with all his might, thinking to himself, it's your turn now, Kim Tae-hwan. However, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent this time. Not far away, Kim Tae-hwan was not at all afraid of Tai Man's terrifying power. He also showed no signs of being inferior, manifesting his awakened form, a colossal black fire dragon. Looking at Kim Tae-hwan's awakened form, Tai Man was startled. His emotionless world had no effect on Kim Tae-hwan. He had guessed Kim Tae-hwan would be national level since he defeated Cheng Tan, but he wondered, astonished, what kind of monstrous power is this? At this moment, Tai Man confirmed that this was not the usual strength of a national-level player. It seemed he had surpassed human limits. Kim Tae-hwan exuded an imposing aura and said, emotionless world, huh? A power that neutralizes all senses. It would be quite dangerous if I couldn't use predation. Kim Tae-hwan didn't say much more, wanting to get straight to the point. He smirked meaningfully, well, whatever. His tone suddenly rose, I'll make good use of your skill. With that, he clenched his fist, signaling the black fire dragon to cast Devour. The black fire dragon advanced towards Tai Man, its awakened form enveloping him. Time In Man felt danger approaching, but he couldn't react in time, standing frozen as the awakened form devoured him and his ability. A surge of power slammed into Time In Man. He was crushed, his life force gone. Kim Tae-hwan's power was truly terrifying. A notification appeared. Kim Tae-hwan has learned the emotionless world ability. Time In Man's dagger, his weapon, remained stuck in the ground, though its owner was no more. Kim Tae-hwan walked over, picked it up, and said, "I didn't have a weapon, but this will do." Assessing the weapon, Kim Tae-hwan exclaimed with delight, as expected from a national-level player, he uses expensive equipment. Good, he didn't complain. A notification appeared, displaying information, dagger, unique grade. Taking the loot, Kim Tae-hwan looked towards Bichnak and thought, so, China has lost 2 national-level players. Now there's only 1 national-level player left. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to catch up with such a score difference. The national scoreboard appeared, with South Korea's score increasing to 3,350 points, while China only had 2,570 points. Below were Japan and Qatar with 2,750 points, respectively. Bichnak and Jang Jin-soo were both unconscious, their fate unknown, the ground covered in blood mixed with dust and rocks. Kim Tae-hwan continued to strategize. "I've dealt with Bichnak. If I can find Tam Tweedao too, victory in the friendly tournament is assured. But I'm a little worried about Japan's silence." Just then, a strong gust of wind blew, accompanied by the increasingly clear loud sound of some device. Kim Tae-hwan wondered, a helicopter was flying directly overhead. He questioned, "A helicopter?" The helicopter door opened. From inside, someone leaped out and landed on the ground, striking with long pink hair and fair skin. There was no doubt, it was Sarada who had found the place. Kim Tae-hwan was surprised by this person's appearance, curiously exclaiming, "Ah!" Sarada landed right next to him, the force so strong that the ground beneath her shattered, scattering rocks and dirt. Kim Tae-hwan had to dodge her landing. As soon as she landed, Sarada spoke playfully, "Hee, we meet again, player Kim Tae-hwan." Only then did Kim Tae-hwan clearly see who was before him. He was surprised, a dangerous name popping into his head, Ayashikawa Sarada. Ayashikawa Sarada, a name not unfamiliar to Kim Tae-hwan. He had heard of her reputation. She possessed a powerful recovery skill, super regeneration, which allowed her to heal countless people. She could soothe troubled minds and bestow blessings that enhanced physical abilities, making her a saintess, a national-level player from Japan. But the true effect of her Heaven C was a mind control skill, manipulating memories to brainwash people. This was what she aimed for, to control the players under her. Ayashikawa Sarada had used this skill to turn even enemies into her worshippers. Kim Tae-hwan smiled helplessly, thinking, "And now it's my turn, isn't it?" Kim Tae-hwan looked at Sarada, curious, "But I never gave Ryo-hei my exact location. How did you find me?" Sarada continued to smile playfully, "Hee, you should know, it's not that I didn't catch Tam Tweedao because I didn't know their location." Kim Tae-hwan realized, "So you went through all this trouble, ignoring the devils and the friendly tournament just to meet me? How terrifying." Faced with Kim Tae-hwan's accusation, Sarada maintained her smile. She curiously asked Kim Tae-hwan, "How can you look at me and feel nothing?" Kim Tae-hwan didn't understand the meaning of that question. Sarada continued her tactic, speaking with a seemingly earnest voice, I know my role as a saintess is to give everyone the power to live in this suffering world. So how do I give them that power?" Her tone suddenly became sharp and resolute as she answered her own question, "By making them worship me." Kim Tae-hwan's face showed his utter exasperation. Sarada continued her self-adulation, "Meeting someone as beautiful, lovely, charming, graceful, virtuous, and perfect as me is joy and happiness for everyone." As she spoke, she struck a pose as if for a press conference photo. "Ultimately, worshipping and experiencing me becomes their reason for living." Then, she inexplicably grew angry again, "But why you? Why can you look at me and feel nothing?" Kim Tae-hwan, witnessing the scene, still couldn't hide his speechless expression. He secretly sighed, wow, she's really insane. Sarada quickly shifted to a dangerous tone. But it's fine, it doesn't matter. Saving even people like you is also the role of a saintess. As soon as she finished speaking, a convoy of vehicles roared towards where they stood. Kim Tae-hwan turned around in surprise. He secretly wondered, why are there civilians here? Then he suddenly noticed their eyes were hazy, as if being manipulated. No, this is... They'd been brainwashed by the heavenly sea, but their eyes were fixed on Kim Tae-hwan, full of rage. Sarada spoke again, although I've investigated Ryo-hei's memories and your actions, there are still things I can't clarify, your source of information and the skills you're hiding. Her eyes flashed dangerously. So I've prepared. No matter what secrets you have, no matter how powerful your skills are, I'll make sure you can't use them. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd behind them simultaneously rushed towards Kim Tae-hwan, their eyes frighteningly blank. Sarada, playing a wicked trick, gloated with confidence in her victory, her voice filled with distortion. Now, even if they're civilians, will you mercilessly strike down my followers? Or will you silently accept my salvation? She intended to morally corner Kim Tae-hwan. Choose, player Kim Tae-hwan. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, damn it, using civilians as shields. Meanwhile, the crowd was still slowly closing in. Before being attacked by the civilians, a furious Kim Tae-hwan swore aloud, "You scum." The scene shifted to a luxurious city with sparkling lights. In an underground vault, two bodyguards spoke to those in charge outside. "Contact Chairman Ion, I think we've found it, the last base of the 3 water beings." As they spoke, they looked towards a tall building, which was, however, being defended by a stealth layer. They discussed, "I never thought they'd do something crazy like hide the entire space. No wonder we couldn't find them all this time." One of the two, not noticing his colleague's response, turned back suspiciously and prompted, "What are you doing? I told you to call." Before he could finish, he saw his colleague sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a large pool of blood. "Jia Kui has arrived." He even introduced himself to the person he believed wouldn't live much longer. His dangerous gaze fell upon the person who had discovered the secret of the 3 water beings. He uttered dangerous words, "Annoying things are clinging on again." A notification panel displayed information, Sodeo, vice chairman of the Villain Association, one of the members of the 3 water beings, power level, national level. He gently placed a hand on the bodyguard's head, the terrifying pressure making him tremble. But that feeling didn't last long. Jia Kui struck down the bodyguard with a single blow. The corner of the wall showed a headless figure, blood splattering, truly terrifying. Jia Kui killed mercilessly. He immediately turned away, his mind full of calculations. These information gatherers dared to tail me like this. Could it be that after Nezuko was defeated, everything was leaked? His thoughts turned to Kim Tae-hwan, the thorn in his side. He believed Kim Tae-hwan had orchestrated everything in this plan. Before this, he had intended to use the Chinese players to eliminate him, but he never expected him to eliminate even Chen Xian. His disciples were waiting, informing him, "The gate is open, sir." Jia Kui approached, continuing to think, "But don't get ahead of yourself, Kim Tae-hwan. You're not the only one this strong in this world. I reached the strongest state you can't imagine over 10 years ago." He stepped into the gate, giving an order, "All right, let's go to the abyss." Kim Tae-hwan stood on the rocky ground. The brainwashed civilians, enveloped in a faint orange sacred power, surged rapidly towards the designated target. Those people quickly piled on top of him in layers, yet showed no signs of stopping. Ayashikawa Serera observed from a distance, her hands clasped behind her back, muttering, "Player Kim Tae-hwan is a rather famous awakener at the Dawn Auction House for saving many people there." Dust and sand flew in the wind, the gloomy sky cast light on half of the girl's figure, leaving the rest in shadow, adding to her mystique. Her lips parted as she continued to explain, "Even though those guys are brainwashed to fight tirelessly, I don't have high hopes. However, if he acts against them, he'll have to be cautious. If he doesn't give his full strength and falls to them, I'd be quite pleased." As soon as she finished speaking, a thunderous noise erupted from the other side. The smile on Sarara's lips froze, and she stood motionless, saying, "Huh?" On Taehwan's side, the corners of his eyes and hands had hardened into sturdy earth armor, his eyes emotionless. He relentlessly swung decisive punches at the people clinging to him, sending them flying in various directions. Her jaw dropped, and cold sweat ran down her face as she said, "How?" Sarara stared bewildered at the scene, as those lying on the ground were all her own people. He, in an attacking stance, looked at Ashikawa Sarara. She shrieked, "What? How dare you mercilessly attack even civilians?" He replied, "They charged at me. Why wouldn't I dare to strike?" A golden chain, stained with blood, whipped swiftly around Sarara's waist, coiling several times. Kim Tae-hwan continued, "Your manipulation of those civilians is exactly what I expected." Sarara let out a gasp as the chain wrapped around her waist. Kim Tae-hwan stomped his foot, shifting his stance with concentrated power, and pulled the tightly gripped chain backward. He laughed loudly, asserting, "You will pay the price for that." The chain was pulled forcefully backward by him, rapidly dragging Sarara into the air. Tae-hwan leaped into the air, fragments of earth and stone scattering far due to the powerful jump. He delivered a powerful kick to her face. Sarara's arms seemed to drop, unable to react. Her head snapped backward from the unexpected kick, blood splattering, as the wind whistled loudly against the sunset. The moment blood spurted from the corner of her mouth, her face tilted slightly upward as if trying to breathe, her eyes darkened by the shadow of her bangs. A thought flashed through Ashikawa Sarara's mind. Did I misjudge him? That thought wouldn't stop in her head. He's a hero who saved so many people. But he didn't hesitate to strike down ordinary people, one arm tightly gripping the bloodstained chain, his face shining with amusement, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Sarara's eyes widened, a faint light of holy power appeared, healing near her eyes. Sarara was now refuting the thought she just had. No, it seemed he had held back, they were only knocked unconscious. The main reason was that the strength of those ordinary people wasn't enough to hold him back. The people on the ground were unconscious, trembling, dried blood caked at the corners of their mouths. She pondered and added, he didn't kill them, but only beat them until they had no strength left to fight. A light flashed on her left hand. Kim Tae-hwan recoiled, feeling something was about to happen. Sarara evaluated in her mind. This guy truly is a sly one. An explosion of light accompanied by power erupted, scattering out the sprouting tree like seeds. Boom! The seeds scattered to the ground, growing rapidly into a massive tree with many branches extending in different directions. Everything and everyone around was thrown into the air. The wind howled fiercely. He and she were still in mid-air, a distance apart. The controlled civilians, eyes a bright void, who were flung into the air by the explosion earlier, Kim Tae-hwan's blood-stained golden chains quickly wrapped around their bodies, pulling them back. He landed safely, holding a woman in his arms who was being controlled by Thien Kai. He helped that person down, pulled back by the chains. Then the chains pulled more controlled people towards him in the wind. He pulled those people to safety, unharmed, looking at the giant mutated tree spreading its large branches all around. Kim Tae-hwan, in a stance, carrying the woman, unconsciously said, "What? This tree was just a tiny thing, and now it's grown this much? Is this a super-fast sprouting seed?" He looked at the woman he had just saved and continued, "But even if you control these people like this, I won't hold back." After speaking, he dispelled the chains, making them disappear. The woman in Kim Tae-hwan's arms, as if just freed from brainwashing, trembled as she looked at him and whispered, "Thank you for saving me." Ayakawa Sarara approached, followed by the crowd of ordinary citizens brainwashed by Thien Kai behind her. She laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, truly a hero, indeed." He surprisingly turned to look in the direction of the voice. She swept aside a lock of hair obstructing her view, eyes closed, moving forward and said, "The move you used earlier to fight against these ordinary people, I thought it wouldn't have any effect on them. But no matter what, you're still someone who cares about human empathy, and thanks to that, I've found your weakness." Serera wiped her cheek, and sparkling golden holy light healed the wound. A dark shadow around her face made it grow dim. Her purple eyes gleamed dangerously, giggling eerily and threatening. Let's see what you'll do next. The woman Kim Tae-hoo was carrying suddenly gripped his neck with both hands. He looked down in surprise and said, "Ah." The woman's eyes were wide and glowing white, clearly showing red nerves etched in her eye sockets. Tae-hoo thought, I thought she'd fainted, what is she turning into now? Blood kept gushing from the girl's mouth, her mouth wide open, and soon the blood filled her throat, unable to be swallowed, making choking sounds. Each person, amplified by Thien Kai's brainwashing power, had more and more holy power overflowing around them, exploding as if completely activated by the brainwashing. They roared and screamed, trembling as they walked past Serera. She raised both hands to shoulder height, radiating her power, and said, as I said, everyone here has been brainwashed and is under my control. Even if they faint or their bones shatter, they can still stand up and fight. If you want to stop these people, your only option is to kill them. Ayakawa Serera looked excited from the corner of her eye, her whole body enveloped in overflowing holy power. She laughed loudly and said, accept the truth that you can't bring yourself to be ruthless, player Kim Tae-hoo. From the divine tree, people rushed out in droves, heading straight for where he stood. He was still carrying the woman who was strangling him. He scoffed and replied, is it true that despite being called a saintess, you feel no guilt at all? A large amount of red demonic power radiated from Tae-hoo, and streaks of dark evil energy swirled around the red spiritual power. One of his eyes glowed red, his hand infused with demonic power, raised forward towards where the hands of the brainwashed crowd were already lunging. Suddenly, Saintess Serera seemed to feel a wide-eyed gaze on her, and open mouths, sensing hands. She felt something was wrong, cold sweat broke out on her face, and she stiffened, saying, ah. The system sound announced, emotionless world has been activated. In an instant, Serera's eyes widened, her pupils dilated, her irises fixed straight ahead, blood vessels clearly visible at the corners of her eyes. Beneath her eye sockets, drops of blood gushed out and flew upwards, blood poured thickly from her nose and mouth, between her teeth, and from her fingertips where it seeped from beneath her nails. The system sound announced, auditory sensory perception diminished. Power stats partially decreased, magic power circulation interrupted. Thousands of sounds surrounded Serera. Her gaze was distant, dark, and gloomy, her head throbbing painfully. She clutched her head with one hand, but the blood didn't stop flowing. A pair of fierce, bloodshot eyes kept staring at Serera, who cried out distraughtly, ugh. Her face was drenched in sweat, blood pouring in streams from the corners of her eyes and mouth, showing no sign of stopping. Serera's face turned pale as she thought, this is Time In Man's emotionless world skill, how can he use it? Before her was his manifestation, a giant skeletal figure clad in patterned armor, with a blade-crested helmet adorned with smaller skulls on its skull. Around him, streams of red and black energy spread in many directions, swirling around Serera, and many sensory organs kept enveloping her, forcing her to bend her knees and stoop. Serera thought, no way, if he had this skill from the start, he would have used it already. This means, Serera guessed, he must have. Immediately, pressing close to her, streams of magic gathered in Kim Tae-hoo's hands. He gritted his teeth, his left eye still glinting dull red, and said, you guessed right. Ayakawa Serera's eyes rolled up, tears still welling at the corners of her eyes from the intense pain, her mouth wide open, spitting blood as she screamed, ah. Tae-hoo's right hand materialized chains, pulling the brainwashed commoners back, while his left hand delivered a punch. The demonic energy was indirectly transferred to the skeletal manifestation, which then struck her. Saint Serera was hit by a punch many times larger than herself and sent flying. The ground was no longer just gravel and rocks, now, broken branches of the divine tree were scattered around. Dust and smoke billowed from the wind, while the brainwashed individuals, bound by chains, lay motionless on the ground. Kim Tae-hoo stood looking at the battlefield, where the remaining twilight shone, broken trees lay in pieces, people were bound on the ground, and Serera was struggling to get up. He wiped a layer of dust from his face with his hand, looked, and said, true to someone with super speed recovery skills, even a hit like that couldn't take her down. A strong wind blew, carrying dust, and the sunset only managed to illuminate a part of his shoulder. Seeing Ayakawa Serera lying on the ground, bracing herself with both hands, she quickly recovered with holy power shining on every part of her body. Tehu continued, looking at you, it seems you're recovering again. Serera forced her strength into her right arm to prop herself up slightly, her eyes flashing as she looked up at him, unyielding, and said, Kim Tehu, how can you use the emotionless world skill? What is your true identity? He smiled, walked closer, and knelt before Serera, saying, Of course, to know that, it'll take a lot of time and also your technique. Serera looked up, surprised by his words. She trembled, struggling to sit up on the ground, looking up as if she had guessed something, and said, You want to? Kim Tehu interrupted, You seem to want to brainwash me, don't you? Let's see what your revelation can do. He smiled, pondering, I did want to meet her and learn this revelation technique, but I didn't expect to encounter her in this situation. He looked at Ayakawa Serera, who was now propped up on her hands on the ground, with the king behind her. Tehu couldn't help but think, revelation is a skill that controls the opponent's mind, meaning through that technique, one can see their own soul world. Kim Tehu recalled the times he used gluttony and was entangled by Queen Sex Boost, linking everything together, he hypothesized. The vague memories I've seen when I unleashed gluttony will become clearer, and Rosalia's reaction when she sees the memories in my soul will be accurately perceived. As for gluttony, it's something I've always wanted to understand. Its secrets, related to my soul world, things that have been hidden for so long, will be unveiled. He smiled, coming to a conclusion in his heart, how wonderful it would be if, thanks to revelation, I could explore that spiritual world. Serera opened her mouth wide and laughed loudly, hee, kia ha ha. Behind her was a chaotic mess. She struggled to her feet, trembling, and looked at him, saying, It seems you're underestimating me a little. In this battle, you've indeed shown surprising superhuman strength, but if you want to see my true power, it's simple. Serera placed her hands before her chest, almost clasping them together, and a circle of holy light appeared, radiating luminous circular rays. Enveloping her was a white entity with outstretched arms that had many palm-sized blue eyes, and an even larger eye on its forehead looking straight at Kim Tehu. She spoke, in return. Before she could finish, that eye opened wide, sending out 4,000-eyed arms in all directions to capture Kim Tehu. Drawing on Serera's spiritual power to maintain the technique's form, she yelled, If you fail, you must become my follower. Light shone down from above her head, the saintess's face in the shadow revealed a crazed, glaring smile, uttering many words, You can't fathom the power of revelation. Don't think you can exploit revelation to achieve what you want. You will regret it. The power you possess will be mine. In an instant, as if realizing something, she froze, Serera's face glowed with red light, and drops of blood scattered through the air. Before her eyes was a sea of blood, a stairway leading straight up to a throne made of bones, with skulls at its base. Each red step was made of spines, skulls, and corpses piled up to form the staircase. Behind the throne was a large, bottomless gluttonous eye. Many red rings flickered down into the sea of blood. Serera felt like a tiny human accidentally thrust into a depraved, bloodthirsty world. Ayakawa Serera looked at that scene and thought, Is this sea of blood Kim Tehu's mindscape? Looking towards the throne at the pinnacle, a man sat with his legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, the other supporting his chin. His face was obscured by shadows, only his body was visible. She observed, pondering, Who is that over there? Is that Kim Tehu? The man's clothes seemed to be made of flickering demonic power. He opened his mouth and smiled, he. Then said, He's indeed smarter than I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden pressure weighed heavily on Serera. Her face darkened, and sweat poured down in fear. The eyes of gluttony behind the throne cast large red circles onto the blood-filled surface. The sea of blood surged with huge waves, and the one sitting at the pinnacle looked down and spoke. I didn't think he would use a spiritual awakening technique to look into my mindscape, intending to use this move to deal with me. She thought, that's not Kim Tae-hoo, that's an extremely dangerous individual. Sarera felt like turning to run, her face terrified as she judged in her mind, he is. The other person's voice cut off her thoughts, however, what can a piece of trash like you do to me? The other person's face was revealed, looking very much like Kim Tae-hoo. His dark pupils glowed a brilliant red as he looked down. The hand resting on the armrest rose, unleashing malevolent energy that took form and shot towards Sarera. Thousands of demonic eyes appeared below Sarera, who was sitting on the water's surface. They stared upwards, and she froze, sensing something. Sarera's face turned pale, her eyes wide with panicked fear as a surge of red demonic energy flashed before her. A monstrous, multi-eyed black shark-like demon beast, more than 100 truong tall, appeared on the sea of blood. Its huge fangs, each one accompanied by flickering demonic energy, emitted a grinding sound. The blood sea surged violently, then instantly fell silent as darkness flashed past. Kim Tae-hoo suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on a hospital bed, and 4 drip in his arm. Before he could adapt to the situation, he unconsciously said, "Ah." Tae-hoo pushed the blanket away and sat up, looking around and asking, "A hospital room? What happened? Where's Ayakawa Sarera?" Zhu Ai-yong pushed open the hospital room door. The sound made him turn his face halfway, and he saw her at the door. Ai-yong smiled, looking at him and saying, "Ayakawa Sarera? Why would she be here? You're finally awake, aren't you?" Zhu Ai-yong walked step by step to Tae-hoo's bed and continued, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Your family stayed here all night watching over you." He looked at her and asked, "Last night?" Zhu Ai-yong pointed and said, "Don't talk anymore, you need to rest. You've been unconscious for over a day." Kim Tae-hoo broke out in a sweat, his face bewildered, and said, "Huh? What about Ayakawa Sarera?" She replied, "She's also unconscious, just like you. Tam Tui Dao bin Nak Jang Jin Su is in a similar state. Tai Min Man is missing." Zhu Ai-yong looked at him, crossed her arms, and finished, "I don't understand what happened." Kim Tae-hoo remained still upon hearing the news. He thought, I truly failed when I used the heavenly revelation to look into the mindscape. I had considered this possibility, but I didn't think I'd fail so simply. Her voice still echoed, "Are you listening to me?" Tae-hoo thought back and challenged in his mind, with her power, could she really do nothing and just pass out? He thought of the man sitting at the pinnacle, his eyes glowing red, surrounded by the red and black demonic energy of gluttony. He thought further, what was in my mindscape? Kim Tae-hoo's face darkened, his eyes cast down and thought, this isn't good. If I don't discover what that was, I won't be at ease. Du Ai touched his face with one hand and rubbed his head with the other, saying, anyway, you need to recover first. You fought to exhaustion in that recent battle. Kim Tae-hoo broke into a cold sweat, looked up at her intently, and replied, all right, don't stand so close. A man quickly pushed open the door and shouted. She turned her face to look and said, ah. Tae-guk stood outside the door looking in, his face slightly sweaty. Du Ai spoke, Vice Director Tae-guk. He asked, Kim Tae-hoo, you're awake? I was very worried about you. Tae-guk stepped in, extending his hand towards Ai, and continued, anyway, we need the support of the Shadow Alliance to gather forces to search the abyss. Du Ai replied, forming a search party in the abyss? Tae-guk explained, it's because the Korean team led by Park has gone missing. She and he heard the shocking news and, bewildered, both said, what? At the Grand Hospital, Tae-guk exclaimed loudly, what did you say? Player Kim Tae-hoo. He looked at him worriedly and asked, are you going there alone? A few steps behind Tae-hoo was Du Ai. Kim Tae-hoo seriously replied, as I said, sending a search party will only lead to more deaths. That's what I don't want. Thoughts about the veteran players flashed through his mind. Tae-hoo continued, the location where they went missing is in the deep levels of the abyss. And Park, along with the Korean team, are all experienced veteran players. Thinking of people like Lan Fong, he added, if they went missing, it wasn't just due to a regular monster attack, but definitely due to the intervention of a force at least at the national level. These people would be quite strong. Kim Tae-hoo concluded, therefore, I will go alone to ensure everyone's safety. Tae-guk worriedly spread his hands, raising them to emphasize his reply, but, if that's true, I absolutely cannot let you go there alone. You're still a patient who just woke up. How can I let you go like that? Kim Tae-hoo's family pushed the door open and entered, saying, exactly, where do you think you're going? You're a patient. Everyone in the room was stunned by the appearance of the three people at the door. Tae-hoo's aunt said, your body hasn't recovered yet. Where are you planning to go? Stay here. Placing a hand on her sweating chest, she anxiously asked, do you know how worried we were? Uncle Tae-hoo behind him opened his mouth but said nothing. Tae-hoo's younger sibling recounted, yesterday, I thought you'd never wake up again. I was so scared. The atmosphere seemed to choke. Kim Tae-hoo looked at his family, mouthing, Uncle, Auntie. Du Ai, with her arms crossed in front of her behind him, explained, I called them here to see you. Tae-hoo, confused, turned his head to continue, player Du Ai. She cut him off, saying, you're awake now anyway, shouldn't you see your family first? Tae-hoo's aunt at the door explained, that's right, you should recover first, then we can talk. Tae-guk interjected, player Kim Tae-hoo, don't push yourself. This time it's too dangerous. Yelled, brother. Tae-hoo looked at the situation before him, thinking, everyone. Memories flashed back of those who had treated him badly in the past. He couldn't help but understand deep down, that's right. Before I awakened, I was surrounded only by those who made me miserable, instead of people who worried about me. When he was a porter behind the players, being unjustly pointed at for many things, Kim Tae-hoo recalled. No matter where I went or what danger I faced, when I returned, all that awaited me were mocking gazes. Returning to the present, there are so many people in front of him who are worried about him. Tae-hoo thought, but now, right here. The voices of everyone echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, thank you all for worrying. Facing his family, Tae-guk, and Du Ai standing behind him, Tae-hoo said, but I have to go there. Everyone fell silent. He explained, even if they are only temporary teammates and we were never close, they are in danger, and the only one who can save them now is me. Tae-guk was stunned and moved, while Du Ai smiled. Kim Tae-hoo confidently declared, so I have to go save them and bring them back. Didn't you, uncle and auntie, teach me never to abandon my teammates? Therefore, I need to help them return to their families. His family was silent for a moment. With tears welling up, choked out, brother Tae-hoo. Du Ai's hand swung up and slapped Kim Tae-hoo's back, excitedly exclaiming, oh, kid, that gave me goosebumps. You've grown up. He cried out. She laughed and reminded him, it's decided then, come back safe, bring everyone back, and you too. He turned his head, forcing a smile, and said, really? In the abyss near the tower, the sounds of explosions and fighting echoed. Su, wearing a suit and holding a trident sword, was thrown onto the sand. He coughed a few times, gaping. The person beside him asked, are you okay? The three attackers on the other side approached through the blowing sandstorm. The person standing in front spoke, I can't believe he managed to hold out this long. S of Korea, you're quite good, aren't you? She helped him up, her eyes fixed on the approaching group. He laughed, raising one hand, exuding dark red, murderous magic, and threatened with a smile, but this long chase can end here. It turned out to be the Chinese national-level player, Blood Blade, Lan Fong. He looked at the Korean players and said, out of respect for your talent, I'll give you one chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am a generous person, after all. Looked at Lan Fong with wide eyes, coughed lightly, and retorted, what? You want me to betray my country and my teammates? Never. Don't even dream of it. His subordinate stood by. Lan Fong, with a small magic sword wrapped in crimson magical energy appearing in his hand, sneered and said, you value your pride more than your life? That's cool, but it seems your teammates don't think so. Looked over and saw someone slightly trembling, raising their hand to signal surrender. She looked at him and asked, "Player CO?" Looked and yelled, "CO, what are you doing? You want to?" Why now? Trembled, eyes wide, thinking, "Fools, this is the perfect time to betray them. I need to live." He trembled, looking ahead. His instinct told him that Lan Fong was a monster among monsters. If he wanted to live, this was the only way. Broke into a sweat, eyes looking up and thought, moreover, if I do this now, I... That night, when he was tightly bound by the Sanctus's rapidly growing vines, his body hovered some distance above the ground. Struggled to breathe, only able to cough, ugh. Looked, smiled, and said, "Haha, you are one of the Korean team players, Player CO." She closed her eyes, her hands behind her back, bowing slightly as she spoke. "I, in the name of the Sanctus, have come to deliver a mission to you. Become my follower and report to me in detail the location, strategy, and all plans of Kim Tae-hoo and the Korean team. Threatened, even if you refuse, I still have ways to force you to comply, do you understand? But you also know that willingly agreeing would be better for both sides. Right?" The vine tightened around him, his eyes rolled back, tears welling up as he let out sounds, ugh, ugh, ugh. The events of that night resurfaced. With tears in his eyes, he thought, I've betrayed everyone once already, so what if I do it again? To survive, I have no choice. Placed a hand on his shoulder, looking straight ahead and said, CO, it's okay. Froze. He continued, "It seems you're very scared when facing them, but don't worry, even if it costs my life, I will help you all escape." Looked, trembling, and softly said, "Player Park." The three Korean players assumed their combat stances. Stood at the front and emphasized, "So, let me die first, and then it won't be too late to betray." His hands shimmered with blue magic, and smoke billowed out. She taunted, "You're at death's door, yet you're still talking big and boastful." Trembled and spoke, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I will fight." He wiped away his tears. In a martial stance, the Korean players took their ready positions. Lan Fong sighed, indeed, even after showing them a path to survival, they're still stubborn, huh? He waved his hand and said to the person behind him, "It seems I haven't been serious enough, so you guys can't clearly see the situation, right? Right?" Jiangsu replied, "Yes, right." No." Lan Fong's eyes glowed crimson, his entire body enveloped in a red spiritual aura, threatening, "Then I will show you the difference in our levels." He separated his hands with a touch, and a crimson ray flashed. Many large sword tips appeared in the sky, pointing down to the ground. The Korean players looked up at the sky in astonishment. Eyes widened as he involuntarily said, "What?" Lan Fong laughed savagely, interrupting him. "Now do you understand, you fools? The fact that you're still breathing and standing is solely thanks to my mercy." Sword dance rushed towards the Korean players. They chanted their skills, activating their ultimate abilities. Lan Fong excitedly made his move, and a voice echoed, "You have entered the emotionless world." Lan Fong was momentarily caught by an oppressive force and shivered. The torrential sword tips rushing down were distorted into fragmented streams of demonic energy, floating and being pulled into the dark space by the five senses. Lan Fong thought, Taemin Man's emotionless world. Wasn't Taemin Man dead? He looked up, smiling speculatively, then this is. Kim Tae-hoo and his aerial avatar were in a shared stance, preparing to unleash an attack. A thought flashed through Lan Fong's mind, the one who killed Taemin Man. He laughed excitedly and asked, "That's you, isn't it? Kim Tae, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." He smiled and replied, "Is that so?" A loud explosion echoed. The man stood up, a red aura of spiritual energy appearing in the smoke. Lan Fong held his sword aura, in a probing stance. What? Before his eyes, there was only a large hole in the ground. He said, "Just one skill, and it's over? I expected more, but this is truly boring." Another member of the Chinese team ran over and asked Han, "Are you all right?" Lan Fong replied, I'm fine. The other person spoke up, pursue them immediately. He interrupted, no, let them go. Looking at the scene in front of the tower, Lan Fong assessed, based on the residual energy, magic power, and footprints, they've escaped to the tower, an impregnable dungeon deep within the abyss. At the tower, inside the tower, loudly, Kim Tae. He opened his mouth, poured in the healing potion, and said, first, drink this. He kneeled, a sound coming from his throat. She spoke up, Kim Tae-hoo, I know you saved us, but what are you going to do next? She watched from a distance. She continued, this tower is a place where many veteran players have lost their lives. It's not simple at all. This place is called an impregnable dungeon. Once you're inside, you can't get out unless you find an exit portal. Although we entered to avoid Lan Fong, but... He stretched his shoulders, looked into the distance and replied, there's no other way. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time. But don't worry, this is just a dungeon, after all. He was lying on the floor, the medicine gushing out. She thought, killing people with magic potions? He pointed to himself and affirmed, just get through it and there'll be a way out. You two don't worry. Their expressions were blank. She said, getting through it isn't easy. Are you listening to me? He broke into a cold sweat and replied, maybe you don't even have a plan. At Dragonkin Tower, located in the deepest levels of the abyss. Dragonkin Tower is an impregnable dungeon. It has two characteristics. First, countless traps are laid throughout every floor, making it not easy for conquerors to pass through. Second, the Dragonkin monsters possess high intelligence and superior strength. Blood was splattered on the floor. Zhu Aiyang ran, looking ahead and thinking, what is this? Kim Tae-hyun quickly killed the Dragonkin ahead. The group behind ran up to find only corpses of monsters. She mused. So how can this place be easily breached? Could this really be happening? He confidently led the way, recalling in his mind, I've watched the interview sharing information from survivors after conquering Dragonkin Tower before my regression, up to 2,437 times. Kim Tae-hyun assessed in his heart, although Dragonkin Tower is an impregnable dungeon, this isn't a place from which one cannot return alive. In the middle of Dragonkin Tower, a spatial portal appeared. The final boss was a massive dragonkin with mysterious power. He recalled, the reason lies in the middle floor of the tower. Far before encountering the final boss, there's an emergency exit portal that can take people back to the real world. This information hasn't been revealed yet. The current situation with traps and monsters is not yet difficult. Kim Tae-hyun pondered, but if one already knows about the traps and has the power to defeat the monsters, then escaping from here isn't too difficult. He held a dagger, surrounded by magic energy, dodging arrows, and striking down monsters. Purple torches on the walls flashed, lighting the steps as the four walked, Kim Tae-hyun leading the way. They arrived at a circular room. In the center of the room was a spatial magic circle. Zhu Aiyang spoke up, it's the portal. She continued, this place actually has a portal. Sung-ji said, it's a good thing we don't have to go to a higher floor. Hanjo let out a sigh of relief, we're alive. Aiyang turned to Tae-hyun and asked, Kim Tae-hyun, you knew this beforehand, didn't you? He casually closed his eyes and replied, how would I know? It's all just luck. But in his head, he thought, of course I knew it beforehand. Tae-hyun pointed at the spatial portal and said, quick, let's get out of here quickly. Before those monsters come again, she hastily said, that's right. Everyone entered the spatial portal. Sung-ji said, hey kid, no, I mean, player Kim Tae-hyun, you paid attention. He turned his head back and gratefully said, thank you for being here. He didn't forget to add, I'll remember this favor. Stunned, Tae-hyun sighed and lightly laughed, replying, you're overstating it. Standing before the spatial portal, Kim Tae-hyun thought, I didn't expect to receive thanks from Park Sung-jin, but since the whole team returned safely, a thank you is only natural, isn't it? With both hands in his pockets, Taehyun closed his eyes, preparing to step into the portal, deep in thought. Furthermore, Seo Hanjio confessed to being a Japanese spy. The spy issue has also been resolved. An image of Hanjio appeared, saying, "I'll accept the punishment, I'm truly sorry." He further speculated. The remaining tasks are to deal with the wrath of the sword demon when he learns about the Sanctus, prevent Lu Feng's interference, and conclude the friendly match successfully. The situation is quite stable. The moment Kim Taehyun touched the teleportation space, a continuous clattering sound rang out. A spiritual power explosion from the spatial rift blasted him away. Taehyun fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hand and speaking. "What is it?" A notification sound, "The teleportation portal cannot function." The system announced, "The master of the Dragon Human Tower, Kaiserin, is watching you." He froze, his face turning pale. He stammered, "What, the master of the tower?" A rumbling sound echoed, shaking the room. Cracks on the ceiling of the room glowed yellow, shaking and dropping fragments. The tower's ceiling collapsed. A red dragon breathing fire from its mouth flew down into the room, with dense smoke and broken rocks falling. Kaiserin threatened, "Who dares to cause trouble in this place?" Taehyun's mouth fell open as he asked, "A dragon." The fire dragon slowly said, "So it's a lowly human." "It is the master of the Dragon Human Tower, the red dragon Kaiserin, SS-Rank. Dragons are one of the strongest known types of monsters. They are enormous with wide wingspans, tough skin, and fierce faces. Dragons found in the abyss are divided into 4 ranks. Close to S rank are sea dragons, newly hatched young dragons. S rank are holy dragons, dragons in their adolescent stage. SS rank are bloodthirsty dragons, the fiercest stage of adult dragons. But the strongest type, there are only fragmented clues about its existence. A mystery, with eyes that can see through everything, its power and true nature are not yet clearly defined. This is the ancient dragon, a species that has existed since ancient times until now." Taehyun's eyes were wide, his face sweating as he thought, "The dragon in front of me is at least a bloodthirsty dragon. It was created from the corpse of a holy dragon, just how strong is it?" Kaiserin roared, engulfed in blazing fire. He took a step back, calculating, more importantly, why is it here? According to the information I had before regression, this was never mentioned. Kim Taehyun decided on a desperate measure. First, I should try to talk. The fire dragon's voice boomed, "Die, trash." He thought, never mind, it's no use. Kaiserin spewed fire towards Taehyun, the flames engulfing the entire room. He stood amidst the flames and shouted, "Then let's fight." One hand activated the Crimson Bind skill, the other hand manifested a transformed arm, ready to strike. Kim Taehyun manifested his full transformation behind it, punching Kaiserin in the face, while his other hand tightly locked a chain around its neck, pressing it down. The red dragon cried out in surprise. The armored arm pulled out a knife from the magical space in his clothes. He slashed the dragon's body multiple times. Taehyun smiled, turned his head, and thought, all skills have been unleashed. Even if it's SS rank, it must have taken critical damage. But he didn't expect to see Kaiserin frowning in anger, raising its sharp claws. He stood dumbfounded, uttering, A counterattack from the fire dragon ravaged everything in its path. Kim Taehyun jumped to dodge but was affected by the lingering shockwave, yelling, "Ah!" Retreating quickly, he wondered, what is this? How is it so resilient? Even for an SS rank, this is too illogical, damn it. Choosing to go into stealth to buy time, Taehyun began to use stealth. As the skill was about to complete, someone suddenly appeared behind him, with horns on their forehead, elf ears, and shining golden eyes staring intently. Kim Taehyun turned his head in shock. The figure punched him. He blocked it but was still hit hard, collapsing to the ground as many fragments of rock flew everywhere from the floor. Taehyun's eyes rolled back, a crushing pressure bearing down on him. He gritted his teeth and held on tight, trying to think clearly. This is polymorphism, a shape-shifting skill. The other person pointed a finger skyward, and flames gathered into a fire orb. It was Kaiserin in human form, the fire orb on its finger growing larger. Moments later, an explosion erupted in the room. Scattered embers flew upwards. Kaiserin, with shining golden eyes, stood upright, holding Kim Tae-hyun's face with one hand, lifting him up, and slamming him against the wall. Tae-hyun was terrified. The thought flashed through his mind, this is the power of an SS rank, I can't keep up. The figure looked at him and said slowly, where do you come from? Let me check. Kim Tae-hyun was startled by the oppressive aura. The system announced, you are possessed by the power of the dragon. This power cannot be resisted. Power partially reduced. All stats are decreasing. Skills restricted. Stone skin ineffective. Stealth ineffective, paralysis ineffective, monarch's heart ineffective, aura of the Death Knight King ineffective, imprisonment chains ineffective, emotionless world ineffective, demonic energy diffusion. Tae-hyun screamed. Kaiserin spoke, this feeling is indeed not wrong. This magical power has spread everywhere. Before my power, it not only didn't diminish but exploded even more strongly. This isn't just ordinary magic. His face was squeezed harder, pressure bearing down. Tae-hyun made a complex sound, his dark eyes showing no pupils. The figure threatened, this power, from whom did you obtain it? Answer me. I must uncover the truth about this power. He thought vaguely, the truth of this power. I'm the one who needs to know that. Tentacles wrapped around Kaiserin's arm. Kim Tae-hyun's armored hand grabbed Kaiserin's hand, breaking free. He suppressed the red dragon with demonic energy, yelling, you want to know so badly, you bastard? Many tentacles began to coil around the figure. Kaiserin asked, what? The tentacles shot out quickly, knocking the dragon far away. The red dragon fell to the ground, scattering many stone fragments from the floor where it impacted. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, which it smeared away. Its eyes widened, looking up threateningly, you dare to throw me? How can a human? A voice echoed from the tentacles around Kim Tae-hyun, having been through so many ups and downs in this demon realm, I happen to be looking for a hunting dog, and you've found your way to me. Kaiserin froze on the ground. The succubus queen leaned against a rock behind Tae-hyun, her eyes sweeping as she spoke. I shall bestow upon you the honor of becoming my pet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The system announced, activating skill, Queen's Man. Rosalia's eyes flashed as she looked at him mockingly, but having already obtained the queen herself, our contractor is truly too much. Kim Tae-hyun laughed and said, no matter what you say, you can't trust monsters, right? Didn't I tell you? The chairman yelled, what did you say? Player Kim Tae-hyun is missing. He continued, how can the rescue team be missing too? Seo Hanjio and Won Seong replied, I don't know, we clearly went through together. Won Seong spoke up, Park Sang-jin, what about player Park Sang-jin? He tried to go back to the abyss, insisting on going back to save Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-guk replied, Yua Jang is holding him back. The chairman yelled at him, yes, you must stop him. What, is he going to let himself be captured without a plan again? The chairman was quite weary. He put his hands on his head and said, we don't know what Lu Feng and Zhang Long are planning, so keep it a secret that you're still alive. The chairman then fell into a state of thought. While Park Sang-jin and the players returned, the friendly match has reached its 6th day, it will end soon. The chairman thought, sweat dripping down his face, at this point, we don't need to care about the rankings anymore. But we wouldn't have gotten this far without Kim Tae-hyun. If he doesn't return, then what's the point of all this? Now, he could only silently wish Kim Tae-hyun in his heart. Kim Tae-hyun, please survive. A raging purple wind surrounded the flying tower, attacking the demon. The demon quickly used magic to counterattack her. A fierce battle ensued, surrounded by flames. Kim Tae-hyun, tied up by Rosalia, thought, if I had been separated, I probably would have died. A loud explosion occurred again. He calmly said, I know they're both monsters, But what kind of large-scale battle is this? Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, was it a good idea not to summon Rosalia until now? Kim Tae-hyun began to recall, the skill he gained from his contract with Rosalia was Queen's Man, complete hypnosis. He said, the reason he hadn't summoned Rosalia with the Queen's Man skill was that the skill consumed too much mana. He continued, the summoning skill requires a lot of mana, and even after activation, maintaining the summoned state also consumes too much energy. Of course, if I continuously use water throughout the battle, I might be able to handle it. However, the second problem is the real issue. The demon raised its hand. He said, meteor. Some fireballs fell towards him and her. He panicked and shouted, meteor? But Rosalia didn't flinch, she still attacked confidently. She used her sharp claws to slash a few times, creating purple streaks. He was astonished, Rosalia is too strong. She used her power to tightly bind the ferocious demon. Kim Tae-hyun was scared, that power is too dangerous, even though she's on my side. But if it can't be controlled, that's the problem, if I summon her, the whole city might be burned to ashes. The words but still clearly appeared in his thoughts. Rosalia laughed, see my power, how is it? He laughed and thought, indeed, she's strong. The ferocious demon spoke up, I understand, this power, you are the Nightmare Queen Rosalia. The demon scratched its head and said, that's why I don't understand even more, why a Grand Duke of the Abyss. Following a lowly human again. He yelled in front of her, aren't you ashamed? How disgraceful. She just smiled and replied, just a lizard acting so brazenly. He then said, Grand Duke. He stared at Rosalia and thought, a Grand Duke is only one rank below the king. Thinking about it, Rosalia once knew the king, so she must be connected to him again. His face scowled at this. He muttered to himself, so what does she know? Why the king? Rosalia spoke up, contractor, I know what you're thinking, but you share blood with the king. You have no right to speak, nor to act, even if you possess it. Hearing her say that, he was quite stunned. She stroked her hair, gave him a smile, and said, but you know, no matter where you are, you still have to walk your own path. Hearing her words, he seemed to awaken, Rosalia. Rosalia said, the current situation isn't simple. He panicked, what? She said, look at your hand. When he looked down, his hand was surrounded by purple electric currents. This is magic recoil. A voice from above yelled, even if it's a Grand Duke, it's still just summoned by an ordinary human. The devil transformed into a monster, enveloped by flames. He said with contempt, no human can withstand this power. He continued, if you wish to oppose me to the very end, then I shall grant death to both of you. His form was no longer covered in flames, but instead, he was a true beast. He created a giant fireball and said, die. Kim Tae-hoo yelled, Rosalia. The fireball struck the building, creating a huge explosion. A circular scroll fell down. At this moment, purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. These purple marks were her wounds. He laughed and said, for a lizard, you know quite a lot. The monster replied, as you said, the power of a summoned creature like me depends on the contractor's ability. The limit is right now. Rosalia turned to him and said, if I use more power or continue the summoned state longer, you will eventually die from magic recoil. She smiled at him and continued, so, before I leave, I'll give you one last gift. He replied, a gift? Rosalia kissed his forehead, don't die. Contractor. The system announced, you have received the Queen's kiss. The level of absolute hypnosis has temporarily changed. Absolute hypnosis S activated. Kim Tae-hoo used power from his hands to attack the beast. His power slowly enveloped it. The beast cried out, what did you do? A blinding light made the beast gradually disappear. What an amusing trick. In a place entirely red. Another version of Kim Tae-hoo spoke up, that succubus, she left me to clean up this mess. The demon asked, what's going on? Where is this? Is this his spiritual world? The demon wondered in confusion. If so, then what is that? The human from before? No, though he looks like him, he's a completely different person. He thought, first, the other version of Kim Tae-hoo seems very dangerous. The demon secretly wondered if he was the same kind of person. The other version of Kim Tae-hoo spoke, I have nothing to do with you, now get out of here. A monster lunged from behind the demon. He turned back and said, what is it? Before he could finish speaking, a stream of fresh red blood burst from the monster's mouth. It screamed, Your Highness, where is Your Highness? The other version of Kim Tae-hoo said, how dare you? He was surprised by its change. What's happening? Even if the level of hypnosis has changed, Kalen doesn't look well. The monster roared in anger. He took out a potion and drank it, thinking, did something happen to Kalen in his spiritual world too? No, it's useless to think about it now, he's already weakened. He charged forward, thinking, if there's a chance to take him down, it's now. He quickly lunged at the monster, pulled out a knife, then slashed it, making the monster spew blood. He thought to himself, finally, my attack had an effect. Something appeared in his hand, radiating many branches of fire. Did she tell me not to die? He recalled Rosalia saying, don't die, contractor. He thought to himself, who said I would die? He thought, I still need to uncover the truth behind the king and that source of power, and take revenge on Asmodeus, who took my life and I haven't even lived a decent one yet. Now you want me to die? Don't joke. He screamed loudly, I'll defeat you and come back. He used gluttony, charging close to the monster's mouth. Suddenly, another monster appeared and said, how dare you, human? Without hesitation, he slashed them, making both monsters spew blood and die. The system announced, gluttony has been completed. The rank of gluttony has changed. He lay sprawled on the ground and said, that crazy dragon, I really thought I was going to die this time. He happily said, now I just need to go back. A panel appeared, Korean national player, Kim Tae-hoo, rank B promoted to A. The scoreboard now displayed the players. In the final 7 days of the Asian Friendship Tournament, the organizing staff are completing the score tally right on the podium. Thousands of spectators in the stands were looking up. The staff here are checking each type of precious crystal. Japan has just officially announced its final score, reaching a total of 4,600 points. Shinji Nakata was frowning as he looked at the precious crystals. With this result, Japan has to settle for second place, unable to surpass China, who leads with 4,800 points. Shinji Nakata grew increasingly furious, his face flushed with anger. I intended to avenge Sir Era, but Kim Tae-hoo is still missing. Am I just going to watch at the friendship tournament? Shinji Nakata walked down the stairs, thinking as he went, damn it, I'm going home. A man shouted, but Shinji. The closing ceremony is still ongoing, but his anger had clouded his reason. Shinji Nakata replied, there's no longer any reason to stay at this festival. He walked casually off the stage. The chairman could only silently watch the front of the stage, unable to do anything. The chairman was so worried that his face was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, despite Kim Tae-hoo's contribution, the Korean team only placed third. The system said that after Kim Tae-hoo went missing, the team's score stopped from the 5th day. By the 7th day, the team had been surpassed by other countries. The system continued, without hundreds of magic stones or SS-Rank monsters, the situation couldn't possibly be changed. The chairman felt remorseful, his whole body trembled slightly. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hoo, everything is due to my incompetence, which led to this result. Laughter echoed from behind the chairman. It turned out to be player Lu Feng and guild leader Zhang Long. Zhang Long spoke to the chairman, it's truly an unspeakable regret. He said to the chairman in a contemptuous voice, I thought Korea had finally found a promising talent, but unexpectedly, he met a tragic accident and lost his life. His words left the chairman stunned. They laughed scornfully, guild leader, are you still missing? You shouldn't say such things. Zhang Long retorted, you've also entered the Dragon Human Tower, so what's the difference? The chairman clenched his fists at this moment. He was very angry but could do nothing. Accident? Was it really a tragic accident? You bastards! In his eyes, the two people in front of him were like devils. He angrily said, all the disappearances in the friendship tournament were caused by you, but... The two of them walked past him, talking as they went. Do you understand now? The weak have no right to speak about the truth. His whole body trembled, and he could only watch them look down on him. The laughter behind him grew louder along with the words, well then, enjoy the rest of your closing ceremony. The chairman's heart was heavy at this moment, as if he was carrying a large rock on his body. He tiredly thought, this feeling of powerlessness, it's truly unpleasant not to have strength in my hands. Zhang Long walked, laughing loudly. A voice rang out, what the hell is that? A beam of light shone out, and Kim Tae-hoo stepped out from the magic portal, making Lu Feng and Zhang Long turn to look. The two of them were astonished by the sight. Lu Feng said, a portal. Zhang Long asked, who is that? That sight left the chairman dumbfounded. Kim Tae-hoo spoke up, TSK, our chairman really is. Why have you been enduring these guys for so long? He continued, now, please don't worry anymore. The chairman was so surprised he burst into tears when he saw him, as if he were a lifeline or a ray of hope. He stammered, you. Zhang Long and Lu Feng said in unison, him. Player Kim Tae-hoo. He happily held a red meteorite in his hand. Kim Tae-hoo cheerfully said, I'm back. A voice rang out from the building. Jae-gang, Huang Jae-gang. His mother walked into his room and said, come out and watch the rest of the friendly tournament. He lay stretched out on his bed, tiredly saying, I don't want to. He lay stretched out on his bed, motionless, saying, Brother Tae-hoo has disappeared, what's the point of watching the friendly tournament anymore? A tournament without Brother Tae-hoo is like red bean paste buns without filling, watermelon without sweetness, steamed buns without meat. He cried out, and you still tell me to watch the friendly tournament? That's a betrayal of Brother Tae-hoo. His mother said, what if Tae-hoo appeared on TV right now? Hearing that, he suddenly sat up, as if awakened. What the? He walked out to see the TV showing cheering spectators. On the final day of the Asian Friendly Tournament, an unbelievable event occurred. Kim Tae-hoo, who was once missing, has returned home, submitting the magic crystal of the SS-Rank monster, Kalen. Although there have been some cases of SS-Rank monsters appearing, this is the first time anyone has successfully defeated them. Director Yu was talking on the phone with someone. How could this be? Tae-hoo is on TV, not in the abyss. The screen now announced, according to the friendly tournament rules, the bonus points for an SS-Rank magic crystal are 1,500 points. Park Seong, Won Si-young, and Seol Han-jin were all astonished. Really? This increases the Korean team's total score from 4,100 to 5,600. The Korean team achieved first place and became the champions of the Asian Friendly Tournament. Everyone around him cheered his name, Kim Tae-hoo. Zhang Long was furious now. You! He angrily turned and yelled at Lu Feng, Lu Feng. What have you done? How is that guy still alive? Lu Feng said in a panic, he not only escaped the tower but also defeated an SS-Rank monster. He's just a nobody. His mouth kept emphasizing his name, Kim Tae-hoo. He looked down at them. Something serious might have happened. Kim Tae-hoo thought to himself, fortunately, Kalen's power was too strong, so the magic crystal remained intact after I absorbed it. Otherwise, this comeback might not have happened. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. However, Zhang Long and Lu Feng won't accept this easily. Of course, what comes next will be. A voice rang out, player Kim Tae-hoo. The chairman rushed over and hugged him. He said in surprise, Chairman Ji Jin-hee. The chairman cried and said, it's wonderful that you've returned safely. Tears streamed down his face. He said, so lucky. He smiled and said, Chairman. Chairman Ji Jin-hee was moved and cried for a long time, perhaps for the safety of the entire team, or also out of gratitude for me. He unconsciously put his arms around him. And so, the 7 days of the Asian-friendly tournament concluded. The tournament ended with a spectacular victory for Korea. My story became the center of attention in the media and on social networks. A promotional board appeared, Kim Tae-hoo, the first Korean player to reach national level, and also the first person in the world to defeat an SSS-Rank monster. The U.S. Players Association has begun to pay attention to Kim Tae-hoo's return. Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted, "Korean gamers sent me congratulations for this survival and victory." He laughed maniacally. Kwon Kang-hyuk continued, "Chairman, you cried hysterically at the closing ceremony? How embarrassing." His words, when they came out, made everyone try to stop him, like, "No." Yoo Ae-yong, standing afar, shouted, "Who called that Kwon Kang-hyuk here? Too noisy." And at the Singapore Players Association, in a room, an elderly woman spoke to Kim Tae-hoo. "Thank you, player Kim Tae-hoo, for coming here and dedicating your valuable time to us. We've invited you here because..." It turned out she was the president of the Singapore Players Association. Helly Tan continued, "Player Kim Tae-hoo, we invite you to cooperate with the Singapore Players Association." He furrowed his brow. Indeed, everything was exactly as it was before the regression. He thought to himself, before, when key players were lost in the friendly match, Singapore also wanted to invite strong gamers from the alliance, but back then, Zhang Long and Lu Fong didn't leave them in peace, but he calmly said, "Let's deal with the uninvited guest first, then we can talk about this later." Helly Tan was startled. "What?" A loud explosion occurred, red sparks filled the room, making Helly Tan turn her face away. Men approached. Holding sharp weapons, they smirked slyly. "So you're here, President Helly Tan, Kim Tae-hoo." Helly Tan panicked at the sight. She trembled and stammered, You guys, I don't know how you escaped the tower." Lu Fong replied, "But I don't care anymore." He walked in casually, his hands continuously controlling the fossil pieces. His face was sinister, along with curses, "You'll die here." Kim Tae-hoo just smiled, "President Tan, I told you, right? They've arrived, the troublemakers." His words startled Lu Fong. "What?" The window was somehow cracked. Helly Tan was quite flustered at this moment. A voice rang out, to Lu Fong's astonishment, unexpectedly, "What you said was true." Lu Fong froze for a few seconds, then said, "You guys." Park Seon-jin walked in, daring to act like this in broad daylight. "Have you all lost your minds?" Seo Han-ju also refused to back down and continued, "Player Kim Tae-hoo, I'll settle our previous score right here." Another man also appeared. He said, "Don't worry, President of Singapore, now it's my turn, the hero, who?" Wan Si-yang shouted, "Bright Sword Husu, why did you bring this madman here?" Tae-guk replied, "Hard to believe, but he's a very excellent warrior." Kim Tae-hoo smirked, "What did you just say? You don't care anymore?" Lu Fong's face was full of deceit. Lu Man said, "Me too, Kim Tae-hoo, you bastard, this will be where you die." A troop of Kim Tae-hoo's men appeared. Jian Lin Pai-yong gnashed his teeth, his presence already radiating pressure. "Me too, Kim Tae-hoo, you bastard, you'll die here." Kim Tae-hoo and his men surrounded Jian Lin Pai-yong. Before this, a meeting had taken place. Wan Si-yang, Park Seon-jin, and the chairman were all surprised by Kim Tae-hoo's words. "Jian Lin Pai-yong wants to assassinate the president of the Singapore team?" These three seemed anxious. "This is absolutely crazy. The international friendly match isn't even over yet and he wants to do something like that?" In contrast, Kim Tae-hoo remained very calm. "If that's the case, Jian Long won't let him off the hook." He continued, "His basic goal is to eliminate talents from other countries so he can monopolize the dungeon and magic stones." Hearing Kim Tae-hoo's explanation, the chairman and Wan Si-yang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He is now targeting the lives of many people, so everyone needs to be careful and prepared because everyone is at risk. The chairman spoke up, "Hearing you say that, we all understand." He lowered his voice, "Now that we know his motive, what will you do next?" Kim Tae-hoo immediately replied, "Given the situation, what else can be done? Such wicked individuals have already plotted against me." He growled, then we need to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Back in the present, Kim Tae-hoo's teammates were all in battle-ready state, and they were each rushing to attack the other group. On this side, the masked figures were completely terrified by them. They were utterly bewildered. What? An explosion occurred, tearing through the building. Park Se-jin fought and commanded, "Prepare to evaluate with President Heli-tan quickly, attack them." Uai-yong, with Won Se-young, said, "It's just as he said." She hastily asked again, said what? And Woo-soo successfully carried President Heli-tan out. He was teary-eyed, but his momentum was still high. "President Heli-tan, don't worry about anything. I, and Woo-soo, will definitely protect you, but the person who made her fear wasn't Woo-soo himself. Oh my, is this person all right?" The masked group was cut to pieces. The shining blue and purple attacks were not small in destructive power. One of them spoke up, "Mr. Lin Pai-yong, they are trying to take the president of the Singapore team away." Jian Lin Pai-yong struck while cursing, "These bastards, trying to mess up my plan?" But his hand was bound by a golden chain before he could strike. Jian Lin Pai-yong was directly dragged outside, leaving him to face Kim Tae-hoo alone. His subordinates were equally surprised. "Mr. Lin Pai-yong is out there. What is Kim Tae-hoo doing?" Jian Lin Pai-yong showed no fear of Kim Tae-hoo. He sneered, "Where do you think you're going, you bastard?" He laughed again, "You think you can just get out of here that easily?" Jian Lin Pai-yong taunted, "In the abyss, you ran from me, and now you dare to openly block my way here?" He roared, unleashing his terrifying power, "You must want to die." Jian Lin Pai-yong erupted, snatching Kim Tae-hoo's chain. He continued to mock, "Kim Tae-hoo, you think defeating Tae-min and Jin-woo makes you invincible?" Jian Lin Pai-yong laughed arrogantly, "Now I'll show you what true power is." He proudly stated, "The power you displayed in the abyss is nothing but a mosquito to me." Kim Tae-hoo shouted, interrupting his opponent, "You talk too much, Lin Pai-yong." As he finished speaking, he directly broke his golden chain and used an attack to pierce Lin Pai-yong, leaving him utterly stunned. Kim Tae-hoo swept past Jian Lin Pai-yong and severed one of his arms. Jian Lin Pai-yong's eyes widened in horror. What? Kim Tae-hoo actually summoned a giant purple armored skeleton. It landed a punch on Jian Lin Pai-yong, sending him flying straight to the ground. Jian Lin Pai-yong coughed up blood from the pain, still unable to believe what had just happened. What exactly? What happened? He looked up at Kim Tae-hoo, who stood there arrogantly. Jian Lin Pai-yong thought in utter panic, "How could I be suppressed by that kid? No, this can't be." He was completely different from before, and Jian Lin Pai-yong noticed it too. His strength in the abyss wasn't that powerful before, yet in just a few days, he's showing a different side. Jian Lin Pai-yong took a risk, determined to charge forward. "You bastard, you're dead." Kim Tae-hoo pierced through him again, leaving numerous slashes. In the end, Jian Lin Pai-yong was still wondering what had happened and how quickly he had changed. He was beaten until he fell to the ground, blood continuously gushing out. Kim Tae-hoo also landed and slowly walked over. He looked down and smirked in contempt. Kim Tae-hoo thought to himself, "Indeed, gluttony has been greatly enhanced. Thanks to that, I'm confident I can defeat him." He looked at the defeated Jian Lin Pai-yong on the ground, a little surprised. "Lin Pai-yong, a national-level player from China, quite a strong opponent. I didn't think I could defeat him. With this current strength, I can confidently clear any dungeon." Jian Lin Pai-yong suddenly burst out laughing, "You bastard." This confused Kim Tae-hoo. He began to speak, "Now I understand why Jin-woo and Tae-min fell to you. You're truly a monster." Jian Lin Pai-yong continued, "I didn't think anyone would force me to use the power granted by the Grand Duke to deal with them. But for you, I might have to." He was utterly astonished to hear this. Jian Lin Pai-yong slowly stood up, laughing maniacally, his entire body surrounded by a new surge of power. "Kim Tae-hoo, don't think you're the strongest one here." Kim Tae-hoo watched this scene in horror. As Jian Lin Pai-yong transformed, he declared, now completely turned into a terrifying monster, he threatened him, "Now I'll show you what true power really is." Compared to the current Jian Lin Pai-yong, Kim Tae-hoo looked incredibly small. Lin Pai-yong had activated the blood prison skill. On this side, his insignificant subordinates had been completely wiped out. Yu Ai-yong looked at them scattered on the ground and concluded, "Looks good, this side is safe now." Park Seon-jin suddenly called her name urgently, making her confused. "Yu Ai-yong, come here for a second." He shouted, "Something's happening where Kim Tae-hoo is fighting." The two of them looked down, only to see a giant red orb. Yu Ai-yong was equally shocked and worried. What in the world is that? She thought in fear, that barrier. A red arm emerged from inside, and Jian Lin Pai-yong furiously attacked Kim Tae-hoo. He let out a long laugh. "This is my true power, Kim Tae-hoo, what do you think?" He lunged to attack. "What nonsense are you spouting, you?" Kim Tae-hoo slashed, severing two of his limbs, then cursed, "You think this lump of flesh makes you strong?" But he didn't expect them to stop bleeding immediately. Then quickly grew back anew. Kim Tae-hoo panicked, wondering, he recovered? Jian Lin Pai-yong counterattacked, slamming Kim Tae-hoo hard into the ground. He retreated cautiously. His destructive power is too strong. Is this really the same Lin Pai-yong from before? Kim Tae-hoo looked around. What about this containment space? The space around him now seemed to have changed. The current environmental aura had turned as if it were in an abyss. He recalled what happened before. He said this was the power the Grand Duke bestowed upon him, and Kaylin had also previously called Rosalia a Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hoo speculated, so, besides Rosalia, is there another person also called a Grand Duke? He fought and thought. It can be said that the Grand Duke Rosalia mentioned is definitely related to the Emperor. Kim Tae-hoo charged forward, intending to attack. If so, then this Lin Pai-yong might also have been bestowed with a portion of power. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes wide. A giant hand was also moving towards Kim Tae-hoo. The space suddenly became hazy. Jian Lin Pai-yong had caught Kim Tae-hoo. He held him in his hand and asked, "How about that? My power seems to surprise you quite a bit, doesn't it? Now you understand who's strongest here." Jian Lin Pai-yong brought Kim Tae-hoo closer, saying disdainfully, "Arrogant fools like you will face the consequences. You thought you were strong enough to defeat me, Lin Pai-yong, but you didn't know I had been chosen by the Grand Duke." Kim Tae-hoo suddenly spoke. "Hey, before I die, can I ask you a question?" He asked, "Do you know anything about the Emperor?" Jian Lin Pai-yong was a little confused. "What, the Emperor? You mean that Grand Duke?" He suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed, the Grand Duke possesses power that everyone once longed for. Luckily, I was the one chosen by him to be granted power." Kim Tae-hoo heard that and sneered, as expected, "You're rambling too much, you know nothing about the Emperor." He transformed unexpectedly. A dragon appeared. Kim Tae-hoo laughed in Jian Lin Pai-yong's face and said, "I thought you might know something about that person." Jian Lin Pai-yong exclaimed in surprise, "What? His power is erupting? But it's fine." Kim Tae-hoo exuded an overwhelming aura and said, "Luckily, I've also gained a bit more information about the Grand Duke." Jian Lin Pai-yong shouted in astonishment, "Unbelievable, is this your true power, Kim Tae-hoo?" He scoffed, "Now everything is done." Kim Tae-hoo charged forward to attack Jian Lin Pai-yong, who roared in terrified panic. Jian Lin Pai-yong exploded into chunks of flesh on the ground. Kim Tae-hoo looked at them and said coldly, "So, he's finished." He took out a recovery potion to drink, his mind constantly thinking. He kept rambling about the Grand Duke, but knew nothing about the Emperor. Kim Tae-hoo felt a bit uneasy, but from this, I can understand that there are currently many individuals claiming the title of Grand Duke. If all those individuals possess the same power as Rosalia, then this is truly a significant threat. He concluded, whether they know about the Emperor or not, it's not important anymore, because I know all those individuals are my future opponents. While Kim Tae-hoo was thinking, the messy pile on the ground began to merge again. He exclaimed in horror, "What?" An unfamiliar voice echoed, "I thought your explosive power was something fearsome." Parts of a body gradually formed, but that's all. After all, humanity is still a weak species. Kim Tae-hoo was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat when he said, "All right." Mun chuckled softly. It seems you are the one who defeated Lin Pai Yong, the one who had a contract with me. He was the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the Vampire Lord, Mun. Mun stood on the slimy pile and asked, You killed the one who signed a contract with me? Seeing him appear, Tehu became a little defensive. He gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself, Who is he? He seems to be related to Lu Ping. His body trembled more and more, sweat streamed down, only one thought came to his mind, such strong aura, could it be? Is he the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Mun on this side, not receiving a response, continued, Very well. Let's see what your power amounts to. Blood sword. Giant bloodstained sword suddenly plunged from the sky towards Tehu. He looked up, his face full of shock, eyes wide with surprise. They swiftly dove straight towards him. He quickly jumped out of the way and shouted, Damn it! Tehu gripped the sword in his hand, its blade enveloped in a small flame. He secretly sought a way in his mind. It's too wide. What should I do? Is this the blood sword that Lu Ping used? A blood sword unexpectedly attacked him. Tehu tried to block it with his small sword. He saw this and thought, a completely different level. Tehu put all his strength into blocking the blood sword. At this moment he was sure in his mind, no mistake, he is a Grand Duke like Rosalia. This person is an existence I cannot contend with. Why is he appearing here at this moment? But that's no longer necessary. To survive, I must definitely use everything within my capabilities. Kim Tehu charged straight ahead, and Mun's blood swords also rapidly shot towards him. Mun witnessed this and felt even more delighted. All summoned creatures are bound by the summoner's contract. If the summoner is stronger than the summoned entity, then the summoned one will become stronger through the summoner. But if it's the opposite, and the summoned one is stronger, the summoner might suffer a magical backlash, or the summoning will be nullified. Tehuan, while fending off the blood swords, silently calculated, Lu Ping, the current summoner, is dead now, so he's just forcibly summoning through Lu Ping's corpse. Surely, the summoning duration will have a limit. Tehuan rushed forward, raising his fist towards Mun, while he blocked with a shield. He struggled to think, I must find a way to survive until then. Suddenly, Mun spoke from his side, You are very strong compared to the one I contracted with. However, Tehuan's strength was nothing compared to him. Mun smirked, and a small blood vortex appeared in his hand. He continued, Do you think you can stand against me? Tehuan stumbled backward. He exclaimed in shock, What? Before he could finish, the blood vortex from earlier grew immense, moving to engulf Tehuan. Once pulled inside, he felt powerless, unable to do anything. Mun, controlling the blood vortex, scoffed, Mortals are just mortals. No matter how strong, they can never compare to me. Now, die. Suddenly, Mun realized something. The blood vortex had become strange. It was no longer ferocious, thousands of blossoming flowers adorned it instead. Mun's eyes widened in surprise. Flowers? It turned out they were cherry blossoms. Suddenly, amidst the myriad flowers, a person appeared with Tehuan, suspended in the air. It was Rosalia. She cheerfully said, I never expected to appear this way. Tehuan, held by Rosalia's tentacles, heard this and immediately replied, It's an emergency. The flower column was slowly disappearing, and Mun, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, I didn't think the one who contracted with me would be defeated by a human like this. So it's Duchess Rosalia. Very well, I'll give you one chance, break the contract and leave, or I will kill you. Rosalia heard this and found it somewhat amusing, replying mockingly, So scary. You're still as sharp as ever, still stubborn and unchanged. Who do you think I am? Dream on. Tehuan, seeing this exchange from behind, shouted, Rosalia, who is this guy? She replied calmly, Mun, like me, is a Grand Duke. He's. At this, his face became tense. She continued her previous sentence, trying to kill you. While Rosalia was speaking, Mun on his side made his move. Blood swords from all directions advanced towards Rosalia and Tehuan. Edgemon furiously declared, "Fine then, I'll kill both of you." Rosalia heard these words and became even more excited. "You certainly talk big." The blood swords simultaneously pointed straight at them. With just a command, they would rush forward. Taewon on one side seemed to be in trouble. He clenched his teeth, thinking, "This is bad. The backlash is making it hard to breathe. I'm exhausted after fighting Lu Ping. There's no way I can help Rosalia now. Just trying not to be thrown out of here is good enough. This isn't good." Suddenly, Rosalia from the front called out behind her, "Don't collapse. My power usage is linked to the summoner. You're quite good, but compared to a Grand Duke, you're still not strong enough. So, stay alert for me to fight." Taewon heard this and stammered in shock, "Rosalia." She continued, "Since you've come this far, don't give up so easily." Taewon became increasingly astonished, his pupils shrinking. Rosalia beside him still hadn't stopped talking. "Try to endure. This is a good opportunity for you to learn. Something you'll have to face on your own in the future." She conjured a pink magical circle in midair with a flower emblem. Edgemon lost patience and shouted, "All right, have you babbled enough? Now both of you, die for me. Enjoy the many things I have in store for you today, Rosalia. What will you do against this move of mine?" As he spoke, a pair of giant hands appeared in the sky, firmly holding a blood sword. Rosalia's magic circle glowed, casting a dazzling light directly down below. Meanwhile, the blood sword also charged forward to attack. They collided, creating a huge explosion. The light emanating from it became increasingly blinding, gradually obscuring everything. Taewon on his side tried to withstand the explosion. He covered his face with his hand and continued to observe. "Not good, the pressure is too great." Then everything disappeared, the dazzling light from before was also gone, and everything was covered in a dark black. Magic power depleted, fatigue 100%, stamina reduced to 10%. How many times has it been like this? S-Rank, national level, Archduke. Every time I get stronger, a stronger opponent appears. Where will this vicious cycle end? It turned out to be Taewon's thoughts. Suddenly, a voice slowly echoed, "Truly pathetic." Taewon tiredly opened his eyes and looked. That voice. Oppo gangster in front of him spoke mockingly, "You carry the power of the Emperor, yet you perform like this? National level, Archduke, laughable. You don't understand the power you possess. Then let me take over this body." Taewon woke up with a start, breathing heavily. He was now lying in a hospital, raising his hand to check and confirm what had just happened. Taewon's hand trembled, and as he looked at it, he wondered, was it a dream? Recalling the image from earlier, he was confused. What exactly happened? The voice I heard in my dream, I still remember that figure. Is that person related to the Emperor? Not only Taewon was in the room, but a few other people as well. They were surprised to see him wake up, then they all shouted in unison, "Taewon!" This noisy sound echoed throughout the hospital, and he also panicked, shouting, "Hey, stop being so loud!" According to his own, at that time, the barrier shattered into fragments. Inside, only he remained unconscious, along with the remnants of the battle. Fortunately, the assassination attempt on Chairman Heli Tan failed, thanks to the player Hyansu's bravery, and she was safe. Hyansu anxiously carried Heli and quickly ran off, not forgetting to make noise throughout, "I must save you." Everyone suspected Zonglong was behind Lu Ping, so he couldn't easily escape the World Association's scrutiny. When Zonglong learned of the situation, his anger burned even brighter. He gritted his teeth furiously. "That bastard Taewon, he destroyed everything of mine." Afterward, Taewon left the hospital feeling light and finally recovered. As he walked, he mused, "Archduke, mysterious powers. The closer I get to the power of gluttony, the more mysteries I uncover. But I've also made tremendous progress." Suddenly, a system panel appeared before his eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What's this?" The system panel displayed information: name, Kim Taewon, age, 19, rank, A, strength, 200, stamina, 200, speed, 180, magic power, 270, willpower, 150, fatigue, 20%. Magic power, 270/270. Skill, bloodlust temporarily unusable. Gluttony, absorb opponent, magic power 50. Stone skin, enhanced defense, magic power 20. It continued to display other information: bloodlust temporarily unusable, activation condition, absorb blood. At a certain restaurant, two people sat at a corner table, talking. One person spoke first, "How's your body?" The other person replied, "It's fine." It was Ai Yong. She continued to ask, "Honestly, you scared everyone. Now that we've eaten, what do you plan to do next?" The person sitting opposite her was Tae Hwan. He wiped his mouth and replied, "Of course. The reward from the friendly match, I will go to the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China." Ai Yong interrupted before Tae Hwan could finish, "I wasn't asking about that." Tae Hwan looked a little bewildered and asked back, "What is it?" She shyly said, "You clearly said that after the friendly match, we'd go on a date." At this moment, she suddenly remembered their previous call. Tae Hwan on his end of the line said, "Thank you." Hearing that, Ai Yong immediately set a condition: "If you're thankful, then treat me to a meal." Tae Hwan casually replied, "We'll do that after the friendly match ends." He spoke up, pulling Ai Yong back to reality. "Didn't you just ask for one meal? You said it yourself." Ai Yong suddenly changed the subject. "Also, even if you have the right to conquer, you can't just enter immediately. Because dungeons are invaluable resources, places that provide magic crystals. Even if you have the right to conquer them, they won't easily let an outsider like you in. The player associations on both sides will come up with all sorts of excuses to stop you, trying to drag it out until your right to conquer expires." Hearing that, Tae Hwan calmly said, "It's fine, I already have a plan to deal with it. Besides, if the time gets dragged out, I also have something I need to do." Ai Yong looked intently at Tae Hwan and asked, "What is it?" He answered while drinking water, and I already felt like I was still lacking. Skill stolen from Lu Ping, Blood Rage. Suddenly, he remembered the notification panel that appeared the other day. Blood Rage cannot currently be used. Unlock condition, powerful blood absorption. I tried to activate it a few times, thinking who knows, but there was no change. Taehu looked at his hands, deep in thought. Powerful blood absorption, huh? Since it's originally the power of Grand Duke Ig Moon, it probably requires a special condition, not through a contract. Even though I've reached national level, I can't fight back against the Duke's power, to face the Duke and to access the secrets of the King and the Glutton. I definitely have to be much stronger than I am now. Night fell in a secluded mountain area. Taehu stood in the rain in front of an old building, looking up. This building is the Bang Chae Su Winery. On the two doors, it said, "Temporarily closed." He walked over and opened the door. Perhaps because it was old, it let out a scary creaking sound. Someone suddenly spoke from somewhere, "Do young people these days not know how to read?" The person stood in front of a wine jar and continued, "It clearly says it's no longer in business." Without turning his head, he spoke, "Go back." Taehu ignored his words and went deeper inside. "I didn't come for the winery. What I want to ask for is simply about skill fusion." Upon hearing that, he froze, then turned around to look. This person was Chae Su. He stammered, "How do you know? Who are you?" Upon hearing that, he replied, "I am Taehu, a national level player, and the one who came to save you." Bang Chae Su, owner of the winery in the suburbs of Seoul, an old man merely waiting for his dying day. And the world's only awakener with an S-rank skill capable of fusing skills. A fragment of the world. However, instead of clinging to that skill, Chae Su wanted to focus on his work at the winery. His son felt regretful and said, "With such an extraordinary skill, why do you live like this? Try to live brilliantly for once." Perhaps due to the resentment of having to live as an E-rank awakener in the era of awakeners, Chae Su's son had different thoughts. Finally, Unable to refuse his only son's words, Chae-Su experimented with skill fusion on the demonics his son brought. But the results were not as desired. One demonic, after receiving the fusion, convulsed continuously. Returning to the present, Taehu spoke, "It's unclear what went wrong, but after skill fusion, the demonics either died or became disabled due to magic anaphylaxis. After that, fearing revenge from the demonics, his son fled, and the old man decided never to use that skill again due to guilt." Chae-Su heard this and asked, a bit tense, how do you know all that? But you know everything and still want me to fuse a skill for you? He gestured with his hand, telling Taehu to leave, and shouted, "Are you crazy? Go back now. Whether you're S-Rank or national level, it has nothing to do with me. Lives destroyed by my hands, even if they were just demonics, were already too many. Any more?" Chae-Su's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Taehu. Taehu, on the other hand, revealed his power. He confidently looked at Chae-Su and continued, "I won't be destroyed by your skill." After a moment, Chae-Su spoke, "What you just said, is it true?" At this moment, Chae-Su was channeling his power onto Taehu. Behind him were countless different magic circles. Taehu politely replied, "Yes, it's true. Actually, the magic backlash phenomenon that the demon can experience isn't your fault at all." Hearing that, Chae-Su stammered in surprise, "What?" Seeing that he didn't seem to quite understand, Taehu explained, "The magic backlash phenomenon occurs entirely because the difference in level between you and the demon kin is too great, coupled with the skill achieved being too fused, far exceeding their capabilities, causing side effects. With my current power stats, there won't be any problem, even if a magic backlash occurs. I also won't be turned into a cripple." Chae-Su heard that and became even more bewildered, thinking, something like this exists? I've always considered my awakening, my skills, my own hands, to be merely a curse that has ruined the lives of others. Yet, meeting this young man, everything was resolved in an instant. "Just who are you? It's like you're someone from the future." Suddenly, Taehu turned to look at him and said cheerfully, "What's more? No one knows I came here, so even if I die, no one will know it was because of you." Chae-Su heard that and immediately panicked. He immediately shouted, "Don't say such terrifying things." Before returning to the past, the truth that Chae-Su's skills had no problems was only clarified through the association's investigation 10 years later. But by then it was too late. Chae-Su, burdened by guilt and the loss of his only son, drowned himself in alcohol and died from ill health. If his misunderstanding wasn't resolved now, he would likely live his entire life in torment and pass away like that. Taehu closed his eyes and thought, luckily, it's not too late. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed, "Do you want to fuse Monument and Concealment? Do you want to fuse Knight's Might and Paralysis? Do you want to fuse King's Heart and Indifferent World?" Chae-Su was startled. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, 3 skills being fused at once. One person possessing so many skills? Are you really okay? Taehu remained calm. He closed his eyes and thought, just as I expected. A skill like Gluttony, whose origin is unknown, seems to be undetectable. He quickly replied, "I'm fine, just proceed." Chae-Su was continuously sweating from stress. When he heard Taehu's reply, he was relieved, understood. Then, begin skill fusion. The magic circles began to glow, emitting powerful energy before gradually moving into Taehu's body. In a certain high-rise district, one tower stood taller than all the rest. It was the headquarters of the American Player Association. In a private meeting room, everyone sat at the table in silence, the atmosphere eerily quiet. A man in a sharp suit stood before the projector screen, breaking the silence. "It's been a long time since we've gathered all the top forces of the United States here." This man was Kevin Ian, chairman of the American Player Association, an S-Rank player. The person with the carefree demeanor was Greg Gorgale. "America's number 10 national player," he sarcastically replied. "What is it this time? Are we declaring war?" Unable to tolerate Greg Gore's attitude, Dylan Gray, America's third-ranked national player, slammed his hand on the table and loudly protested, "Greg Gore, show proper respect to the chairman." Exasperated by the situation, Ricky Harris, America's second-ranked national player, sighed and said, "Why does every gathering turn into an argument? Cody, say something." The person just called Cody responded annoyed, acting like a leader and being so immature. After all, the rank order is just a formality. I'm not going to force anyone. He was Cody Wood, America's first-ranked national player. Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, Kevin quickly changed the topic. "Anyway, let's get back to the main point. Has everyone grasped the information regarding the high-ranking national players from China participating in this Asian friendly?" Monty Ruman, America's fifth-ranked national player, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. "Su Sin, Chai Min, and Lu Ping, right?" Nick Rowan, America's sixth-ranked national player, heard that and added, "Two of them died during the elimination of Sam Rosu, and one was reportedly killed while attempting to assassinate the chairman of the Singaporean Association." Greg Gore, still nonchalant, wondered, "So what? They're already dead, aren't they?" Dylan, sitting next to him, again raised his voice, "Greg Gore." Kevin then explained, "That's right, that's the official stance of the Chinese Player Association. But according to new intelligence received today, all three of them were defeated and killed by a single person. Especially among them, Lu Ping, who made a pact with the Archduke Ig Moon of the Abyss, a vampire lord." Someone heard that and exclaimed in a panic, "Archdukes? Those monsters?" Ricky also turned to ask the person next to him, "Cody, do you know about this?" Cody remained silent. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "So, who dealt with them?" Kevin pondered upon hearing the question, "Taeho from South Korea." Right now, at the winery from before, a blood-red circle surrounded the building. Kevin continued, "Of course, even if he defeated Lu Ping, he still can't compare to top-tier players like you guys, but it's necessary to investigate him thoroughly." Taeho looked at his hand in disbelief. Around him was a blazing red flame of power. "It's not S, it's just AAA." "He is now Taeho, a national player of AAA rank." A strange voice spoke, "That's why." At a South Korean airport, a well-dressed man walked ahead, followed by Greg Gore, who spoke from behind. "So, we had to come all the way to this remote place to investigate that Taeho guy, right?" The man walking ahead replied, "You could say that." Greg Gore gritted his teeth, annoyed, "Damn it, that Taeho. If I get the chance, I'll just—" He was interrupted before he could finish. "Calm down. We're not here to fight him. At least not yet." That man was Marcus Gore, the eighth-ranked national player from the United States. The elevator display showed 24. Taeho stepped out from inside, thinking as he walked, skill fusion was completed successfully. "The problem is, I want to try out the newly fused skills as soon as possible." The system panel displayed information, cover image, body reinforcement, and stealth. Mana consumption, 15. Monarch's World, creates a special field enhanced by mana. Mana consumption, 20. Monarch's Authority, unleashes power enhanced by mana. Mana consumption, 20. He was still immersed in his thoughts. "If I try using these moves here, it'll probably cause chaos everywhere. I guess I'll have to go into AB." He imagined the city in chaos, people running away in fear. These were all new skills in Taeho's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, "Finally, you're here, player Taeho." He heard his name and looked up, wondering, "Huh?" At the end of the hallway was a door, where two people were already waiting for him. Marcus, the eighth-ranked national player from the U.S., adjusted his glasses and spoke first, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Next to him was Greg Gore, the 10th-ranked national player from the U.S., who exclaimed in disbelief, "This kid defeated Lu Ping? Is this information accurate?" Taeho felt a bit tense seeing the people in front of him and thought to himself, U.S. national players. Marcus calmly reminded, "Don't say that, Greg Gore." But Greg Gore ignored Marcus's words and fiercely shouted, "Damn it." All three entered a room together. Tehu and Marcus sat at a table, while Greg Gore stood leaning against a pillar to observe. Tehu spoke, "So, what do you want to see me about?" Marcus couldn't hide his interest and replied, "You're quite impatient, aren't you?" "I just came to talk." He tapped his hand on the table, hesitating, "But before that, please excuse me for a moment." Marcus lightly touched the tabletop, and green circles continuously appeared from it, and the surroundings were also covered in similar circles. Tehu saw this and thought silently, "Is this Ziggurat?" Ziggurat. Tehu's information appeared one by one. Name, Kim Tehu, rank, AA. Strength, 200, stamina, 200, speed, 180, mana, 280. Ziggurat is Marcus's skill, considered the best measurement skill currently, allowing him to view all information about a player's status, from ability stats, skills, to even height, weight, and mood. Marcus looked at the data and analyzed in his head, "This is my first time seeing an AA-ranked person." Moreover, his stats are at the level of a national player, but saying he defeated Lu Ping seems insufficient. Perhaps I need to check his skills. Suddenly, Tehu's power flared up fiercely. Marcus's system panel continuously announced, "Cannot check skills. Cannot check skills." He recoiled and exclaimed in a panic. "What?" Tehu, on his side, seemed to have run out of patience. He asked, "Are you done investigating? If you want to test my strength, that should be enough." Marcus saw this and thought to himself, "He blocked my skill." This had never happened before. Outwardly, he apologized, "My apologies, it's just a habit." He stared at Tian, pondering, Tian, Korea's strongest national-level player. "It seems I now understand why Chairman Kevin is so interested in you." After a moment of silence, Tian spoke up, "So, what's the real reason you're here?" Marcus answered frankly, "We want to request to share the rights to conquer the unexplored dungeon in China, the reward from the exhibition match." Tian heard this and wondered, "Share conquest rights?" Seeing that he still didn't understand, Marcus continued, "I can't reveal the details, but our chairman has been very keen to investigate that area recently. And since you defeated Lu Ping, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association, Jiang Long, will surely try to obstruct you. Don't we have common interests? Therefore, if you agree to share the conquest rights with us, we will not only stop Jiang Long but also assist you in conquering the dungeon. Moreover, if we establish a cooperative relationship with you right here, both sides will benefit. If you accept, the American Player Association will gain a new ally. If you refuse, we won't become your enemies either." After Marcus finished his persuasive speech, Tian finally made a decision. "I refuse. Thank you for the offer, but I don't need help." Marcus replied regretfully, "What a pity," but inwardly he thought, "That's enough." But Gregor didn't seem to be able to stay calm. He walked up from behind and shouted, "What the hell is this?" He grabbed Tian by the collar and angrily yelled, "We came all the way from America just to hear an answer like this?" Marcus frantically tried to stop him. "Gregor, hey, what are you doing? Let go of him." Gregor looked directly into Tian's eyes and provoked, "This kid, if we can't talk it out, let's settle it with our fists." Tian was speechless and thought, "Huh? Is he having a fit? Marcus seems to want to build a good relationship with me, but this guy doesn't understand anything." He looked directly into Gregor's contempt-filled eyes and understood, "So that's it, this look. Right, it's the look I've faced countless times before I awakened. This guy has no special reason to pick a fight with me. He simply doesn't acknowledge me as his equal. It's been a long time since I've been treated like this. But things are different now." Tian finished his train of thought, and with a smile, he said, "All right." Gregor couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What?" Tian ignored his expression and continued, "If you really want me to accept the offer, then let's talk with our fists." Before he finished his sentence, he also thought to himself, "Might as well test my skills too." Leaving the room, Tian and Gregor moved to a large arena. Thousands of people gathered above to witness the match of the century. This place was Gildan Semiro's arena. Hyan was astonished. "Wait, this duel will take place in Gildan Semiro's arena? Kang Hyuk excitedly replied from the stands, that's right. This way, we have a chance to promote the guild to the audience, isn't that great? In contrast to his attitude, Hyen didn't like this. She unhappily said, no way. What if they destroy our building? Kang Hyuk only then noticed this and panicked. Hyen added, how can the arena withstand these tough national-level players? Standing in the middle of the arena, facing Tian, Gregor ran a hand through his hair with interest. An arena, huh? Interesting idea. I'm very satisfied. Tian, from his side, replied, I hope the result is even more satisfying. Gregor smirked confidently, don't worry. He transformed into a ferocious giant werewolf and continued, I've always liked these kinds of deathmatches. Facing his sharp claws, Tian showed no hesitation, even a hint of amusement. Deathmatch, huh? Sounds a bit extreme. Gregor, in his werewolf form, lunged to attack Tian. Hyen, sitting in the stands, was bewildered. The arena is shaking. Kang Hyuk, next to her, was also startled. A werewolf? What's going on? Marcus, who had been observing, calmly said, that's the wolf heart skill. Kang Hyuk, seeing him, exclaimed, Marcus. He didn't pay attention, instead focusing on explaining. A skill honed to its limit will transform the user into a werewolf, greatly boosting their physical abilities. Marcus seriously watched the match, thinking, it's a shame I couldn't build a good relationship with player Tian, but it's good, I can check the strength that defeated Lu Peng. Back down in the arena, Gregor furiously charged to attack Tian. He confidently thought to himself, what an idiot. As Marcus said, although his skills couldn't be checked, his stats, except for magic power, were completely outmatched. Tian's information panel appeared, name, Kim Tian, rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 280. Next was Gregor's information panel, name, Gregor Gale, rank S, strength 232, stamina 245, speed 228, magic power 220. Not to mention, I also activated the wolf heart to boost my stats. He attacked like a frenzied monster, not giving Tian a chance to react. Gregor overpowered Tian with his hand, proudly thinking to himself, this kid isn't good enough to beat me. Gregor raised his claws, preparing to land the finishing blow, and as he moved, he yelled, it's over, kid. Gregor's claws aimed straight at Tian. But he showed no fear at all. Instead, he gave a mysterious smile and said, as expected of America's top 10. This power is enough for me to test without worrying about you dying. Gregor's eyes widened in surprise. Something had just happened that made him gape. Before he could even make a move, a viscous substance appeared from Tian's side. It writhed in the air like a living entity, growing larger and larger as if to display its oppressive aura. Marcus, in the stands, couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, what? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a black barrier appeared, covering the entire arena and obscuring the view of the surrounding spectators. Seeing this, Marcus thought to himself, it's a black barrier. Tian's fusion skill produced 3 new skills. The first was. The events unfolded too quickly, leaving Gregor still in a state of confusion. Behind him, 3 colossal statues simultaneously appeared, standing with their hands clasped in front, forming a massive wall. This is the Monarchy World skill, a fusion of the emotionless world and Monarch's heart. Monarchy World reduces the enemy's stats while enhancing the user's stats. Gregor felt like he'd fallen into a strange place. He yelled anxiously, what the hell is this place? Where is he? He was suddenly struck hard on the cheek. It happened so fast he couldn't react. The blow sent Gregor stumbling backward. The second skill, Shadow Skin, a fusion of stone skin and stealth. A strange purple flow of power coursed through Tian's body, and his eyes gleamed with defiance. This skill not only enhanced his body beyond stone skin but also allowed him to freely toggle stealth on and off. Gregor was hit repeatedly but couldn't see where Tian's attacks were coming from. He lost his composure and roared, you bastard. Gregor was terrified, being swept away by the current. He frantically clawed around. Get out here. Gregor calmed down, looking up above him. Suddenly, something appeared, startling him, his pupils darting back and forth. Finally, the third skill, a colossal figure appeared, holding a dark, yet powerful, black sword. It was Monarch's Might, a fusion of Valiant King Knight and Paralysis. It radiated immense killing intent and surging power, dominating the air. Because it's a fusion skill, all effects are combined and enhanced. Gregor gasped in horror, speechless, only stuttering a few incoherent words. Tian, with a confident expression, spoke, then the outcome is clear. He urged him, hurry up and stand up. By now, night had fallen, about to completely cover the arena. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the arena floor, illuminating the entire night sky. Rocks flew everywhere. The spectators, who had been watching, were all wide-eyed and agape in astonishment. Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Tian subtly curled his lips into a smile. He looked at Gregor, who was flattened on the arena floor, and said, "It was a fun match, Gregor." Tian turned and walked away, leaving with, "See you next time." The system panel appeared, character info, name, Kim Tian, age 19, rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 280, willpower 150, fatigue 30%. Remaining magic power 280/280, skill, blood protection, temporarily unavailable. Gluttony, devour designated target, magic power 50. Shadow skin, enhanced body, stealth, magic power 15. Monarchy world, create a special domain with magic power 20. Monarch's Might, unleash enhanced power with magic power 20. Chains, bind designated target, magic power 20. Queen's Man, summon the Nightmare Queen Rosalia, magic power 200. Absolute Hypnosis, hypnotize the opponent, magic power 40. The battle's over, but it seems the audience hasn't realized yet. Everyone's buzzing. What happened? What just occurred? That strange barrier made it impossible for me to see anything. Did Tian win? From the stands, Marcus anxiously stared at the arena, wondering, what's really going on? The black curtain just fell, and the match ended immediately. What exactly happened inside? Gregor was still stubborn. He rose from the chaos and shouted, "Who dares say the match is over? It's not over yet, not over yet." His face covered in blood, like an out-of-control animal, he roared, "I haven't lost yet. I'll kill you, Tian." Before he could make another move, a white sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Along with a person with blue hair, a triangular mark on their forehead. And finally, a person with a sharp horn. The trio, Ion, Sung Jin, and Kang Hyuk, stood blocking Gregor. Ion, in a defensive stance, spoke first, always wanting to fight and kill. "Is this bet always so serious?" Kang Hyuk spoke with enthusiasm, "Just accept your defeat." Sung Jin looked seriously at Gregor, "If you keep fighting, it won't just be about the bet, will it?" "Stop it, Gregor." Tian, seeing them from afar, said, "Player Sung Jin and Player Ion. Since when have you?" A man wearing an eye patch approached Tian from behind the smoke, saying as he walked, "I've been watching from the beginning." Tian turned to see him and asked, "The association president?" It turned out the person called the association president was Jin He. He approached, saying cheerfully, "I intended to just observe from the sidelines, but things seem to be getting out of hand." Tian was a bit tense hearing that, but Jin He didn't seem to notice. He said, "Anyway, let us handle the rest." As he finished speaking, Jin He and the three people earlier moved straight toward Gregor, who was in his werewolf form. He was no longer calm. Seeing them approach, he roared, "You dare stop me, you fools? Fine then, I'll take all of you down right here." Marcus had descended into the arena at some point. He stood before Gregor and shouted, "Shut up, Gregor. Don't cause any more trouble. Cody will really punish you. No matter how reckless you are, you know what happens if Cody gets serious, don't you?" Upon hearing that name, Gregor trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, repeating, Cody. Gregor angrily gritted his teeth, then transformed back into a human, turned around, and walked away. As he left, Gregor cursed loudly, damn it. Marcus looked seriously at the group on this side. He spoke up, admitting his mistake. My sincerest apologies, Player Tae-hyun. Please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have come to this, it's awkward to bring up, but would you consider joining the American Player Association? Gregor was so surprised that he even turned back to look while walking, exclaiming, Marcus. It wasn't much better on this side either. Jin Yi heard that and yelled, what kind of shamelessness is this, right in front of the association president? In contrast to the noisy scene, Marcus remained calm. He tried to persuade Tae-hyun, whatever conditions you want. We will meet them. With China's unconquered dungeon, we could assemble the best raid team if we had you. Tae-hyun quickly replied, I'll take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for China's unconquered dungeon, my next destination is Japan. Marcus asked in surprise, Japan? Tae-hyun looked at the phone in his hand and replied, that's right. It seems Japan's Saintess, Sarada, has awakened. No longer in the arena, the scene turned dark and gloomy. A woman desperately tried to escape. It was Sarada, her face smudged and streaked with blood. She ran, gasping for breath. Tentacles emerged from nowhere, wriggling menacingly. They quickly approached and seized Sarada. She tried to cry for help, but a tentacle blocked her, and her words came out as unintelligible sounds. Sarada silently pleaded in her mind, stop. Her voice was full of urgency, stop it. Please, stop. She bit off a chunk of the tentacle's flesh with all her might. A cold voice, as if from the underworld, rang out, you started this first. Didn't you? A monster appeared with sharp teeth. In front of it was a person sitting on a throne looking down at Sarada struggling below. It's Oppo Ganger. He glanced down at her and continued, and now you're asking me to stop? Truly disgusting. Sarada was struggling to crawl up. She looked up at him. Her face turned pale, sweat drenched her face, a loud scream echoed from somewhere. It turned out Sarada had been having a nightmare. She lay on her bed, screaming incessantly. She thrashed violently on the bed, alarming the guards there, who quickly approached and called out, Saintess, are you all right? Sarada bolted upright, her face drenched in sweat. She didn't pay attention to the guards rushing to her side, but only thought to herself, a nightmare. This nightmare again. Ever since I looked into Tae-hyun's mental world and fell into a coma, this nightmare started as soon as I woke up. Every time I pass through countless mysterious tentacles of unknown origin, an enigmatic entity in Tae-hyun's form appears to greet me. Next comes death, then I wake up again. How long must I endure this pain? Until I die? The guards rushed to the bed, trying to persuade her, Saintess, you must rest. If you get up now. They hadn't finished their sentence when she stepped off the bed and walked as if searching for something. Demon sword, where's the demon sword? If it's not by my side. Then where is it? The guards didn't know how to explain, only stammering a few words, that. Realizing something, Sarada, barefoot, rushed out. She walked out of the room, calling out loudly as she went, demon sword. Suddenly, Sarada froze, her eyes wide with shock. In front of her was Shinji fighting with a stranger. That person was Tae-hyun. He parried a blow and said, I didn't come here to fight you. I only came here to. He hadn't finished his sentence when Shinji lunged forward, your target is clearly Saintess Sarada, you scumbag. I'll avenge the humiliation Saintess Sarada endured. Shinji leaped high into the air, getting into position to unleash a move. He used his specialty, the Soul Demon Sword. Shinji charged straight forward, pointing his sword at Tae-hyun's neck, followed by shadowy skull-like figures. Soul Demon Sword, a skill said to be able to cut even souls with its blazing sword. Tae-hyun swung his hand toward Shinji's sword and said, but, honestly, everyone. He gripped the sword in his hand, the problem is they don't listen until they've been hit. Shinji was surprised by what he saw. He paused briefly and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Tae-hyun seized the opportunity, quickly snatched the sword, and delivered a direct kick to Shinji. Sarada, standing aside, was even more stunned by the scene she had just witnessed. She looked towards Shinji, who lay amidst a chaotic pile of rocks, and cried out loudly, "Demon! Demon sword!" Tae-hyun threw the sword he had just taken to the ground. He strode over to Sarada and Shinji. "Sarada, I came to find you for two reasons. 1. To know what you saw in my sea of consciousness." Sarada saw him approach and her face turned pale with fear. She mumbled his name, Tae-hyun. He ignored her expression and continued, "And 2 is to prevent the biggest dungeon break in history from happening." In a certain sea, the wind picked up, making the waves increasingly violent, and offshore, a giant whirlwind was approaching. Two people were looking out from the shore. One spoke, "So this is the entrance to the unexplored dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it just looks like a giant storm." The other person, leaning against the railing, added, "It's rumored that there's a gate leading to a dungeon inside that storm. This storm must be caused by magic leaking from the gate." The man calmly said, "But don't worry, there's no sign yet that it's going to erupt." "We're just here for prevention," the other replied, looking through binoculars. "That's reassuring to hear, but..." They belong to the Unexplored Dungeon Surveillance Team, Japan Hunter Association. Suddenly, the observer through the binoculars saw something. He quickly said, "I think I saw something inside the storm. Could it just be my imagination?" Someone from somewhere shouted loudly, "Lord Kentas, everything is ready, sir. By your command, we have accumulated magic power and energy for decades, and finally, today, we have broken through the gate that blocked us and arrived here." A group of centaurs below looked towards the giant person with a large mouth on their belly, constantly shouting, "Lord Kentas, please give the next order, the next order, the next order." The person who spoke earlier continued, "Next," but before he could finish, the giant grabbed him, lifted him up, and spoke. "Enough." He raised the centaur, brought him to his giant mouth, and said, "The more we eat, the stronger we become. So there's only one thing left to do. For my son, for Grand Duke Organ, we will leave this place, slaughter humanity, and devour them. Let the blood festival begin. He's Grand Duke Organ's Vice General, Kentas, SS-Rank, on this side." Sarada trembled, looking at him. "What I saw in the spiritual world was something that looked exactly like you. But it wasn't human, nor a monster, but an unidentified entity." Hearing that, Tae-hyun thought, as expected, "It's the one who appeared in the dream." Information is still lacking, but at least, it wasn't just a simple dream. What's more, it was a nightmare. Even without using the gluttony skill, I could still feel the magic power of that skill in her body. Could this be the cause? Tae-hyun reached out his hand towards Sarada and cast a spell. "I've removed the remaining magic power. Perhaps you won't dream of nightmares anymore." She was still tired but seemed better and asked, "Why are you helping me?" "I attacked you." Tae-hyun calmly replied, "I'm not helping you, I'm just preventing a dungeon break." The hallway suddenly moved, everything around them shook violently. Sarada felt something strange and wondered aloud, "An earthquake?" Tae-hyun, now 7 parts certain, affirmed in his mind, "It has begun." He turned and called out loudly, "Sarada! A dungeon break has occurred. First, wake Shinji." Across the hallway, a group of people suddenly approached. The man leading them spoke, "After attacking our guild's player, where do you plan to go?" It turned out to be Matsuda Kuro, the chairman of the Japanese Players Association, a former national-level player. He moved closer and continued, "Jo, Tae-hyun, a national-level player from Korea." Matsuda Kuro, when he was a player, was a national-level warrior. After retiring, he discovered talents such as the Sanctus and the Sword Demon, earning him a reputation as one of Japan's most outstanding chairmen in history. But in reality, Tae-hyun looked at Kuro and thought, he's someone who doesn't care about the lives of civilians, as long as he achieves his personal goals. That was his thought, but verbally, he politely replied, "Do you know that a dungeon break just occurred? I'm here to help." Kuro heard that and responded, I already know that. There have been many noisy announcements until now, but how does that concern you? Taehyun was a bit surprised by his indifferent expression. He continued with a triumphant look, dungeon entry rights are only valid when the dungeon is intact, but as soon as a dungeon break occurs, those rights are no longer effective. Not to mention the sparring matches, you've completely disgraced me. Meanwhile, if you dare to resolve this dungeon break too, what will my standing be? Therefore, you will be temporarily detained for attacking our guild's player. Sarada saw the approaching group and quickly spoke up, Chairman. But to minimize the damage from the dungeon break, he ignored her and loudly said, You don't need to interfere. Sarada, don't forget that I turned a blind eye to you using your skill to control others. If you dare to side with that snot-nosed kid now, both you and the sword demon will be dealt with. After saying that to Sarada, he turned and gave an order. Take Taehyun away. Surrounded, he showed no fear, rather, he was amused and said, What a spectacle. Taehyun had his hands cuffed. He thought to himself, if I don't cooperate and resist with force, Chairman Jin Hai will also be put in a difficult position. He seemed quite at ease with the situation and calmly said, I suppose I have no choice. Sarada, you take Shinji and go block them first. Hearing that, Sarada tried to persuade him, Taehyun, but seeing Taehyun so obedient, Kuro became even more delighted, laughed loudly, and said, That's right, a wise decision. Don't worry, if the investigation proves you innocent, I'll release you immediately. Taehyun didn't let him finish, interrupting, Don't be so complacent, Chairman Matsuda. You merely refused my help. If any problems arise because of this, you will bear full responsibility. He calmly walked away after leaving a warning. Despite his annoyance, Kuro laughed and said, That insolent brat. Right in the residential area near the sea, the centaurs from the earlier whirlwind entered the city. They rushed to attack and slaughter the civilians in a very cruel manner. Zen, leading the way, raised his sword high and shouted, By all means, block them. If we let them get through here, everyone will die. The young man standing next to him said somewhat hesitantly, But the battle. How are we supposed to stop them? They just keep pouring out endlessly. Moreover, all the monsters pouring out are A-class or S-class, there is no way. Zen, however, still spoke loudly, but we still have to block them. If we don't block them, then who will? Suddenly, Kentes advanced, grabbed Zen and lifted him high. Everyone below saw that and panicked, shouting, Kimura Zensama has been captured. Kentes looked at Zen and said, What a nuisance. I'll start with you first. He squeezed tightly, making Zen cough up blood from his mouth. He thought despairingly to himself, It's really over, I'm surely dead. Me, and everyone else too. It's over. At this moment, he seemed to have reached the depths of despair. Suddenly, someone rushed in and severed several of Kentes' fingers. Zen was no longer restrained and fell freely. Kentes' severed hand gushed out fresh, pitch-black blood. Zen's eyes widened as he looked in that direction and exclaimed, Huh? The people below also opened their eyes and mouths in astonishment. When everyone saw it was someone they knew, they cheered joyfully, Demon Sword. The one who had just rushed in and attacked was Shinji, the Demon Sword, a national-level player. Those who had been fighting the whirlwind just now. The injured person felt better and exclaimed, My body's being healed, what's happening? A girl came from behind and said, Fortunately, everyone's safe and sound. Everyone saw her like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. They joyfully exclaimed, Sanctus. She's Sanctus Sarada, a national-level player. Shinji replied very gently, walking towards Sarada and asking, Sanctus, is your body all right? Sarada heard that and quickly reassured him, Yes, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. The strange source of magic power I once felt in my body has completely disappeared. Now, even though I can't unleash my full strength, I can still support you, Shinji. He spoke a bit nervously, Taehyun. Before he could finish his sentence, Kentakina spotted them from afar and spoke with a greedy voice, saliva dripping continuously from his mouth. I can't believe there's such high-quality food here. He pulled the sword from his mouth and continued, excellent, you'll become a feast for my son. Shinji and Sarada got into a ready-to-fight stance. She stood behind Shinji and shouted, Demon Sword. Kentakina's giant sword rapidly flew towards them. Shinji heard and immediately dashed forward. The two swords collided, creating a dazzling flash of light. Shinji tried to use both hands to block the giant sword. Sarada assigned from behind, Kentakina's will be handled by us. Everyone, take care of the remaining monsters. The centaurs also shouted with great fervor for Kentakina-sama. Kentakina's was slashed on the shoulder, and dark black blood gushed out. Shinji strenuously moved to attack him. Kentakina's rushed forward and chopped off a part of Shinji's left arm. He tried to dodge while secretly thinking, just as expected from the master of an unexplored dungeon. SS plus monster Kentakina's, a small mistake could lead to my limbs being severed. While the wounds I inflict are almost useless against its incredible regeneration ability. That's why all previous conquests failed. Kentakina's moved forward and split a nearby building in half. He was pleased, thinking he had killed Shinji. Shinji thought to himself, but Kentakina's was stunned. Amidst the ruins he had just created, Shinji still stood firm, his hand gripping the sword tightly, ready to charge. He put all his strength into rushing forward, shouting, this time, I will cut you down. The arm that had been severed earlier had now regrown. Shinji gripped his sword tightly, thinking, for 5 years since my last failure at the unexplored dungeon, I've trained relentlessly just to finish you. The effect of the super regeneration skill, my injured body is recovering. And now, with the power of the accompanying Sanctus, the effect of the Holy Revelation skill, all my physical abilities are enhanced. Sarada on her side tried to buy time, urging, Shinji, I can't hold out much longer, we have to end this now. Shinji, with eyes full of determination, looked straight at Kentakina's, emphasizing each word in his mind, there is nothing I cannot cut. Kentakina's hesitated slightly and paused. Shinji lunged and slashed his arm once, his eye once, and his leg once. He roared in agonizing horror, but Shinji didn't stop there. Like a tireless machine, he prepared to attack again. He rushed like a gust of wind, cutting Kentakina's clean in half. He was severed in two. Everyone in a large hall looked at the screen showing the scene and cheered joyfully, Shinji. This is the Japan Player Association headquarters. Kuro couldn't stop smiling, he smugly told everyone. See, I told you. With the Demon Sword and the Sanctus, even an SS-grade dungeon break can be prevented. He turned to look at the bound Tian and continued, originally, we didn't need your help at all, Tian. He replied with an expressionless face, it's fortunate that Kentakina's was defeated, but... Kuro heard that and wondered, what? Tian continued, months ago, the gate break in South Korea escalated from C to a grade. Last month, dungeon breaks in France and Russia also changed from S grade to S+. The old dungeon break classification method is no longer accurate. So why do you insist this dungeon break is only SS grade? Shinji looked in surprise at where Kentakina's had fallen, and he exclaimed in a panic, what is that? From Kentakina's back, a grotesque body rose. The terrifying-looking fellow chewed on Kentakina's flesh and asked, who? No, he's Kentamine, SS plus grade, the master of the unexplored dungeon in Japan. Shinji, his body full of injuries, looked up at the creature and thought, what is that? It suddenly appeared from Kentakina's corpse and began devouring the body as if it were natural. What's it trying to do? No matter what it is, it doesn't matter. Sarada saw Shinji preparing to act and called out to stop him, Shinji, wait. Even so, he was still lost in thought, a monster is still a monster. An urging voice echoed in his mind, destroy it. Shinji and the spirits rushed towards the monster. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his sword, holding it so tightly he couldn't move it. Shinji froze in astonishment, his entire body stiff as if he'd just seen a ghost. Sarada behind him was no better, her mouth agape in terror. Kentamine, who had been devouring before, now stood up, blocked his attack, and asked, "You are my father's enemy?" Shinji remained motionless, unable to resist, only thinking its appearance. Before he could do anything, the creature threw Shinji, sending him flying straight into the building behind. Sarada shrieked in panic, "Shinji!" Suddenly, she looked up and saw Kentamine directly above her. He powerfully stomped her flat to the ground. Sarada immediately coughed up blood from the blow. The creature above spoke in a gloomy voice, "Don't worry, I will devour all of you." The people who had been celebrating in the hall were now utterly bewildered, constantly wondering, what the hell is going on? Where did that monster come from? Didn't everything end when Kentakina's was defeated? What about the sword demon? Is the Saintess still alive? Its power is measured as SS+. I've never seen a rank like this before. Tian was not surprised by this scene, pondering. Finally, it appeared, the master of the unconquered dungeon, Kentamine. Kentamine, the true master of Japan's unconquered dungeon and an SS+ rank monster. Its initial form wasn't very impressive for an SS+ monster, neither in size nor power, but the more it devoured monsters and humans, the stronger it became. This monster is on an entirely different level of danger. If Chairman Masuda recognizes the gravity of the situation now and asks for my help, the damage could be minimized. But that's unlikely. Those standing near Kuro ceaselessly pleaded, "Chairman, please give the order. At this rate, we'll be annihilated." The chairman saw the situation had become tense, grinding his teeth, unsure if from anger or fear. Kuro's body trembled as he thought, "Damn it, we just took down an SS rank, and now it's SS+. This is ridiculous. Should I call for support from other associations right now? No, if even the Saintess and the Sword Demon can't handle it, calling for aid now is useless. That thing will destroy everything before reinforcements arrive, the players, the entire city, and my political standing." Everyone around him was still trying to persuade him, association, but before they could finish, he ordered, "We're retreating." Someone, not understanding his intention, asked, "What? What about the players who are still fighting?" Kuro replied bluntly, "It's too late. Even national forces can't handle it. What can we do to survive now? If we want to save our lives, we have to run immediately." Suddenly, Tian came from behind and slammed his hands hard on Kuro's head. The handcuffs shattered. He brushed off his hands and said, "I've tried to be patient because of Chairman Jinhee, but everything is just like before I regressed." The people standing around, seeing such a scene, screamed, "Chairman Masuda! Handcuffs! What are you doing?" Tian didn't hesitate to state the truth, "I'm here to prevent the dungeon break. As for you all, I don't know if you plan to run away as he says, or arrest me. Do whatever you want." However, he paused at this point, then after a moment of thought, Tian continued, "I will save them." With that, he turned and left. Everyone behind him froze at his words. They were a little tense but looked at each other and nodded as if certain of something. He had now walked out into the hallway, planning in his head as he went, "Good, before everyone falls, if I can kill Kentamine and prevent the dungeon break." Suddenly, someone appeared from nowhere and spoke up, "Tian." He looked in that direction in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Back where a chaotic battle was unfolding, every corner of the city was in ruins. He stood in the center, holding someone restrained and hanging upside down. Shinji, injured, sat dazed, leaning against a rock. Damn, everyone has fallen. No matter how many times you regenerate your body, no matter how much you reinforce yourself, it's useless. Sarada, hanging upside down, was speechless in despair, only whispering to herself in her head, "No one can defeat this." Kentamine said triumphantly, "Has the containment ended? I will devour you." At this point, she wasn't even afraid anymore, hopelessly waiting for death to approach. And at this moment, Sarada remembered someone, Tian. Then she turned and asked, "If it were you?" She recalled his earlier words, "I'm not helping you, I'm doing this to prevent the dungeon break. Sarada blamed herself. That's right, even as an enemy, Tian helped prevent the dungeon break. When I first became a player, I only wanted to use my strength to help everyone. But when did I ever stray onto this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now? Kidamine brought her closer to the fanged mouth on his stomach. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Sarada relaxed her body and gave up. Suddenly, a surge of power flashed like lightning from somewhere. It turned out to be Tian, who quickly rushed over, carried her, and escaped from certain death. Kidamine looked in that direction in astonishment. Sarada was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." Seeing she was safe, he said, "Honestly, I didn't expect much. But you fought quite well." Seeing him, a name appeared in Sarada's mind, Tian. She weakly asked in a soft voice, "How did you?" Before she could finish, a group of people arrived, shouting loudly, "Saintus!" Some carried backpacks, others carried injured people on their backs. They loudly said, "We've arrived too." The woman carrying Shinji loudly said, "Sorry about earlier, player Tian. But as non-combatants, the only thing we can do is rescue injured players." He looked at them and replied, "That's enough." Sarada was moved by this sight. Everyone. Tian turned to her and said, "Anyway, the thing I have to deal with is this." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Kidamine, who was wildly rushing toward him. Sarada turned in surprise and loudly tried to stop him. "Tian, wait. No matter how strong you are, you can't do it alone." Before she could finish, he suddenly shouted, "Azon." Tian remained steadfastly in place, even as the monster grew closer. Suddenly, huge ice blocks emerged from nowhere. They surrounded Kidamine, who looked bewildered. The people from earlier were equally stunned. "What is this? An ice wall?" An icy fortress instantly rose, trapping Kidamine inside and the others outside. A stranger on the ice wall called down, "Tian, are you sure about this decision?" Tian, seeing the sturdy wall, exclaimed, "Oh my." The person continued loudly, "This isn't why we came here. This is Player Azon, from the Shin Korea Player Association." She recounted her mission. Chairman Jean Hai's request was, "Player Tian has been held by the Japanese Player Association. They are probably trying to prevent Tian from interfering with the dungeon break, but Tian is an important figure for Korea. We cannot leave him in such a place. By all means, bring him back." Tian from below called back, "What? Didn't we come here to prevent the dungeon break?" Azon heard that and shouted, "No. The Japanese Player Association has already refused our assistance." He heard that and calmly replied, "Well then, helping them out anyway is fine too." Tian turned to look at her, thinking, "Anyway." The chairman said, "Bring him back at all costs." Azon, no longer calm, spoke erratically, "Such a considerate person." Kidamine, who had been silent until now, then spoke. "I really can't understand why you don't run away, why you put yourself in this place. Don't you realize you're just prey?" Taehyun, undeterred by the threat, replied, "The one who doesn't realize is you." Hearing that, he immediately asked angrily, "What?" Taehyun pointed his sword straight at him, emphasizing each word, "From now on, the one who will be devoured is you, Kintamian." Everyone outside was busy with the rescue operation, calling out to each other loudly. "Has the rescue work over there been completed? Leave this place immediately." Someone saw Sarada still standing stunned and called to her, "Saintus, it's very dangerous, come over here." The Saintus, Sarada, didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, she looked worriedly at the ice wall, which had a black shroud covering the inside, Taehyun. The situation inside was completely chaotic. He rushed to attack Kintamian. Taehyun flashed past him like a whirlwind, but those attacks merely grazed him, doing no harm. The wound on his cheek smoked and quickly healed. Observing from a distance, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, his wounds really healed too quickly. Also, is he detecting my stealth state?" The longer the battle drags on, the stronger Kintamian becomes. If that's the case. He plunged his spear forcefully into the ground. Kentamian thought Tae-hyun was there. Suddenly, he realized something and looked up in astonishment. A gigantic figure appeared, holding a dark black sword. On either side were two statues with clasped hands. He brazenly commanded, "Kneel down immediately." He was using his spear to block the tip of the gigantic sword pointing at him. Kentamian, despite this, still spoke boldly. "Indeed, even a bug at the bottom of the food chain has a few tricks, but that's not enough to defeat me." Before he could finish his sentence, Tae-hyun interjected, "The real blow is here." He was riding on the back of a monster, its entire body blood-red, bearing sharp fangs at Kentamian. Tae-hyun said excitedly, "Let's see if you can block this one." Facing the monster's sharp fangs, he exclaimed in panic, "What?" The monster advanced and tore at Kentamian. The spear, unable to withstand the immense power, gradually cracked into pieces. It swallowed him whole, piercing every part of his body, making him scream in agony. Tae-hyun, riding on its back and controlling the monster, thought to himself, "In a prolonged battle, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, even if I have to pour all my magic into this gluttony attack to finish it, I will decide victory or defeat right here." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "How many times have I told you that power is not yours?" The scene was no longer the chaotic battle. At this moment, Tae-hyun was standing before a throne. He exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Tae-hyun looked at the person on the throne and thought, "This is the Sea of Consciousness. What the hell is happening? Is it another dream? No, this is definitely reality, but why now?" He said loudly, defensively, "Who exactly are you? What do you want? Why do you keep appearing before me?" Hearing that, the person chuckled and asked back, "You ask what I want? You must reach him." Hearing that, Tae-hyun tensed up and thought, "Him?" The person on the throne continued, "To do that, I need someone who isn't blinded by the power I bestowed, but who can overcome everything on their own. So, it's the opposer." He floated down maliciously. "This is the test for that." Tae-hyun was no longer calm, but roared, "Don't mess with me. Who do you think you are to dare?" His hand suddenly froze, unable to move even a single finger. Tae-hyun was extremely tense, sweat continuously pouring down. A mysterious power had been activated. Gluttony was cancelled, unusable. He couldn't believe the reality unfolding and stammered, "WH what? Monarch's devouring power has been cancelled, cannot be used. Monarch's world has been cancelled, cannot be used. Shadow Veil cannot be used. Binding Chains cannot be used. Queen's Man cannot be used. Absolute Hypnosis cannot be used. Currently, no skills can be used." He, utterly powerless, watched the throne moving further away. Then suddenly, Kentamian charged, pulling Tae-hyun back to reality. Covered in wounds, he charged at him with blazing momentum. Tae-hyun was still reeling in shock, his face pale. Kentamian used his damaged spear to sever one of his arms and legs. Azon, seeing the situation wasn't good from atop the wall, used magic to freeze him in place. Uneasy, she called out loudly, "Tae-hyun." He clung to a nearby ice floe, thinking, What's happening here? What exactly is he? He suddenly appeared and sealed all my skills. What is this? Is this not my power? I knew that from the very beginning. Because I was once just an unawakened being. A useless individual, simply the chosen one. But to have the bestowed power withdrawn so immediately. While he was still lost in his own world, Kentamian broke free from control and charged furiously, swinging his fist. Then Kentamian punched Tae-hyun hard, slamming him to the ground. He hadn't grasped the situation yet, so he screamed inwardly, "This is too much." He poured all his accumulated humiliation into his punch, screaming maniacally, "How dare a lowly prey like you humiliate me? I'll kill you." Tae-hyun was punched by Kentamian until he spat blood, now without a shred of fighting spirit left. He thought despairingly, "No matter what have I been fighting for? What have I been fighting for until now? As Tae-hyun thought this, the foe prepared to deliver a decisive punch. Azon suddenly leaped down from the wall. She created a large ice block to block his punch. Only then did he snap back to reality and call out, "Azon." She quickly turned to him and said, "I'll buy you time. Use this chance to find the Sanctus and heal yourself." Tae-hyun was surprised. Huh? He sat on the ground, looking at Azon in front of him, and shouted, "What the hell are you saying? You're no match for him, run away immediately." Azon suddenly yelled, "That's why I have to stop him. The only one who can defeat that monster is you, Tae-hyun. Didn't you come here to stop the dungeon break? Don't you realize if you die here, everything will end?" Azon's words were like a wake-up call. He suddenly regained his composure. Tae-hyun gritted his teeth and thought, "That's right. What needs to be done is to understand his purpose. This isn't the time to think about why I lost my skills. No matter how unfair it is, the situation won't change. If I can't defeat Kentamian, everyone here will die. I have to find a way, no matter what. But how? With a body like this and no skills, how can I face Kentamian?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he'd found a lifeline. No, there are still skills to use. Skills that couldn't be used from the start. Tae-hyun remembered a certain system panel. It displayed, Blood Frenzy, currently unusable. Activation condition. Absorb a powerful amount of blood. He murmured, "Powerful blood." Tae-hyun turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was Kentis's mangled corpse, crushed under a pile of large rocks. Kentis lay motionless, without any signs of life. Azon, after a while of struggling, was completely exhausted, her entire body covered in blood. Kentamian smugly said, "How dare a lowly wretch like you stand in my way? But no matter, using your blood for recovery isn't a bad idea." He approached her unconscious body, preparing to grab her. Suddenly, IG Moon's massive face appeared behind him. Kentamian turned his head to look, astonished. Then he turned to look at Tae-hyun, who was slowly recovering. Confirming the absorption of a powerful amount of blood, a colossal power was awakening. The damaged body was reactivated, all stats increased by 250. Feeling the colossal power, Kentamian unconsciously tensed up and said, "This sense of magic, it belongs to the unknown Grand Duke." "What are you, really?" While he was still bewildered, Tae-hyun had fully recovered. The limbs that were severed earlier had now fully regrown. All usage conditions have been met. The Blood Rage skill has been activated. In a dark place, Opposer sat majestically on his throne. With a delighted expression, he mumbled to himself, "Perhaps I should let him use at least one skill. But it seems there's nothing to worry about. By devouring even a demon beast, who would have thought he'd dare to unseal the power of Grand Duke IG Moon? Yes, that's how he must grow, with each battle more fierce and arduous. He must realize how carefree he's lived, and how different the power he's used all this time is. Only then." He stopped talking here to build suspense. Back to the fight, Tae-hyun, full of bloodlust, raised his fist, preparing to strike. Kentamian was still bewildered, his face showing a hint of terror. He lunged and punched him hard in the chest. At this moment, Opposer's incomplete earlier statement echoed, "Only then can it reach him." He was hit by a direct blow and tumbled to the ground. One of Kentamian's arms was severed. He struggled to prop himself up with his remaining arm. Kentamian's whole body trembled in confusion. What is this? Wasn't this guy just on the verge of death? How can a lowly human use the Grand Duke's power? No, actually, it doesn't matter. He's someone I have to kill anyway. I don't know how he got that power, but this is Grand Duke Organ's territory. If my current body isn't enough, I'll eat more corpses and absorb magic power. To completely tear you apart and devour you, Kentamian sprang up, having completely transformed into another version of himself. The blood-soaked mouth on his belly, after ravenously chewing on the nearby corpses. Tae-hyun turned his head to look at the unconscious Azon, secretly relieved. He immediately called her name, Ayoung. Then Tae-hyun realized, fortunately, she's still breathing. He looked down at his dark hand and sharp claws. So, this is the power of Grand Duke Ig Moon, blood frenzy. The blood boiling, his heart feeling like it would explode, the pain from his body having turned into a monster. Clearly, this isn't a power that can be used for long. But for some reason, Kentamian had recovered and was now charging furiously towards Tae-hyun. He showed no fear, even feeling somewhat at ease deep down. My body feels light. He raised his double-headed axe high, pointing it at Tae-hyun and saying, "This time, I will definitely finish you." Kentamian's axe slammed down. He quickly dodged to the side, and a part of the ground cracked open. Tae-hyun took advantage of the moment before he could lift the axe, going on the offensive. He charged straight at Kentamian and clawed a long line from his left shoulder all the way to his right waist. Blood spewed out from the clawed wound horrifyingly. He angrily yelled, "This brat!" Kentamian, like a deranged monster, swung his axe wildly. Wherever Tae-hyun was, he would destroy it. Each time Kentamian swung his axe, Tae-hyun dodged with graceful fluidity. He swung high, and Tae-hyun ducked to avoid the blow. Kentamian swung to the side, and he quickly slipped past. He wasn't happy about that at all and immediately got so angry he was fuming. What the hell is going on? Why can't my attacks hit him? Why am I being overwhelmed like this? My strength is not inferior to his. No, in fact, I'm even stronger after absorbing more corpses. But why am I? Tae-hyun quickly launched himself from afar, swinging his fist, landing a direct punch on Kentamian's face. He couldn't react in time, taking a direct hit that made him spit out blood. What he gained when unleashing Blood Frenzy was not just beast-like power and stats. Along with Blood Frenzy came the appearance of a red right eye. As Tae-hyun fought, he felt something strange. His right eye had become a blood eye again, like when he used the gluttony skill, but this time it was different. Unlike before, now the flow of magic power was clearly visible. I could see where he focused his strength. All your actions, I see clearly. Even the location of the magic stone, the heart of the beast. Kenta, now helpless, weakly asked, "Ultimately, what are you?" Tae-hyun crushed a part of the magic stone with one hand as he replied, "What am I, you ask? Go to hell and find out." His heart destroyed, he roared fiercely like an animal caught in a hunting trap. Then his upper body exploded, shards of the magic stone scattering everywhere with the blast. Tae-hyun hovered in midair, saying to himself, "Of course, I'll have to find out for myself too." With his victory over Kenta, Tae-hyun successfully brought a complete end to the break crisis in Japan. The Japanese Players Association put in their utmost effort to treat the injured and recover from the losses. Meanwhile, Kuro, who refused assistance from other associations for personal gain, fell from power and was temporarily detained for investigation. Azon was fortunate to only suffer minor injuries that weren't life-threatening. Even so, she was worried about being reprimanded by Guild Master Jean Hai. Jean Hai happily told Azon, "Reprimanded? Not at all. I'm just relieved you're safe and sound." Hearing this, she happily replied, "I'll try even harder." And the Saintess and the Demon Sword. Sarada and Shinji held a press conference. Both sincerely bowed their heads and apologized. Both confessed all the unlawful acts they committed using their player skills. Sarada honestly revealed the bad things she had tried to hide for so long. "I used the Holy Revelation skill to control and manipulate people for personal gain. I accept any punishment. And when all this is over, I will start anew as a true player." At the U.S. Players Association, Kevin looked at the screen and exclaimed, "Truly astonishing. That guy, Tae-hyun, I knew he was a talented player, but I never expected him to be able to defeat an SS Plus class demon beast alone. It seemed like only Cody could do something like that." Marcus, standing nearby, chimed in. But this time, he surpassed even that, compared to his friendly match against Gregor. That red magic power, it wouldn't be wrong to consider it the power of a Grand Duke. Kevin thought deeply, what a pity. Such a talent, yet we can't recruit him. But there's no other way. People like him aren't easily swayed by money or power. The only things that guide them are their unwavering beliefs and ideals. All we can do is hope those beliefs don't conflict with each other. Marcus watched Kevin turn and leave, asking, "So, the association's decision has been made?" He replied as he left, "That's right. Besides that boy, it's time for us to act too. After all, everything we do is for the advancement of humanity." Kevin walked beside Lon, looking at the massive creature slowly taking shape in the cultivation tank. It had wings and a strong body, but no face. Unknown name, unknown characteristics, unknown level. Leaving the U.S. Players Association, elsewhere, Tae Hine was drinking a bottle of magic water. He drank it all, not leaving a single drop. Tae Hine reached out, trying to use a skill, but unfortunately, nothing happened. Unable to use the gluttony skill, unable to use the gluttony skill. Seeing this, he thought deeply, still not working? After Blood Frenzy was deactivated, my beast-like body returned to its normal human state, but the sealed skills haven't been unlocked yet. Currently, I can only use the power of the Grand Duke, Blood Frenzy, and the new skill gained after activating the Blood Frenzy Demonic Eye. The system panel displays information, Demonic Eye activated. Consumes 10 magic power. Therefore, I sought the help of the Master Alchemist, Sang X. From Tae Hine's perspective, he placed a new bottle of medicine among the empty ones and said, "Failed again. I believed it would succeed this time." He is Sang X, the leader of the Alchemists, an S-rank player. His signature skill is Potion Creative. This skill allows for the creation of potions with effects far surpassing ordinary alchemy, from boosting stats, luring demon beasts, dispelling curses, to even curing illnesses considered incurable. Sang X walked up to Tae Hine and sincerely said, "I'm truly sorry, I couldn't help." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "It's all right, perhaps the curse on you is stronger than we thought." Tae Hine looked at his recently recovered hand and thought to himself, but if even Sang X's power is useless, then there's only one way, that guy, Apogenser, won't remove this curse after all. Seeing him silent, he nervously asked, "What are you going to do now?" Tae Hine turned to look and replied, "If even Guildmaster Sang X can't solve it, then perhaps I'll have to go abroad." Hearing that, Sang X exclaimed, "Are you planning to go to America?" Ignoring his hesitation, he continued, "That's right, to meet the number 2 ranked player in America, who is also the world's number 1 curse-dispelling expert." Ricky, the person just mentioned, was standing among a pile of people lying flat on the ground. She looked up at the man standing above and said, "Long time no see, Guildmaster John Long. I've announced it many times, but today I'm not here as a member of the American Players Association, but as an investigator for the World Players Association." John Long saw her and seemed happy. "Ricky." She ignored his expression and continued, "I'm here to investigate the illegal experiments near the unexplored dungeon area in China. Therefore, I hope you will cooperate with the investigation." John Long's face darkened when he heard this. "If I refuse, what do you intend to do?" Tae Hine, on his side, secretly said to himself, "Of course," before she disappears. Ricky heard John Long's words and smiled. "Refuse, huh?" She recalled Marcus's presentation. There are currently 2 untouched dungeons available for conquest. One is the Japanese dungeon, Kentis' Storm. It has been conquered by player Tae Hine. The other is the Chinese dungeon, Grey Abyss, which has annihilated countless conquest teams. What we need to pay attention to is China's unconquered dungeon. Many mysterious laboratories and magical power have been discovered in the surrounding area. Clearly, under John Long's direction, some experiment is being conducted. We cannot stand by and watch this situation forever, and we must clarify the truth behind it. I hope you will cooperate, Ricky." She remained silent for a long time, seriously considering this. Returning to the present, Ricky was still brimming with readiness to fight. She walked forward, loudly saying, "If that's the case, then there's only one way, to resolve it by force." John Long looked at her with a hint of apprehension. He thought to himself, "Ricky, as the second-ranked player in America. It's true that I anticipated this, but I didn't expect her magical power to be so overwhelming, even for me. She was extremely eager at this moment. With just one small move from him, she would charge straight into fight. John Long suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, his thoughts becoming even clearer on his face. How interesting, our plan seems to fit this situation perfectly. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Just kidding, kidding. No matter what, no one would ever go against the World Players Association. I will actively cooperate with this investigation. Ricky quickly said, if that's the case, then, but John Long didn't let her finish, interrupting. But wouldn't seeing it with your own eyes and judging it yourself be more accurate, right? I invite you to the laboratory. Ricky's eyes widened at his words, her emotions a mix of astonishment and confusion. John Long looked down from above with a sinister gaze. How about this? Tomorrow, you can witness our experiment yourself, and then we'll discuss further. At a hotel exclusively for players in China. Ricky was sipping wine, looking out at the magnificent city and pondering, an invitation? What is he plotting? There's no way he'd cooperate so easily. John Long, someone as unpredictable as him, I must be very careful. But, ending her train of thought, she spoke up. How rude, Tae Hein. You barge into a lady's room like this? Sitting opposite Ricky was Tae Hein, who had entered without her knowing. She observed him cautiously, secretly wary. Tae Hein, South Korea's promising talent. The U.S. Players Association has also started paying attention to him recently. I thought we'd meet sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be in this situation. What are you scheming? While her mind was in a turmoil, Tae Hein suddenly stared intently at Ricky and spoke. You will die here. Ricky was stunned by these words, speechless with shock. Just like her, Tae Hein was also secretly wary. Ricky, the second-ranked player in the United States, a national-level player. She has achieved global fame, but her most renowned skill is contract annulment, a skill that can even dissolve the covenants of awakened individuals. Currently, besides Monster Mask and Blood Frenzy, I cannot use any other skills. To conquer the unexplored dungeon, I need Ricky's skill. But she's famous for never negotiating with outsiders. According to my pre-regression memories, Ricky will die in the Guangzhou dungeon. An event so famous the whole world talked about, but humans, if they are human, care about their own lives. I must do everything to get her attention, like that. After a moment of surprise, Ricky returned to her initial relaxed demeanor. She placed the wine glass on the table and asked, and then? Her calm attitude made him pause slightly. Ricky calmly looked at Tae Hein and continued, players always face danger and can die at any moment. Believe me or not, with great power comes great responsibility. Seeing her about to leave, Tae Hein quickly said, don't you care about your own life? If I'm human? Ricky stopped what she was doing and wondered, human? Am I truly human, someone who can manipulate everything like me? If I snap my fingers, not just this place, but everyone in this building will be wiped out. In some ways, I'm no different from a monster. That's why players need something, whether it's justice, a mission, a dream, or money. Something to bind us. What binds Tae Hein? Ricky walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, which side do you belong to? A human who can control himself, or a monster consumed by desire? Tae Hein froze for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He didn't look at her but spoke up. I don't know. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. Although not to the extent of a demon, many players have lost their humanity after endless battles. You're actually quite principled. Tae Hein looked up at Ricky with interest and continued, but I'm also a man of principles. She heard that and remained silent. But soon after, Ricky chuckled softly. She ran her hand through her hair and said, you came here, you must want something from me. Tae Hein didn't hesitate to state his true purpose, I need your canceller skill. Most of my skills are currently sealed, for various reasons. Ricky quickly replied, with such a level of acquaintance, to make such a request upon first meeting, isn't that a bit much? If I help you, what will I get? Hearing that, he laid out his condition, Currently, your biggest concern is helping those who might be affected in Guangzhou. I can help you do that. Not enough? Ricky raised an eyebrow, looking at Tae-Hein, and replied, Do you think I need your help? Her answer made Tae-Hein even more confident. He calmly said, That remains to be seen. But there's no harm in being prepared, right? The scene was no longer in the hotel room. This was at the gate in the secret research lab of John Long. Two scientists stood at the gate, waiting for her. Welcome, Ricky. We've been waiting for you, but who is that person? She looked up at the person mentioned and replied, He's my bodyguard. At this time, Tae-Hein was in disguise to avoid detection. After both were brought inside, then moved to the meeting place. While waiting, he secretly thought to himself, Jian Long's secret research lab. Only Ricky was invited here. They wouldn't allow any other high-level players to enter or exit. Moreover, I'm already famous for conquering Japanese dungeons. So, I disguised myself as a bodyguard. While Tae-Hyun was still calculating, they arrived. Someone was already waiting there. That person saw them and spoke up. How interesting. Someone called a national-level player needs a bodyguard? That's odd, isn't it? He's Jian Long, the president of the Chinese Player Association. Ricky replied politely, It doesn't hurt to be careful. I'm sure you'll allow this much, won't you? Sitting in the seat next to her, he silently observed, That man is Jian Long, the one who orchestrated the assassination of contestants in the Asian-friendly match and is the source of future disasters. A scientist stepped forward and said, Before entering, please take the Awakener's oath. Tae-Hyun heard that and thought to himself, An oath? Ricky also mumbled, An oath, huh? That thing probably won't do me any good. He turned to look at her intensely thought, This woman, she calls herself human, but the aura emanating from her is. Seeing Ricky's confident demeanor, Jian Long waved his subordinate away. I thought so too. Besides, there's no way an oath could stop Ricky. My apologies for the inconvenience. He walked to the door and led the way. Well then, let me begin by giving everyone a tour of the laboratory. A project I call the S-Rank Awakener experiment. Below the railing were countless cultivation pods. Ricky stopped when she saw this scene. She couldn't believe her eyes and said to herself, Humans, trapped in glass tubes? I expected this, but I didn't expect it to be this cruel. Ricky quickly stepped up to a cultivation pod and looked up. Jian Long, still speaking from behind, we are trying to create S-Rank Awakeners by injecting demonic energy into human bodies. Isn't it wonderful? A power that challenges even the gods. She exclaimed, slightly losing her composure, What the hell is this? Tae-Hyun quickly came closer and stopped Ricky, Don't use your skills here. If you're careless, the people being experimented on will be in danger. Knowing she couldn't do anything, she cursed helplessly. Damn it. Jian Long saw her attitude and narrowed his eyes, smiling with satisfaction. He was still standing on the railing and called down, Another Awakener is about to be born. The moment an Awakener is born is always a miracle. You are truly lucky to witness this scene. The scientist standing next to him read the information panel, Experiment Subject B102. Heart rate rapidly increasing, physical strength rapidly increasing. Magic power rapidly increasing. Ricky lightly touched the glass surface of the pod and softly asked, Is this truly a successful experiment? Suddenly, the person inside opened their eyes wide. Then, with a boom, the person's body exploded, and nothing could be seen inside the pod from the outside. Jian Long heard the noise and exclaimed, What is this? Another failure. Ricky heard him say that and could no longer remain calm. Tae-Hyun realized this and quickly moved closer to her. He whispered, only for the two of them to hear, Wait, calm down. But before he could stop her, she loudly said, You've crossed the line. Tae-Hyun was so tense that sweat continuously flowed. He looked at her, who was preparing to charge into battle, and thought to himself, I guess she has other skills besides Canceller, but is the power strong enough to make the entire lab shake like this? Ricky's face had darkened at this moment. She swung her arm towards Jianlong, emphasizing each word. Are you ready to pay the price, Jianlong? He calmly said, humans are not inherently equal. This is a reality everyone has known since the player system was implemented into the world. The moment a player's rank is decided, their life is also determined by that rank. But no one wants to remain weak forever. I am simply turning that hope into a reality. He paused and asked, right? Ricky didn't want to keep listening to his reasoning. She yelled, but this ends here. Jianlong looked at Ricky in surprise. She had activated her fusion energy. That powerful surge of energy shot straight towards Jianlong. He merely smirked mockingly, then slowly took out a scroll. Ricky and Tae-hyun were astonished. That's... They seemed to realize, the black hole skill. The black hole nullifies all surrounding skills. Not only is it a rare skill, but even using it is extremely difficult. Where did he get it? Jianlong suddenly spoke up, relying on superior magic power than me, huh? Humans need to know how to use tools. This is a black hole skill scroll. He chuckled, I've prepared another gift. I hope you'll like it. The base suddenly shook violently. Tae-hyun was utterly terrified. No way. He quickly ran to the edge of the wall. He watched intently as the shadow gradually spread, saying, I wondered why the research lab was underground. It turns out the entrance to the dungeon, the Gray Abyss, is right next door. From within the wall, a deep hole appeared. Tae-hyun thought, the reason the research lab is underground must be to efficiently exploit the magic power from the dungeon, and most of this magic power probably comes from him. Jianlong looked at them and sneered, what a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals, Ricky. Tae-hyun, you and I still have an unsettled debt. He looked at the old man in surprise, thinking, did he realize my identity from before? Jianlong continued, now you're out of options, Tae-hyun. Seal the gate. His assistant asked in surprise, what? But there are still experimental subjects and researchers below. He said, puzzled, so what? There are enough experimental subjects and researchers elsewhere. If we use this method to deal with them, it's not a big loss. Saying that, he left with his assistant, leaving Ricky and the others behind. Tae-hyun frowned, it seems we've fallen into a trap. She replied, that's right. Even my skill is nullified, how troublesome. This is the first time I've met an opponent like this. Suddenly, the other researchers screamed in fear. A gnarled foot appeared, shattering the floor with a single stomp. The creature stared at the people in front of it, seemingly evaluating which ones were tastiest. Tae-hyun and Ricky took a defensive stance. They looked at what had just appeared in surprise, that is. Then they wondered, a snail? The researchers trembled, stammering, there. Coming from the gate? Snails? But if they're just normal ones, we can still deal with them. The vicious snail looked at them. One person said in surprise, what? What is that? It's a snail infected by a parasite. It let out a roar, and the parasite spread through the air, clinging to a person. His face began to break out in hideous green pustules, and his pupils turned red. Once infected by the parasite, the creature will only retain its instinct to attack, continuously infecting other individuals and only increasing the number of monsters manipulated by the parasite's will. A person ran away, shouting a warning, be careful. If you touch the air it emits, you'll get infected by the parasite. Ricky stared at the snail in shock. Her instincts told her to run, but for some reason, she remained rooted to the spot. Tae-hyun also panicked and swore, damn it. At this critical moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the snail was blasted into the wall. As the dust slowly cleared, Tae-hyun's sturdy figure was seen holding Ricky. Blood circles continuously appeared around him. She stared at Tae-hyun in surprise. Beneath his glasses, one of his eyes glowed with a strange red light. Ricky exclaimed, how can a skill? The situation was critical, most researchers were already infected with the parasites. Tae-hyun told himself, I can't let anyone else get infected by the parasites. I must, by all means, prevent the parasites from spreading out of this laboratory. He deliberated. To stop the infection, I must target that thing, the core entity controlling all the parasites. I must destroy it, he thought, then charged straight towards the snail. Tae-Hyun used his skill to see through the snail's skull. He secretly rejoiced, I see it. It's the parasite core on the snail's head. Tae-Hyun forcefully landed a powerful blow on its skull. Seeing his strike miss, he was surprised. It dodged it. He had no choice but to fly behind the snail. He saw it viciously chasing after the uninfected researchers, who screamed in terror, "Help me!" Tae-Hyun thought, no, if the number of infected people here increases, then... He had no choice but to powerfully push off and punch the snail. It was flattened against the wall by the hit. Tae-Hyun told himself, this blow must have caused damage. As the dust cleared, the snail's head peeked out, its eyes still just as fierce. Tae-Hyun couldn't help but be surprised. That punch had no effect on the snail. Tae-Hyun thought to himself, I didn't expect to be its target. A loud explosion rang out. Ricky covered her nose, struggling to stand upright. She called out in surprise, Tae-Hyun. In the hazy dust, Tae-Hyun stood motionless. Ricky couldn't help but worry, don't tell me he's become a host. If a player that strong becomes a host, then not only this laboratory, but the entire world will face an uncontrollable monster. A triumphant smile suddenly bloomed on his indifferent face. Tae-Hyun smiled and said, got it. He firmly gripped the snail's skull and said, did you think you'd escape? His grip made its skull bleed. Ricky was still stunned, watching Tae-Hyun's crazy actions. Tae-Hyun coolly walked away with his glasses on, the giant snail having just fallen behind him. He smiled and asked, ready? It's time to catch John Long. Elsewhere, John Long stood with his assistants and subordinates. Someone suddenly asked, Chairman, what if they somehow survive? They are, after all, two national strategic-level individuals. He darkly looked at his subordinates. The person who asked suddenly flinched, an inexplicable fear flashing through them. John Long turned and replied, you're worrying about nothing. This laboratory was built with special materials. To prevent experimental subjects from escaping, it's a synthesis of the most advanced technologies, durable enough to withstand most ordinary attack skills. And the thick door, made from the same material as these walls, is at the end of the elevator. Once we leave and seal it off, no one can escape, neither Ricky nor Tae-Hyun will stand a chance against the monster in the dungeon. Suddenly, the base shook violently. They were all horrified. What the hell was that just now? A rumbling sound echoed, and the very doors John Long had just boasted about were pierced through by a force. From within, Tae-Hyun jumped out with immense power. He exclaimed in surprise, how did they break through the barrier? Tae-Hyun smiled, looking at his opponent. We still have an unsettled score, don't we? John Long. At this moment, his eyes glowed red, along with streaks of blood on his face. He gritted his teeth in anger. Tae-Hyun, you're still blocking my way at the very last minute. He adjusted his shirt to look a bit more handsome. He thought to himself, John Long has never acted on his own. It's possible he has no abilities at all. Thinking that, he immediately charged forward. John Long suddenly spoke up, you think that's it? Then he launched an attack. The two fists collided, creating a resounding crash. Tae-Hyun thought in surprise, he blocked my blood rage attack with bare hands? John Long didn't let him recover, but instead channeled more power into his fist. Tae-Hyun was pushed back by this blow. He began to consider, not understanding where that terrifying power came from, but with his monstrous eyes, he knew. John Long, he has infused the monster's demonic power into his own body. He is now half man, half monster. I had a feeling something like this would happen. But I didn't expect him to madly experiment on his own body. John Long laughed and said, I originally didn't intend to act directly. But you pests are really annoying. Go drink some more milk, kid. Saying that, he struck a blow to Tae-Hyun's forehead. He looked at him and said, by now, it must be almost time. John Long's hand suddenly went numb. He crashed to the ground. Looking at the electrified wires binding him tightly, John Long trembled. My body, why is there no strength left? The things clinging to my body, they're draining my power. Tae-hyun suddenly looked up. He said, You've arrived. Ricky, her sudden appearance surprised everyone. It turned out Ricky had intervened to help Tae-hyun. She said, Sorry, am I late? I can't cross that distance like you do. It took some time to clear all the obstacles. But it's amazing, not only can you use skills in the black hole, but you also have the power to break through barriers. Based on you telling me to use the canceller, I guess you have many other skills, right? I wonder how you'll surprise me this time. Tae-hyun smiled and replied, Is this all that remarkable? John Long cursed angrily, You bastards, how dare you? He screamed madly, Is it like this again? Seeing John Long struggle to break free, Tae-hyun remarked, Looks like he still has some fight left, doesn't he? Ricky replied, Probably. Both quickly stretched their muscles. Truly as stubborn as a cockroach. He charged forward angrily. Ricky said, Don't charge in foolishly like that, it's so uncivilized. Her gentle blow took off one of John Long's arms. Tae-hyun also joined in, politely saying, Excuse me for a moment. His hands were now transformed by demonic power into sharp claws. Tae-hyun calmly gave John Long a rake, blood gushing from his body like a spring. Tae-hyun gave him another series of rakes, then spun around skillfully. Ricky watched this display in surprise, exclaiming, John Long, fine, but that person isn't an ordinary player either. John Long still wouldn't give up. He darted past Tae-hyun, seemingly intending to target the easier opponent. He was seen rushing towards Ricky, landing a painful blow on her. Ricky, unprepared, was slammed into the wall. Tae-hyun shouted worriedly, Ricky. John Long then delivered a kick to Tae-hyun. Although he managed to defend with his hands, he was still pushed back by this blow. Tae-hyun was covered in panicked sweat. He looked at John Long in astonishment. He had the ability to regenerate his body. John Long said arrogantly, Your attacks are all useless. My body constantly regenerates, after all. Tae-hyun started to worry, Damn it, because I had to block the blow head-on, my whole arm is shaking nonstop. Will I even be able to counterattack? He stroked his beard and smiled smugly, You managed to block this blow? I like your strength, it would be a waste to just kill you. So, do you want to join my ranks? What's more, you are also a contractor of the Grand Duke. He was shocked. He knows about the Grand Duke? How does this guy know about that? John Long continued rambling, National Strategic Level Player, those titles mean nothing. Before contractors of the Grand Duke, like us, humans are just meaningless insects. So, take my hand. Tae-hyun suddenly moved close to his face and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I arrogantly declare this. I originally didn't trust those who specialize in backstabbing others. Ricky said weakly, In this situation, I guess I can only rely on you. Tae-hyun said, From ancient times, I have not trusted you people. Then he used his monarch's authority, which had been unleashed. John Long looked at Tae-hyun in astonishment. What is this? How am I being overwhelmed by this aura? He pointed his finger and asked in a low voice, You told me to take your hand? Someone like you? The gluttony skill has been unleashed. You and I are not on the same level. Tae-hyun cast a move, gluttony has been unleashed. John Long couldn't believe his eyes. I'm being devoured, why? Why? Did I really lose to a mere brat like this? I accepted the monster's power and successfully evolved into a new species, but it was all for nothing. I need more power, even more power, you must give me that power. Just when he thought it was over, a shadow appeared behind him. Tae-hyun turned his head vigilantly. That black creature blew out a pile of green liquid, which Tae-hyun fortunately avoided. He observed the ground and speculated, the ground is melting? Is it a strong acid? Could it be that thing? The bizarre creature raised its head, striking a pose like it was doing a photo shoot. In fact, it was just building momentum. Before everyone could recover, the monster spat out several more blobs of green fluid. The bodies of those who were hit by the green fluid were corroded, some even severed. Ricky frantically shielded her body. She thought in horror, I thought I'd seen countless monsters by now. But that monster is on a different level. Just then, Tae-hyun rushed over and hugged Ricky tightly. He used his body to shield her. Tae-hyun said, I had a hunch, and its appearance has confirmed it. The Dry Color Realm, master of the unconquered dungeon in China. That is grave venom. His eyes lit up with killing intent. Tae-hyun recalled the dungeon expansion of the unexplored dungeons in China. It was a world-famous event even before I regressed. Venom exploited this expansion to infect countless people, turning them into hosts. He also admired John Long's audacity. John Long, wasn't your monster transformation experiment enough, so you offered your body to Venom as well? Tae-hyun turned to instruct, Ricky, you should retreat first. You don't have much mana left after using Exterminate on me, do you? I'll hold him here while you escape. Come back with reinforcements. Ricky protested, but then you'll be all alone. He said firmly, I'll be fine. I don't think I can fight and protect you at the same time. Ricky bit her lip and said nothing, because she knew she would only be a burden to him. Finally, she could only pat his shoulder and compromise, please, come back. Venom said with interest, how interesting, a Grand Duke's contractor protecting a human. A contractor should obey the Grand Duke without question. How can you use that power for a low-class human? His curiosity piqued, I'm very curious. Just like how I could see the memories of this human body after absorbing it. If I make you my host, I'll be able to see them too. Suddenly, Venom felt a powerful aura. What is this? It turned out Tae-hyun had used gluttony while Venom was still rambling. He said, why is this bug buzzing so much? First, let's rein in that annoying speed of yours. A notification window appeared simultaneously. High-tier species I skill activated. Your agility has skyrocketed. Ricky had already gone some distance by now. She worriedly turned her head back to look towards the room Tae-hyun was in. Ricky recalled what Tae-hyun had said to her earlier, go quickly, I'll handle things here. Thinking this, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. It's true that I probably wouldn't be able to help, but am I alone? Make sure you're safe and sound until I get back. Tae-hyun was currently fighting Venom with great intensity. He suddenly appeared behind him. Tae-hyun quickly increased his power. His unique skill, gluttony, had been enhanced. Feeling his body change, he muttered, now I can see everything. Tae-hyun continued to use gluttony, and the evil dragon opened its mouth, lunging towards Venom. It quickly appeared in front of Venom. Tae-hyun observed, when the high-tier species eye is active, Venom's movements become slower. And by applying gluttony to that monster, with these eyes, I can quickly track its movements. I can take it down. Venom once again spat out a corrosive, acid-like slime. Tae-hyun gritted his teeth, this stuff again. I won't fail like before. Tae-hyun's and Venom's attacks clashed simultaneously. The collision of two powerful forces created an explosion. It seemed his power had overwhelmed the green slime from him. Tae-hyun charged out of the smoke and dust, thinking, one more strike. I need to attack it quickly while I can. I'll finish it off completely with this attack. Just then, cracks began to appear outside the base. Loud explosions reverberated, sending rocks and debris flying. The entire building seemed to crumble into dust. Amidst the desolation, Tae-hyun emerged, covered in scratches, but his gaze unwavering. He looked at his trembling hands and cursed under his breath, damn it, my mana's almost depleted. I couldn't block all of Venom's attacks either. Where's Venom? Is it over then? Before Tae-hyun could rejoice, Venom suddenly appeared behind him, saying, how interesting. As expected from a Grand Duke's contractor. Tae-hyun's face paled, you're still alive after that attack? He lunged forward, punching Taehwan directly, enunciating each word, but that's just the beginning of the battle. Taehwan was choked by Venom's tight grip. He struggled, it's true, he's even faster and stronger than before. I can't keep my focus. Suddenly, Taehwan realized Venom was absorbing magic from the air. And that unique magic could only be felt inside a dungeon. That means this laboratory has been transformed into a dark dungeon. Venom flashed a wicked smile. You can't destroy me here. I'll make you my host. Despair seemed to engulf Taehwan. He trembled, thinking, my body's frozen. Is this fear? Fear of impending death? No, things like this, I'm already used to it. Taehwan ended his train of thought with a spectacular counterattack. Venom now has an extra mouth, making him more talkative. He laughed maniacally. You're struggling, aren't you? From the way you're curling up defensively, it seems you've run out of mana. As expected, humans can only endure so much. With just this much, you'll never be able to keep up with my regeneration. Taehwan struggled to sit up. He said, I thought I was about to die. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Venom was a little surprised. What's this? Taehwan continued, even I didn't know about this feature. He was still reeling from shock, from when he bit himself just now. Is my mana being transferred to him through the earring? Taehwan slowly opened his eyes. I got it. Your mana. Notifications appeared one after another, absorbed a massive amount of mana, speed increased by 1, stamina increased by 1, strength increased by 1. Venom looked at Taehwan and spoke, playing these petty tricks again, no matter how much you try to steal my power. As long as I have this Doton fist, my mana is endless. Taehwan chuckled when he heard him say that. Is that so? Then, let's see if it's still endless in this world. Behind him appeared a gigantic blood-red monster with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Venom froze, standing motionless as he stared at the massive monster. It rushed towards Venom like a gust of wind. Taehwan and the monster disappeared, and Venom stood in an unfamiliar place. He asked, bewildered, this is... In the distance, there was a throne made of bones. The figure seated on it saw Venom and spoke with annoyance, to even let bugs in here, truly insane. He looked up at the figure on the throne and quickly said, You're not the one I was fighting. This unusual aura, who are you? Seeing his attitude, the figure growled, I never permitted you to ask questions. You bug of Beelzebub. Appa Gangster said, looking down at Venom with eyes full of killing intent. Venom showed no caution, retorting arrogantly, How dare you casually call my master's name with such an inferior tone? So, you're also a Archduke? The man lost his patience and shouted, How long will your stinking mouth keep rambling on? Get out of my sight. As Appa Gangster spoke, many blood chains suddenly appeared from beneath Venom, tightly wrapping around his legs. Venom was held tight but still arrogantly said, It seems the one who signed the contract with you made a mistake in judgment. I am the Grey Parasite. No place can escape my invasion. Even if it's an Archduke's domain. Smoke slowly rose from his feet, then became thick like an ethereal mist. An unknown power is resisting me. The power emanating from Appa Gangster made Venom flinch. He was speechless, thinking, impossible. Venom couldn't believe it was true. This is absurd. This is impossible. The power I received from His Majesty. Before Venom could even retaliate, he was defeated by Appa Gangster. The man was no longer bothered by the incessant chatter and felt satisfied. Finally, it's quiet now, isn't it? Outside John Long's secret laboratory, someone had been ambushed there for a long time. That person tensely looked at the ruined building ahead, a bit impatient as he spoke. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He is Monty, America's national-level strategist ranked 5. As he observed, he pondered, my mission is to protect Ricky, an investigator from the World Player Association. She is also the most important talent of the American Player Association. Protect Ricky. Even though Ricky adamantly refused, he recalled when he made the offer, she just chuckled and replied, You're going to protect me? No need, I already have my own bodyguard. Recalling her words made him even more restless, but now several hours had passed since she entered the research facility, and there was no news whatsoever. Furthermore, what's with this mana fluctuation? I guess I have to act. Just as Monty stood up, there was movement ahead, and wall bricks suddenly flew everywhere. It turned out to be Ricky. She kicked through the wall to escape. Seeing the person he was looking for, he rushed to her and anxiously asked, "Ricky, are you okay?" Only then did she get a good look at the person who had just run over. She hesitated and said, "Monty, Roman." He didn't answer her but went to support her and inquire about the situation. "Someone like you is also this severely injured? What exactly happened inside?" Ricky told Monty the truth. They were conducting illegal experiments to turn humans into monsters. "Those people inside, I couldn't save anyone." She said this while turning her head to look back at the chaos inside. Monty also looked inwards. But then he quickly turned to check her expression. Monty saw she was still tired and said, "Let's go back first, we'll report everything later." Ricky quickly replied upon hearing this. "No, there's still someone who needs saving." He was surprised to see her like that and asked again, "Who are you talking about?" Ricky was a little tense and hesitant when mentioning this name, Korea, Tehu. Monty was also surprised to hear that, and immediately asked again, "Tehu?" Suddenly, the nearby trees rustled with leaves, but the sound echoed throughout the area. Ricky turned her head to look behind her. This feeling is... A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared from nowhere. A gate gradually took shape and was slowly opening. Countless monsters of terrifying forms were rushing out of it. Witnessing this scene, both Ricky and Monty were absolutely certain, dungeon break. He stepped forward a few paces, shielding her, and loudly said, "Ricky, get behind me." In the air, guns of various sizes appeared simultaneously, their barrels aimed directly at the monsters. This skill is Genocide Bullet, S-Rank, countless firearms created from mana. Monty urgently yelled, "Ricky, I don't know why you're with that Tehu, but..." Since a dungeon break has occurred, the probability of him still being alive inside is very low. The monsters hit by the attack fell dead, but their numbers barely decreased. More monsters surged out of the gate, perhaps even more than before. He saw the situation was dire and said tensely, "Damn, at this rate, there'll be no end. If I had known this, I would have called for reinforcements earlier." Ricky, despite her exhaustion, still managed to say, "For now, I'll join the fight." The monsters had surrounded her, but at this moment, she only thought of one person, Tehu. Was he really defeated by that guy? While she was still lost in thought, a monster approached and lunged at her. Seeing this, Monty urgently yelled, "Ricky." The monster was about to use its two hands to grab her, when she finally realized. Ricky stumbled backward, while the monster took advantage and kept coming closer. She backed up right to where Monty was standing. Both of them were now surrounded by monsters. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Someone suddenly rushed out of nowhere. A powerful sword strike cut the monster in half. Ricky saw this person and couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Tehu." He landed softly, and as he walked towards them, he said, "Venom is dead. Now we just need to deal with the remaining small fry." Following the dungeon break of the uncharted Stormy Kentakin's dungeon, next was the dungeon break of the Grey Abyss dungeon. These two events nearly became a disaster that spread across Asia, and coincidentally, both were stopped by a single player, Korea's Tehu. Now, not only the Asian and American player associations, but the entire world is watching Tehu's achievements. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, faced with the increase in cases of awakened individuals destroying SS-Rank magic beasts, including Tehu, they began discussing implementing a new system. A realm that can no longer be limited to S-Rank, SS-Rank players. In a certain desolate region, the setting sun cast a red hue across the sky. A person walked deep inside without making a sound. The night demon looked in one direction and spoke, "Impressive. Have you gotten even stronger?" He looked up at a person sitting on the back of a giant monster that had just been defeated. The person, with a bit of blood still on their face, spoke up upon hearing this, one of the great achievements. I have succeeded in signing a contract with the royal beast, Organ. The night demon, standing below, showed no surprise. As expected, this power is very suitable for the one who holds dominion. That person walked over, placed a hand on the night demon's shoulder, and said, "Long time no see, night demon. The fact that you came to me means there's a problem outside of eyes, right?" The night demon turned to look at him and replied, "Yes, a lot has happened during your absence." Hearing the other person say that, the person's face showed no emotion. That person was Ji Hong. His face, which had just been expressionless, now broke into a smile, but without any genuine joy. He replied, "How exciting." A few weeks have passed since China's unconquered dungeon, the Gray Abyss, was cleared. New Korea, an isolated island offshore. While the world was reeling from the drama, Ricky was enjoying the summer sun. She stretched comfortably after days of exhaustion. "This is nice. How long has it been since I've had such leisure time?" Tehu crossed his arms and declared loudly, "I'm the one who invited you here, but this isn't a vacation." Ricky, unfazed, picked up a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. "Whatever. I've been busy for so long, haven't I? I have to enjoy it while I can." He gazed thoughtfully. Ricky. This girl before him had a special status. As an investigator for the World Player Association, she testified about the illegal magic beast modification experiments conducted there. But the main culprit, John Long, was still missing. Moreover, most of the evidence was destroyed due to the final dungeon riot, making it difficult for Ricky to prove her claims. Tehu felt even more tormented. Additionally, the people who were experimented on couldn't be saved. She must be feeling disappointed. However, he reassured himself, but compared to my past life, the situation is much better. Tehu recalled a painful memory. Originally, Ricky was caught up in John Long's plan and went missing. At the same time, the initial suppression of venom also failed. Subsequently, an unknown epidemic broke out, plunging the entire world into suffering. He held the glass of water in his hand, surprised by the current outcome. He had originally gone to find Ricky to remove a skills seal. But this result was also unexpected. Tehu smiled and agreed, "All right, then just until the end of today." Just then, a young woman's sarcastic voice cut in, "Look, I knew it. Suddenly saying you'd go with Ricky, I thought it was something important." Azon, catching them like an anti-group admin, pointed a finger and exclaimed, "Who knew? It's just a date, isn't it?" Seeing her pout, Ricky smiled brightly and asked, "Are you mad, Azon?" Tehu quickly explained, "I said it wasn't." He tilted his head, looking suspicious. "And in the first place, I didn't even invite Azon. So why did you come along?" She casually continued, then suddenly stammered, "Of course, it's for supervision." "No, it's because the facility you're renting is under our management, that's why." Hearing this, Tehu looked bewildered and retorted, "I've already overpaid for the rent." Azon didn't hesitate to argue, "Just because you have money means you can do whatever you want? Who knows what tricks you'll pull there?" Watching the two of them act like a young couple, Ricky commented with a meaningful tone, "You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Perhaps I shouldn't take up too much of your time." She ran a hand through her hair and got straight to the point, "Let's move on to the main business." The scene shifted to a training area. Azon explained, "According to the alchemist's assessment, this is a barrier that can withstand the power of even SS-grade magic beasts." She added an important detail, "Moreover, it's quite far from residential areas, making it the perfect place for big operations. In fact, it's rarely been used until now." Azon turned around curiously and asked, "So, what's the reason you rented this place?" Tehu pondered, "The skill seal has been removed, but that's still not enough. I don't know when or where the guy who looks like me will appear again, getting in my way and trying to take over this body." Then, with burning determination, he continued, "I don't want to take that risk again. Before the big battle ahead, I must subdue him right here." At this point, Tehu spoke up, predicting the worst-case scenario, "I might lose control." Azon heard this and speculated in confusion. What? Lose control? Do you mean a skill outburst? Tehu's face darkened as he explained with a hint of helplessness, which made Ricky a little stunned. It's similar, but more than that. I might lose my sanity. Next, he seriously requested, since you've come all this way, there's something I need to ask of Azon. Tehu spoke earnestly. If there are any abnormal signs, I hope you two will stop me together. Seeing his resolve, Azon silently sighed. I really can't guess what Tehu is thinking anymore. She turned to her friend. Ricky, do you know anything? Ricky shrugged and replied, who knows? A second later, Ricky twirled a strand of hair thoughtfully. At that time, when I used the canceller in the lab, I saw Tehu's skill. She recalled his extraordinary ability, especially that unusual power. Could that be the power of the Grand Duke? After a moment of thought, Ricky's hopes flared. She smiled confidently. Perhaps I can gather some useful information. At this moment, Tehu stood silently, unmoving in place. He held his phone in his hand, then prepared to act. All right, let's give it a try. Looking at himself on the screen, Tehu rubbed his hair and muttered, come to think of it, this is my first time trying this method. Instantly, he gave the command, complete hypnosis. In an instant, Tehu's whole body froze, and the phone in his hand automatically fell to the ground. He stepped into a virtual space, then gripped himself in astonishment. It seems. Looking at the surrounding lake, Tehu realized the truth. This is the answer. Right in front of him was a towering throne, with a person sitting in the center. It was Oppo Genker, Tehu's replica, smiling sarcastically. It seems you're finally using your brain now. He continued in an interested tone, I didn't expect you'd come all the way here yourself. Seeing this, he retorted sarcastically, I should probably meet the one occupying my body, shouldn't I? Tehu stared at him and questioned, exactly like me, nothing but a replica, what exactly are you? Oppo Genker rested his chin on his hand, calmly and arrogantly replying, do I have an obligation to tell you? Hearing this, he coldly accepted the truth. All right, I already expected you wouldn't cooperate anyway. Without hesitation, Tehu issued a warning, but I don't intend to just leave a ticking time bomb inside me forever. He cracked his knuckles, then growled threateningly, hey, get out of this body right now. The man smiled sinisterly, then challenged, what if I refuse? Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Tehu raised his hand, deciding to attack. I'll use my power to crush you out of here. Oppo Genker gripped the throne, veins bulging in disdain. You, use your power. A second later, he was not to be outdone and took a stance similar to Tehu's, don't be delusional. At that moment, Oppo Genker unleashed his magic. That's also when T used that red blood magic. At that moment, both chanted their moves. 2 fire dragons were unleashed from each side, colliding in midair to create a blazing red explosion, like a Marvel movie poster, gluttony. At the same time, outside of reality, Azon and Ricky were startled by the shocking tremor. She cried out in panic, what the hell is this? Why is it suddenly shaking, an earthquake? As if realizing the problem, Ricky replied gravely, no. She looked towards his body and then stated, it seems it has already begun. At this moment, where T was standing, the ground suddenly cracked. Before he could react, the entire ground formed a gigantic, shattered circle. Ricky tensely recalled her spell and reminded, Azon, get ready. Things definitely won't be easy. Inside T's subconscious, there was also intense shaking. The blazing red lake churned and crashed together as he and Oppo Gangster confronted each other with fierce punches. Both simultaneously spun around and unleashed moves, slamming powerfully onto the ground, causing the two beasts to clash heads. T trembled in waves, contemplating and discovering his opponent's weakness. Just as I thought, this guy also knows how to use gluttony. If 2 sources of gluttony clash, neither can win. He risked it with his next idea, then. Just then, the guy spoke, interrupting T's train of thought, I can guess what you're thinking. Relying solely on the monarch's power isn't enough. You intend to use your own skills to win, right? Seeing Oppo Gangster guess his next thought, both proactively retreated. A moment later, he raised his hand forward, a disdainful smile on his face, but even that is not something that belongs to you. Hearing this, T was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Oppo Gangster paused for a second, then a sinister smile spread across his face. Then he chanted his move, summoning a giant sword directly above T's head, Monarch's authority. T felt the aura and immediately looked upwards. Before he could even see it, Oppo Gangster mercilessly plunged it down. In the murky dust, a drop of blood flew up in slow motion. T clutched himself, dodging, then worried slightly. This is different from what I predicted. He held his chest wound, gritting his teeth in surprise. I can't believe he can use that too, just like me. Facing him, Oppo Gangster sneered, acting like he knew everything. Isn't that obvious? Before T could recover from his shock, the guy delivered a combo punch directly to T's right arm. T staggered back, and Oppo Gangster continued to taunt. Even your other weapons, ultimately, are things you obtain through the king's power. He raised his fist, a provocative smirk on his lips. Do you think I can't use them? T struggled to hold his ground, shaking his head with a sigh. He truly is arrogant. At this moment, he reluctantly admitted to himself, despite the bitter resentment, despite not wanting to acknowledge it, that he was indeed strong. He has defeated many foes, leaving me powerless against them. While face-to-face with Oppo Gangster, T frantically scratched his head and pulled his hair. I prepared many cards to take him down, but they've all become meaningless. What should I do? Seeing him stand motionless, the guy frowned playfully. I can hear your mind working furiously. This resistance is pointless. Oppo Gangster summoned fiery change from thin air, then coldly declared, give up. Without waiting for T's reply, he commanded the change to rush forward like a runaway truck. And then a classic explosion occurred, scattering water everywhere like rain. Oppo Gangster slightly raised an eyebrow and squinted. From within the smoke and dust, T still stood tall like a monument, refusing to surrender. Give up? Since the moment I stepped in here, I knew it wouldn't be easy. At that moment, a surging power erupted. T punched through the pile of chains with a determined expression. As long as I can, I'll give it my all. Seeing this scene, the guy couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. Content unclear. Ricky, standing next to her, nodded like an expert. It's not just incredible, that magic rivals mine, the greatest sorcerer. When she perceived the abundant magic, she seriously concluded, no, it might even surpass it. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ricky turned to urge her teammate, Azon, we should act now. Prolonging this will only cause more trouble. Then she instructed carefully, while I'm using my skill. Before she could finish, something startled both of them. T, as if brainwashed, flew like a rocket towards them. Azon activated her magic artifact to block his attack. Looking at the person in front of her, she curiously asked, has he woken up? A moment later, she unleashed her power, shouting loudly. Azon frantically asked, Ricky, what do I need to do? She anxiously replied, I need a little time. While I cast the spell, hold T back. As soon as she understood, Azon channeled her energy and confidently replied, leave it to me. She charged forward heroically like a goddess of war. After all, I've wanted to fight T once already. At that moment, he seemed possessed by a deity, lightly waving his hand. And then a bright green energy shot out from T's fingertips. As the two clashed, a burst of light erupted like a fireworks festival. Azon struggled against his attack. She shivered repeatedly, then firmly said, remember the Grand Phoenix match? Back then, the situation was completely opposite. Azon stated the situation clearly, so this time it's my turn. She leaped up and swung her staff hard. I have to knock some sense into you. Without hesitation, she struck straight down. However, T dodged like a professional dancer, then soared up quickly again. He threaded his leg through the staff, then landed a kick to her face. Seeing this, Azon quickly parried with her staff. She clenched her teeth and lunged backward. At the same time, Ricky, from behind, launched a supportive attack. She created a small orb in her palm. Ricky, unexpectedly, raised it high. My trump card, I really didn't want to use it, but there's no other way. Immediately after, the small orb transformed into a gigantic one. Inside the orb was a shimmering, magical light. Ricky silently made the orb grow bigger and bigger. At this moment, Azon was strenuously resisting, thinking, I charged in confidently, but my arm is already going numb. Watching him launch his moves, she was stunned, asking herself, even when unconscious, he can still dodge? What exactly are you? In the nick of time, Ricky signaled, Azon, run. A large tree trunk grew out of the giant orb. Azon, startled, jumped over the tree trunk. She turned her head, confused, asking, Ricky, this is... Next, Ricky leaned against the tree branch, introducing her mysterious power, my skill, the teleportation gate. I've summoned a magical beast from the deepest layer of the abyss. Then, she continued to explain its mechanism. Using T as a test subject, it will react to strong magical power. And once it latches on, it will drain all magical power until nothing is left. When the magical power is depleted, the skill will automatically be cancelled. Hearing this, Azon's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly amazing, to use human strength to open a gate to the abyss. And even summon a magical creature from it to fight. Looking at the American player in front of her, she secretly admired, indeed, the power of one of America's strongest players, Ricky. At this moment, T was still struggling. But a second later, he became exhausted and let go of everything. Seeing everything conclude, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be over. Azon quickly ran over. T. She hurriedly called out his name. T, are you awake yet? Ricky stood behind, silently observing. Even after being drained by the magical beast, T's magical power continues to increase. If we had delayed any longer, things would have become dangerous. Just as she was muttering about her next step, a ray of light split the tree trunk. I expected this wouldn't be an easy task. I'll carefully settle this debt. At the same time, a perfect slash cut through Azon, freezing her in place. Ricky was horrified, stopping dead in her tracks, looking at the terrifying scene in front of her. She gasped, you mean? She was utterly shocked and summoned another orb. No way, how can he still move? At this moment, T raised his hand, contemptuously replying, a magical beast? Not a bad idea for a human. But after all, an individual cannot absorb more magical power than their capacity. Sensing an ill omen, Ricky pressed, T, no. The Oppo gangster looked up, smiling smugly, I am not him. Do you think I'm that weak? Understanding the situation, Ricky angrily growled, where's T? The fiend, taking advantage, grinned slyly, he lost to me, now this body is entirely mine. Looking at the person in front of her, she secretly speculated, this feeling, it's like an SS-class magical creature. A moment later, Ricky retorted contemptuously, oh really, but I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. She quickly made a decision, I'll make the first move. Ricky swung out a move, clearing her throat as she asked, you're my enemy, aren't you? Lightning bolts immediately shot towards Oppo Gangster. However, these attacks were nothing to him, he merely brushed them aside. Then, he stomped hard on the lightning bolts with his foot. Seeing that, Ricky was utterly shocked, unable to believe her eyes. No way, he blocked my energy compost with his bare hands? Seizing this opportunity, Oppo Gangster excitedly warmed up, saying, now's the time. Without waiting for her to react, he immediately showed off, should I warm up a little? Ricky, out of options, could only grit her teeth and retreat. Deep within T's subconscious, his soul lay limp beneath the water. The entire space fell into profound silence. Just then, T's finger twitched slightly. At that moment, steam rose from the water into the air, like a newly opened hot spring. T lay sprawling on the floor, realizing the harsh truth. I thought the gap had significantly narrowed, but the difference is still this immense. What in the world is he? He reminisced about the past and concluded, not the king. The king I once met wasn't this insane. It's something the king planted inside me. In his confusion, T struggled to sit up, suddenly becoming determined. I don't know why he's doing this, but now's not the time to overthink. I have to stop him. However, a big question formed in his mind as his body was slowly dissolving. But how? T looked up, gritting his teeth. In the end, this is the only way. At the same time, in the real world, Oppo Gangster was squeezing Ricky's neck like a toy. He lifted her up and complained in boredom, "Is that all? How disappointing. Not even enough for a warm-up." Ricky refused to give up, smirking, "You're the first one to underestimate me like this." "Even so, I belong to the national strategic level." Oppo Gangster scoffed openly, "The garbage standards set by humans are of no concern." "Anything else?" He continued with an implied tone, "If you've reached the national strategic level, I mean." Suddenly, Aeon called out T's name, making him stunned and freeze in place. She tremblingly placed her hand on Oppo Gangster's arm, then firmly declared with her last hope, "Let go. You're not this kind of person." Aeon resolutely called out, "Wake up." He fell silent for a moment after hearing her. Oppo Gangster mercilessly threw Ricky down, then used his speed energy to move behind Aeon. Without hesitation, Oppo Gangster shoved her aside. He scornfully remarked, "A mere bug like you." With murderous eyes, Oppo Gangster snapped his fingers and snarled, "Dare to touch my body." He gleefully watched her fall to the ground. "Wait patiently for your turn, because soon enough, you'll die too." Suddenly, Ricky spoke up beside them, drawing his attention, "It seems there's no way to bring T back." Then, Ricky raised her hand, issuing a challenge, gathering her remaining magic. "Hey, earlier you asked if I had anything else to show off, right?" She continued to explain with a mysterious tone, "Even though the demonic tree has vanished, the magic it absorbed still lingers in the air." Opposer looked at the XXL magic orb, his eyelid twitching slightly. "You're concentrating all that magic into one point?" At this moment, Ricky worriedly endured, "If this monster is released, the consequences will be even more terrifying than a dungeon break. I can't let that happen." With final despair, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Tien. I'll be your last companion." Next, Ricky, brimming with resolve, extended her hand towards his face. "Look closely. This is the full extent of my power." The next second, a gigantic orb plunged towards Opposer's head. He stood motionless, gazing at the orb, as if he had grasped something, and smirked. Next, a colossal dragon shot out and devoured the orb. Seeing this sight, Ricky froze in place. She stammered in surprise, "What? How can this be?" Opposer, bored, burst out laughing, "I've seen enough. Are you done with your performance?" Ricky, helpless and out of options, collapsed to the ground. "That's practically cheating. It's unstoppable." He slowly approached with a condescending, benevolent air. "Consider it a reward for entertaining me." "Especially. I will absorb you with my gluttony skill." Without hesitation, Opposer consumed all of her magic with a look of satisfaction. Just then, something made him stop his movement. Tien's blurry figure appeared in Opposer's mind. Seeing him stop, Ricky opened her eyes wide in surprise. Puzzled, she slightly raised an eyebrow, then slowly looked up. He erupted in a rage, gritting his teeth as he snarled each word, "Tien." In his subconscious, he angrily cursed, "This madman." Seeing the familiar figure, Opposer closed his eyes and smiled in welcome. "So you've come." Unable to believe it, he entered the subconscious to question, "What the hell are you thinking?" Looking at the magnificent sight before him, Opposer said in astonishment, "You dare use gluttony on yourself?" Seeing this, Tien confidently affirmed his speculation, "It seems my guess was correct. Your goal is for me to touch something. You didn't kill me to take this body." He continued with a warning, "If I die right now, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble too." He listened and replied disdainfully, "A ridiculous threat. Do you think I care about something called a vessel?" Tien sarcastically asked, "Someone like that, yet you rushed back like this?" Opposer heard him and raised an eyebrow threateningly, "Don't pretend. A chance like regression won't happen a second time." He looked at his palm, then firmly said, "Yes, I know. After all, I've died once already. This is my second life, obtained as a reward." Finally, Tian concluded with a strong statement, "If I'm here and still achieve nothing, I'd rather die." At this moment, a burning resolve appeared in his eyes. After pondering, he admitted, "It seems I underestimated you." Suddenly, his soul fragment automatically returned to its original place. Opposer reluctantly conceded, "All right, this time it's your victory." Next, he issued a mysterious warning, "But remember well, the only reason you're alive is for my purpose." Opposer gradually disappeared into thin air, repeating chilling words, "Struggle on, struggle until you touch the king. And if I realize you can't do that." And finally, he summoned the monster and uttered a threat, "I won't hesitate to devour you." Tian, not to be outdone, responded fiercely, "Even if that time comes, I won't submit easily." After that, the player's information appeared on the screen. Name, Kim Tian. Age, 19. Rank, A. Strength, 219. Stamina, 220. Speed, 218. Magic power, 327. Willpower, 150. Fatigue level, 99%. Remaining magic power, 10/327. Skills. Gluttony A, can devour desired targets. Magic power, 50. Shadow Cloak A, enhances the body and conceals oneself. Magic power, 10. Monarch's Domain A, creates a special region enhanced with magic power. Magic power, 30. Monarch's Aura A, releases a commanding aura enhanced with magic power. Magic power, 20. Binding Chains A, designates targets to bind, can track and disable skills. Magic power, 20. Queen's Servant A, summons the Nightmare Queen Rosalia, magic power, 300. Absolute Hypnosis A, designates a target and hypnotizes them. Magic power, 100. Berserk Blood A, activates maximum physical state. Magic power, 200. Beast Eye A, activates the anomalous eyes, magic power, 10. Returning to reality. He focused on his palm and wondered, have I now surpassed even AA rank, reaching A rank? Just then, Ricky spoke worriedly, "Tian, it seems you've woken up, haven't you?" Tian was startled to see her lying sprawled on the ground. "Ricky." He gently helped her up, then blamed himself guiltily, "Was it I who made you like this?" Ricky, helpless, could only force a smile and replied, "Yes, that's right." A moment later, he uneasily turned his face towards A, who was lying motionless on the floor. Seeing that, she immediately reassured him, "Don't worry. It seems her life is still stable." Lying snugly in Tian's arms, Ricky remarked with admiration, "You're truly a terrifying person, yet you managed to hide your true nature all this time." Then, she sincerely continued, making Tian's eyes widen in surprise, "But anyway, thank you." Ricky shrugged knowingly, "In the end, it was you who stopped this, right? Consider it a debt of gratitude, I'll keep this a secret." She offered a proposal in exchange, "In return, next time I'm in danger, you have to help me, because I feel I can trust you with my life." After hearing that, Tian frowned slightly. Then, he accepted the request, "All right, I promise." After the fierce battle concluded, they were able to rest thoroughly. Every cloud has a silver lining. Neither of them sustained injuries severe enough to affect their future actions. But they still had to stay in the hospital for a while. At this moment, Tian was feeding fruit to Ion. She opened her mouth and grumbled, "Hurry up and give it to me." As he fed her, he thought to himself, "I also feel bad about this, so I guess I'll take care of her." Ion, as bright as a flower, expressed joyfully, "It's so delicious. I wonder when I'll get another chance to eat fruit peeled by Tian himself. Sometimes getting injured like this isn't so bad, huh?" He forced a smile and looked away. "Once is more than enough for this. Don't make me feel guilty anymore." A moment later, she confided with a hint of sadness, "It would have been great if Ricky had stayed a little longer." "I didn't expect her to leave so suddenly." Tian, diligently peeling an apple, responded hesitantly, "Well, she is very busy." Seeing that, Ion agreed, lost in thought as she suddenly remembered, that's right, it's coming up, isn't it? The SS rank license ceremony. She asked curiously, Ricky is also on the list? He continued, yes. Ion then stated, I heard that the World Player Association is preparing a grand event this time. The next second, she suddenly sat up, then fiercely reminded him, that's an international stage, Tian. Don't cause trouble there. He calmly replied, holding a bun in his hand, who knows? Tian took a bite and gave a wry smile, that's not entirely up to me. As the first rays of dawn broke, the wind whipped, making the national flags flutter proudly. Inside the building ahead, the host enthusiastically announced, distinguished members of the World Player Association. Vincent stood at the podium and spoke about the past. We were once pushed to the brink of extinction by the emergence of the abyss. Next, he proudly spoke of their achievements, but thanks to cross-national cooperation and the outstanding contributions of players, we have gradually conquered monsters, spatial gates, and dungeons. At this moment, the president of the World Player Association, Vincent Trang, joyfully announced a new era, and now, we have achieved peace, moving towards an unprecedented era of prosperity. Because of this, Vincent recognized a major change. As a result, stronger skills and more experienced players have emerged one after another. Our association has reviewed the achievements made by players through several recent events and concluded that the old ranking system is no longer suitable. He excitedly announced an important decision, it's time to enter a new era with the SS rank. Then, Vincent solemnly introduced the players. Today, right here, I would like to introduce the first 10 heroes to receive the SS rank player license. Vincent invited everyone to applaud them. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Next, he announced the superstar list, Codius, Montel, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karazin, Thomas Probin, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bezu. He paused for a moment, and finally, Vincent carefully introduced the special person, Tian from Korea. Everyone below was moved and applauded ceaselessly. Vincent continued to explain the vital authorities. These players will carry licenses recognized by the World Player Association, operating freely across borders to contribute to maintaining peace for humanity. Standing in the middle of the stage, Tian thought to himself emotionally, finally, I've made it here. He recalled the incredible journey, from the day he cursed out loud because of that monstrous awakening. It started with the first steps, from S rank, to a new level, the national power level. Tian didn't expect his achievements. He had surpassed the limits that players had reached in his previous life, reaching the pinnacle of SS rank. At this moment, the presenter gave him a sharp knife. He thought back to himself in his previous life. If it were his past self, he surely couldn't have imagined this achievement. Tian accepted the gift, then told himself with burning determination, but I don't intend to stop here. This license is just one step on the path. What I truly want is. He yearned to uncover the mystery of Grand Duke Opposer and the king who sent him back in time, the secret hidden behind this world. Tian affirmed his future goal, to discover everything. I must continue to move forward. After the award ceremony, everyone gathered at the party. Jinhee playfully punched him in the back. He joyfully praised. Congratulations, congratulations. Oh my, after all these years, Korea finally has such an important day. Seeing him, Tian awkwardly exclaimed, that hurts. The association president, Jinhee, then laughed and teased, an SS rank complaining about a punch from this old man? Taeguk approached. He gently explained, Player Tian, you should understand this, the association president has been waiting for a brilliant player like you to appear more than anyone. Then, Taeguk affirmed his importance, a strong player is proof of the National Player Association's development. With your presence, we will be able to accomplish even greater things. Jinhee put an arm around him, acknowledging Tian's contributions. Many people are gaining strength thanks to you, from the friendly tournament. Between Asian players until now. You've helped a lot. Upon hearing this, he humbly replied, I'm just doing what I should do. Just then, Ricky approached. She exclaimed in admiration, Korea truly is harmonious, it's lovely to see. She waved cheerfully and asked, "Tihin, are you still doing well these days?" Seeing her, he called her name, Ricky. Tihin quickly ran over to ask, "Is your body okay?" Ricky then complained, "No way, I'm still aching all over." "See? I told you, why weren't you a little gentler?" After that, a series of complaints from her, with the delicate body of a young lady like me. Tian heard this and sarcastically said, "You're intentionally saying that to cause a misunderstanding, aren't you?" She asked blankly. "What?" Jinyi and Tagak stood behind, looking puzzled. It seems Ion is noticing their relationship. They're not over yet, are they? Who knows? Without further ado, Ricky got to the main point. "I came here today not just to talk, but also because someone wants to meet and greet you." Just then, a man surprisingly stepped forward. "Me?" She spoke with a subtle hint, drawing everyone's attention to him. "You can guess who it is now, right?" He held out his hand. "It's true, I also wanted to meet and thank that person once." Cody politely greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Player T." T stepped closer to him. He thought admiringly, "So that's it. If I reach SS rank, I'll officially be on par with this man." He recalled his former status. "If I had to choose one person to represent all players in the previous life, everyone would certainly mention his name." T remembered the role of the person in front of him, the man who always stood on the front lines against. He commented on the opponent, the strongest player, Cody. T felt the opponent's strength. Just facing him made him feel immense pressure. He held out his hand and solemnly replied, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you." The two shook hands. T expressed his respect. "It's an honor to meet you, Cody." Hearing this, Cody seriously promised, "I'm sure we'll have many more opportunities to cooperate in the future. I look forward to your assistance." Seeing this, T raised an eyebrow. "Cooperation in the future, huh?" Just then, a man pushed open the door and shouted, "Everyone." Vincent continued to draw attention. "Everyone, please pay attention for a moment." He then delivered some urgent news. "Although a little abrupt, we have a new announcement we'd like to share." Jinyi and T, bewildered, asked, "An announcement?" Vincent announced an important decision. The World Players Association, after receiving a proposal from Mr. Kevin, president of the U.S. Players Association, has decided that from the moment of this SS license issuance, he revealed a grand plan. "With explosive enthusiasm, we will form a large-scale strike team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth." Vincent affirmed the new strategy with an unusual leverage point. "This will be an unprecedentedly large-scale operation. The SS-Rank players of the United States have agreed to participate." Hearing this, everyone around murmured, "What? How large-scale is it?" Another person commented on the players' involvement. "If all SS players from the United States participate." Then, another person further deduced, "Making the high-level players simultaneously wary, that means a number of SS players worldwide." The next second, Vincent called for cooperation, hoping that other associations and SS rank players would also consider. "It's time for the world to unite to create everlasting peace." Jinyi fell silent, his brows furrowed in skeptical thought. Outwardly, it's cooperation, but is it really that simple? This timing is too perfect. Jinyi suspected the true motive. Half of the world's SS players belong to the United States. They could use that power to manipulate the World Players Association's entire plan and declare who the true dominant nation is. And the rewards from the unexplored dungeons are merely an accompanying benefit. He uneasily looked at his back, realizing Korea's weak position. "Although I know that, apart from Player T, Korea's power is still weak." Jinyi resignedly accepted the reality. Currently, there's nothing else to do but be swept along by the world's current. At the same time, the British Players Association enthusiastically announced. The British Players Association, along with player Daniel Harrington, would like to join the strike team. Seeing this, a Frenchman joyfully volunteered. "Please allow the French Players Association to join as well." Russia was also not left out. Russia will also participate. Vincent saw everyone agreeing in unison. He clapped his hands in celebration. "Excellent. Furthermore, Just as he turned, he saw a hand raised. Everyone was astonished by his unexpected action. Player T. Vincent formally invited, "Does Korea wish to participate?" However, T flatly refused, "No." He affirmed his firm stance, "We will act independently." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They stammered, speechless, "Is that so?" Even Cody frowned, staring at him. Time passed. On the plane, Ricky regretfully confided in Cody, "What a pity. We failed to draw Marcus and Gregor in the past, and this time, we were rejected again." Cody heard this and probed, "Do you regret it?" She continued with an admiring observation, "If he joined, he would be a formidable force." He secretly guessed, "But that doesn't seem to be why you regret it, does it?" Ricky chuckled, "I'm just personally interested." "What about you, Cody? What do you think of Player T?" Cody coldly remarked, "He looks very strong." "Now I understand why you were beaten to this state." Seeing his assessment, Ricky pondered, "Even the strongest person in the world acknowledges it like that, so it seems I wasn't mistaken." He then explained, "T is a Grand Duke's contractor. The title strongest in the world doesn't mean anything." Ricky silently gazed out the window, then wondered, "Is that so?" A moment later, she paused and then spoke, "In that case." During the stormy flight, Ricky inquired, "Let me rephrase the question." She curiously asked about his abilities. Compared to other contractors, does he look strong? That question resonated so deeply that thunder and lightning roared outside the window. Cody silently and uncomfortably frowned. Later, he mysteriously replied, "There will come a time when we will know the answer clearly." At this moment, in a tall building amidst the tranquil night. Inside, a man angrily slammed the table, cursing vehemently, "Damn it! What SS license? What large-scale strike team?" This irritable man was Liu Jiajin, the new president of the Chinese Players Association. He gnashed his teeth in annoyance. They didn't even bother to consider the Chinese Players Association. Jean blamed everything on him. "It's all because of that bastard T." He pulled open the drawer and decided to use the last resort. "There's no other way." Jean held the USB in his hand and agreed to use the secret technique, "The data I painstakingly obtained from studying the Gray Abyss. There's no choice but to use it." Jean leaned back in his chair and murmured to himself, "President Jean, for things to turn out like this, should I be grateful that you at least left this behind?" While he was deep in thought, a sudden scream was heard from outside. He asked, his voice trembling in shock, "What's going on out there?" From under the door, a few streaks of blood seeped in. The next second, the door burst open. A man with a mysterious voice stepped inside. "I am the new president of the Chinese Players Association. I apologize for visiting so unexpectedly in the middle of the night." He explained his abruptness, "I just returned, so I'm still jet-lagged." Seeing the person in front of him, Jin's face turned pale as he stammered, Who are you?" Ji Hong confidently introduced himself, "Ming Ji Hong, Guild Master of the Black Guild." This mysterious man was none other than the Guild Master of the Black Guild, Min Ji Hong, rank unknown. Early in the morning at the New Korea Night Walker Association, someone expressed their irritation. As expected, there's another conspiracy brewing. Who was he, frowning and sneering? New Korea wants to conquer an unexplored dungeon on their own. What are they thinking, dropping a bombshell like that? T sat quietly, chin resting on his hand, a knowing smile on his lips. Aeon recalled Jinhee's exasperated and disappointed expression and her weary voice. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry about this." So she confided in T. "Guildmaster Jinhee also looks incredibly troubled." "No matter how strong you are, T, what about everyone else?" At this moment, he actively cut her off and spoke, "It's precisely because of that. New Korea can't keep relying solely on my strength, can it? If others don't grow stronger, it will be very difficult. Besides, unexplored dungeons are an excellent opportunity to gain experience." Aeon scratched her head, looked at him, and agreed, "It does sound logical, but do we need to rush into it this way?" T continued to state his opinion, "Time is running out. From now on, I will focus my activities in the Hearing this, Aeong suddenly froze, eyes wide as she stared at T. Her lips parted as if to ask something, but she stopped. She began to ponder. Just like during the Asian Player Friendship Tournament classification, players are divided into two types, depending on their main battlefield. One type explores the unknown deep levels of the abyss, expanding territory for humanity. The other type fights outside the abyss, preventing monsters from overflowing from breaks and combating demon folk. Up until now, T had mainly operated outside the abyss, and thanks to that, he was recognized as SS-Rank. Yet, immediately after reaching SS-Rank, he said he wanted to enter the abyss. But in truth, he always had a purpose in mind. He paid no attention to Aeong's questioning gaze, focusing on his own thoughts. The king, clues about him aren't on Earth, but in the abyss. If I keep being tied down here, I'll never achieve my goal. But while I'm away, an unexpected danger might strike again. To prepare for that time, I must help others grow stronger. Aeong sighed in frustration and complained, T, you're truly unpredictable. It's like you're living in a completely different world. Her words, both accidental and meaningful, hit T's raw nerve. He had too many secrets. Like when your skill went out of control before, that wasn't a normal skill, was it? Aeong touched the armrest of the chair and slowly stood up. Then she walked straight up to T and asked directly, Who exactly are you, Kim T? She just stood there, her gaze fixed on T. He seemed flustered, his expression uneasy, and his eyes avoided direct contact. Unable to remain silent, T replied concisely, I don't want to say. Aeong, perhaps not expecting this answer, quickly asked, What? His indifferent expression now drove Aeong mad. Don't joke around, I'm being serious. T gently elaborated for her understanding, even if I explain it now, it would be difficult for you to accept. One day, there will be a suitable opportunity for me to tell you everything. At that point, he suddenly paused. T's expression became sad, though his lips still held a slight smile. Aeong had to finish his previous answer for him. She shot him a sharp glare and declared, No need for a contract for Awakened or anything, right? T immediately denied it. I'm not the type of person who breaks promises. She stopped her interrogation and began to talk about something else. All right, I understand. So, what's the reason you sought me out immediately after joining New Korea? T expressed his direct opinion. I want to bring A into New Korea's raid team. But it seems she still has a lot on her plate. Aeong heard this and spoke with even more sarcasm. Thanks to someone, she was bedridden for a while, unable to do anything. T feigned a cough and continued, So I want to ask you to introduce someone else as a replacement. She immediately understood who he meant by the replacement. There's only that kid left, right? Though bitter. You're really cautious. Are you still waiting for my permission? T rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window, and still replied frankly, Even if you don't agree, I'll still take him anyway. In another building, Kam Hyuk was laughing gleefully. That's T for you, I knew you'd look for me. After having his lost arm healed by the Saintess, Kam Hyuk had reclaimed his position as Korea's #1 tank. Sung Jin, sitting nearby, also chuckled lightly, pushing his glasses up with a dangerous glint. It seems I'm about to be drawn into something earth-shattering again. Still one of the most important powers of New Korea, Sung Jin. While the two of them were completely invigorated, Han, however, was somewhat hesitant, wondering, is someone who once betrayed New Korea, like me, truly worthy of being here? Si Jang approached and patted his shoulder, reminding him, Be grateful to T for giving you this opportunity. After the Asian Player exhibition match, both Han and Si Jang had matured significantly. The most elite players of New Korea were all gathered here, but the focus shifted to A. Instead of you, big sister, do I really deserve to be in this position? While everyone was still chatting animatedly, a voice spoke up, making everyone fall silent and turn to look. Thank you all for being here, even though this is a sudden summons. I'm sure you've all heard a brief overview of the situation, right? T was conveying to the members, those present here will join the strike team that I am forming. 5 people stood seriously listening to his every word. Sung Jin actively raised his hand to ask first. Being chosen by an SS rank is truly an honor, but is this possible? I heard that the remaining unexplored dungeons all have a minimum rank of SS or higher, but everyone here is only S rank. Ti-hyun smiled and answered immediately, for now, yes, but I've been observing everyone's true strength beforehand. Everyone has the potential to reach national level, SS rank. Even more than that, and during this dungeon conquest, everyone will prove it themselves. You too, Azon. Azon clenched her hands and placed them on her chest. A soft voice came from her, if you've said that much. His mind continued to spin with a jumbled mess of overlapping thoughts. I'm not the type of person who just says things to encourage others. Everyone present here are prodigies who reached SS rank in their previous lives, even though that was supposed to happen in a distant future. But since everything has changed, then I will also change, accelerating the pace. Kan Hyuk eagerly urged them on, his face already brimming with fighting spirit. He loudly declared, "All right, let's go, Ti-hyun, my boy. You have to quickly guide everyone, but if we just rush into an unexplored dungeon like this, we'll just die." With the professional and serious demeanor of a leader, Ti-hyun warned everyone, "We will enter the dungeon in 1 month. Before that, everyone will have to train with me. First, we're going to roll around until we're half dead first." Looking at the wicked, capitalist smile on his face, everyone exclaimed, "Terrifying, so terrifying." 1 month later, the unexplored dungeon in France, Opera House. Armored feet stood proudly on the stage. Shinji showed no expression other than a resolute pressed lip. In an instant, his body was covered in a thick layer of armor. Sword drawn, his gesture was gentle but practiced. Shinji plunged his sword straight down onto the floor, shattering the ground where it stood. Another person, seemingly also a team member, ran over and praised, "Your strength is always so incredible, isn't it?" Other members, some attacking, some defending, also joined the conversation, along with other SS ranks who were no less capable. What a monster lineup! With this power, conquering the dungeon today isn't impossible. As they were fighting fiercely, someone suddenly asked loudly, "Hey, have you heard the news? New Korea and Ti-hyun also entered an unexplored dungeon today." The person opposite replied, "Oh really? That fool Ti-hyun, he. An unexplored dungeon is not a playground for children. What does he think he's doing bringing all those S ranks? Is he trying to lead his teammates to their deaths just for some ridiculous pride? Too bad I can't witness this fun firsthand." Among the crowd, only Shinji did not participate. He stood still, listening to everyone, and glanced lightly at them. At the same time, the unexplored dungeon in Greece, Snake Cave. Kan Hyuk couldn't smile anymore. He, along with Si Jang and the other members, were busy scrambling away from that giant venomous python. This intense situation made him curse under his breath. "I'm going to die. If we keep fighting like this, I'll truly die at Ti-hyun's hands." Ti-hyun merely observed, so he calmly smiled. Kan Hyuk understood the situation and warned the members, "Hey, you guys, hurry up. Or do you want collective punishment again?" Si Jang grimaced and cried out, "No, it's just. Can you please not shoot off like a rocket?" Han Yu felt like crying, "Mom, I want to go home." They ran for a while longer, then Azon suddenly closed her eyes and shouted, "I can't breathe." Ti-hyun observed the situation and pondered, "They are sweeping through like a storm. It seems the hellish training has paid off." After running frantically for a while, the group stopped dead. Sung Jin stepped forward and wondered, "Where is this?" The things blocking their way made him blurt out, "What are those weird piles of rocks?" Azon carefully approached each stone block, only now realizing they were all human-shaped statues. "Thus," she said, "it's not stone. Those were all the players who had gone missing in this dungeon." Their sweat hadn't even subsided when the whistling wind startled the whole group again. All of them looked up at once when they heard the eerie sound. "Come closer, you foolish humans." Azon's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth in fear. The master of the dungeon appeared, a woman whose body was covered in snakeskin, her hair also made of wriggling snakes. She declared to them, "Today, my Wall of Fame collection will have new members." Her identity was the master of the unexplored dungeon in Greece, Medusa, rank SS. Unable to let his members face life or death, Tae-hyun slowly walked forward and loudly declared, "Who will become a collection member remains to be seen." "Well then, my wallet is missing a layer of snakeskin." Medusa's appearance made them stand rooted to the spot. Azon's face was now ashen, her lips quivering. "That's Medusa, the master of the snake pit." All the members shared the same expression, frowning, gritting their teeth, wary and afraid. Can we really defeat an SS-rank monster? It felt as if their entire bodies were frozen under that cold gaze. Because they were gradually losing their courage, Tae-hyun couldn't accept this at all, so he shouted, "What are you doing?" For those trembling feet that dared not take a step, he could do nothing but warn them, "You, remember what you've done for the past month. If you set limits for yourselves and give up, you'll achieve nothing." Sung Jin and Azon were slightly stunned for a moment, but the horror on their faces had lessened. He was the fastest to regain his composure. As soon as he heard the rebuke, he straightened himself out. "Yes, Tae-hyun is right, we've trained tirelessly to overcome our own limits." Azon also pressed her lips together and told herself, "Even if the enemy before us is much stronger." Kan Hyuk regained his initial excitement and enthusiasm. He bared his teeth in a smile and clicked his tongue. "Hey, it's all or nothing." Kan Hyuk stood in the middle, representing the members, raising his hand high and loudly shouting, "Everyone, follow the plan." Immediately, all the members leaned forward and began to move. Each person used their own weapons and powers to charge and confront Medusa. Azon, wielding a great axe, Sung Jin a fire blade, rushed forward to attack. Medusa looked at them with a bored expression, uttering a mocking remark, "A superficial attack, nothing noteworthy." Azon was now very close to Medusa. She shrieked to steel her nerves, and at the same time, Sung Jin seemed to falter slightly as Medusa began to move her large body. Hanyu and Si-jang were also concentrating on summoning their strongest techniques. She decisively extended an arm towards the two of them. Just then, Kan Hyuk slammed a large wooden plank down with a thud. He used it as a springboard to move upward, smiling contemptuously as he went. "This attack is so boring." Guardian Spirit, form, Ancient Dragon. Sung Jin, meanwhile, had secretly flown up and was only a small distance from Medusa. But she, sharp-eyed, discovered him and turned to warn him, "Don't even think about it." However, Medusa was inadvertently caught in a trap. Her arm was frozen and she couldn't move it. She seemed surprised by this unexpected blow. Medusa looked down and saw Azon using her great axe to freeze her arm. While she was temporarily at a disadvantage, Sung Jin seized the opportunity to dash in and use his swift sword draw. To support him, Azon also resolutely raised her great axe and summoned Ice Slash. Medusa, subjected to two painful blows at once, screamed in agony. Medusa's face contorted, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Her mouth, with its 4 fangs, opened as wide as possible to let out the sound of pain. After a moment, she managed to shatter the ice that was imprisoning her arm. Medusa immediately poured all her fury into that moment, swinging her staff accompanied by a resentful curse, "You damn trash." Tae-hyun didn't intervene. He silently observed each player and analyzed, "The player's attacks are effective even against an SS-rank monster." Si-jang and Hanyu, who are mages, continuously attacked from a distance, constantly disrupting the enemy's vision, while tanker Kan Hyuk protected them from behind. Sung Jin and Azon coordinated their attacks on the blind spots. There was no strong finishing blow, but they were accumulating damage very steadily. Thinking this, Tae-hyun suddenly glared with full vigilance, but Medusa wouldn't just keep letting herself be hit. Just as he predicted, Medusa had begun to detest this time-consuming cat-and-mouse game. She gnashed her teeth and threatened, "The fun stops here." A second later, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a horrifying shriek, shaking the entire space. The demonic power and enchanting sound, emitted simultaneously, slowed everyone's movements. He already knew the trick, so he thought to himself, the moment Medusa begins to unleash an overwhelming attack. She pulled her hand back and aimed the tip of her trident at the members, declaring firmly, "All of you will die." But just then, Medusa suddenly stopped, narrowing her eyes as if detecting something strange. She recounted the number of opponents and discovered, one of them is gone. The one who perplexed Medusa was Kanhai. She fell for the bait, making him exclaim delightedly, "I've been waiting for this." Kanhai seemed to have waited a long time for this moment. While Medusa was still hesitating, he rushed forward and punched his opponent squarely in the gut. I was dying of boredom. Guardian Spirit, form, Queen Medusa. She painfully slumped to one side, her face contorted as she shrieked miserably. Ti-hyun chuckled with satisfaction at Kanhai-Yu's excellent reversal, the secret damage kept hidden until now, at this very moment. Each member unleashed the skills they had been holding back until now. Sejong's Starlight Beam. Han Yu's Magic Blow. Azon's Ice Storm. Sung Jin's Shadow Sword skill. Stream after stream of light took turns dominating the space. The streaking rays of light were as decisive as the current resolve of each member. This time, Medusa was directly attacked by all 5 members at once. She could only helplessly endure it and shriek. A moment later, all movement gradually ceased, the space filled with an extremely suspicious silence, and lingering smoke curled in the air. The smoke gradually dissipated, eventually leaving only a few white streaks. Medusa had officially fallen. She lay on the ground with lifeless eyes and her mouth still agape in shock. Han Yu wasn't quite sure yet, so he cautiously asked again, "Did we really win?" Sejong also looked with apprehension at the result laid out before him and exclaimed, "Unbelievable." Kanhai chuckled as usual. "It seems my new ultimate move worked its magic." Ti-hyun walked over and patted Azon on the shoulder, encouraging him without reserve. "Everyone did very well. I was sure you could do it." Kanhai then feigned injury and reproachfully asked Ti-hyun, "Little brother, aren't you being a bit too cruel? How could you just stand there without lifting a finger? After all, we just conquered a dungeon no one has ever cleared before. Could it be that we've become stronger than we imagined?" Ti-hyun suddenly lowered his face and spoke with hesitation. If only that were true, it would be great. His words made everyone suddenly fall silent. They all focused their gaze on Ti-hyun, looking at him with confusion. From Medusa's motionless body, a few streaks of purple light seeped out, signaling an ill omen. Her body suddenly emitted a mysterious blue light. The members stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched the situation unfold. What is that? Why hasn't the gate closed yet? Could it be a double dungeon? Just as they realized this, another monster appeared with a hint of regret in its question. Has the gatekeeper been defeated? This time, the monster was a dragon-like creature. It had a layer of glowing dark pink scales extending from its head down to its back. Its long neck swiveled from side to side before it uttered. How peculiar! Its 2 eyes, one green and one red, glared fiercely at the players who were still dazed. I don't see anyone strong enough to do that here. It was the second monster, the master of the double dungeon, an SSS-Rank basilisk. Han Yu felt stunned. He looked at Basilisk, his vision blurred. Fighting Medusa was already hard enough, but this one is on a completely different level. Sung Jin and Kang Hyuk started feeling like they were back at the beginning. Both of them swore. "This is crazy, my body can't move, isn't there any way?" Looking elsewhere, Aeon had already turned to stone. Taehyun, however, was still safe and unharmed. He suddenly took a step forward, his hands clenched as if he was about to do something. One by one, each member had turned into a lifeless stone statue, with only Taehyun unaffected. Basilisk cackled and exclaimed, "I see, so you're the one who killed Medusa?" Taehyun said nothing, his face dark and showing no emotion. When Basilisk saw his silence, it softly uttered, "Ah." Taehyun then glanced briefly and pointed behind him, telling it, "No, those guys did it." Basilisk showed disdain, asking again in a condescending tone, "Those nobodies?" Unbelievable. So Tae-hyun also switched to savage mode and retorted to that ridiculous tone, "Are your subordinates too arrogant and lazy to train? I don't see anything special about them. So what's so different about their master then?" Tae-hyun's feigned innocent expression and mocking question infuriated Basilisk. It growled as if Tae-hyun were its subordinate. "Don't you know your place?" Human anger surged within it, its eyes rolled back and steamed. With that, it retracted its mouth into a jagged point. But Basilisk's eyes suddenly filled with confusion and doubt. Suddenly, it roared loudly as if it were being tormented. A feather was floating and swirling in the air. It looked up, its mouth agape, looking ridiculous. Tae-hyun stood with his arms crossed, his face terrifyingly expressionless. He had summoned large feathered wings that pierced through his back. Basilisk was terrified, that form is. Tae-hyun's pupils were now also filled with red. In an arrogant voice, he coldly declared to the master of the double dungeon, "You will soon know who the truly weak one is." Tae-hyun drew his familiar weapon. Then he pointed the sharp blade towards the monster, quickly darted past it, and allowed the knife to cut into its body. But Basilisk was not easily defeated. It roared loudly, "This guy, he moves around a lot, doesn't he? Do you only know how to run away?" It writhed and lunged at Tae-hyun from behind. He immediately used his blood eyes to sense that silent movement and turned around. A second later, Tae-hyun hastily slashed, causing another part of its body to bleed. Basilisk let out a fierce, thundering scream of pain. He calmly provoked his opponent with words. "You're already irritated just by failing to catch an insect. A crawling lizard on the ground dares to be arrogant towards anyone? Reddick, rank. Unique, reward. SSS-Rank. Valhalla. Unique rank." The cunning Basilisk recognized the hidden power within Tae-hyun's body. "You know how to use the power of the moon too? You act like you're so formidable." It roared, exuding dominance. "Don't delude yourself." It didn't hesitate to reveal its trump card, "You're not the only one who received favors from the Archduke." All around, the area was immediately submerged in surging water. The roaring whirlpool swept everything away. Basilisk's voice rang out, "This is the Demon Sea, the true power of the Archduke among Archdukes, Chakmun Gun." In an arrogant voice, "The Demon Sea is endless and overwhelms all. Do you think Moon's power?" It suddenly emerged, its mouth gaping to snap at Tae-hyun, "Can you defeat me?" However, the reply was his faint smile, "Not the Archduke's power." Tae-hyun raised his hand. "This is." A crimson power surged down, the power of a king. Basilisk was startled. But it was too late, the red dragon had crashed down. White water. Hyuk jolted awake from the nightmare. Returning to reality left him bewildered, and those around him were also waking up. He shouted loudly, "What is this? Where's that damn lizard?" Tae-hyun smiled faintly as he put the knife back into his inner pocket. "While everyone was petrified, I took care of it." His face was full of confidence. "So, that's the end of Greece's unconquered dungeon, right?" Aeon's admiration grew even stronger. Just by looking, you could tell it was an SS-rank monster or higher, and he took it down alone. "Tae-hyun, you're amazing." Hyuk ignored her, angrily grabbing Tae-hyun by the collar to question him. "Tae-hyun, you should have told us this was a 2-level dungeon." He just feigned ignorance and shrugged. "How would I know?" Si-jang naturally didn't believe him, "Because you know everything." He retorted, "What does that mean?" At this, she stammered, That is. Tae-hyun calmly adjusted his clothes. "Why bother with such things anymore? Anyway, it's done, isn't it? I fulfilled my duty." He happily encouraged them. "Everyone, you worked hard. Your performance far exceeded my expectations." Of course, this was all part of his plan. I already knew that Greece's unconquered dungeon was a 2-level dungeon. However, I intentionally chose it as the starting point because I wanted everyone to have an extreme, near-death experience. He smiled subtly. "I hope everyone continues to strive, with the hope blossoming in his heart that they will become even stronger." The blue gate finally appeared, along with dreams of the future and one day. Taehyun secretly built a solid foundation for them to become a strong pillar for this place when I'm not here. Stepping out into the light, camera flashes flickered. Reporters are always curious. The unconquered dungeon in Paris, which was considered unbeatable for so many years, has been conquered. Could the guild president please share a few words about this achievement? Questions poured in. Was anyone injured? Where's the next stop? Vincent calmly adjusted. I will give you time to ask all your questions. He was used to this. Just take your time, one person at a time. Then, a reporter's phone vibrated. As soon as he answered, he shouted, What did you say? Is that true? Like a wave of astonishment spreading, all the reporters picked up their phones and mentioned one name, New Korea. Before Vincent could understand the situation, the person behind him spoke up. News about New Korea's conquest team has spread. Marcus quickly updated the information. No, that's not it. His glasses reflected a blue light. New Korea. He was surprised, has conquered the unexplored dungeon. Gregor, disbelieving, are you kidding me? A bunch of S-ranks, not even national strategic forces, managed to clear the Serpent's Lair? Marcus continued, not only that. He got all the intel. He glanced at him. I heard Greece's unconquered dungeon is a 2-story dungeon. This information is simply ridiculous. Not to mention Taehyun, but no one in the team was injured. Is New Korea's strength already at this level? Meanwhile, a scoffing voice before the replayed video said, We really got overtaken. Kevin calmly said, America should have been the main character of this event. His competitiveness seemed to be affected. Then we'll have to quickly push forward too. After the news of New Korea's conquest team, led by Taehyun, spread, America and the World Players Association seemed to be stimulated, constantly rushing to conquer other dungeons. And whatever their original intentions were, the world was quickly regaining stability. Somewhere in the jungle, a building was strictly guarded. Stop! No one is allowed to enter without permission. An old man swiftly knocked out the guards. It was as easy as flipping a hand for him. A bunch of insignificant demon humans dare to. His tone was full of contempt. Block my way? He was S-rank player, chairman of Tezen Group, Lee Young-soo. He boldly walked in. A deep voice echoed in the dark room. The voice was full of menace. I don't recall giving anyone permission to come here and play around, Chairman Young-soo. He scowled and raised his voice. You're not only useless but also shameless. Don't you know why I'm here? Young-soo reiterated, initially, the agreement was to eliminate Taehyun. But look now, he's become S-rank. I can't even touch him. He couldn't help but settle accounts with them today. He was furious because Taehyun led a conquest team allied with the Four Greats, and Tezen lost its standing. His teeth clenched. And my son, the one I intended to hand things over to, became a cripple and still hasn't woken up. Young-soo roared, in this situation, you expect me to keep enduring it. In contrast, the other voice remained calm. I understand your anger. But as I said before, something slimy is emerging. Young-soo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The other person's voice was right behind his neck. Tezen is aiming for a bigger picture. His followers were entangled by tentacles. What is this, Chairman? Young-soo spun his head around. He had been behind him all along. The masked man said in a deep voice, Taehyun's unusual growth was also unexpected by us, but we haven't given up. Sooner or later, he will clash with us. A gloved hand reached out. Now, let's talk business. Young-soo stiffened. What? The opponent patiently explained, this is an item that was stolen from the Chinese Players Association, and research data extracted from it. The man produced a small vial, his red eyes flickering. An intelligent person like the chairman surely knows how to use it for Tezen's benefit, right? Young-soo seemed to be calculating something in his mind. He curled his lips slightly. Now this is a reasonable conversation. A triumphant smile appeared on his devious face. A year ago, when the Blue Circle appeared, the World Players Association announced the conquest of all unexplored dungeons. Everyone gradually emerged, and now, with New Korea entering the last unexplored dungeon in Mexico. All unconquered dungeons on Earth had completely disappeared, and just like that, Sung Jin turned back with a satisfied sigh. It's all over. At first, I thought this would be impossible, but we actually did it. Kang Hyuk had an excited expression, still full of energy. Actually, I feel a bit sad that there's nothing left to do now. I've been at the peak of my performance lately. Si Jiang suddenly spoke up. You're the guild leader of Onsmero, right? How long are you going to neglect your position? He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, very confidently, and laughed loudly. My guild has an incredibly excellent secretary. Han had to exclaim, poor Secretary Kim, indeed. Aeon rushed over from a distance, everyone, wait for me. Everyone had gathered completely. Now, all players in New Korea have reached national strategic level. Taehyun looked on, very confident. If this continues, reaching SS rank is only a matter of time. He looked at his own hands, feeling the time was ripe. And not only had they developed, but he himself had too. Conquering unexplored dungeons had significantly upgraded his strength. Perhaps it's time. He arrived in front of a tall building. Inside, a voice spoke out. Long time no see. Sir. Chae-sun enthusiastically welcomed him. Oh, you're here. He joyfully shook player Taehyun's hand. The two sat down at a table to drink tea. He also congratulated him on the good news. I heard you've become the head of the association's skill research department. Congratulations, sir. Chae-sun chuckled politely. What congratulations? He gently sipped his tea, in disbelief. An old man like me, who had lost all hope, could still redeem himself and continue living this way. Even now, it feels like a dream. Chae-sun was extremely grateful. It's all thanks to you. Chae-sun smiled happily. Going back to the past, after meeting Taehyun. Bang Chae-sun. He decided to turn himself in, confessing to the association about experimenting with his skills on demons. Chae-sun was allowed to continue his work, thanks to Taehyun's plea and the decision of President Jin-hee, who appreciated his talent. Now, he had become a member of the association, working for the awakened individuals of New Korea. He felt something strange and asked directly, by the way, what brings the busiest person in the world here? Are you just here for small talk? Taehyun, hearing this, also spoke frankly, actually, I have a favor to ask you. Chae-sun was also willing to help. There's still something you need my help with. That's new. Tell me, I'll help you with anything I can. He made a suggestion. I want to fuse skills. He found it confusing. What? But you've already fused them, haven't you? Taehyun reiterated his intention. I mean, I want to fuse a skill that has already been fused before. He was both worried and startled. Fusion of a fusion? No one has ever tried to do that. You yourself said that if skills increase too quickly, magic power can rebel against the body. Chae-sun tried to dissuade him. You're already very strong. If you keep taking such risks, even you will. Taehyun had made up his mind, so he was extremely determined, but there's something I absolutely must achieve. Even if it means taking risks, my current strength is still not enough. The only person who can help me is you, sir. Seeing that, his face went blank with confusion. He even smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I've prepared a body strong enough to withstand this. Chae-sun held his head and sighed in acceptance. You really are something. I can't win against you. Chae-sun stood outside and explained, this is the fusion chamber, built with the latest technology of the alchemists. That machine is equipped with powerful magic stones, helping to maximize my skills, though this is also my first time using it. He asked for his opinion one more time. Once it starts, there's no turning back. Are you ready? Taehu was also ready. Yes, anytime. Che-sun hesitated, lowering his hand to the button. Then, the machine said, "Do you want to fuse multiple skills?" An electric current began to surround him, proceeding with skill fusion. The electric current grew brighter, and Taehu stood waiting inside. A mysterious person appeared with a satisfied smile. "My choice of you was not a mistake." That person also didn't forget to advise, lightly touching his forehead, but to control such an immense source of magic power, the human body still has its limits. That person made a decision. Perhaps I should help a little. Taehu suddenly opened his eyes, and the machine announced, "Result, from a mysterious power, your rank has changed to S. An immense source of power is awakening." He finally succeeded. New skills have been registered. Taehu woke up and looked at his body curiously. This is information: name, Kim Taehu, age, 20, rank, S, physical strength, 268. Magic power, 389, willpower, 210, fatigue, 20%, remaining magic power, 389/389, special skill, gluttony. Can devour desired target. Magic power consumption, 100. Normal skill, perfect hypnosis. Hypnotize designated target. Magic power consumption, 100. Blood frenzy, activates all body stats. Magic power consumption, 200. Advanced vision, see through opponent. Magic power consumption, 10. Revelation, creates an infinite space. Magic power consumption, 200. Dragon's Rage, releases a strengthened magical aura. Magic power consumption, 100. Demonic Transformation, transforms body into demon beast form. Magic power consumption, 200. Demonic Fluid, imbues magic power with poisonous properties. Magic power consumption, 200. Summoning skill. Rosalia, summons Queen Rosalia. Magic power consumption, 300. Hazard, summons Dragon King Hazard. Magic power consumption, 11,000. He was still intently looking at himself. It's not just a combination of skills, they've been reorganized and new ones added. No, or is it because my rank increased that I can perceive them? Tae-guk rushed over, throwing open the door. What's happening? He went inside and saw him collapsed, instantly panicked. Director Che-sun. Che-sun reassured him, "I'm fine." Tae-guk was very worried, but inside it. He looked inside and said strangely, "It seems we." Che-sun was very expectant, are witnessing a historic moment. That person slowly opened their eyes. In front of that large building, Jin Hai sat with his arms crossed sternly, with Tae-guk beside him. Tae-guk sat opposite, sweating anxiously. He probably had expected it. After that, I got a light scolding. He subtly reminded him, "Player Taehu, damaging the association's facilities is not allowed, you know." He scratched his head awkwardly, "Sorry." Jin Hai considered it, feeling very surprised. "Anyway, considering what you've achieved so far, I'll arrange this matter." "Fusion, huh? You've done something unimaginable again." He probed, asking, "Do you feel anything different?" He looked around and confirmed, "Yes, my body is full of power. I even want to immediately enter the abyss right now." He was very excited. It seems there are also skills related to the Great Abyss. Whatever it is, I really want to test it right now. He clearly showed regret. "I also want to see it with my own eyes, but I can't keep a busy person like you any longer." Jin Hai stroked his chin, remembering, I almost forgot. "There's a mission for you." "What do you plan to do?" He mentioned, "It comes from the World Player Association." Taehu wondered, "What is it?" Jin Hai named it, "Player Taehu, someone is sharpening their knife. Someone is busy stretching." Sarah McWin turned around to look. Jeffrey waited pensively. Jin Hai stated the mission. "They want you to become a judge for the new SS licensing exam." Taehu was extremely excited. "Is it time to select SS already? Time flies so fast." The others looked bewildered. "Oh my, is that really Taehu?" They were extremely expectant and curious, the one compared equally with Cody. They looked at him, the prominent SS-level player. Vincent then came over. Thank you for agreeing to participate, Tae-hoo. He turned around, so, everyone is here. Then he pointed and introduced, player Thomas Provin has already arrived. Vincent continued to introduce, player Cody. He loudly declared, 3 SS-level players will be the judges for this exam, there can't be any more fairness than this. Vincent asked everyone, so, how do you all want to conduct the test? The association proposed a scoring system based on player skills. Upon hearing this, Cody became pensive. Tae-hoo spoke up, it doesn't need to be that complicated. He unleashed immense power here. Vincent clenched his teeth in confusion. What? Tae-hoo? He then explained, what a player needs most, in the end, is spirit and strength. Just by seeing who gets knocked down, we'll know their true strength. By the way, we can combine it with a skill test, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing this, he quickly tried to intervene. Wait, this is too violent. Cody was also amused. Interesting. He unleashed power no less than the other. Tae-hoo watched with a smile for a while. Cody confirmed, I'll participate. Vincent stepped back, puzzled. Tae-hoo, I can understand, but why Cody too? Someone was extremely worried. Chairman, will this affect the plan? Seeing this, everyone was extremely worried. The difficulty of this test, is it really right? Back in the examination room, Vincent made the final decision. Then the exam will be conducted in a combat format, as decided by the judges. He turned to the 3 judges, please divide yourselves to oversee each group. Vincent announced, training room number 1 is for player Tae-hoo, room number 2 is for player Thomas. Jeffrey was very annoyed. These judges, they just got lucky reaching SS before us and now they're showing off. Sarah McWin immediately reminded him, stop it, Jeffrey, someone might hear you. He still stubbornly yelled, no, but clearly, what else? SS was only established last year. We just didn't have enough time to accumulate achievements like them. In a direct confrontation, we might not necessarily lose. Jeffrey even turned and said directly, you can't keep hiding in your master's shadow, Sarah. He was filled with ambition. Today, I'm going to knock them down a peg or 2. The person Jeffrey disliked the most was, especially that arrogant Tae-hoo. Tae-hoo entered and greeted, nice to meet you, rookies. He introduced himself, I am Tae-hoo, appointed as a judge for this exam by the World Player Association. Tae-hoo then announced, the exam rules I've set are extremely simple, just land 1 effective blow on us, easy, right? Everyone felt confused, just 1 effective blow? Then the difficulty is easier than I thought. Tae-hoo was naturally very confident, however, in my opinion, that's impossible. So, he arrogantly told them, come at me, all of you. At first, they froze, not daring to move. Jeffrey couldn't stand it, enraged, this guy. He was the first to rush forward, there's a limit to joking around. Sarah McWin quickly tried to stop him, wait, Jeffrey. He stood there, waiting fearlessly. Seeing this, he became even stronger, veins clearly visible on his arms, got you. Tae-hoo merely swung a punch and sent him flying. Sarah McWin saw him fall with a loud thud and felt apprehensive. He announced, for now, Tae-hoo's face full of confidence, 1 person is eliminated. Jeffrey lay there in pain. Sarah McWin saw this and was terrified. She turned back and advised, don't rush in out of anger, everyone, calm down. But as soon as Sarah McWin finished speaking, they all rushed forward simultaneously, attacking at the same time, looking for an opening to strike. Tae-hoo easily defeated them, and 1 guy tried to launch a sneak attack. He turned back and violently kicked him. They stood surrounding Tae-hoo from all 4 directions, intending to attack. Tae-hoo's foot lifted, and he lunged forward fiercely. Tae-hoo easily defeated them, and he lay on the ground resentfully. He didn't hesitate to step on his hand, shattering the ground and rocks. He was kicked away by Tae-hoo. Sarah McWin stood stunned, even if they rushed in like that, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Another person exclaimed in fear, "Is he really a monster?" He slowly approached the remaining people. How disappointing. And those kids over there, though not as foolish as the ones who rushed in earlier. Tehu grabbed his neck and challenged, "Standing still like that won't change anything." He told them, still planning to stand rooted to the spot. Sarah McWin lowered her head. She made a suggestion. "Everyone, may I propose an idea?" Sarah McWin bravely stepped forward. He stood there bewildered. Willow leaves began to appear. Sarah McWin was ready. Tehu crossed his arms dismissively, discussing what, I wonder. So it's a skill? Is there anything strong enough to confront me directly? He was also ready. Let's see. The two sides lunged into attack. Tehu was very surprised. She can block this strike. Her hand trembled, and blood gushed from her mouth. Everyone, just now. Sarah McWin shouted, "Everyone, let's take him down together." One person understood her intent. "Are you trying to use yourself as a sacrifice to hold me back?" He gave a mysterious smile. The power orb was clearly visible. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the surroundings. The other person was now extremely scared. What is this? What's going on? I can't see anything. That person clutched their neck in pain, unable to breathe. Another person screamed in panic, "Save me!" Tehu recounted his skills: Monarch's World, Monarch's Aura, and even Shackles of Binding, a total of 6 combined skills, including low-level ones. Another person wanted to give up. No, I quit. I give up the competition. My senses are blurring." He had also calculated carefully. Heavy gravity, body bound, stats debuffed. How can mere nobodies endure this? Tehu was quite surprised, and yet she managed to hold on for quite a while. Sarah McWin was incredibly determined. "My teacher taught me that no matter the circumstances, you must never give up, because if you don't give up, there will surely be an opportunity." He gradually recognized her technique. She's drawing in the surrounding magic power, then converting it into her own stats. Enduring my attack was thanks to absorbing magic power from others. Tehu suddenly released his hand. Sarah McWin suddenly threw a punch. Now's my chance. He stood still. The fist was coming closer. She didn't understand why. My body can't move. What is this? Tehu grazed past her. His eyes coldly turned to her. Tehu still acknowledged, even though the punch didn't land. Well, such effort is commendable. Let's consider it an effective blow. He then confirmed, Sarah McWin, you passed. Tehu could foresee that, the owner of the terraforming skill. Sarah McQueen, later known as the Hope of America, an SS-Rank player, indeed had different qualities from the start. He also tried to guess, so the teacher she mentioned is. Congratulations. Taehyun also guessed, your disciple has passed. That person is Cody, the announcement has arrived. Chairman, the exam has concluded. Vincent anxiously watched, it's over? What are the results? The other person stammered, only one person passed. Sarah McQueen from America. His face turned pale, only one person? It's a disaster. Vincent's plan had collapsed. Due to Taehyun's unilateral actions and New Korea's rise to prominence, the World Player Association's intended influence in unexplored dungeons had diminished. He intended to recover it with this second round of licensing exams. Yet Taehyun only selected one person, and Cody and Thomas didn't select anyone. Wasn't this exam too rushed? The other person urged, Chairman, he was dejected, what now? The other person announced, Player Cody wishes to borrow the highest level training room. That person continued, on the grounds that he wants to fight Taehyun. He was even more stunned, what, really? The two stood opposite each other on the arena floor. They were ready for a fierce battle. The two faced each other amidst swirling smoke and shattered stone. Congratulations, your disciple has passed. Taehyun calmly crossed his arms. But, you surely didn't come all this way just to confirm that, did you? What brings you here? Cody's lips barely moved. You're feeling an urge, aren't you? There's no one here who can satisfy me either. Cody slowly stepped closer to him. You and I are alike, Taehyun. The voice continued, his expression grim. So why don't we try? Cody's eyes gleamed with determination. Have a match? Hearing that, Taehyun's lips curled into a smirk. I also thought we might clash one day, but I didn't expect it to be in this situation. He clenched his fist. I don't know why Cody is like this, but I don't mind. Because I also want to know what level I've reached. Taehyun exuded a terrifying aura, his face full of confidence, especially if I'm fighting the strongest person in the world. Cody and Taehyun's opposing stances were being observed by someone else through a screen. The observer tilted their head, slightly perplexed. What should we do? Cody and Taehyun are the world's number 1 and number 2, respectively. If those two fight, shouldn't we stop them? Vincent unconsciously spoke. Can we even stop them? Just let them do as they please. This surprised the other person. What? But he immediately cut them off. Instead, announced that all footage will be recorded. The recent SSS-Rank exam failed, so we should at least salvage something. He rested his chin on his hand, calculating, if we collect data on those two, who knows, we might even get unexpected media attention. The entire space was enveloped in a blue light from the screen. I take responsibility. Permitted to proceed. An announcement echoed, catching Taehyun's attention. Permission granted to use the facility, but... The voice clearly conveyed, all events here will be recorded by the association. Hearing that, he exclaimed, I see. Cody calmly gripped his shoulder. No problem. Anyway, once we start, those things will become useless anyway. Taehyun glanced at him with some interest. I didn't expect someone like you to make the first move. Cody's expression remained unchanged as he stretched his joints. Isn't that good news for you? You're still aiming for my number 1 spot. His voice surprisingly blurted out. Me? Taehyun, looking confident, was already in a fighting stance. You know it too. If I wanted to, I could take that spot any time. Cody's expression immediately became cold and grim. So that's how it is. That tongue is Taehyun's weapon, but it won't work on me. At this moment, the camera moved slightly. 2 punches met, creating an earthquake that tore through the air. Taehyun, full of dense killing intent, swiftly swung his fist. Cody knitted his eyebrows tightly. Yet his fist struck empty air. Just then, Cody rushed in from behind. His fist, brimming with power, was closing in on him. Taehyun easily dodged with a dangerous look on his face. Finally, he counterattacked with a terrifying move. Taehyun's eyes stared straight ahead, as expected. Cody's cold face emerged from the thick dust. He had blocked his opponent's strike. Their stats in both strength and speed were evenly matched. Immediately, Taehyun kicked him hard in the stomach. Then, he steadily braced himself with his hand on the ground. This would decide the match. His eyes sharp and sinister, he extended his hand to activate his power, Apocalypse. That power erupted with pitch-black death energy. The opponent's other leg was swiftly bound by crimson chains. And then even Cody's arm was restrained. His eyes were filled only with astonishment, a terrifying power. There's no information about him possessing this skill. Taehyun smirked amidst the killing intent. You still don't know many things about me. However, a hand swiftly transformed into a golden weapon, so today, I'll show you everything. Cody then used his sword to cut the chains into small pieces. You think you can defeat me with just that? The next second, his body was directly enveloped in armor, supreme light. He charged forward, sword in hand. Taehyun wasn't flustered and chuckled softly. You broke Apocalypse's chains so brutally? Just like teacher, just like student. He also pulled a weapon from his clothes. Taehyun easily parried his opponent's attack. The clashing blades unleashed immense power. The ground was forced to shatter, and a small rock fell through the air. The next second, it was instantly sliced into 2. Taehyun casually dodged Cody's blade. Next, he launched a counterattack, forcing Cody to parry with his blade. The two fiercely battled, shattering rocks and earth. Numerous dislodged rocks were thus sliced apart. Taehyun's face was devoid of emotion, but a searing pulse throbbed in his chest. He looked at Cody, who was equally aggressive. Something I've never felt before. Yes, there's no mistaking it, this person. The two faced each other with excited expressions. Is the strongest. Inside the observation room, the screens were static. Vincent gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is going on? The staff below were in a panic. Are there no cameras working? Contact the technical team. Send people to the scene immediately. However, someone hesitated. It's too dangerous. If we get caught up in it. Finally, Vincent turned decisively. I'll go there myself. The person next to him was slightly flustered, association head. Vincent's face was grim. The highest level training room was designed to withstand dozens of SS-Rank players at once. Yet these two are surpassing even that? Taehyun wiped his mouth and chuckled. If this continues, the building will collapse before a winner is decided. Cody, clad in his full armor, agreed. I agree. So, why don't you stop holding back and end this? He was holding his weapon's hilt, and just smirked. I've been fighting with all my might for a long time now. His opponent immediately retorted, don't lie. Cody's eyes, hidden behind his mask, flashed dangerously. Taehyun, you haven't used your Duke power yet, have you? These words instantly made his expression change. Taehyun hesitantly asked, Cody, how do you know that? The opponent immediately replied, you're not the only one who knows the deepest secret of the abyss. Cody held the sharp sword with great swagger. I'm also someone who has signed a contract with a duke. What caught his eye at this moment was his stunned face. Tell me, Taehyun, which monster did you sign a contract with? He tried to force a smile. Lupin. Jianlong, it turns out that not only China has people who made pacts with dukes. I never expected someone like Cody to be a duke contractor. He slowly put his weapon away, but only mentioning dukes, it seems he still doesn't know about the king. Taehyun, upon hearing this, immediately transformed with powerful aura like hellfire. Then keeping the trump card hidden is still the best strategy. Cody slowly assessed, Vampire Lord Ajimon, isn't that right? Taehyun furrowed his brows tightly, and you? The glowing fissure on Cody's chest slowly transformed. His armor was enveloped in a gloomy purple aura, and his sword surged with fresh magic. A pair of wings suddenly appeared. He was incredibly imposing with large wings behind his back. Fallen angel Lucifer, falling angel. Cody spoke in a calm tone. Come on, let's end it here. Taehyun's expression was incredibly focused. One foot lunged forward with momentum, the other powerfully pushed off the ground. The training room endured a terrifying explosion of power, the entire space enveloped in smoke and dust. Those standing at the door were shaken by the rush of aura that slammed into their bodies. Vincent gritted his teeth, covering his face. Cody and, what about Taehyun? Cody calmly said, it seems they're coming. Taehyun looked up without changing his expression. It really looks that way, then. At this moment, his claws and Cody's blade were both at the opponent's throat. For now, let's call it a draw. And then the armor on him disappeared. Yes, until we meet again, it will be in the abyss. Taehyun's magic also gradually dissipated. At that time, let's settle everything. At this moment, Vincent rushed in anxiously. Are both players okay? He walked past the opponent, smiling faintly. Yes, perhaps we caused a bit too much ruckus. Sorry about that. Finally, Taehyun left a message. Please handle the aftermath. Vincent was stunned, reaching out to try and stop him. Huh? Wait a minute, player Taehyun. But he didn't stop, he just kept walking. Now I really have to go. The scene of the demonic palace, filled with surging power, appeared to Taehyun. To the abyss. The dark flames were still burning. The demonic palace was unexpectedly attacked. The candlelight went out completely, leaving only thin smoke. A woman, looking disgruntled, spoke up. Really? Rosalia calmly rested her chin in her hand, remarking, that stubborn personality hasn't changed a bit. Several succubi appeared before the shattered wall. Daring to break someone else's installment-paid relic? Are you trying to start a power struggle? Someone indignantly clenched their fist. A power struggle, huh? I don't mind, I'm always ready. But there's a simpler way for both of us, Rosalia. Aji Moon coldly commanded, his fist creating another hole in the wall. Summon Cody's contractor. Rosalia remained composed in her chair. My contractor, for what? Her tone was full of sarcasm, still not over the matter at the Wibbian Steel Horse, are you? Quite generous for someone who sits on the Grand Duke's seat. Aji Moon frowned in annoyance, it's not for such trivial reasons. Don't beat around the bush. He stood opposite her. I don't know how you did it, but your contractor is using my power without permission. Hearing that, Rosalia turned her face and laughed loudly. So the recent rumors about your contractor are true, I see. She continued, speaking and laughing disdainfully, and compared to my power, Aji Moon, your power might be more to that person's liking, but his expression grew even darker. You know something, Rosalia, tell me. Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her wings spread wide along with an oppressive aura. You're not polite at all when asking for favors, are you? Aji Moon also unleashed his power without hesitation. Do I look like I'm asking for a favor? Just like that, Rosalia straightened up. Get out of the way, my dear children, it seems today. Tentacles grew from her body, stretching forcefully along with her anger. That arrogant vampire who stole my relic needs to be taught a little about etiquette. Rosalia pointed decisively, and the tentacles followed, lunging straight forward. They attacked directly, creating an instant explosion. Aji Moon was unharmed, still brimming with power like lightning around his body. Someone already rotten to the core dares to preach to me? He angrily unleashed his magic, Iron Blade. Innumerable sharp blades shot forward. Rosalia easily used her tentacles to smash them. We're not so different in origin, and you still utter insults with that wrinkled face. However, this time Aji Moon himself flew forward with a gigantic sword aura behind him. But his feet were tightly wrapped by tentacles. Aji Moon's brows furrowed tightly. The tentacles wrapped around his feet violently through him. Rosalia continued her attack, transforming the area ahead into a dominion of powerful explosions. And then the tentacles retracted amidst the magical power gathering into a beam of light, striking the ground. She suddenly lunged down from the air along with the mass of tentacles. The intense power combined with the horrifying tentacles attacked together, causing the entire scene to violently shake, pulverizing rocks into fine dust. Her feet touched the ground. Rosalia stood firm with a powerful stance. She faced the ruined scene before her. The pool of blood suddenly stirred, and Rosalia's entire body was abruptly pierced by sharp thorns. The pool of blood behind her trembled, blood-filled. Ajiman held a weapon in his hand, triumphantly reborn from the pool of blood. Rosalia, is this power created by your second-rate successor? He pressed the blade against her neck. You should be careful what it's causing. Otherwise. Rosalia fearlessly tilted her face. Even as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, she still smiled. Have you forgotten? The eye hidden behind her hair glowed brightly. Rosalia's entire face filled with danger. What my power truly is. His entire body suddenly stiffened. Everything around him and his weapon were gradually enveloped by shards of magic like thin ice. The candle reignited. Rosalia sat on the chair with an air of authority, her eyes widened, appearing in the air as if controlling the surrounding magic. Ajiman looked at this scene with a serious expression. Personal space, a virtual area created by illusion. This beauty is being toyed with by something like you. It's truly insulting. Rosalia gently tilted her head and smiled softly. This is where the dancer's power reaches its peak. Do you think you can handle me with just an avatar, not my real body? Of course, Ajiman furiously clicked his tongue. Wait, I'll bring my real body right away. Rosalia immediately interrupted. No need, Ajiman. She chuckled, her face extremely cunning. If you're so curious that you're willing to beg for my true form, then for old time's sake, I'll tell you. Rosalia remained composed on the chair, You want to know why my contractor can use your power, don't you? Within you is the memory of the moon, a being who once made all Grand Dukes kneel. Wasn't there once someone who usurped those powers? For a moment he was startled. No. Impossible. Rosalia's lips still curved upward. Yes, that iron horse itself. My contractor is. Her cold voice continued to echo amidst Taeyeon's surprised expression. That person's key. He appeared at the doorway. Why is everyone gathered here? The people inside turned to look at him. Player Taeyeon. He slowly walked inside. Marcus, the other person, also stepped forward to explain. We've been waiting for Player Taeyeon to return. We tried contacting the World Players Association, but it seems we missed each other. Taeyeon's expression was serious. What do you need from me? Marcus bowed slightly. Given the situation, I'll get straight to the point. At this moment, both Jinhee and Taeuk, standing nearby, were extremely tense. The U.S. Players Association. Marcus bowed even deeper before his astonished expression. Officially requests assistance from Player Taeyeon. He carefully replied to the other party. Sounds serious. He reached out to adjust his glasses. That's right. Now, in Marcus's mind was the horrifying scene of the abyss. One of our players entered the deepest level of the abyss and has gone missing. We coordinated with the World Players Association to conduct a search operation, but a search party of 4 SSS-Rank players was completely wiped out. He continued to speak amidst Taeyeon's bewildered gaze. Dallin Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bijou, and Aiden Simon all died in the operation. His eyes widened in horror. Marcus's expression was extremely pleading. Now, we can't guarantee the missing person is still alive, but Cody said he couldn't give up without seeing it for himself and went down into the abyss alone. The voice continued to echo. Taeyeon maintained a cold expression. We believe Cody is also in danger. That's why we came to you, Player Taeyeon. Please, we beg for your help. And then he sank into thought. The incident where 4 SS-Rank players were wiped out at the deepest level of the abyss, I still remember it clearly, even in my previous life. That was a huge shock too, but back then, there was no news that it was a search party and a missing person. Who was it, after all? Taeyeon's eyes probed. Who is that person, the missing player? But Marcus remained silent. In a gloomy place covered by several layers of fog, monsters carefully guarded. Behind the iron bars was a dark space without any light. An SS-Rank player. There was a girl bound by iron chains. Ricky. Taeyeon was slightly stunned. Ricky? He pressed his lips together, his expression extremely heavy. In my previous life, the incident that caused many players to die suddenly was attributed to them being ambushed during reconnaissance. Was it because Ricky, a special individual, became the vanguard? Even his silhouette was incredibly somber. She was someone who shouldn't have existed, drawn into the conspiracy at the Emperor's mausoleum, and I was the one who altered her fate. Marcus furrowed his brows tightly. Ricky and Cody are both members of the U.S. Players Association, but also essential figures for humanity. He gritted his teeth. Behind him, the spectral figures of innocent victims seemed to appear. 4 SS-Rank players have already died. We cannot afford to lose them both. Marcus urgently tried to persuade Taeyeon. If you agree to help, then in the future, the U.S. Players Association will consider Taeyeon an extremely important ally. And will provide support in many aspects, but he seemed uninterested in those things. That's enough explanation then, so where do I need to go? Suddenly, Jinhee hurriedly jumped up. Taeyeon, wait. He tried hard to stop him. Please reconsider. Even SS-Rank players were defeated. This situation requires more thorough preparation, but he cut him off. If that place is so dangerous, Taeyeon's expression was extremely determined, then right at this moment, those two might be fighting on the brink of life and death. I have to go. Memories of the past flooded back. Ricky spoke in his arms. Consider this time a debt I owe you. I'll keep it a secret, but in return, if I'm ever in danger later, you have to help me, because I think I can trust and rely on you. Returning to reality, Taeyeon smiled faintly. I also have an unpaid debt. He then left amidst Jinhee's astonishment. Taeuk then gently reassured, I hope everyone will trust Taeyeon more, he has always exceeded our expectations so far. Jinhee's expression became grim, I know, but... He clenched his teeth, I also understand clearly what happens. Jinhee seemed to briefly recall someone's figure. He saw a certain youth standing before a vortex of magic, at his feet were countless corpses drowned in a sea of blood, when one only trusted without caution. His slightly tilted face was gloomy, his emotions difficult to discern. Taeuk, however, was extremely confident, Taeyeon is different from that person. Jinhee still nervously clasped his hands, perhaps, I'm just overly worried. The terrifying crimson sky was covered by several layers of illusory mist. The towering demon palace was entirely enveloped in red light, with demonic beasts flying around. A monster roared as it swung its axe. It struck a blow that destroyed the ground. Cody gracefully flew upwards, avoiding the sharp axe blade. And then a sword blade slashed through the monster. Its massive body was severed. He let out a soft sigh amidst the splattering blood. Leaving the defeated monsters behind, Cody looked at the horde of monsters approaching from the front. So many, seemingly endless to cut down. Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising him. Then why not clear them all at once? From the darkness, a pair of legs appeared. The monsters were quickly restrained by vines, left only to scream. The figure stepped lightly from behind Cody. This person's unannounced appearance made him exclaim, Taeyeon, you've spoken up too. I've come to assist Cody. The two faced each other amidst the desolate, bloodthirsty scene. Cody, wearing his mask, chuckled with some dissatisfaction. Sent by Marcus, huh? Usually, I'd tell you to mind your own business, but the current situation doesn't allow it. Thanks for the help. Taeyeon looked up at the overwhelming power lingering in the air. I understand why I was sent here. I can feel the tremendous magical energy covering this city. His expression was a bit tense. I can't believe the place where Ricky went missing is this Grand Duke city. Cody glanced thoughtfully. Then he suddenly spoke up, Ricky was sent to investigate this area, which was deep within the abyss. But back then, no one knew this place was their territory. Taeyeon quietly asked again, is Ricky still alive? Cody immediately replied, yes, I sensed her magic inside. There's a path down to the basement. He calculated carefully. If we go down there, we might have to confront the Grand Duke, and our chances of defeating him are less than 1%. Cody, upon hearing this, immediately put his mask back on. Then we must choose a swift victory. He extended his glowing blade. Can you keep up? Taeyeon also drew his weapon. Of course. He slowly knelt down. The two charged simultaneously, decisively tearing through the monsters. Their body parts quickly separated, blood gushing out. Any monster that rushed forward was immediately cut down. Taeyeon suddenly teased, you were struggling with one monster just now. Cody, still busy with his moves, said, I was just conserving my strength because I knew you'd come. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, didn't you say last time that we'd have a duel if we met again in the abyss? I didn't expect us to be cooperating like this. Taeyeon also genuinely reflected, but if it's someone I can rely on to cover my back, it's not bad at all. They continued their furious battle. Both were humanity's supreme combatants. The slit in Cody's mask gleamed. If I can truly fight alongside him. The two easily crushed everything around them. Perhaps saving Ricky was possible. Taeyeon stepped onto the newly opened entrance. This is... Cody also confidently walked in. It seems we've reached the city's center. An entire space of meticulously built architecture appeared. He guessed, there must be an entrance to the basement around here. Cody proposed a plan, let's split up and look. Ow. Suddenly, someone charged forward with a waiting punch. You will probably die here. Completely undefended, he was sent flying. Cody's body slammed hard into the wall, making rocks and dust explode. Seeing this, Taeyeon swung his sword. The powerful blade descended. But a hand directly grabbed the blade. To his surprise, the man spoke. Finally, I get to meet the famous figure. Despite his bleeding hand, the man tilted his head and smiled. I hear you're the ace of New Korea now, Taeyeon. He tried to force the blade down. Who are you? The other man held on tightly, not letting go. What, old man Jin, he didn't tell you anything? The opponent's other hand pressed tightly against his face. How boring. Taeyeon's head was violently slammed to the ground, and his weapon was disarmed. The man's hand gripped his angry face. My name is Ji-hong, leader of the Malice Guild. Ji-hong flashed a wicked smile, his sword easily broken by the man. Can I be considered your senior? Cody unexpectedly lunged to attack. The power from the slashing sword made Ji-hong clumsily evade. He squinted dangerously. That's Cody for you. And then Ji-hong looked towards him and praised, if he fell that easily, he wouldn't be called the world's #1. Taeyeon nervously spoke up, that Ji-hong. He claims to be the leader of the Malice Guild. Cody was not surprised. I know his face. He's an internationally wanted criminal. But he was a little confused. What's suspicious, though, is why someone like him is here. Suddenly, Ji-hong touched his hair. Think a bit harder, use your head. How could someone who is merely human be waiting for you guys in the center of the Grand Duke's city? Taeyeon frowned slightly. Could it be? He covered half his face with his hand, revealing a cunning smile. And then terrifying demonic energy surged out around him. Ji-hong slowly removed his hand, his face filled with maniacal cruelty. I'm just like you guys. As his power grew stronger, like a raging storm, Ji-hong spread his arms wide towards Cody and Taeyeon. Come on, those who share a contract with the Archduke, let's fight each other properly. In a dark, gloomy place hung with iron chains, someone knelt on the cold ground. Ricky's demeanor was nothing but helplessness and exhaustion. Cody, Taeyeon. Ji-hong stood calmly with his arms outstretched, as if itching for a fight. Seeing this, Cody cautiously remarked, the leader of the Malice Guild's demons is an Archduke's contractor. What a nightmare. No wonder he's been so hard to catch. Taeyeon glanced around slightly. Let's worry about him later. In his eyes now was Ji-hong's frantic appearance, exuding immense demonic energy. If the Archduke sent his contractor here, it means he already knows we've infiltrated this place. His expression was extremely serious. The fact that the Archduke isn't dealing with us himself means he's either too arrogant, or he's tied up with something else more important. Either way, we must use this opportunity to get Ricky out of here. At this moment, Cody was in a combat-ready state. You follow me. We'll attack him from two sides. His mask glowed brightly with golden light again. I'll attack first. Taeyeon's eyes were filled with vigilance. I'll provide support. With that, Cody immediately tore through the air and charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly, confronting the enemy in front of him, making the latter confused. What kind of direct attack is that? Ji-hong said with a hint of disdain, you think I can't dodge it? However, amidst the space overflowing with demonic energy, his legs were suddenly bound by chains and vines. Taeyeon extended his hand, channeling demonic power into vines. Apocalypse! Cody's blade also quickly approached him, a decisive light sword slash cutting through. Ji-hong's face was grim, his eyes hidden by his hair. A moment later, Cody realized in shock, my sword. He looked down at his shattered blade. It broke, and I didn't even feel it. Why? At this moment, Ji-hong gathered power in his palm with a triumphant smile. Seeing this, Taeyeon shouted in fear, Cody. Cody's mask took an unexpected blow. Next, he swung his leg and kicked again fiercely, pushing Cody back. His body, out of control, slammed into the wall, causing rocks and debris to shatter and fly up. As Cody struggled, Ji-hong mocked, you said you knew my face, but you know nothing about my skills? He used his demonic power again to make large rocks fall on Cody. How disappointing. Ji-hong beamed, with powerful demonic entities continuously moving beside him. Tae-hyun looked ahead tensely. In that moment, when he attacked, he recalled the scene of Cody's blade confronting Ji-hong. At that time, he used the demonic entity in his palm. It looked like Cody's sword was sucked into his hand. Now, Ji-hong calmly extended his hand, revealing that demonic entity. Skill activated. Apocalypse skill cancelled. Skill currently unusable. The system sound had just rung, making him realize something. For some reason, the Apocalypse skill was also nullified. That must be. The image of a demonic entity carrying a huge golden light flashed in his mind. The thing I saw when I raided Jianlong's lab in China. Tae-hyun quickly concluded, a black hole that nullifies skills around its body. So that's your skill, the one that makes you so confident? Ji-hong was slightly surprised upon hearing that. Oh, Tae-hyun, you've seen this skill before? Despite the tension, he remained calm. I've had trouble with this skill before, but I think there was also a temporary skill scroll for it being sold. Ji-hong added, selling those temporary skill scrolls is quite a source of income. A skill that nullifies other people's skills is always coveted by awakened ones. For an awakened one who constantly lives on the brink of life and death, that scroll is enough to make them drool, isn't it? Suddenly, his face was filled with a hateful expression. Now, watching weaklings like you struggle is truly entertaining. I despise the weak, but I hate awakened ones like you even more. Ji-hong raised the demonic entity high. Let's see if you're any different from those weaklings. And then, with his aggressive demeanor, the demonic entity transformed into a terrifying black hole. Shall we begin? He hurled the enraged demonic entity forward. However, Tae-hyun showed no fear. He swiftly flew up, escaping the overpowering attack. But Ji-hong charged right next to him, ready to launch his next attack. His eyes widened in surprise, while Ji-hong maintained his chilling smile. In the suffocating atmosphere, red blood splattered, and the horizontal slash across his body left him stunned. Ji-hong collapsed under Tae-hyun's mocking tone. That black hole can't absorb a Grand Duke's skill, let alone an Emperor's. Tae-hyun stood gallantly with wide wings, the weapon in his hand gleaming sharply. Now it's hard to say who's overly reliant on the awakened power obtained from a contract with a Grand Duke. Ji-hong knelt on one knee, holding his chest and exclaiming. Ji-hong slowly stood up. One of his arms had transformed, his face bearing a chilling expression. Suddenly, rocks and earth exploded, creating a seismic blast. Cody appeared, gloomy. At this moment, he also unleashed his power with wide wings behind his back. The entire space became incredibly suffocating with the battle of these three monsters. Tae-hyun and Cody were now soaring in the air on their wings, both aiming at Ji-hong below. However, he let out a slight, contemptuous laugh amidst the surging aura around him. His feet stood firm on the dusty ground. With a mocking tone, Ji-hong slightly tilted his head back. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a large section of the wall was easily destroyed. Tae-hyun clenched his teeth, leaning to the side. Ji-hong, using his terrifying arm, destroyed the heavy falling rocks. He clenched his fist with a dangerous expression. Opportunities to fight against top awakened ones like this are rare. I truly thank you all. A colossal beast emerged behind Ji-hong. The beast's eyes gleamed malevolently. He didn't hesitate at all, preparing for battle. His face was truly chilling. The Grand Duke of the Abyss, Beast King Organ. Both Tae-hyun and Cody were surprised by his presence. Organ spoke with a cruel demeanor. Ji-hong turned back, playfully touching his nose. Organ's red eyes grew thoughtful. A powerful punch landed, shattering the ground. He furiously clenched his bleeding hand, his gaze fixed on Ji-hong, who lay sprawled at his feet. Ji-hong lay motionless on the ground, only listening to Organ's words. Only then did he turn his attention to Tae-hyun's group. His demeanor exuded savage cruelty. Tae-hyun suddenly shouted. He tilted his head to look at the person behind him. Cody was somewhat pensive. Tae-hyun resolutely extended his hand and entrusted. Instantly, his power transformed into a divine dragon and lunged towards Organ. Taehyun's face was both tense and calm. Organ, meanwhile, seemed to turn into a stone statue, devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a powerful demonic energy erupted from the demon palace. His feet moved swiftly. Suddenly, several monsters appeared before him. The demonic energy slashed through them, severing their bodies, leaving them to wail miserably. A thought flashed through his mind. Taehyun frantically rushed forward. "Where are you, Ricky?" Suddenly, he realized something with a start. He saw the magic power floating in the air. That magic power gathered into a small orb. Ricky's skill. Taehyun continued to follow the magic power slowly flying away. "Is it telling me to follow?" The monster guarding the dungeon vigilantly shouted, "What the hell? Why are you here?" A faint light shone upon Ricky inside the prison. Suddenly, a pair of bloodstained shoes slowly approached. She slightly opened one eye. "You finally found me." Before her now was Taehyun with a bloodstained face. "Taehyun." He slightly curled the corner of his mouth. "I'm here to repay a debt, Ricky." By now, she had been freed from her shackles. "You came to such a dangerous place just to repay a debt? You're truly admirable." Taehyun anxiously held her shoulders. "A promise is still a promise." Ricky weakly asked, "Where's Cody?" He cautiously looked around. Perhaps Cody is looking for Ricky from another direction. "I also want to tell you what happened, but there's not much time." Hearing this, she remarked, "It seems the Grand Duke is starting to act." Taehyun was slightly surprised. "You also know about the Grand Duke?" She gently answered, "Of course. After all, I'm an investigator for the World Player Association." Ricky recalled Organ's fierce and cruel figure, the master of the city, Grand Duke Organ. His magic power is so profound it's immeasurable, more terrifying and dreadful than any magical creature I've ever encountered. Taehyun's expression turned terrifyingly serious. "If you knew that, you should quickly retreat. I've stalled him for a while, but I don't know how long it will last." "How about Cody?" Hearing this, Ricky reluctantly spoke, "My legs have no strength left at all." He immediately helped her up. "I'll support you. Let's retreat quickly." They both stood on the moving platform, slowly being pulled upward. She pondered a moment, pursing her lips. Ricky spoke, to his confusion, "It's strange, isn't it?" She continued to express her feelings. "Ever since I was in John Long's research lab, even though each time I felt desperate and thought I would surely die, whenever I saw you, I believed that everything would be all right. Thank you for coming to save me, Taehyun." Hearing this, he softly smiled. The two stood on the stone platform in silence. Suddenly, Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a gloomy voice, "Really?" At this moment, Organ was waiting for them above. "You don't think you can escape from me, do you?" His colossal figure loomed over the astonished Taehyun and Ricky. Organ's face was filled with gloomy cruelty. "This wench has such a high level of magic comprehension that I even considered using her as a backup surrogate. I've been watching you, so where you're going is as clear as day." He frantically gritted his teeth. "Right, I can understand him chasing me here, but—" At this moment, the two directly confronted the brutal Organ. "You're stubborn, having received my mark. Come now, chosen by the Emperor." Taehyun furiously challenged, "That power from before, try using it on me again." He continued to unleash his magic power, sending the divine dragon forward. "You think I can't inflict any wounds on you?" Organ had to face the divine dragon's claws. However, he directly used his hand to break its jaw. Organ's face was utterly ferocious. "If you're so eager to fight me, I'll let you taste hell." The divine dragon was easily torn apart by him. Indeed, my judgment was not wrong. Then Taehyun immediately rushed forward. His face was filled with determination and a resolute will. Even if his skills weren't effective, he still needed to keep trying. From mid-air, he unleashed countless sharp, crimson blood swords. Yet Organ's face didn't change, he let the swords pierce his body. This is my power of resilience. Finally, T-Hugh, with his transformed hand, charged directly forward. He didn't evade at all, watching him approach. Organ witnessed him activate a terrifying power. The energy behind him seemed to transform into a raging dragon, unleashing destructive energy enhanced by magic. Organ painfully bore the brunt of that power. T-Hugh's claws easily tore through a part of his body. He still didn't fall. Is this mighty destructive energy the power of dragons? Organ slightly tilted his body and looked back. T-Hugh's arm was still surging with magic, transforming into a demonic beast, altering his body into a monstrous form. He marveled at his next attack, both the power of that species and that, I see you're strong. And then another massive surge of magic attacked him from behind. Ricky stood in the space filled with dust and broken rocks, frowning. I can't believe it, a human fighting the Grand Duke to this extent? She looked at his expressionless face. T-Hugh, who exactly are you? But the Grand Duke's large hand suddenly gripped his transformed arm. Organ laughed victoriously, his laughter growing louder and louder. T-Hugh became panicked. But Organ was extremely excited. How interesting, truly interesting. It's been so long since I felt this fervent fighting sensation. He leaned his terrifying face close to him. Controlling the power of others always excites me. Organ's hand still gripped his wrist, his tone even. It's been a long time since the king disappeared, even though I once made Mortal Kombat between the strong my ultimate goal. But as that person matured, the boring days stretched on. I've been waiting for a battle like this for so long. As he spoke, T-Hugh looked down at his controlled arm. It seems I'll get a proper fight today. And so, his arm was torn off. Amidst cries of pain, Ricky anxiously shouted, T-Hugh. Organ threw the freshly torn arm behind him. He challenged, show me your true song, O contractor of the king. T-Hugh painfully clutched his wound. Damn it, the power of other Grand Dukes or even the king. He watched Organ fiercely charging at him. Are completely useless. As T-Hugh confronted him, he calculated, now, all I have left is. He tensely gritted his teeth. Only this one thing left. And then he shouted with all his might, come, Rosalia. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying pair of eyes awakened, appearing amidst the shaking space, as if carrying the energy of the universe. A resounding shockwave erupted. Before Organ's eyes were countless gigantic, intertwining tentacles. Rosalia appeared, standing in front, shielding T-Hugh. Organ, with furious sarcasm, sneered, Rosalia, indeed, your most loyal dog has appeared. Despite being injured, he smiled faintly. If I could, I would have wanted to finish this without calling you. But Rosalia glanced back slightly, and then her eyes, filled with anger, turned forward, magic also emanating. She confronted Organ. T-Hugh painfully furrowed his brow. Rosalia. He looked at her standing before him. I truly wanted to end this without summoning you. A Grand Duke summoned by the power of a contractor cannot possibly contend with the physical body of a Grand Duke. T-Hugh suddenly recalled the terrifying magic flow, difficult to withstand, and the risk was very high. The scene of massive energy erupting to its extreme also flashed in his mind. Mana might increase uncontrollably like last time. Or the clash between Grand Dukes will destroy everything. Even if I survive, Ricky might not. His face was now extremely stern. But now, this isn't the time to be picky. Organ, too, was very interested. Rosalia, I didn't expect you to have gotten so close to the power of a Grand Duke. When did you form a summoning contract with this guy? Suddenly, his crimson eyes narrowed thoughtfully. No, wait, no wonder I sensed such powerful incubus energy. It turns out you're not merely his contractor. Rosalia dismissively waved her hand, unleashing magic. You must regret realizing it too late. I'm not as easy to deal with as those vampires. Hearing this, Organ grew even more excited, spreading his arms before her and T-Hugh. A formidable opponent, huh? That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Rosalia glanced back worriedly. T-Hugh was still silently enduring the pain. Contractor, it seems you need healing. Can you handle it yourself? His face tense and serious, he replied, if I use blood magic, I can recover. She responded, then that's good. The next second, the space around T-Hugh changed, surprising him. He looked around, confused. This place. Rosalia's calm voice echoed, Contractor, you've been here before. My power, my personal space, a place separated from reality, it's my own domain. T-Hugh stood alone in that vast space, continuing to listen to her words. I lied to the enemy that I could confront him, but now all I can do is summon you here to buy time. Rosalia carefully instructed, it won't even last long. You focus on recovering first, we'll deal with Organ later. He seemed to understand, then quietly asked, so, can you bring one more person here? The next second, Ricky fell from midair. She groggily lifted her head, confused, what was that? The space just warped. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her, Ricky, could you move aside a bit? At this moment, she was sitting on him. Ricky was a little startled, T-Hugh, you suddenly disappeared last time, why are you here now? But then she awkwardly moved off him, sorry about that. He only chuckled softly. This is a temporary refuge that the Grand Duke, through our contract, created for me. She was still confused, Grand Duke, a refuge. Suddenly, T-Hugh's expression became cold and determined. Ricky, here, we must find a way to escape this current situation. Meanwhile, Rosalia and Organ were still clashing. He slowly remarked, the mana key is gone, and even what's behind you is too. Did you use your power? Rosalia didn't care at all, she calmly crossed her arms, who knows what happened. Even if I told you, that beastly brain of yours wouldn't understand. Organ's face exuded danger, hand it over. He attacked fiercely, it's mine. Rosalia, her expression unchanged, extended her tentacles. Inside her personal space, a voice echoed, so, while the two Grand Dukes are fighting, I need to find a way to escape Organ, right? The other person confirmed, yes. Ricky narrowed her eyes slightly, I sort of understand now, but the part one don't get is. You said you're the Succubus Queen's contractor, so how can you use the power of other Grand Dukes? She vaguely directed her gaze towards his strangely transformed and healed arm, the skill you just used, and the blood magic from earlier, it's all very strange. T-Hugh's appearance in her eyes now seemed truly dark. Are you really human? After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, Ricky, the first time we met, you said. People like us are monsters in a way. Then he recalled Ricky's words spoken with a cold demeanor. Can someone with such power truly be called human? Amidst those memories, T-Hugh continued that I needed something to bind us together. His expression at this moment was truly steadfast, my answer is still the same as back then. You see, I'm a traditional person, so I can't break a promise to a friend. Ricky thoughtfully mused, well, yes, I did say that back then. T-Hugh leaned his hand on his knee, preparing to stand up, I am human. It's just that the skill I possess can absorb other skills. Finally, she understood, so that's why you can use all those skills. She mumbled, stunned, on the ground, you. If that's the case, it makes sense, but it's too powerful. T-Hugh, meanwhile, began to test the power from his new arm. Ricky is someone I can trust. It's okay to reveal this much to explain myself, and she'll keep it a secret too. He sank into deep thought, resolute, though I'll never tell her about regressing, even if I die. The space suddenly shook violently, surprising them both. T-Hugh retracted the magic in his hand, now that I've recovered, we need to think of a way. The fierce battle between Rosalia and Organ came into his view, even now, out there. She's trying to control him. Rosalia is still struggling to buy us time. And then he saw her tentacles being torn, I used all my skills but couldn't stop Organ. T-Hugh's face was grim as he turned to ask, Ricky, do you have a plan? Ricky carefully calculated, among the skills I have. Suddenly, she thought of something. I have an idea. He urged her, tell me. She clenched her teeth, thinking of a giant blue spiritual vortex like a black hole, a gate, a skill that opens a gate to specific coordinates that you can pass through. Hearing that, T-Hugh decisively declared, then let's use it to get out of here. But she hesitated with worry. No, it's too dangerous. I've only ever used it to summon monsters from the other side. I've never gone through it myself. The heavily guarded path swirling with magic appeared in her mind. The gate is created only with human mana. It's not a teleportation gate, so it's unstable. It could close while we're teleporting. And the worst case scenario is that you'll forever wander between dimensions? Ricky concluded helplessly, perhaps we need to find another way. But he immediately spoke up again, but Ricky, you know. T-Hugh stood watching the collapsing space. This is the only way. He extended his hand towards her. It's time to make a decision. T-Hugh's face was full of trust. Ricky, I trust you. This made her a bit surprised. And then, amidst the fragments of space slowly falling, she reached out her hand towards him. He pulled her to her feet as a faint sound suddenly echoed, contractor. T-Hugh and Ricky looked forward in shock. Rosalia's head had been separated from her body and was being controlled by Organ. She weakly groaned, run. She tried to open her pained eyes, as far as you can. And with that, Organ crushed Rosalia's head. He smugly said, you've returned. Did you think you could hide behind Rosalia forever? Organ looked at her bloodied, motionless body on the ground and scoffed, how shameful. That's not how a king behaves. A king must be able to ruthlessly eliminate all who oppose him. If you've inherited the throne, you must fight in a way that befits it. T-Hugh immediately unleashed his divine dragon to fight. Despite being attacked by the divine dragon's magic, Organ showed no fear. This trick. He looked at T-Hugh, who still had a trace of magic. You know it won't work on me. Is that all you've got? T-Hugh's eyes flashed with anger. I'm tired of your nonsense. T-Hugh immediately yelled, Ricky. The mention of her name startled her slightly. He continued, right now, open the gate, quickly. She quickly turned and began to activate her magic. All right. Immediately, a giant spatial gate took shape. Organ, meanwhile, grabbed the divine dragon by the neck. More cheap tricks? I won't let you escape. T-Hugh wavered, gathering magic into his hand. Don't be so quick, just wait. The magic transformed the divine dragon into sharp claws. He clenched his fist with unwavering determination. Someday, I'll find you again. The strong, fiery red aura created a terrifying explosion. Ignoring the magic still swirling in the explosion behind them, Ricky was still a little worried. Are you sure this is the right choice? What if something goes wrong? He walked towards the gate with unwavering resolve. If I can't trust the greatest wizard in the world, who can I trust? Taehyun showed no fear. Let's just go and see. We'll find out what's on the other side. Leaves gently fell, and he woke up in a forest. Taehyun sat up, holding his head amidst someone's excited voice. I did it. Ricky sat happily in front of the gate. We really succeeded, Taehyun. I didn't think this method would work. Her voice couldn't help but rise. Perhaps we are the first to pass through an artificial gate. Taehyun smiled faintly. See? I told you it would work. She shyly touched her face. I'm so happy. Ricky continued to speak, because you're here. Unbeknownst to her, a monster's hand had already pierced through the gate, waiting to snatch her. He was so scared he froze. Taehyun quickly ran towards Ricky. She tilted her head, slightly startled. Organ poked his head through the gate, his large hand squeezing her so tightly that blood splattered. Organ still wore a cruel expression. Where are you going, huh? He watched Ricky cough up blood and pain. Guhak. Organ's tone was full of death. The real battle has only just begun. His eyes filled with killing intent. Look back. And then Organ dropped Ricky from above. All right. This made Taehyun quickly run towards her. Taehyun precisely caught her in his arms and worriedly yelled, Ricky. He carefully observed her heavily injured body. Her shattered bones have pierced all her internal organs. Taehyun's face was tense and fearful. She's in a very dangerous condition. So he frantically searched for magic, a skill. Don't I have any skills that can heal Ricky? Now he was utterly panicked. If I adapt to the bloodlust killer somehow. No, that won't work. Call Rosalia for help. Can Rosalia even get here right now? He tried to calm himself. Don't stop thinking, just keep looking for a way. Suddenly, her voice rang out, surprising him. Taehyun, I'm okay. Even though her face had lost all color, Ricky smiled. I've always been prepared for something like this. But Taehyun painfully gritted his teeth. I can't give up. Didn't you promise to save me? Her smile remained. You've kept your word very well. I know it's too late to turn back now. Taehyun remained incredibly resolute, but Ricky painfully cut him off. So, can I ask you for one last favor? She suddenly brought up something unrelated. You said you could absorb other people's skills, right? She lightly moved her blood-stained lips. Will you absorb my skills? Her words astonished Taehyun, so I can still fulfill my responsibility to humanity. Ricky used all her strength to speak. Can you do that for me? His whole body began to tremble. Taehyun began to activate magic around him. Ricky smiled serenely amidst the fragments of magic touching her. I've lived without regrets, except for just one thing. She looked at his calm face. At least I should have confessed my feelings to you once. The magic surrounding her grew even stronger. The magic tower remained bathed in the scorching red sky. Ji-hong and Cody desperately attacked each other. Ji-hong's face was extremely excited. That's right, this is what I've been craving. My blood's boiling. Cody fought nimbly while pondering. I need to shake them off quickly. I can't be stuck here forever. The powerful blade he brought down was blocked by Ji-hong. He still wore a sly smile. Why do you keep trying to run, Cody? Fighting me, but your mind is elsewhere. How cold. Even though the arm blocking the sword was trembling, Ji-hong sneered. If it's because of Taehyun and that woman in prison, then give up. It looks like Organ has already dealt with them. He cunningly teased, it's been a while since I felt their mana. I wonder what happened. The blade suddenly attacked powerfully amidst Ji-hong's mocking tone. Too bad, I wanted to fight him again. Ji-hong was momentarily stunned. Cody decisively swung his mana-filled sword, sending his opponent flying. He stumbled back onto the ground. His arm used to shield his face was injured. At this moment, Cody held his powerful sword with unwavering conviction. Nonsense, I believe in them. Ji-hong calmly emerged from the dust, his arm transformed. How optimistic. You'll soon face reality. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently, and rocks fell. Cody looked utterly shocked. Ji-hong was also very surprised. What? A powerful voice echoed briefly, freezing him. Contractor, come see me now. He looked a bit awkward. I'm currently holding off an intruder. A giant hand clenched a boulder, almost crushing it. I won't repeat myself. Ji-hong clicked his tongue. Cody looked at his opponent turning away, slightly surprised. Leaving? He sounded somewhat displeased. Yeah, my temperamental master is calling his pawn back. You're spared, Cody. Song Ji-hong suddenly stopped to threaten, but remember, this is just the beginning. Earth will soon be engulfed in chaos. And then he arrogantly pointed at him, and the one who brings it will be me, Ji-hong, master of the Asian Guild. With that, Ji-hong disappeared before Cody's eyes. He solemnly removed his mask. Organ let him go just now? Don't tell me. Cody suddenly yelled in fear, Ricky. Taehyun. The people outside watched a hurried figure appear. They looked in surprise at the panting figure, player Cody. He hurried over and asked, where are Taehyun and Ricky? Didn't they come this way? The person who answered Cody looked a bit confused. Huh? What do you mean? Another person suddenly cried out, over there. Someone's coming from there. In the distance, Taehyun was approaching, carrying Ricky. Cody anxiously stared after them. Kim Tae. However, he clearly saw Taehyun's somber expression and the exhausted body of the person in his arms. Cody's eyes widened in shock. The gloomy atmosphere quietly settled under the blood-red sky. He softly spoke, "Is she at peace?" Taehyun felt guilty before Ricky's cold body. "Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't save her." While everyone looked deeply pained, Cody gently reassured them, "No, it's not your fault. Ricky chose to heroically sacrifice herself for humanity." His hands clenched in indignation, "And that happened because I was too useless." Cody made a decision, "I'll take her." "You've done well, Taehyun." But he refused, "No, let me do it myself. Please take me to the U.S. Player Association." This statement puzzled him slightly. But a second later, Taehyun revealed his determination, "I need to deliver what Ricky left me. It's my responsibility to hand it over properly." At the U.S. Player Association headquarters, Kevin stood speaking before everyone, "Player Taehyun, regarding Ricky, on behalf of the association, we thank you. We owe you." Montel listened with crossed arms, "But we also lost several valuable players because of this. We are still very overwhelmed and trying to recover." Taehyun was now standing opposite him. "What you gathered us to say, I hope it's worth it." Gregor, displeased, slammed his hand on the table. "Exactly. We don't have enough time to sit here and listen to you cry, you failure." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Failure?" Cody angrily emanated a terrifying aura. "Are you talking about me, Gregor?" Suddenly, he awkwardly explained, "No, Cody, that's not what I meant." He didn't care about him, Taehyun. At this moment, he spoke gravely, "You will soon see with your own eyes if this is worth it." The crowd all looked at him, their faces filled with astonishment. "That skill." Kevin's face darkened. "How did you?" And Taehyun's hand was now a box tightly bound by magic, like film reels. "That's right, this is Ricky's skill, allowing the user to collect memories. Remember." His face was filled with danger. "With this, we will hear Ricky's dying words together." Taehyun had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky through gluttony. One of them is the Heart of the Superior Race. Heart of the Superior Race, 5, creates demonic crystals in the body, magic power, 30. This skill produces demonic crystals, allowing free control of the flow of magic power, and most of the skills Ricky ever used stemmed from it. Her obsession with distinguishing humans and demonic beasts likely stemmed from Ricky carrying the heart of a demonic beast. The second skill is Teleportation Gate, used when escaping organ. Teleportation Gate, S, opens a gate to the specified coordinates, magic power, 100. As long as the coordinates have been marked, one can cross space to reach it. And the final skill, Remember, 5, activates memory magic, magic power, 300, remember. This skill allows seeing everything stored in memories. Thanks to this skill, Ricky became an excellent investigator for the World Player Association. Kevin exclaimed in astonishment, "Remember is Ricky's exclusive skill, yet Taehyun can use it." He casually said, "No one was as skilled at controlling magic power as Ricky. Perhaps she found a way to transfer the skill to me." He was feeling very remorseful. "Sorry, Ricky, for not being able to reveal gluttony. I'll borrow your name, okay?" Kevin was a bit disappointed, oh my, while Cody looked at Taehyun with considerable curiosity. "What are you going to show us with that memory skill?" He silently looked at the orb in his hand. He suddenly activated it, causing the room to be suddenly filled with dazzling light. What Ricky had stored using her memory skill was the information she gathered while infiltrating Organ's stronghold. It was a scene of stone statues of demonic beasts. The matter of the demonic beast language was still under research, so deciphering it would take time, but just by looking at the mural, Ricky had a premonition that those who sat on par with Organ were all Grand Dukes. That was the Beast King, Organ. The Succubus Queen, Rosalia. The Bloodline Lord, Azaman. The Demon King, Beelzebub. The Dragon King, Hazar. The Abyssal Emperor, Zokmungan. The Celestial King, Lucifer. The 7 Grand Dukes constantly vied for territories, taking them, losing them, then taking them again, all maintaining a fragile balance, co-ruling the abyss. However, who was the one occupying the supreme position, the position that remained empty in the painting? In that memory, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "You've also managed to find your way all the way here?" The gigantic demonic beast appeared, looking disdainfully at Ricky, that rotten flesh. In reality, Kevin gasped in astonishment, "Oh." He trembled, clutching his head and muttering, "No way." According to intelligence from America until now, only 3 Grand Dukes have been confirmed: Organ, Azaman, and Lucifer. Their power remains an enigma, but thanks to the sacrifice of the players this time, we know one thing for sure: if just one Grand Duke crosses the gate, humanity will perish. But it's not 3, it's 7 Grand Dukes, not to mention there might even be someone who surpasses them all. Good heavens! And Taehyun calmly withdrew the memory magic. Elsewhere, Ji-hong blandly asked, "So, is it all over now, Sir Organ?" Organ replied, "Yes." He gave a faint smile, his eyes flashing with cunning. "I still find it hard to believe that a great Grand Duke of the Abyss like you would have to rely on the power of this lowly species." Organ indifferently said, "That was merely a minor incident. Even without your assistance, I could still revive. It's just that I didn't want to wait too long. If you dare to babble like that again, I will turn you to dust." Ji-hong laughed and replied, "I'll be more careful. May I ask why you are so urgently pursuing Taehyun?" He stated directly, he is using an extremely special ability, an ability that should only be bestowed upon a chosen one. Ji-hong couldn't help but be curious, "A chosen one? Who do you mean, sir?" Organ hinted to him, "The one who once sat at the peak of power, ruling the abyss in the past. The one who led the Grand Dukes and challenged even the upper realm. The Underworld King." He said in astonishment, "The Underworld King?" He raised his hand and commanded, "But now everything is different. I will give you a new command. We will ascend to Earth, my contractor. Stir up that world, plunge them into chaos. Lure out the Underworld King's key and present it before me. If I seize that key, I will rule the entire abyss, and I shall become the new overlord." Ji-hong respectfully replied, "I obey your command. Everything will happen as you wish, Lord Organ." On Taehyun's side, he suddenly asked Kevin, "Chairman, what will you do now?" Kevin replied, "An emergency meeting must be called immediately, although I'm not sure if there are any feasible measures left." He asked, puzzled, "Will the American Players Association deal with this alone?" This is no longer solely an issue for the American Association. The future of humanity is at stake. This information must be shared with the entire world. He explained, "If we do that, humanity will fall into uncontrollable chaos." He, however, disagreed with that reason and offered his opinion, but that's also an opportunity for everyone to unite. Ricky didn't fight solely for her nation's benefit. Please respect her dying wish. Kevin remained silent for a moment upon hearing that. Finally, he sighed and conceded, "All right, after gathering and verifying everything, I will share this information through the World Players Association." Taehu spoke again, "From the memory skill, I saw the shape of light hidden deep underground here in Ricky's memories." Kevin was surprised, "You know about that too?" The person next to him whispered, "Chairman, Player Taehu is now our most important strategic ally." He replied curtly, "That's right." Then he said, "Player Taehu, please come with us for a moment." He nodded in agreement. All 4 of them moved into the elevator. Kevin reminded him, "Player Taehu, if you've studied history, you probably already know that ever since the abyss was discovered, humanity has completely changed." He replied, "That's right. After humans began to awaken, they brought back unique resources from the abyss that didn't exist on Earth. From then on, human civilization made remarkable progress." Kevin added, "Most people think that way, but there are secrets that have never been revealed. Awakening and the abyss didn't appear simultaneously. In the early days, the abyss was just a terrifying region far beyond humanity's control. It only became a land of promise. after America discovered a mysterious object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment that thing was touched, humanity began to awaken. Tehu looked at the thing before him in astonishment. This. Kevin approached the container holding the body and slowly said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is our salvation, the source of power that drove humanity's evolution, the Nameless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a god, but for many reasons, we cannot publicly use that name." Tehu's eyes narrowed, carefully observing the creature before him, a god. The Nameless. He thought to himself, so it's not the Emperor? Tehu asked curiously. Has America been hiding such a terrifying thing all this time? Kevin closed his eyes and replied, "I haven't changed my stance. Only a chosen nation, and only the most elite individuals within that nation, are worthy of leading humanity's progress. It's regrettable that despite keeping it a secret for so long, we haven't achieved significant results from the First Awakening. Even the two previous chairmen couldn't extract anything from the Nameless. Even so, clues about the Nameless secret are gradually being revealed." Tehu's eyes suddenly widened. He said, "Just now, something seemed to move." The creature's face twitched slightly as if something was about to burst forth. Then it suddenly grew three eyes, staring intensely at the four people. They were all too astonished to speak. They looked so small compared to that creature. Could this be a bad omen? Kevin was aghast. The Nameless. Its eyes have opened? What on earth is going on? Nothing like this has ever happened before. He quickly turned around and instructed his subordinate, "Contact the research team immediately." Tehu, still stunned, thought, "It's not just simply opening its eyes, this thing called the Nameless. It's staring right at me." A voice suddenly rang out, completely different from theirs. "Indeed, he is the one who revived with the Emperor's power." Tehu was even more astonished, thinking, "Did it just speak to me? Moreover, it not only knows about the Emperor but also about my revival." The creature continued, "Has the time come to break these chains?" Kevin watched the creature move in shock. This facility was built with America's most advanced technology, yet. The person next to him worried. It seems something has gone wrong. "You need to leave here immediately." He shouted, "No. This is the first tangible result we've gotten after decades of research." Tehu suddenly realized. Could it be that those people can't hear what the Nameless is saying? The creature continued to speak to Tehu. "Do you want to know the truth? Then activate your magic, the power of the king." Hearing that, he turned to look at it. He then continued to tell Kevin and the others, "I'll stay here." They looked at him in surprise. "What?" Everyone spoke up to stop him. "What are you trying to do? If you get buried here, even an SS-Rank player like you would find it hard to survive." Player Tehu, he just turned back and told them, "I need to verify this." Marcus gritted his teeth and said, "Even in this situation, you're still so stubborn." Kevin put a hand on Marcus's shoulder and advised him, "Marcus, take the guild leader out. It seems Tehu is planning something." Then the three of them quietly left, leaving the space for Tehu and the Nameless. The room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Tehu raised his hand to activate his magic, then, "Show me the truth you speak of." God, at this moment, a dazzling light emanated from beneath the Nameless' feet. The Nameless spoke, "You are truly brave, Key of the King. As you wish, I will answer your questions." Tehu calmly said, "I have tons of questions, but first I must confirm the source of the answers. Are you truly a god?" The Nameless looked at him and replied, "The concept of God in the human mind is somewhat flawed, but in this place, no word describes my essence more accurately." Tehu looked directly at his opponent. He said without hesitation, "A god nurtured by humanity? Then you are not an omnipotent god." The Nameless did not refute it. "Precisely, I am not entirely a god, just a fragment of one. Since I have not harmonized with anything, I still cannot act on my own. I can only head towards one destination." Tehu curiously asked, "Where is this destination?" It replied, "Towards the main body." Tehu, his mind muddled, said, "Hearing that only makes me more confused." He thought to himself, so that means there's another true God, and meeting the Nameless is the path to that God, isn't it? As if hearing Tehu's thoughts, the Nameless suddenly spoke, that's right, the power that humans awaken also originates from that. And, my awakening after meeting the Emperor was also inevitable. Tehu asked again, so the Emperor's power is the power of a god. Why did the Emperor resurrect me? Where are you now? Its eyes suddenly narrowed as if smiling. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared before Tehu's eyes. He blurted out his guess, Riot, is this Korea? In his heart, he thought with surprise, what's happening that gives me such an uneasy feeling? Suddenly he noticed a statue of a majestic figure riding a horse. The Nameless said, exactly, what I'm showing you is not your space, but the space that once belonged to the Emperor. Tehu looked in surprise at the person who had just run past and fallen beside him. A monster immediately lunged, its mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to devour that person. The person fearfully raised their hands to defend themselves. It continued, you've seen it too. He only saw that person's hand gradually turning white. A beast suddenly rushed out and bit the monster that was trying to eat that person. Tehu exclaimed in surprise, could it be? The Nameless continued the story, a boy was born with fragments of God scattered across dimensions. In a moment of crisis, he awakened and instinctively led his body. Tehu suddenly felt a pounding headache. Opening his eyes, he found himself in another space. This scene, I've seen it in a dream before. The Underworld King was majestically appearing in the gloomy sky. He slowly raised his hand. The Nameless continued, and then, he quickly conquered the abyss, needing only a pure energy source to eradicate all monsters. The Underworld King sat enthroned on a chair representing supreme power. He had become the ruler of the 7 Grand Dukes. Tehu asked, confused, how is being guided by a god related to defeating those Grand Dukes? It replied, exactly. Ending the territorial war and becoming the Emperor of the Underworld was just a stepping stone to the next stage. The truly inevitable event was the Great War with the Upper World, a battle for the survival of the Abyss. Only by achieving victory in the racial war would the soul path to godhood be opened. Therefore, the Emperor fought alongside the Grand Dukes against the entities from the Upper World. But the Upper World was home to entities closer to gods than the Underworld. The Emperor ultimately couldn't overcome that gap. Even after countless resurrections thanks to his abilities, the outcome remained unchanged. The Emperor's spirit gradually eroded over time. And then, at some point, he realized that he wasn't the right person, that someone else was needed to complete this mission in his stead. My key, the key that holds that meaning. You will end this recurring war, you who inherit the Emperor's will and reach for the power of a god. Tehu mumbled, King, key, resurrection. So that's it. He continued to ask, but there's still something bothering me. Why did the Emperor God shatter into pieces like that, and what was the Emperor's reason for trying to approach a god? And why choose me? The Nameless One slowly said, the answer to those questions is beyond my comprehension, the rest. Without waiting for it to finish, Tehu smiled helplessly, so I have to find the answers myself? The Nameless One only added, you were not granted power by a god, but inherited the Emperor's power. You are not bound by direction like us. So you can live your life as you wish after returning. Continuing to seek truth and power from here on depends on your will. What will you do next? Kevin's group, after leaving for a long while, was standing in a safe place. Kevin suddenly regretted, I should have stayed there too. If exchanging my life for information from the Nameless One could advance humanity, it might have been worth it. Marcus seemed a bit worried for him. Will player Tehu be okay? Cody reassured, from what I know, he's not the type to take reckless, useless risks, but... Suddenly, a circle of light appeared, and Tehu stepped out of it. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Player Tehu. He smiled and said, You're here? Marcus adjusted his glasses, assessing Ricky's teleportation gate. Kevin nervously ran up to ask, Where's the Nameless One? And what about that body? Tehu replied in a somber tone, The Nameless One. He hesitated for a moment then continued, has vanished. Kevin went limp, unable to believe his ears. Vanished? Tehu corrected, no, it said it's more accurate to say I absorbed its true form and power. Kevin was even more shocked to hear this. What? Cody crossed his arms and said, Tehu, I've always respected your will until now. But this time, you've gone too far. Don't you think you need to explain yourself clearly? Tehu just looked at them in silence. Cody continued to walk closer. He stood there face to face with Tehu. The atmosphere was tense, like a taut string. Tehu's stance, surprisingly, seemed unyielding amidst the entire group. Tehu showed no signs of wavering. He said, Cody, when I confronted the Nameless One, I heard a voice. I followed its guidance and tried to make contact, then it was absorbed into me. Cody asked incredulously, is that all? Did you say anything else to the Nameless One? Tehu's gaze sharpened. He stated directly that, I cannot tell you right now. Hearing this, Kevin flared up and yelled, don't try to evade the question. Answer us right now. The Nameless One was a valuable asset to the United States. No matter how important an ally you are. Cody suddenly interrupted him, all right. Wait, one more thing, Tehu, what are you going to do now? With a determined look in his eyes, I will start searching for that thing from here, the thing I am truly capable of finding and changing the current situation. Cody replied, I see. Tehu continued. I've stated Ricky's final wishes. Now I'll return to Korea. Kevin, surprised, exclaimed, wait, Ms. Go, what are you doing? Stop Tae-hyun. He calmly replied to him, Chairman, don't you understand? Tae-hyun has surpassed me. Perhaps no one on this earth can stop him anymore. Kevin seemed very emotional about Ms. Go's statement. He tried to persuade, what? That's because he absorbed the power of the Nameless. Ms. Go added, we've had more opportunities to contact the Nameless than before, but no one has done what he did. Try to think about it a little differently. It's not that So-hyun absorbed the Nameless chose Tae-hyun. That's why I believe it wouldn't be smart for us to become enemies with someone chosen by a god. So now we're not the hunted, but the hunter, Tae-hyun. Not long after he returned, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 SS-Rank players, including Ricky. They also revealed to the public information about the 7 Grand Dukes of the Abyss. The world mourned the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, while also trembling in fear before the power of the Grand Dukes. Not long after, Tae-guk had a meeting with Jin Hai. He asked with concern, Player Tae-hyun, I've heard the latest news. Facing the Grand Dukes, you must have gone through terrible things. Are you injured? Tae-hyun replied simply, no, I'm fine. He continued to remind him, even if your body is fine, you must be completely traumatized psychologically, but that's not your fault. Tae-hyun politely replied, yes. Jin Hai began to get to the point, I know this is a difficult time. And I don't want to pressure you, but I heard from Guildmaster Ajan that you plan to only focus on issues related to the Abyss. Has your plan changed after you confronted the Grand Dukes? Tae-hyun denied, no, on the contrary, the Abyss needs me more than ever. Tae-guk stepped forward. He was about to speak when Chairman Jin Hai waved his hand to stop him, all right. Tae-hyun asked curiously, do you have something to say to me? Tae-guk quickly spoke, actually, the chairman intended to keep it a secret if you continued to say you'd focus on the Abyss. But I think you still deserve to know. Jin Hai remarked, you're truly strange. Tae-guk continued, while you've been busy lately, a mysterious epidemic has spread globally. It creates gray spots all over the body and causes high fever. It's a new disease. Have you heard about it? Tae-hyun was astonished to hear this. He thought, those symptoms, even after venom from the Chinese dungeon was defeated. It's the remnant of what plagued humanity for so long. It's exactly like the gray epidemic from my previous life. But I defeated venom before, the epidemic should have been stopped, so why is it reappearing? Tae-guk reported the situation, but according to investigations, it seems this is not a natural epidemic. Experts say that here, in Korea, it's considered artificial. And some experts suggest it's being spread by the Villain Guild. He mumbled, the Villain Guild? He explained, the Villain Guild isn't incompetent, but they shouldn't have the capability to create such a virus source. It's possible someone is collaborating with that guild. We're also investigating it. The Villain Guild is a noble guild present worldwide, but its headquarters are in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination. And player Taehyun, you also, not waiting for Taeguk to continue, he suddenly interjected, now that I think about it, I also have something to ask you, Chairman. I encountered the leader of the Villain Guild at Grand Duke Organ's castle, Ji Hong. Who exactly is that guy? The two opposite him were astonished. Taeguk agitatedly asked, you met Ji Hong? Taehyun confirmed, that's right. He gained Grand Duke Organ's trust and became his subordinate, and he acted as if he knew a lot about you, Chairman. Jin Hai rested his chin on his hand and mused, now he's even siding with demons. How much deeper will you sink? Ji Hong. Taeguk sought permission, should I explain? Jin Hai replied, no, this is my burden. I never intended to keep it a secret. I just didn't want to place more burden on you, but since you know now, I will tell you everything. This happened more than 20 years ago. Back then, I wasn't the chairman yet, I was just a newly awakened player. One day, a dungeon opened in a certain area, and I went there immediately. But I arrived too late, the monsters were already gone. Only a child who had awakened after the crisis of losing their parents was still standing there. It might not have been intentional, but that child, only 7 years old, had single-handedly stopped a B+ level dungeon. That was the first time I met Ji Hong. I immediately saw his talent and the storm of anger swirling deep within him. I felt responsible for this because I hadn't arrived early enough to save his family. I felt as if I had a duty to nurture him. So I adopted the boy and trained him, so that his hatred for monsters wouldn't lead him astray, and I wished that one day he would become the new hero of New Korea. Ji Hong's talent exceeded my expectations. He absorbed everything I taught him without a single complaint. And he reached the high ranks of New Korea's Awakened before even becoming a high school student. But looking back now, it just feels pathetic. I pushed him too hard. Taehyun eagerly asked, when did things go wrong? Jin Hai suddenly fell silent at that, and Taeguk spoke for him, now we have many systems and technologies to enter the abyss and gain advancements from it. But back then, it wasn't like that. Even as a child, Ji Hong worked for the association in the abyss. Many players wanted to cooperate with New Korea's rising star, Ji Hong, but despite his powerful talents, accidents constantly occurred in Ji Hong's raid team, always resulting in heavy casualties. When such accidents continued to happen, the association finally began an investigation. And as a result, they discovered the shocking truth that he had intentionally led his teammates to their deaths. Taehyun asked in surprise, why did he do that? Taeguk replied, when asked why, he merely told the investigators. How do you expect me to eliminate monsters when I have to care for the weak? If they survive, they'll thank me for making them stronger. The association saw that Ji Hong's ideals were extremely dangerous. And fearing they would face criticism, they tried to erase his data and expel him from the association. In retaliation, Ji Hong killed the players sent to apprehend him and escaped, becoming a top-level global criminal. Jin Hai seemed to have calmed down. He actively added, that bastard Ji Hong, he was completely deceived. He believed that tragedies made him stronger. So he tried to apply that to everyone. That's how he believed he could save the world. But I never looked into his heart to see what he wanted or what he thought. I only pushed him forward. It's my fault. Taehyun listened silently, he seemed to understand Jin Hai's sorrow. Taehyun acknowledged, well, indeed, your influence wasn't insignificant. Chairman, Taeguk, fearing he might say something inappropriate, quickly interjected, player Taehyun. Taehyun ignored him, looking directly at Jin Hai and saying, if you saw him going down the wrong path like that, you should have kicked his ass. Isn't that a father's responsibility? I will catch Ji Hong and give you that chance. Jean Hai looked at him gratefully. Tae-hyun, those few words clearly expressed your feelings. He began to calculate in his head. I also don't like how that guy disregards the weak, because I know the pain of being ignored for not having power. Tae-guk asked curiously, so you'll also participate in this suppression plan? He replied, I will participate, but not immediately. There are some things I have to take care of first. He thought to himself, it's just that it'll be hard to fight if these things are still roaming around here. A new status window appeared after his conversation with the unknown entity. It displayed, Quest, the countdown to global war has begun. In the aurora's light, a magnificent castle appeared. A ghostly voice echoed, do you see it? Contractor, I believe the moment for it to begin has arrived. Tae-hyun was astonished, not believing his eyes. Rosalia? Rosalia frowned and asked, what's with that face? She chuckled, do I look that bad to you? He looked at Rosalia's injuries and asked, is it? Is it because of me? He thought to himself. Her injuries from the battle with Duke Organ are worse than I thought. Rosalia teased, you faced a Grand Duke's red blessing. It's lucky you escaped with just these minor injuries. Tae-hyun asked, why is the castle in this state? She was slightly surprised. You mean this? Just before you confronted Organ, Ajimun came here. What a nuisance. You don't need to worry about that. The Grand Dukes of the Abyss aren't friendly with each other either. This is the price I pay for having such an outstanding contractor. Tae-hyun suddenly said seriously, Rosalia, I'll make sure they never treat you like that again. Rosalia propped her chin, her tone playful. What's with that tone of voice? Just hearing it makes me happier. Tae-hyun said nothing more, just silently looked into Rosalia's eyes. She asked, surprised, Contractor, something about you has changed since I last saw you. He said, I met a god and heard the truth about the Emperor. Rosalia seemed astonished by the reason for this change. Tae-hyun's voice suddenly grew heavy. He said, Rosalia, a global war with the races is approaching. Rosalia asked in astonishment, you encountered a god? How could you? Tae-hyun summarized the events. Right in the world where I live, a fragment of a god exists. I accidentally met them and had the opportunity to speak. Rosalia, you once said that even if I knew about the Emperor, I wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Now, everything is different. A rare shock flashed in Rosalia's eyes. She said, you've reached this level? Much faster than I expected. This isn't just a coincidence. Perhaps it's fate, as the contractors are causing chaos everywhere, making everything happen faster than anticipated. If you've heard the truth, you must have realized your destiny, haven't you? Seeing you come to me like this, you must have found the answer for yourself, right? You weren't granted power by a god, but chosen by the Emperor to inherit power. You are not constrained by directions like us, so you can freely enjoy life after regression. Continuing from here will depend on your determination. What will you do next? Tae-hyun pondered deeply, then slowly explained. At first, I only acted because I wanted to be repaid. I wanted to release my pent-up frustrations and live a normal life without awakening. This time, I longed to become stronger, to truly hold happiness in my own hands. But the more I learned about the deep secrets of the Abyss, the more I believed that the Emperor's decision to let me regress and grant me power must have a profound reason. The Emperor once told Tae-hyun, I truly admire your will and unwavering resolve. He couldn't help but wonder, just because you admired my will and resolve? No, that was the Emperor's wish. He longed for someone to share the mission with him. With that very will and resolve, once I understood that. Thinking this, he solemnly declared, I will walk the same path as the Emperor. This matter is also closely related to the fate of my world. To protect my world, I will be the one to end the coming war. Then he made an offer, Rosalia, please lend me your strength. I will lead you to true greatness. Rosalia praised him, saying, as expected, such noble determination. Truly commendable, but you are only the Emperor's key. You are not yet the Emperor. If you want to reach the true heights of an Emperor, there's still a long way to go. Hearing that, Tae-hyun concentrated energy in his legs. It suddenly erupted and spread throughout his body. The system notification appeared, mysterious power fluctuation detected. Upgrading to SS rank. A terrifying energy surge is beginning. Rosalia sprang up excitedly. She asked in surprise, "Since when did you reach this level?" Tae-hyun chuckled, "When I swore to walk the same path as the Emperor, the fragment of the god merged with me." "So now, do you still not trust me, Rosalia?" Rosalia laughed maniacally after hearing that. She said, "When the Emperor said he would transfer power to another, I vehemently opposed it. I thought only the Emperor was worthy of inheriting that path. But it seems I was wrong." Rosalia seemed to have realized something was wrong. This feeling was strange. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong light from outside shone powerfully inside. Then she remembered the old days, when she was a small maid seeing the Emperor for the first time. Rosalia and Tae-hyun quickly sat down at the negotiating table. She spoke, "From now on, there will be no more hierarchical distance between you and me, contractor. I officially recognize you as my equal teammate." "All right, you're talking about the upcoming racial war, right? So, what have you learned?" Tae-hyun replied, "After the territorial war ends and you become emperor, entities from the celestial realm will appear, won't they?" Rosalia was a bit disappointed. "Is that all you know?" "What a pity," Tae-hyun continued, "that god isn't as friendly as I expected." She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "You tricked me." "You cunning scoundrel," Tae-hyun cheerfully downed his glass of wine. "If I didn't do that, how could I get your support?" Rosalia said helplessly, "Fine, I'll tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. After the territorial war ends, the racial war will erupt. The reason is the increasing power of the underworld king, to the point of nearly reaching godhood, and that's something the celestial race in the upperworld never wants. More precisely, the upperworld king doesn't want that to happen." Tae-hyun asked curiously, "Upperworld king? Is there also an emperor in the upperworld?" Rosalia replied, "Exactly, a demon beast once possessed a fragment of a god, just like our emperor. With that power, he reached the upperworld and was the first to approach godhood. Dragon Demon King, Ban, that is his identity." Tae-hyun thought in surprise, "Isn't that the dragon who once confronted the emperor in his memories?" He asked, "Isn't it ridiculous for those who bear a god's fragment to fight to become a god?" She revealed, "No, he actually reached godhood, but he refused the path the fragment led him to and betrayed the god. Now he's trying to usurp the god's position. The emperor tried to stop that, to put everything back on track. Therefore, the upperworld king sees the underworld king as a threat that must be eliminated." Tae-hyun wondered greatly, "Why hasn't the upperworld started the war yet?" Rosalia explained, "There's still some kind of magic preventing them, a barrier, not allowing them to pass through yet. Until the right moment comes. I think that's also thanks to the Emperor's preparations. Therefore, before that barrier is broken." Hearing this, Tae-hyun stated his conjecture, "I must defeat all the Grand Dukes, build an army strong enough to counter the upperworld. That's the true meaning of the territorial war, isn't it?" She just looked straight into his eyes and said, "Now you understand why you must face the Grand Dukes, don't you? Next, I will explain about each Grand Duke, their territory, and their forces." The two discussed strategies and tasks for a long while longer, until Rosalia's glass of wine was nearly empty. Only then did she speak, "Now it's time to decide, contractor, where will you start?" Tae-hyun rested his chin in his hand, thinking, his gaze growing sharper. Then he recalled the pain he had experienced, a clear answer forming in his heart, "Of course, Organ. He is the one with whom I have a deep-seated grudge, which must be settled at all costs. But Organ controls the largest territory in the abyss. If the war drags on into a war of attrition, we'll be at a disadvantage, and the other Grand Dukes will surely seize this opportunity to intervene. So..." Suddenly, a frantic maid rushed in, interrupting Tae-hyun's train of thought. The maid breathlessly called out, "Your Majesty." Rosalia asked, "What is it?" The maid replied, "Emergency. A letter has just arrived from the Western Territory, from Lady Muron. Tian waited silently for her to read the letter. After reading it, Rosalia looked up at him with an amused expression. It seems a perfect stage has been set for you. You promised to bring me to the pinnacle, didn't you? Now prove it wasn't just empty words, contractor. Rosalia's western territory, also a disputed area with Moon, the arid desert. A dramatic battle was unfolding here between two female demon beasts. The purple-dressed demon beast lunged, wanting to tear Muron apart with its claws. It roared ferociously and swung its claws forward. Muron used her sword to block, but the immense power of that claw broke the sword. She painfully collapsed to the ground, her subordinates around her anxiously shouting, "Lady Muron! Muron is an SS-ranked warrior." The green-dressed demon beast arrogantly said, "Is that all? Rosalia's favored one isn't impressive at all. This demon beast's name is Brutia, ranked SSS." She looked down scornfully, thinking, come to think of it, even the people here are so weak that they're called the weakest Archduke. This outcome is not surprising at all. She angrily shouted, "How dare you insult my queen?" Brutia brazenly stepped on Muron's shoulder and said, "If you want to say such things, shouldn't you take me down first?" With that said, she forcefully kicked her to the ground, so much that red blood splattered. Brutia declared, "In this abyss, only one rule is acknowledged: the weak must obey the strong. You, and all your people, will eventually have to kneel and surrender before me, Brutia, and before the Blood Archduke whom I faithfully serve." As she arrogantly left, she said, "Listen carefully, from now on, this barren desert will belong to Moon's territory." Suddenly, a carefree voice echoed from behind, "The law of the weak obeying the strong, huh? Doesn't sound bad." Brutia turned around and saw Tian, then asked curiously, "A human?" Seeing his expressionless face, she continued to ask, "Who are you?" Tian smiled and said, "The one you utterly scorned is the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted." Brutia recalled, most demon beasts born from the abyss lack intelligence. They only know how to act on natural instinct, eating, sleeping, and destroying everything. However, occasionally among them, there are mutated individuals who possess exceptional intelligence and power from birth. They are destined to lead the entire pack. Similar to human society's class divisions, demon beasts also have a class gap among them. Sooner or later, they will face another opponent. They also carry distinct class differences within them. The abyss is a place where the strong devour the weak. But I, from the very beginning, have always been the hunter, never the prey. I have eliminated one strong opponent after another. And then, when there were no more worthy opponents around me, I encountered him, the supreme hunter, who reigns over the abyss, the one revered as the Archduke. All my previous glorious achievements became worthless, a completely overwhelming defeat. That was the first time I truly understood that there are beings in this world whose class far surpasses mine. At that moment, the Archduke looked down at her from above and said, "You know well that there's an insurmountable class gap between us, yet you still dare to challenge me? A demon beast's class is determined at birth, that is your limit. To overcome that limit, there is only one way, to absorb power from a demon beast of a higher class than yourself. Do you want to become my subordinate?" At that time, Brutia trembled, from both fear and shame. She knew well it was an insult. But the exaltation from that humiliation was miraculously unbelievable. Enough. With this power, I can do anything Brutia desires. If she hid her sharp claws and continued to grow under him, one day, she could ascend to the position of Archduke. Brutia always wondered, but why? Why must I, who harbors ambitions of overthrowing the Archduke, kneel before a lowly subordinate of the Archduke? While lost in thought, she tried to attack Tian in every way, but she couldn't even scratch his skin once. Brutia couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? Tian finally counterattacked, suddenly grabbing his opponent's wrist tightly. His eyes gleamed red. It was the demon lord's magic power. Brutia stared at those eyes in shock. How? In an instant, she saw the demon lord's shadow on Tian, and immediately screamed in surprise, "Rosalia!" She trembled and muttered, "My body can't move." He directly dealt the opponent a slash, then smiled and said, "It seems I've won, haven't I? If the abysses where the strong devour the weak, then you are now my prey, but I'm not keen on eating demon beasts. You brazenly trespassed on someone else's territory and even dared to declare ownership, so forgiving you wouldn't make any sense. You're Moon's subordinate, right? Then there's no point talking to you. Call your master out here." Her mouth began to fail, and she struggled to say, "No." Then she boldly declared, "I am Brutia." Then she roared, "Not a subordinate, but a great demon who will conquer the peak of the abyss." With that said, Brutia opened her torn mouth and lunged towards Tian. He stepped back and calmly said, "Gluttony." A giant mouth appeared, quickly swallowing Brutia whole, leaving no trace. Tian cheerfully said, "On second thought, swallowing prey this way isn't a bad option either." The injured Muron, being led away by her subordinates, also witnessed the entire battle. She exclaimed in surprise, "He's the Queen's contractor." Looking at Tian's triumphant smile, Muron sighed, "There was a time when even an SS+ rank gave him trouble." It's hard to describe the feeling. Now, thanks to the resonance with a fragment of a god, he can easily defeat even an SSS rank. At this moment, he was looking at his own information. Name, Kim Tian, age, 20, rank, SS. Strength, 306, stamina, 308, speed, 307, magic power, 455, willpower, 230. Fatigue, 70%, remaining magic power, 225/455. Innate skill, gluttony, SS. Can swallow targets at will. Magic power consumed, 120. Tian was surprised. It's been adjusted? Is it because the rank of the gluttony skill has increased, or because the monster named Brutia was Moon's subordinate? Whatever the reason, if I keep using gluttony like this, even the missing archdukes could be destroyed. Suddenly, a panicked demon beast rushed over, contractor. A long streak of blood gradually solidified into a hand. A voice from the void echoed, as expected, "Brutia was no match for you." From the pool of blood, a demon beast emerged. He said, "I didn't expect much from the start. But being able to summon you is already a success." The demon beast that appeared was the rumored Archduke. Tian smiled and rubbed his hands. "What a coincidence, I was looking for you too. Save me some trouble." The Archduke suddenly suggested, "That's right, how about we celebrate this reunion, key of the Emperor?" At night, in an office, Jinyi put on his jacket, preparing to leave work. He suddenly stopped, looking at a photo on his desk. The photo showed Jinyi and his comrade standing shoulder to shoulder. He smiled and said, "Everyone was so young, weren't they? I've been reminiscing a lot lately. I guess I really am getting old." Just then, Tiguk pushed the door open and rushed in. "Chairman, still here?" Jinyi replied, "I was about to leave. What's wrong?" He hastily reported, "We just received news from the joint investigation team of the Player Association and the Night Walker Association. There are unusual signs in the area suspected to be the base of the Wicked Association. They are awaiting orders from the association." He quickly stepped out the door and instructed, "Gather the national-level players immediately. I will go to the scene myself." Tiguk hesitated, "But..." Jinyi asked, "What?" He explained with some concern, "Player Tihyun hasn't returned yet, and cannot be contacted through the abyss. Will we be okay with just us?" He unhappily said, "Since when did the Korean Player Association rely solely on Tihyun?" Tiguk bowed his head and murmured, "I apologize, sir." Jinyi didn't make it difficult for him anymore and said, "Who knows, maybe it's good for us to handle everything ourselves. Player Tihyun said he still has something to complete. For Tihyun, he has his own path that he chooses to walk. At least this time, I want to be a solid support for the child walking on that righteous path." Tiguk knew that at this moment, his chairman probably wanted to make up for past mistakes, so that Tihyun wouldn't suffer what Jihong once did. Jinyi walked on steadily, then said, "We just need to do our duty well." The day of the decisive battle had arrived. Meanwhile, on Tihyun's side, the Archduke began to chat. It seems like last time we just rushed into battle without a proper introduction. He bowed formally. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Archduke of the Abyss and the Lord of the Bloodkin, Aji Moon. He replied, Rosalia's contractor and the key of the Emperor, Tihyun. He assessed him for a moment and said, the title Key of the Emperor is indeed fitting. If that's the case, then I have a proposition for you. Break your contract with Rosalia and serve under me. When that happens, I will appoint you as my new contractor. You will enjoy authority and military power that Rosalia never bestowed. Conquer the abyss with me and become the victor in the racial war. Tihyun corrected him, the victor won't be me, but rather yourself, correct? Rosalia already warned me. Once the archdukes know I'm the key, they'll try every way to seize me, all just to become the next emperor. Do you think I wouldn't recognize those blatant lies? Aji Moon smirked. It would have been better if you hadn't known. If you don't come to me willingly, then I'll have no choice but to use force. In that case, don't expect your limbs to remain intact. How strange. You don't believe me, yet you so easily believe the words of that hag Rosalia? Tihyun replied, because Rosalia and I are equal partners. He sneered, a partnership between an archduke and a human? How truly laughable. In the abyss, only the strong have the right to control everything. Even the underworld king understands that. He made all the archdukes submit to him. He retorted, I never said I wouldn't use power. If you know what's good for you and surrender, I'll go easy on you. But if you refuse to understand, only force will make you see reason. In that case, I also have a proposition for you, Aji Moon. Submit to me, and I will give you a place in the upcoming racial war. He scoffed, you found out you're the key to the emperor, so you've become openly arrogant, haven't you? You're just a mere brat. With that, Aji Moon pointed a barrage of swords at Tihyun. Surprisingly, all of them broke before they could even touch a strand of his hair. Tihyun arrogantly said, you won't be able to open your mouth again. I'll show you what manners are, Aji Moon. A drop of blood appeared in the air. He swung his hand, and a new barrage of swords appeared. Then he commanded them to attack Tihyun. With a graceful turn, Tihyun slowly extended his hand. Each of Aji Moon's swords turned into scrap metal once more. He was furious, you dare to use my power as if it were your own? Perhaps only by killing you can I cure your insolence. With that, Aji Moon conjured a giant steel fist. Tihyun thought, though he still appears arrogant on the surface, the pressure from an archduke truly far surpasses any SSS-Rank individual. At this moment, seeking Rosalia's aid might be the right choice. However, his steps had already become more urgent. Finally, Tihyun decided he wanted to test how far he could go against an archduke, now that he had assimilated with the God Shard. At this moment, a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind him. Tihyun suddenly lunged, startling Aji Moon, who couldn't react in time. He was struck, blood splattering. Unbeknownst to Tihyun, Aji Moon now held a new sword, and it unexpectedly struck him. Reacting to what had just happened, both quickly lunged into battle like two true men. He sneered, you dare to wield stolen power to this extent? Quite commendable, I must say. Tihyun gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the sword blade, and declared, it's still too early to be surprised, for I don't just possess your power. With that, he used another power, combining blood frenzy with beastification, and snapped the sword. Aji Moon stared in shock as his treasure turned to dust. What? Isn't that organs? Combining the powers of the archdukes? What a despicable and shameless trick! He furiously conjured a new, 2-meter-tall blade. Tihyun quickly snatched the blade, then broke it with one hand. Aji Moon began to panic, thinking, I can't believe this brat, who not long ago hid behind Rosalia's skirts, could reach this level. Not far away, her subordinate beasts were all observing the battle. Muzran was astonished, even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. He's overpowering Aji Moon? Is that truly a human? No, this is nothing short of witnessing a battle between archdukes. Ti-hyun provoked, how does it feel to be lorded over by a brat, Aji-moon? His veins bulged in anger. Don't get ahead of yourself, you bastard. You still know nothing about my power. What you know is only a small fraction. Those like you aren't worthy of me using my full strength. I'll end this here. Ti-hyun gently denied, no. He switched to Dragon's Wrath, unleashing killing intent amplified by magic. Ti-hyun looked at Aji-moon with sharp eyes, the one who knows nothing here. Is you? His expression showed a hint of disbelief. Without giving Aji-moon a chance to react, he swiftly seized him with one hand, then unleashed the demon's poison skill, empowering his magic with highly toxic properties. Ti-hyun's hand pierced through Aji-moon's chest, causing a gush of red blood to spurt out. The swords hovering in the air, before they could even fully form, turned into red blood flowing down to the ground. He was slightly doubtful. Did I really do it? Aji-moon said, I admit it, you far exceeded my expectations. This is my defeat. That's right, despite what he said, he remained unmoved. Suddenly, the area around Ti-hyun turned into a large pool of blood. Aji-moon continued, saying, just the fact that I had to use my full power against someone like you is already a humiliating defeat. This humiliation, I will repay in full. He was astonished. What is this? Aji-moon scoffed, this is the blood realm, open your eyes and see. These aren't some pathetic, half-baked imitations, but profound power that only those who master the authority can wield. Ti-hyun called out in fear, Rosa. Before he could finish, Aji-moon cut him off, if you can call her, try it. But do you have enough magic to do that? His pupils suddenly constricted. Amidst Aji-moon's insane laughter, Ti-hyun fearfully sensed his magic being drained from the parts of his body submerged in blood. He thought, it's my fault. I was too eager. I didn't expect him to have this card up his sleeve. Aji-moon laughed, saying, just drown in this pool of blood. A slow, excruciating death. Ti-hyun tried to hold his breath, struggling relentlessly, no. No, his body gradually sank deeper into the pool of blood. Moments later, Ti-hyun lay motionless in the pool of blood. Aji-moon approached and touched him, you've been through a lot of trouble. Now, let me see what this key looks like. His hand suddenly froze, Ti-hyun had vanished instantly. Aji-moon was astonished, Where did he go? No, this place. There's something. His voice suddenly rang out, it looks quite similar, so it's understandable that you mistook it. But this isn't your territory. This is deep inside him. Aji-moon turned back and asked, inside who? You speak as if referring to a completely different person. Ti-hyun merely offered a devilish smile. Now, inside the body, it was no longer him but Doppelganger. He laughed, saying, welcome to my world. The Blood Lord, Aji-moon, asked curiously, what is your world? Are you the embodiment of that key of sovereignty? Doppelganger replied, I don't even know what I am. Anyone who comes to this place is curious about my true nature, but no one has ever received an answer. He then continued, do you think you'll be an exception? You're standing before a Grand Duke, you know? Why don't you just truthfully confess? Aji-moon scoffed, you Grand Dukes, I don't know why you always act so superior. Remember, there are always higher mountains beyond the mountains. Both were preparing for a battle to the death. The two waved their hands, and a barrage of swords flew out simultaneously. Aji-moon said, you're no different from the one outside. Just then, a mouth with a bunch of sharp spikes lunged out. He was astonished, wait, hold on. Could it be a blood sword? Before Aji-moon could recover, he saw his swords being completely bitten apart. Doppelganger exclaimed delightedly, excellent. He licked his lips, showing his craving, I need to replenish my magic. This is truly a perfect gift. He was furious, how dare you insult the Blood Lord like that? If that's the case, I'll punish you first, and then it won't be too late to hear your true nature revealed. With that, Aji-moon launched a new attack. Doppelganger calmly replied, "You dare turn another's mind into your territory, a brazen act no different from that fly last time, but as a Grand Duke, perhaps you have the power to do so. Even so, this original body of mine once achieved an accomplishment." Agumon waved his hand, and a series of raging, torrential, and fierce blood waves surged forward. Doppelganger powerfully pierced through each wave, then excitedly said, "That is to use a similar force field to counter an enemy's force field of the same kind." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate move, Apocalypse. Agumon exclaimed in surprise, "What?" and immediately took a punch to the face. The force of this punch successfully sent him flying for hundreds of kilometers. Doppelganger began to taunt, possessing such excellent skills yet not knowing how to properly utilize them. "Do you intend to just silently observe from the shadows? That Ti-Hyun is truly naive. And you even let your magic deplete, forcing me to reveal myself like this. But then again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for me." With that, he provoked him again, saying, "Get up, you cowardly Grand Duke. I'll show you what a true battle is." Doppelganger put all his force into another punch, and this time, Agumon's chin received the benefit. He resisted furiously, but Doppelganger successfully dodged it. Doppelganger quickly unleashed a flurry of punches on Agumon. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Not giving Agumon a chance to retaliate, Doppelganger quickly grabbed his opponent's head. A knee strike had the honorable privilege of intimate contact with his opponent's face. He was sent flying far away again, blood splattering from his mouth. Doppelganger was enjoying himself like he was playing with a new toy, and he asked, "Where are you hiding?" Agumon, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, furiously cursed, "You bastard." As if hearing a deer call, Doppelganger immediately appeared in front of him. He gave Agumon a devastating kick, and he turned into a stream of blood and escaped. Doppelganger provoked, "Since you became a Grand Duke, I'm sure no one has ever beaten you so miserably, have they?" Agumon slowly emerged from the pool of blood, using all his might to unleash a powerful attack towards his opponent. Doppelganger lightly defended, then smugly smiled and said, "You're definitely truly angry now, aren't you?" Suddenly, a circle enveloped him, startling him slightly. Doppelganger ran quickly to try and break it. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past. He tumbled down, losing his balance. Doppelganger slowly turned his head. He only saw Agumon, covered in injuries, scolding him. "You bastard, I'll never forgive you. This time, I'll tear you to pieces, not leaving a single shred of skin." He secretly assessed, "That's the seal sword, a sword that can lock the power of the one it cuts into its blade. Are you planning to use the seal sword to absorb the king's power? Reincarnation will take a lot of time, and since I'm in Tae-Hein's body, I must have been overconfident and exposed a weakness. What should I do now?" Thinking this, Doppelganger smiled and said, "Hey, original body, don't tell me you're still asleep. Causing this much damage is more than enough. My work is done, you handle the rest." With that, Tae-Hein suddenly appeared behind Agumon. He shouted loudly, "For me, that's enough." Reality storm, then a surge of power pierced through the pool of blood. Cracks appeared in the gloomy red sky. Tae-Hein tiredly stood resting amidst the collapsing space. Agumon gnashed his teeth and cursed, "You scoundrel, a great Grand Duke like me, beaten to a pulp by the Emperor's soul like this." He just smiled, the smile of a victor. Just then, Rosalia broke through space and stepped in, shouting loudly, "Contractor." Tae-Hein smiled in relief and called out to Rosalia. She asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" He reassured her, "I'm still alive." Rosalia angrily turned her head. Agumon's face contorted. He questioned, "In the end, did you drag Rosalia into this too?" "This time, with my defeat, I'll retreat. One day, the Emperor's key will definitely be mine." With that, he began to disappear. Tae-Hein looked at him and asserted, "No way. Next time, you'll be the loser." She saw he was still safe and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a relief you're safe. If I'd known AJ Moon would show himself, I would have appeared sooner. Taehyun replied. I didn't call you, so don't blame yourself. Then he tiredly lay down. So, Rosalia, I guess this is enough to formally declare war for the territorial conflict, isn't it? She silently smiled, looking at Taehyun. Rosalia exasperatedly. This contractor is truly annoying. At the same time, a battle was also happening elsewhere. Kang Hu Uk shouted loudly. This Sen is truly the lair of the evil association. The demons are gathered like ants. Han Jiu added. We need to act fast. They're trying to buy time for the ringleaders to escape. A vehicle has already fled. Just then, Jin Hai and everyone from the association arrived. He announced. Chairman Azon, you went ahead and have been tracking them. They probably need more reinforcements there. We must quickly clear this place and the guild hall. Everyone received the order and simultaneously replied. Understood. Jin Hai powerfully kicked the door open and shouted. Freeze, evil association. We are the Korean Players Association. You are completely surrounded, surrender now. A mocking voice rang out. Oh, it seems you still haven't realized. Which side is truly caught in a trap here? The vice chairman of the Evil Association, the last head of the three archdemons. The phantom of the night ghoul gradually appeared. Jin Hai broke into a cold sweat seeing the night ghoul. Then the one Azon is chasing, could it be? An Arago tractor trailer parked under a metal bridge. Behind it, a light blue car was silently cruising through the gloomy industrial zone. Ai turned her head to speak. This outcome far exceeds my initial expectations. I didn't expect to encounter you in this place. Young-soo frowned and smiled, replying. So, the one who has been monitoring us all this time is you. Chairwoman Ai. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. She spoke without reservation. As expected, the one cooperating with the Evil Association is the Tezen Corporation. He, conversely, showed no signs of wavering. It seems I've revealed a bit too much. Ai smirked haughtily. I've had my suspicions for a long time. How could the Gray Plague spread by the Evil Association be created by just a few common demon folk? I'm certain there must be someone with advanced technology behind it. And I was also interested in the fact that Tezen Pharmaceutical Company was the biggest beneficiary. By creating an antidote at an astonishing speed. I once regretted not having enough evidence to investigate further. But now that I've caught you from the headquarters of the Evil Association, I no longer need evidence. First, I'd like to ask as an investigator. Why did you act that way? Young-soo replied calmly, as if chatting with an old friend. I'm inherently a businessman passionate about business. I simply thought that utilizing the Evil Association would bring more benefits to the company. Furthermore, I was also not pleased with the new Korean Player Association being monopolized by your four major organizations. Hearing this old fox make excuses. Ai, though annoyed, still remained polite. It sounds as if you weren't strong enough to compete, so you had to resort to tricks. That's enough. You can present the rest at the association. Young-soo suddenly lowered his voice and said, Wait, don't you feel like you're acting as if you've caught me a bit too soon? I have no intention of meekly letting myself be caught. Seeing the malice gleam from his opponent's eyes, Ai grew slightly cautious. Someone who used to be S-Rank is still acting so arrogant. He transformed while replying nonchalantly. Only used to be S-Rank. I've surpassed that level, thanks to my beastification. She didn't expect Young-soo's strength to have increased so rapidly. Stuttering. What is this? Ai thought to herself. Could this be the beastification experiment that Taehyun mentioned? It turns out not only the virus leaked from there. He smiled cunningly. His eyes clearly lit up. And confidently declared. Now my power is almost at a national level. So, what are you going to do about it? S-Rank player Ai. With that, Young-Soo immediately threw a punch straight at her face. At Jin Hai's location, a fierce battle was also underway. Kan Hyu-uk and Sung Jin teamed up and charged forward. The strange thing was that the Night Demon stood motionless, as if the previous attack didn't harm it at all. He also realized that, saying, "Hey, Sung Jin," Kan Hyu-uk didn't need to finish his sentence. He continued, "So that's it, no matter how many times we try, the result is the same. That guy, he doesn't feel anything at all when hit." Han Jiao and Si Jiang still didn't give up. She yelled, "If so, let's switch to wide area attacks." The two quickly attacked the Night Demon from behind. Si Jiang anxiously asked, "Did we take him down?" He looked aside with a start, warning, "Wait." The Night Fiend's voice echoed, "It's no use." Along with it came dark tentacles. Both of them were suspended in an instant. Ai Iong anxiously shouted, "Everyone!" Jin Hai didn't hesitate, swinging a punch straight at them. That punch shattered the tentacles, successfully rescuing Han Jiao and Si Jiang. The Night Fiend arrogantly asked, "Now do you understand why I've never been captured in any pursuit? Because from the start, I'm something that can't be caught." Kan Hyu-uk yelled, "This is cursed, it's just like hacking the game." Si Jiang was also dejected. "How troublesome." Jin Hai spoke up to reassure them, "Don't panic too much." In his heart, he was silently speculating. He keeps boasting about his power. If he truly can't be caught, then why did that happen earlier? Thinking, Jin Hai quietly said to everyone, "I have something I want to test. Can everyone help me out a bit?" Next, the whole group simultaneously attacked the Night Fiend. He said sarcastically, "It seems those known as the national-level combat forces of New Korea truly don't learn anything. No matter how many times you try, the outcome remains the same. I already told you. The ones who truly fell into the trap are you all." As soon as the Night Fiend finished speaking, Han Jiao, Kan Hyu-uk, Sung Jin, and Si Jiang were successively seized by tentacles. She angrily yelled, "This is so annoying." Jin Hai was secretly trying to ambush the Night Fiend. Without even turning his head, he easily saw through Jin Hai's intention. This old man, he's truly asking for death. But it won't be easy the second time. With that, the Night Fiend unleashed a barrage of tentacles toward Jin Hai. He carefully observed his opponent and began to deduce, "He just dodged my attack," while also releasing the two imprisoned players. This means with that skill, he can't simultaneously attack and defend. The problem lies in the timing of the activation. The moment he exposes an opening and lunges to attack, Ai, that's when you hold him tight for me. According to the plan, Ai delivered a powerful blow to the Night Fiend. He was utterly astonished, muttering to himself, "What?" Without letting the Night Fiend recover, Jin Hai, with sharp eyes, charged forward. New Korean Ancient Martial Arts, Second Form, 3 Realms. Under the might of this punch, the ice shattered severely. Chunks of ice fell scattered. Azon watched intently and silently. After the tremor completely stopped, the ice had formed a straight line in the direction of Jin Hai's punch. Si Jiang excitedly ran over and asked, "This time, he's definitely defeated, right?" Han Jiao wasn't sure. Confused, he stopped him, "Wait." From within the ice, the Night Demon confidently stepped out. He scoffed and said, "I didn't expect you could analyze my abilities in such a short time." As expected of Jin Hai, a seasoned warrior, that guy's master is indeed extraordinary. Knowing that that guy in the Night Demon's mouth was definitely Ji Hong, he quickly questioned, "Where's Ji Hong? Did he escape back to the abyss?" The Night Demon only found it laughable. He countered, "Do you think I'd reveal it to you? I clearly understand that I cannot face all of you at once. After all, my role is just to buy time to collect data. Although it's regrettable to abandon even this facility. But you won't be able to get anything else from this place. Jean Hai didn't argue with him any further. He called out loudly, "Ai-Iong." She immediately replied. Then she grabbed her spear and charged to attack. The night demon paid no attention, but revealed, the era of the demon humans is about to begin. Kan Hu Uk angrily yelled. Damn it! Did he escape again? Old man. Go after him right away. Jean Hai only slowly replied. No need to chase that shadow anymore. He angrily asked back. What? Ai spoke up. Chairman. You're worried about my sister and me, aren't you? Please don't worry too much. You also know my sister isn't someone easily defeated. Jean Hai was also surprised to hear her say that, but he quickly understood her feelings and replied. Of course. I completely trust that. Returning to the confrontation between Ai-Iong and Young-Soo. It's unclear what happened. All we saw was him spitting blood. His eyes rolled back as he muttered. Unbelievable. Young-Soo screamed wildly. My level clearly reached national rank, didn't it? How could I lose to someone only at S rank? Ai-Iong smiled mockingly. Who said I was still stuck at S rank? While everyone was striving to become a national level force. Did you think I'd just sit idly by? She began to recall. In her memory. Frowning as she spoke. I thought you invited me out here alone to confess your feelings. Who would have thought it was just two? Tae-Hein awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Due to an injury, Azon couldn't join the Shinhan Special Forces team. So he needs to be trained. At least, private coaching. She pouted. And grumbled. He could only gently explain. I'm extremely busy. I don't have time for such useless things. I plan to help every member of the Special Forces team reach national rank. Including Azon. Do you want to be left far behind by your younger sister? Hearing that, Ai-Iong blushed in embarrassment and said, Bringing that up is really unfair. But I really don't want to lose to her. Knowing his provocation tactic had succeeded, Tae-Hein quickly coaxed. Then stick close to me. Guild Master Magicians and Atsumairo have both reached national rank. Only Nightwalker hasn't. It looks pathetic. Right? Returning to reality. Ai-Iong was powerfully delivering painful blows to Young-Soo. She mused silently. Ever since that day, I began weekly hellish training with Tae-Hein. Finally, I also reached national rank. Keeping this a secret turned out to be so useful. She pointed her spear directly at Young-Soo's head and interrogated. Do you have any more proof to show me? If you do, show it quickly. The more evidence related to demons, the better. He desperately cried for help. Show yourself now. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Not far away, a pair of legs silently moved. Di-Hong stretched and scoffed. You're the one who wanted to take this on, yet you let others clean up your mess. Chairman Young-Soo, you should be grateful I'm cooperating with you. Otherwise, I would have finished you off long ago. Ai-Iong glared at him, this guy. Di-Hong acted familiar and greeted, long time no see, Ai-Iong. You still look well? At the same time, in another place, dark clouds were gathering, and a vortex of light suddenly appeared. From within, a familiar voice rang out, What? It's already midnight in Shinhan now? Tae-Hyun stepped out with a burst of effects, and muttered, So it's already time for a shift change, isn't it? Did something happen?